I'm in bed early, and it's nice to do late shows. Unfortunately, our community stays up late, and we don't have the views usually in the morning time, but we want to create a morning spot that we can, because people listen at work and everything. And once you get enough people involved and they're entertained, they'll listen to it later. It doesn't matter, But yeah, I'm excited to get it going. There's a lot to be discussed still. A lot.
Yeah, well, you'll be surprised if you ever sat down for 24 hours and listened to this channel. Once we're all in bed, then another group comes in like exactly 1 hour after, and you can see there are a whole bunch of these different sort of. There's a group at one particular time, they love to talk about Christianity and philosophy, and then there's another group that's like really into talking about refraction. And it just, if you just do 24 hours straight, you'll just be like, whoa, I didn't know about that. Yeah. And some people actually do the whole marathon.
That's true. And it is a marathon. Yeah. Totally, we could go out Christianity and then go out on the refraction. You guys talked about refraction yet tonight. Anyway, that sounds stupid. I don't know why I just did that. Yeah, that's a good point, though. But that thing when you just like do the marathon, you listen to all the arguments and everything, and the topics just change and change and change, and you're like, whoa! It really is like it's like a university course almost. But also you develop a sense of humor in it, right? It's like, oh, I'm Australian all of a sudden.
It'd be a weird one for me, ET, though, because this time I've been in a relationship for almost a year now with somebody who's not a flat earther. Listen, it's on the same page of a lot of truth, but it's not there yet. So for me to do these streams, it's going to be quite entertaining for myself, too.
I know. Well, no, hold on. Yeah. I'm not even going one way or another, but I didn't know that. Stacy, excuse me. You're dating someone who's not a flat earther?
No, I told everybody I'd never do that, but I did, and I am.
You would, and I am. Oh, okay.
None I am anyway. Because the fact is, I don't get put in a corner or told that you can't. You're stupid. You're crazy. He lets me have my own viewpoints and feelings and everything. He's open to things. So the fact that someone can be open-minded and have these discussions, I love it, but it does scare me a little bit, because we also know when, you start getting deep into this stuff and things can change.
It shouldn't scare you. I mean, I didn't know that, number one, but good luck. And
right. Good luck with that, Stace.
No, I mean that
That's true.
I tried to mean that in a positive way. Obviously you guys will probably be fine. I mean, I would think. I would just say that.
How good he is, and I'm not so worried, because he's allowing me to have my old relationship old co-host to be my, again, new co-host again. So to sit there and have conversations with your ex, well, that's how it looks, you know what I mean, all the time. And then to do it on a stream as well, and to try to plan things and do activist work and all this stuff. He has to have a lot of faith in me. And that takes a lot for a man. Trust me.
Oh, for sure. Well, not even a man, it's for anyone at all. For anyone. To do that after that kind of past or something. Yes. I kind of, as much as I can, understand that. Yeah, that's a thing for sure. Good luck. And
the thing is, when I met him, and anyone, I would not,
Stacey, to figure it out, and you will.
I would never jump into a relationship again. I said, if I could not be myself and exactly not have to change anything that I'm doing in my life in this moment, because the things that we're doing were important to me. I'm not going to quit talking to people because somebody comes into my life. That's not fair. No, I'm not going to take people out of it because somebody wants me to take people out of it. This is me. You fall in love with me and who I am, and if you do not, then I'm out. because I've already found where my recovery is, right, of 10 years, what I need to be like, what I need to do, my focus and all that. If that gets sidetracked, I'm sidetracked and I lose myself. And I'm not allowing anyone to take me out of that again. So relationship or not, how much you love someone will not matter in that moment. I put myself first. So I'm okay with it. And I'm not changing it. They're going to have to accept some things. And I know it sounds harsh, but I've been through a relationship of 15 years and letting that shit go. I've realized what I want and what I don't want in a relationship. Or I can be single. I'm fine with being single too. You know what I mean? I can do it on my own, and I'm happy still.
Yeah,
So for
I'm
me,
okay with
I'm
doing
okay.
that. Yeah. So Stacy first, and if you can't accept that, get the F out of my face. Get out of my
And it
face.
doesn't it sound horrible and selfish? But if I can't be
No,
perfect for myself right now and whole, and I'm not mess at me, then there's no way I can be there for him even. You
dude,
know,
I've
I got to
dated
make sure
girls
I'm okay.
before who have like given me like some whatever you call that, and I've been like, yo, I could easily just get you out of this situation. You don't have to be coming over here anymore. Like, yeah, I get it for sure. Yep.
Can't date somebody who's very jealous either. That happens a lot in this world.
That's
People are
another
jealous
problem.
of everything. So what
Jealousy
somebody
is a
has, their car, or
huge.
whatever, you know?
It's a huge problem. Jealousy. Yep. Actually, that's what that's what's ruined a lot of my relationships throughout the years. Just jealousy. Literally jealousy. Like people just, or I don't even know if jealousy is the right word. I'm sure it's related, but just people interested in other people. It's a reoccurring thing, and I see it in almost every relationship. People are just first. Everyone just wants to be with everyone. It's weird. It's like some wild. It's like the wild, wild west.
Oh, it absolutely is. You know, I was having this conversation with Spin, no joke, the other day. It was yesterday before. He goes, why in America is it so like just game on? People are just all over you, flirting with you, doing this, and you're your best friend. And are men just like this Hollywood freaking movie? So I'm like, yep, sex, drugs, rock and roll, honey. That's how it was raised here. They have sex in their mind. They have music on their mind, and they have something of gain, right? What am I gaining out of this? And for some reason, they feel like they just go with anyone and everyone. He goes, well, that must be because the lower class somewhere you're at. I said, oh, okay. You want to go there? Let's go up to middle class if that even exists anymore. It's not done so in your face. It's probably more subtle. But do you think those relationships are solid? Absolutely not. I know many, many people that are being cheated on or going through their own shit, but it's being done differently, but it's still happening. So our society is looking for some kind of happiness in the wrong places, and they're filling it with sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Instead of finding that it's deep within and you're looking for something else. You're not finding it. So that's the issue, I think, majority.
Dude, good analogy, actually. I hadn't actually thought about sex, drugs, and rock and roll in like a good few months. I've known about it my whole life, but like I hadn't really considered that seriously in recent times. You're damn right. People get caught up in things and then they just don't know what the hell else to do. Wow. I almost don't even know how to respond to that, to be perfectly honest.
No, it's just sad. It's how we are raised. It's almost our foundation,
And,
you know,
and your
and our
friend,
grandparents too.
and your friend said, when you think about your friends and excuse me, and past relationships and everything, you start to wonder how much of that had to do with drugs and rock and roll wouldn't be that. Drugs, rock and roll. What how's that go again?
Sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
And rock and roll. Yeah, sex, drugs, rock. Yeah. Then it makes you wonder how much has to do with the S1 or the D1 or the M1 or I guess the R1. I meant music.
This is why Hollywood was used the way they were used, and Beatlemania and all that was put in by design, and the timing, again, that it was for exactly that. And to make us all, as human beings, think that's the way of life. That's been the way of life. No, that was pushed upon us again. But we've adapted it. And we also look back at us like we're animalistic. Not only wrong, we are a little bit animalistic, guys. And when you get into that moment with someone, good on you. That's your own little moment. We don't need to talk about it. I want to address it. But I'm just saying, we push it onto the world. This hip hop lifestyle has made our homes destroyed. Sex is like literally just nothing now. You can give it away to anyone. It has no value. You as a human being really don't have any value in that case because people don't care a crap about their body. How many times are you going to give it away or shake your ass out here, people? So that's the point. There's no respect for one another anymore. Not real respect. It's more about getting your next fix, and then I mean next fix whether it's drugs or sex or whatever you're looking for. But that's majority of society out here. But that's escapism as well because they're so freaking tired of life that's happiness, right? It brings serotonin and other things to your brain. Sex does all those things, right? So you're bringing happiness in a moment that you're not happy. That's why people are always wanting sex or wanting these drugs or wanting music, wanting something to escape. It's escapism, really. It always goes down to that.
Interesting theory. Escapism. That's so incredible. I want to say this to Stacey. I have an internet friend that I've known for quite a while now, like well over a decade, and he says he stopped listening to music. I'm like, how is that possible? And I'm like, I have to listen to music basically at this point, and I'm starting to wonder, like,
Me too.
do I have to?
No, you don't. That's a choice. I think there is something for everyone in music. I don't know. It's always been a cure for me. Even when I work with autistic children, there is always a cure. I feel like in some type of music for everyone. Frequencies depends on all that stuff for a child, though, what they need. Because if they're having problems with light and sounds, you have to find the right music. But there's always something for them.
Yeah.
And there is cures and frequency. So I believe that, yes, you should want music in your life, but it has to be the right type for you. And it's going to bring your mind and your heart and your soul to a good place. Because let me tell you, music can also take you to a dark one. It can be as well. It's all our brain and how it works. So be careful what you put in there.
Yeah, and you said frequency and everything. Yeah, like I listen to music all day long, and it's I in my opinion, it's like a healthy music that I listen to. But you're totally right about that. I don't understand though how people. So what are we talking about? Because I want to go back to what you were talking about earlier about the S word and the D word. Well, sexism and drugs, basically.
Which in reality is escapism, I think, from this place. Because everybody knows that something's wrong. As a child, people, I've talked to so many, start feeling anxiety. Then they start getting diagnosed with ADHD and all these different things through the medical system. In reality, it's as a child, you start realizing this isn't right. I'm uncomfortable in this place. And then you click up. Then you go to school and you start finding your foundation of life, well, it's supposed to be. You get bullied, you get picked on, and they say, oh, dust it off. That's the way it's supposed to be. So this reality that we've created, I think, is nonsense. And we know it from a child, right? Because the innocence starts going away. And then you start escaping, trying to find the things that make you happy in this place to keep going. And for a lot of people, it's sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And that's the answer because they've created that as your alternative for the escapism. They gave it to you. Here you go, guys. Focus on that. And instead of really focusing on the very important things in life, like the intellectual conversations that we have here, the stuff that's going on in the world, they'd rather throw that sex and drugs and rock and roll for you to focus on than to really focus on the things at hand. So like I said, it's all perfectly done like a puzzle piece by design. Everything in history, the lies are done perfectly, tactically against us. We got to be smart.
Right. And they found out, like you said, tactically figured out a way to mess up our minds somehow, whether it be through like a Nintendo or a television or the internet or something along those lines.
Because people get bored. Their brains need attention. They need something to do. So they gave them something to do, but the wrong things to do, right? If we can get everybody to stop worrying about sex, drugs, and all this crap that's going on, the escapism part, and start talking to one another about our problems, right? Why do you feel the way you feel? Oh, you have the same issues that I have, addiction or whatever they're going through. Talk to one another. They'd be surprised that the feelings would start getting better. The escapism starts becoming, oh, I'm not really escaping. I'm dealing with the issues at hand, and I'm feeling better about it. I'm actually finding my escapism by literally going into it And that's what we do here.
Well,
We're saying, oh
I'd
no, we ain't
say,
escaping this shit. Let's talk about it. Go ahead, Annie.
I'd say, Stacey, the best way to reinvent yourself, if you wanted to reinvent yourself and have like a totally new perspective on life and everything, the only thing that won't change is that the earth is flat, right? But like you go to another culture and you stay in another culture and you learn their language and you sort of blend into society with their customs, and you will know that if you're living in a country that speaks another language, an opposite type of country. So, like for America, you'd probably want to go to somewhere, maybe in Asia or Africa, somewhere like that,
Canada.
where they don't speak your language at all, a totally different custom. And like in China, their entertainment is not to take drugs and go out and rock and roll. Their idea of entertainment is go out with some friends and have some roadside, have those really low tables with tiny little stools, and you can order food from like a roadside barbecue and just sit down and drink some beers, like in public, some big beers just on the side of the road, and chewing on some kebabs, that and talking with your friends. That's their ideal. That's the favorite thing to do in China, is to just get together with friends, have some food, drink a lot of beer, talk some shit, and maybe talk a bit of business as well. And they do it at 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. Restaurants are all open, on the side of the road. You just walk out of your apartment, you go down to the road, and it's just bustling all the time. That's their idea of ultimate entertainment.
This is also why I think, and I completely agree with you, that America is literally an experiment ground, like over here. Literally, they push rock and roll and all this stuff in the Hollywood aspects so that the people over there overseas too would also adapt that, some of them. And they did, and they still do. Trust me, when I was in the United Kingdom, especially Londoners, oh my God, you London people, guys are all focused on Hollywood. And I could not believe it. It's like, wow. But that wasn't just for America, but it seemed like it was definitely pushed upon here, see what happened, and then let's go. It seems a lot of it is here. So I'd love to literally just leave, go to another place, like you said, where I can't even understand what somebody's saying. And I have to get to know it and understand it to a different route. And we create a different foundation. Yeah, I want to start over again. All the shit I've been told, let me figure it out on my own now.
Well, that's the secret there, right there. I'll tell you what the secret is to reinvent yourself, and you'll end up having it like manifest in your life for sure, because it's just how it works. If you learn a language, a foreign language, you're going to be yearning so much to go to that place so you can, practice this language, this new culture and language you've just spent like a long time learning about, and you'll just have to end up going there inevitably if you spend the time to learn their language.
Yep.
Which language would you learn?
I appreciate that,
Because
actually. To me, I want to learn German because it's part of my inheritance. I want to go to Germany eventually, and I want to see what it's like, hands-on. Um, but no, I've already been thinking about that a lot. I think that's the one thing they didn't do for us in school here in America, especially, is we should learn a lot of languages. That should have been key for education, for communicating with everybody. So if I could do everything over, it would be more learning languages. Forget everything I was actually taught. I want to know that. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for that. I just, by you telling me that and kind of going over this with me, just pushes another little, hey, Stacey, you should be doing that. Because I do have spare time. Like, even when we come on here and we talk about the same things a lot over and over,
Hey,
I could be learning a new language.
Stacy. Hey, Stacy.
Well, I know a guy that travels on a super yacht with these really rich Italians, and he speaks English, and his only thing he has to do is talk English to them all day long. That's his job.
All I have to do is speak English to these English folk, and I get paid at the end of the day.
Yeah, he got to live on a super yacht. That's what he does, and he speaks English to them so they can practice their English. That's his job. Oh, and he cooks as well. He's a chef as well. But he just mostly just, talks all day long and gets to have the weekends off. And, he doesn't have to do any cleaning or anything like that. He just talks English to these. And he just travels around the world on a super yacht. You know what the life that is on a super yacht? You know
That's
how many
pretty,
places?
The
that's
best
pretty
food, the best
amazing.
everything
Oh,
you're getting on that yacht too. I know.
yeah, and you're traveling to all these islands and this like luxury accommodations, like the best
Oh,
life,
he
and all you
loves
have to
it.
do is
Yeah, he
speak
loves it.
your
Loves it.
native English.
He talks
Yeah,
gibberish sometimes just for job purity. Mention something real
because
quick, man. I ain't trying to whole topic, but this has to do with like the Earth. It's been bugging me. Because I was thinking about this. Okay, so real quick, if y'all just totally don't want to answer this, it's not a gotcha question, but I can shut up. But it has to do with like the sun. If I'm
Shut
and the
up.
stars. I don't know if he's serious, but it really ain't
Oh,
that important. Look, if I'm near the North Pole, let's say 5 degrees from the North Pole, and I'm looking at the sun, and it's getting to where it's about to go dark for however many months. Who cares? But on the last day, it's gonna just pop up above the horizon, just barely, and then go right back down. Right. So we know that the sun, wherever it's at in the ecliptic, it's for one day, it's doing basically what the stars at that latitude are doing. So it's going to trace a path along the stars, and the moon's the same way. So if the sun is at the equator or approaching the equator, about to jump right over the equator, and it just barely comes up for maybe 20 minutes and then goes right back down. It's basically doing a smaller circle every day. So that has me thinking like these 3D star trails shit we're seeing with cameras and shit. It's kind of misleading because that would mean we would see like a circle looking south from the North Pole too. And it's I mean you see what I'm getting at? If it go if right before it goes dark, its last day it does that tiny little like up and down. Basically, it doesn't traverse the whole horizon. It just comes up for maybe half an hour and then goes right back down. It's just a tiny little half circle or whatever you want
I'm
to.
curious about what you're speaking about right now. Also, just so you
Yeah. All right. Anybody, if anybody wants to think on that and respond in a little bit or whatever, I'll sit back and let y'all
yeah,
carry on.
I'd say it's because like the Earth, they say the Earth is spinning, right? So you've got that one vector of the sun going towards the horizon on the on the ecliptic, on the equator, and but they fail to. I mean, the whole thing is that the sun is also we're moving around the sun as well, right? And so that's why you would see the sun go down and then up again,
Here's the
because
problem.
there's two motions involved. That's what they say.
So if you go to like Stellarium, it is ate up with perspective, especially when you get near the poles. It's like even worse. It's like, or maybe it's just me, but the sun does do that. I just checked it before I asked the question, and it did show the sun just come up and go right back down, like around mid October, from like 85 north, and but the stars are not doing that. Now that can't happen. Okay, anywhere you're looking at the I mean, I didn't think it could happen because I know that whatever latitude the sun is at, the way we measure it, it'll measure just like a star on that latitude, basically, for as far as declination. It's going to stay on that latitude for at least that day, and whatever star is on that latitude. So if the sun's at the equator, and let's just say one of the stars from Orion's belt is also right at the equator, which they're a little bit off, but let's say one of them's right at the equator, and the sun is also right at the equator, they're going to trace the same path for that 24 hours, and the sun will just deviate a little bit the next day. But for one day's pass, so then let's say a month later, it's going to be a little further south. And so whatever latitude it's at, whatever star it lines up with that day, it'll trace the path, and the stars will trace the same path later that night, basically is what I'm saying. In other words, the stars follow the sun and the moon one day at a time. Obviously the sun and the moon move, but wherever they're at for that given day, they trace the same path. So they do the smiley face and the frown and the straight face, but that's not like on camera. So how can they have the sun all of a sudden disobeying this rule? You know, because like I said, the cell nav and everything's based on declination of a latitude and shit. And all of a sudden, you got the sun popping up doing a little arc, but the stars ain't doing that. That's food for thought. I might not have did a good job explaining, but maybe I planted a seed for somebody to think about. I don't know. It just doesn't add up to me.
Well,
You know what's trippy?
do you think
Oh,
it's possible
sorry.
then, do you think it's possible then, Brian, that maybe the sun is stationary and all the stars are stationary and it is a flat Earth, but we are revolving like one of those playground, what are they called?
A roundabout.
Yeah, so imagine it's a disc and it's revolving, and everything in the sky that we see is actually all stationary.
That's funny to think about, but because I've been fighting for stationary so long, but when Dell brought it up, I did think about it, and I've come to the conclusion that if for some crazy reason that happens to be the case, it wouldn't be a spinning motion. It would be like a. I mean, it could spin, I guess, but that's not the main motion. It's like a going kind of up and around in a lateral circle, like kind of like a. But I don't know, man. It doesn't sit right with me, man. But I don't know, man. I try to be honest and consider everything. I mean,
You know
it's
what?
hard to argue against. Even though I don't like it in my head, it is hard to argue against. I will
Well,
admit
yeah,
that.
I mean, I know the reason that I don't like it is because, yeah, I'm with you. I don't like it because just due to the pure like mechanics of it, like how it would, what the mechanism of how it would work for this, the weight of everything on Earth that we can measure being able to like spin and revolve on an axis of something compared to it being still and stable and solid and flat and not fucking moving. And
Yeah.
these things that we don't know what the fuck they are up in the sky, that's more logical that they're moving because they could be fucking anything.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, man. Like for 6 years or however, maybe going on 7. I don't even lost count. But like my mind is just basically kind of molded to the reality that I experience, you know, and I don't really experience movement and let you know. But then again, dude, you could even argue that, dude. I gotta slow my roll a little bit because if I say I don't experience it, wait a minute. If you're saying that's what causes weight, then one could say that I do experience it. But anyway, but my personal experience is that I'm stationary, and like I said, I've been arguing for that for so long.
Well,
But
we
not on the
already know.
I ain't on the cross for it. You know, still willing to
I mean,
consider any argument.
we have evidence already, Brian, that things are heavy, right? And we know that it takes force to lift things that are heavy. We know that through all sorts of experiments and experience, right? So logically speaking, the weight of this place that we're on, this Earth, what would be the mechanism to be able to lift and move this entire mass? So it's only logical with your experience that it is how it is, and the
Right.
sky is moving, right?
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm hearing you. But yeah. Dude, nature's funny, man. Nature's a funny thing, dude. I don't think, man. It's like every single thing I've done, just about, not everything, but almost. You know, when you're trying to demonstrate something, there's always hole. Like there's some little hole in every single thing. For any model, it seems like, man, you could find a different possibility that it could be this or that. And yeah, that's a bit. You know, for that, it's a hard to argue against when you're right in the thick of it. If you are going to get somebody who knows, but still, it doesn't. I mean, it's hard to argue against what you just said too. It's just reality, you know. It's reality, and but I'm gonna go with what I experienced, man. I'm gonna go with that, man. But I was trying to when he brought that up, and he brought up the non-acceleration, because I was thinking, dude, there's no way we accelerate and we be doing the speed of light and freaking like 2 days or something. But when he brought up the non-acceleration, I was thinking, no, that can't work, because if you take off in a car, then you as soon as you stop accelerating, you're not pinned to the back of the seat, right? But then I got to thinking, wait a minute. That's because you were already feeling it downward. Like, what if we went a constant speed, like in jet or something? We're gonna be pushed back, So I was like, my brain was just fighting with my own self, dude, to keep open mind and consider it, dude. I get on my own nerves sometimes, bro.
Hey, Brian, quick
But
question. Wouldn't
Because
Star
you're at the
Trails...
initial reference point, right? There's an inertial frame of reference, which is you in the car. So when you're decelerating, you're slowing down, and you don't have that push against the back of the seat from when you're going forwards. You're actually at a point where you're at rest. Your body's at rest. So effectively, you are moving in the car, but when you have the equilibrium between going forwards and slowing down, if you get just the right speed, it's kind of like when they're in those airplanes that do, the gravity, non-gravity flight, and they find that equilibrium. They're actually from that inertial reference frame, not moving.
this is what I come up with in my own mind, and I know the other dude wants to say something, but I want to just get this off my chest. What I come up with in my own mind is the way that the ISS orbit, when they show that over a plane, it looks like it's doing a loop, like kind of east to west, maybe a little bit at an angle, because the angle changes a little bit every day, and it makes it look like the flat Earth is kind of spinning. But I picture it like that, like it's doing a east to west, a west to east, just circle of the same speed, like a big ass circle. But we would be able to measure this, dude. This wouldn't be even expensive. Like, if we wanted to, we could measure it. I don't think if anybody wanted to talk about it, I would bring it up, with more people in the room. But people like to shut the conversation down. But I like topics like that, man. I like to consider,
what? A lot
even
of people,
when Chemo
I agree.
brought up, yeah, but I
I
don't
agree
really
with
like
you.
I'm trying to get in on this,
I think
please. Brian, my
you would
question to
think
you on this, ET, give me a second.
would-
Brian, my question to you on this is,
just like you said,
doesn't
there
Star
you go.
Trail observation, the pictures of star trails and the way they move, basically show that the ground is stationary? What the camera is mounted to is stationary, and that the sky is in fact moving?
Man, I promise you that, dude. I'm not like trying to convince you of anything. I'm just like brainstorming and shit, and really kind of trying to shut it down. But also, if you're gonna try and prove something, you're gonna prove it or shut it down. I'm going with, if I'm debating anybody, I'm going with my senses, man. Like he just described and shit. But it's still a cool conversation to me. It really is.
Yeah. I mean, please don't misunderstand my point of trying to bring up that observation. I'm just merely bringing, if we're spitballing, right? It's one of those things that once you see it, you can't unsee it, and we know that Star Trail photography basically show a stationary mount for the camera, and that the sky is in fact moving.
Good point, man. That is a pretty good point. But so I'm gonna say this though: if I'm gonna be totally non-biased, and I'm gonna start from scratch. Not everything I know, but let's say if I'm gonna start just being born or some shit, being born a genius. No, I'm just kidding. But so I'm gonna say, okay, so either the ground's moving or the sky. Would I even think though? Would I even think that the possibility that I'm moving if I don't feel motion? I don't even think that would even cross my mind if I started from scratch. So yeah, it's a tough one, man.
For me, the bigger question is, and I talked about this with my best friend, my family and stuff, if we're hurtling through space and we are still using the same stars to navigate for how many damn years, and we have sundials and everything, but we're hurtling through space at unbelievable damn speeds, how long is it going to take before we're not using these stars anymore for navigation? Are you kidding me? Come on.
I've ruled that out
You know?
for sure. For sure, I've ruled that out 100%. If it was in my mind, the way I was trying to model it in my head, the only thing I could even kind of
Yeah.
come up with, and I couldn't even get it to work, to be perfectly honest, but I got it to work a little bit. Like if you just stayed at the equator, like I said, just doing a big circle, and basically it doesn't work, man. That's just what I was picturing in my head, like the stars being far away, not like gajillions of miles, but pretty far. The sun and the moon being a little bit closer and kind of moving with you, but still doing their own motion. So yeah, no matter what, you still wind up with them moving. It turns into a fucking mess, to be honest. Excuse my language. But it is like
Yeah, but how
like I
far
said,
are the stars, Brian? Because all of the footage I've seen from amateurs firing, cameras up into space, the stars just disappear.
yeah, they don't like to talk about that one, man. With islands. Out said right not long after they got back, they all said they didn't see any stars, and they said it twice. And he said, "I don't remember seeing any stars when we were observing this corona or in cislunar space." That ballers like to try and say, no, he was talking about when he was looking at the. No, he specifies like in Sicilin and defines Sicilin, the area between Earth and the moon. And Colin said he don't remember seeing any, and he never went to the moon, so he would have had to have seen stars. And then if you're just sitting in a craft for 3 days or even one day, waiting on your buddies to play golf and drive around and then launch back up to you, what are you going to do? You're going to go crazy, but you're just going to look at the stars. That's all you have to do is look out the damn window and maybe see them, or maybe see some dust that they kick up
Exactly.
down there.
How would you forget if you saw stars or not? It's like, oh, I don't know. Did you see stars? Did you see
Yeah.
We
stars? I
had
can't
this
remember.
discussion on Jim Panda server like a year and a half ago or so, and Kosha and them were defending that if it was true and you were in space, that in reality, if that is the case and the model's real, right, that you would not be able to see stars in this vacuum. That's what they're saying to me, and it was told to me that it's impossible. You would not be able to see it.
That's awesome. You got a honest response. Like
Yeah.
at least they're dealing with the points we bring up. I never get
Mhm.
that. Like I would be
Really?
tickled to death. I'd be tickled to death. All I get is donkey. I get a donkey. Whoever I'm talking to turns into a donkey, and they won't answer shit, dude.
You know what it is, Brian?
fair,
It's a
fair.
female voice.
Discussion.
It's a female talking to them from a perspective of putting accountability on their asses. And for some reason, men tend to, bow down a little bit when it comes to that. And they'll actually open up. And I'll say, well, listen, I'm just asking a question, please, And then they're not here to attack. So I think we need more females on panels and stuff, even if they don't have the full information. But asking the questions to these guys, yeah.
I remember
Stacy,
you.
that's called simping, right? When the male
Isn't it though?
simps for the female just to say, hey, let me hear and listen to what you're saying, which is, again,
It is.
keeping people intellectually honest, which is not a bad thing to do at all.
Right.
The thing that I find interesting with the observation, hold on, Brian, with the observation of stars, is that we almost seem to be able to perceive these stars from here on planet, quote, planet Earth, the plateau of Earth, which we need, if you will, for celestial observations. Now, it's interesting that when we gain altitude, we go higher up, we no longer have the same relationship with those stars, i.e., we can't even perceive them, depending on the height, which is interesting to say that we need the stars for being here on the plane so we can navigate. At least my thought, anyways.
Yeah. I'll say this. Look, because when I was thinking about it, I was thinking about being at the equator, just like doing a forward circle, like over a day, a big ass circle. And I was wondering just how fast would you have to be going. But then once I moved, it kind of messed it all up. But if I just stayed right there at the equator, But I'll say this though. Like, here's the thing. It got me thinking. Like, why didn't they turn the interferometer on its side? Why did they never try that? And I swear, later that day or later that night, somebody showed. I think it might have been Alan. Shout out to Alan Space Audits, but I think it might have been him or somebody else talking about it and showed where they actually did do that, and it did something to. I forgot what the results were, but it backed up. It didn't back up heliocentrism. I do remember that, but I want to go back and look at them results, because that, to me, that would automatically shut it down. And despite all the other obvious shit, but I feel like if we're going to be honest, we got to legitimately shut it down. You know, with before I go have a conversation with like Dell or anything, because I don't mind answering questions. Like if he shows me something, like when they answered Stacy, like this is what the do. They won't be like, well, yeah, if he didn't see the stars, then maybe we don't see him up there. You know, we wouldn't see him in our model. You know, that would be an honest question. If I'm discussing something with somebody, I don't mind doing that. I don't mind putting myself in their shoes and saying, okay, well, if this, then maybe that. You know, they don't. I don't get a lot of that. But Stacy's been around for a long time, man, and it seemed like she was kind of on the fence. But I just remember her like she wasn't. She would, whoever was being nasty, she would attack them and defend whoever. She would attack whoever was being the jerk on either side. It seemed like way back in the day. Was you on the fence?
I'm never on his panel anymore, but I guess I got my Discord channel taken from me when I was in England, and I was over there doing the whole jab talk and everything. When you're over there, it's really quite police state, so my Discord channel was taken very quickly. So I had to make a new one. So I lost my server, lost it all, and I kind of quit Discord for a while because of it. It's like, I'm done with this crap. But I don't have Nathan's Discord channel or anything anymore. I used to pop on over there. He did a video for me one time about sisterhood out here, you know, talking it too, because I was holding their feet to the fire. I don't want to hear your freaking nonsense anymore. Talk to me. And they were literally just jibber jabber. They just all jibber jabber, you know? So yeah, I would love to come back again. It's been a while since I've been really diving myself in the research of this. But I think it doesn't take much to understand at least the basics of this. And if you could talk to a child about it and gas pressure and seeing too far for the stupid model and all this stuff, that's the basics. And that's the understanding of where it lies. But it's holding people to the fire of their claims is what matters. Yeah,
exactly. I hate when flat earthers go donkey. Like I'll say like there are a lot of flat earthers that go donkey. And won't like I hate when they say no, there's no way this, no way that. Like, but if you say okay, that won't work because of this, fine, you know. But I hate it when flat earthers get mule mode, man. I might have done that a long time ago. Or if I'm like in a heated debate, I may every now and then do that. But I try to be open, man, and be honest, man. Like, and not just nope. And not even consider something that makes for a boring, aggravating conversation. You know, like even when Chemo brought up the fact that like there's no pressure here, like I entertain that. You know, ultimately I'm going to go with what the facts say. But you know, as far as ambient pressure around us, why wouldn't you call it zero? You got to make a vacuum to show there's pressure. You know, but anyway, you know, I'm going to go with what the evidence shows and everything. But I remember Oakley and them kind of shut that down because it went against one of their they wouldn't even entertain it. But they would just start yelling at him and going off on him, dude. That's when it all started, man, with Quantum Eraser. And I was
But
like,
yo,
man.
Brian, I find that observation interesting to state that there's no pressure where we are, where we observe it, because like the air's always there, right? We wave our hands around, we feel it, we breathe it. We can take an empty. Hold on, bro, dude. Let me just go for a minute here, right?
I'm sorry.
Like you can take. It's okay, dude. You can take a glass, go to the sea level to the beach side. You can take a barometer. You can measure that there is actually a pressure observed, and then you can displace that medium that you think is there with water. Pour that into the glass and watch the glass fill up the water. So to state that there's no pressure available, like we never have to search for air to breathe unless we go up in altitude. Now I'm done. Please go ahead, Brian.
I'll grant you that, and I'm not even like I'm still on like I said, I'm just willing to entertain it as being like, yeah, there's air, but is there like pressure? Like there's obviously not weight unless you trap it and contain it, and you obviously can't pressurize something unless you trap it and contain it. If it's just ambient, anyway, he brought up some interesting arguments and shit. I'm not saying that's my belief or anything, but yeah, there's obviously air, but the question is what do you want to define as zero? So if you want to create a vacuum and watch something collapse and say, look, see, there was pressure the whole time. Well, that does make sense. It is hard to argue, but it's cool to be able to talk about shit and not be freaking just demolished and fucking disrespected and all that like they did chemo. That like I said, that's when it all first started, when they jumped down Dallas and chemo shit. When he brought a couple interesting conversations, man. He showed them balloons when you put them in liquid nitrogen going completely flat.
And that's the thing that really gets me, right? Is like when I remember when I came on into the quote Discord scene, the flat Earth server, or flat Earth servers, like a year and change ago, is like my strict appeal to what it actually is, nature in its absolute natural state. How are we observing it? What does it do? Without any kinds of appeals to anybody trying to tell me what it actually is. No Einstein, none of this stuff. Right. And now I'm at a place where I still understand it to be just as we see it, without any influences, appeals to authority, things of that nature, to try to understand what's happening. Because I know for a fact that it's a closed system. And when there's a closed system, we always seem to have the availability of light if we're outside, depending on what kind of igniter is in the sky, sun or the moon. We have the principle of gas that we're able to observe the medium, how it works, and different densities of mediums, condensed and uncondensed versions, right? But that aspect of like air, medium, because air is a medium, it always seems to be there and be available for us when we're hanging out on the plane itself.
Yeah, I agree. That is a tough one to argue, and but that's cool, dude. Discussing shit, dude. Ain't that what we do,
How it's contained, I can't go down that path. I can never tell you exactly how we're contained, and people are trying to find the answer, and good for them, right? Trying to find it. But until we have some kind of proof of what this containment is, I don't like people making claims, because it's exactly what we said we would never do from the get-go. Like, Brian, we said this. I've been here for years. You've been here too. We, in the very beginning, we shut that shit down. That's why Nathan does it too. God bless him. Because we're not going to accept, when we're talking about situations, intellectual conversations, if somebody's going to make a claim, you better back that shit up with proof or some kind of experiment, something. They don't have it. This is the problem. And a lot of people like Witsit and others, I'm not trying to put people down, come in and they start making almost basically claims. And that's where things are going to fall very short with a lot of us in this community.
His claims is based on a convention. He's not claiming proof of it. He's based on, we dug
and
deep. We went back to, hold on real quick. We went back to QE's presentations, back to the beginning, and showed where he lied like over and over and over, and said that experiments, that it was experimentally shown with the photoelectric effect and the Compton scattering, which were both Einstein, that light is proven to be a particle. Well, we went back and I addressed him directly, and he admitted that they're not experiments. They don't fall under his scrutiny. But he, in his presentation over and over for 3 years, he said that they were. So the argument is because if light is behaving as a wave, then there must be a medium, and so it's just a convention, though, and it's an interesting conversation because it does shut down the globe. If we were able to somehow demonstrate ether, like I always keep an open mind to be wrong, but I know this: the Globers are dead against it because it kills special relativity, and then it just the globe crumbles like a house of cards. All that photon particle shit, that's Einstein horse shit, in my opinion. And I'm still waiting on a retraction from QE. Like, these ain't little white lies or fucking, dude, this is what you taught me. And I give him credit for what he taught me, like how to shut the Globers down from bringing in bullshit pseudoscience. I did appreciate that. And he taught me a lot,
Into QE.
But he fucking
is he around?
Lied. He over and over, man.
Is QE still around? Like, I remember him being on Nathan's show all the time. He's around.
He's around.
Okay.
Yeah, but he just
is he not on Nathan's show anymore?
He banned me from commenting the other day.
Oh.
I was friends with him, and I could send him messages every now and then. And so when I went on his show, when I started talking about the Michelson-Morley, he's like, what's the hypothesis? Then he started talking about light and particle, and he brought up photoelectric effect, which is what was in his presentation. I said, what's the hypothesis? And he had to admit right then and there, it's not an experiment, So that's when I went back and looked, and I was like, dude, this dude, he could easily retract it and be like, yeah, I was wrong, and just change his presentations and say, but he made his claim over and over, and this is how I learned. And it's like, dude, I thought it was experimentally proven that light was a particle. I thought they shut it down, but no, it's not. It's not. It's a convention. So it's still up for.
Stacy, let me just say the only reason that the claim of containment from where I sit in my aspect is just because of we don't observe like any undulation of pressure. Clouds seem to do their own thing in a very solid manner. So the aspect of like a medium, like if it were in fact an open system, there would, I mean, at least from my perspective, I would believe there to be an undulation, a change of pressure, not a consistency that we observe.
With you, there has to be containment. We have gas pressure here. I do that with the kids, my nieces, and I blew my niece's mind at literally 10 years old. I was in the store. She was messing with a little globe thing that you squeeze, right, and stuff. And I was like, well, honey, I don't know about that. She's like, what? I said, because I don't believe that we're spinning into space. She's like, huh? And I was like, do you know about gas pressure, like a tire? And she just like, excuse me. Her brain exploded right in front of me. And all she's done since then is dive into, honestly, even NASA's sites and what they're saying on there. She's like, do you see what they say, how they contradict themselves over and over and double speak? And I was like, I love this girl, because all it takes is simple things, and it takes about two. And that's it. And then they can go down that path of light and what the containment is or all that. That's skeptical. You're going to try to figure some of that shit out, but you're never maybe going to come to the conclusion, and I'm okay with that. But we already have the basics that prove exactly what we're standing on. Now, it may not be the measurements and all that. I can't give it to you, but it sure in the hell is not what they tell us, and we can't be spinning through space. And I shouldn't be able to see Chicago, I'm sorry, in Michigan. I should not be able to see the Isle of Wight like I have with my own damn eyes 25 miles away. And those are the basics that we have to stick to, because this refraction, this light, this all this other stuff that we're talking about, it's never going to reach the people on the street because their minds are not there. And it took us years to get here, and I'm still learning. So the basics we already have, and that's what we got to stay to. No, God bless you with it and all the stuff that you do. But when you go out there speaking all these terms, no one understands you on these streets, not a single soul. We got to get back to the basics. I know that I could see too far was kind of being like, oh, but I said, for your globe model, it doesn't work. And that will already shake people if you can just get them to see it. And then you got on those passages. We got to start at the basics with these people listening. And I do love that Nathan does that. He's the only one that would call people out in their shit. I'm not about calling people out, but it needs to be addressed.
I'll give him this. Like when you look into this, you understand it. It takes a minute, but it's pretty solid. It's a solid convention, man. But the thing that bothered me is the way he fucking went off on him, and he's not even calling out. He's seen my video where I showed where he showed that light's a particle, scientifically proven by Compton scattering and electric. Magnet or the photoelectric effect, and then he admits that it wasn't experiments. So dude, that's all they tell me when I go there or anybody goes there. Like, yeah, it's science. Like, hold on, I thought flat Earth wasn't a science topic. The nature of Earth is pseudo. If you're gonna look up into space or whatever, I thought it was pseudoscience. All this shit. So why are we talking about science if it's not a scientific topic? Are you going to have debates?
Great much science.
Talk about science. I hate the contradictions, but I'll say this: it is, when you look into it, it's they both have a convention, and I could see it working both ways. But I will say this: the way that Nathan and QE are looking at it is just Einstein bullshit to me in a way. But I could make the same argument for against Austin. Like it seems like Einstein dipped his feet in two bathtubs. But I will say this: when you understand it, it does totally kill the globe. If the ether was proven, if there is a background medium of energy just everywhere, that kills the globe. That kills special relativity, and then it crumbles like a house.
But we have to have that to show them, because we talk about science, right, and pseudoscience and experiments and all that natural world. So when Witsit comes in here and others, it's not just Witsit, but other people with this is what our reality is. And guys, wake up. It's all this, all that. I need to see the actual experiments, or all you're doing is going to a book again. And the books don't fucking matter. Excuse my language, because the books will tell you other things too. I'm not going by a book.
Yeah, you're right about that too. But that's what we're asking for. We're asking to show us science that light's a particle. If you're asking us, well, I don't want to say us, but I kind of will say us. But most of the people in here are on that's team, to be honest with you. But still, I could still go either way. If you could show me science and they're going off talking about what light is. It's a photon. It's a particle. But there's no experiments, like I said, so don't question me when you're going to, out the other side of your mouth, tell me it's a particle and teach me all that bullshit, lie through your fucking teeth for 3 years over and over and over. And then when I ask for clarity, you want to explain this? So, because if he's honest, if he's an honest man, he's going to have to look. He literally wrote it down, Stacy. In his experiments, he said it over and over and over. And then he wrote it down and he brings it up. He brought it up the other day. And in the same sentence, he said the photoelectric is the experiment. And he said, well, it's not an experiment. It's a demonstration. And then 10 seconds later, in the same paragraph, he called it an experiment again. Like it's almost like he's doing it just to egg me on.
Kind of shit that QE used to literally call everybody on their crap like he was the king. No offense, QE, God bless you too, but the king of freaking flat Earth coming in here and you have amazing information. But the thing is, if somebody said experiment and it wasn't an experiment, he would call you out in 2 seconds. Okay.
Right.
So if he's going to do the same, no offense, people need to call his ass out too. The truth does matter. It's not about, I don't want to call people out, but it's the fact of if somebody's saying something that's nonsense, just like we said on the other side, I'm sorry, I don't care what side, there shouldn't be sides. It should be the information. And it's incorrect. And then you address it. I don't care who you are. Content creator or not, that shit needs to be shut down.
If I'm gonna be honest, is right when that came in at first, it was good with shutting the Globers down with the science shit. But when they started making claims with the particles and all this Einstein shit, and then Nathan fell under it, and I believed it for 3 years. Like I said, 4 years. I thought it was scientifically proven. I thought experiments proved it, and I had to readjust my mind to be like, holy shit. It wasn't scientifically proven. Why'd you tell me this shit, dude? But I think Nathan's under the same spell. And what pisses me off is I know QE ain't gonna fess up or address it. But some of the other guys on the panel, like, look, y'all see my videos.
I think he would. If I call him out for it, he would. Because he wanted to call me over, right, and use me. He used me to call out Kosho, right, and get him over for his debates and everything. And I was used as a little pawn along these people along the way because my relationships that I built with others, right, with Globeside too. Yeah. Well, then freaking, you know what? I call you out, QE. If this is happening and this needs to be addressed, I'm going to call you out and say that you need to address this. So I'm sure he will find this out and hear this. But as an accountable human being and a flat earther and a truther, you should address this. Even if he's making a false claim at you right now, QE, you should be addressing this.
It's worth it.
Straight up.
See, if you're willing to do that, I'll DM you the claims.
Absolutely.
So you have
absolutely. We all should be, and it's not about putting him on the fire. I'm not trying to put him up. I'm not trying to put him down. But we need the facts to be clear. And I was also told information that I had to look into QE stuff, and that's the point. Don't ever trust anyone on here. I don't care what content creator or what side they're on that they say. Look into the information yourself. Just because they told you 20 true things doesn't mean the next thing that comes out of their mouth is going to be true. Be careful, because people tell people things and then they just go with it.
I've got videos on my channel going against Bob Nodell, and I didn't know that I was backing up like pure lies. I'm ashamed for it now. But so I just want so maybe he will address it if you bring it up. But I doubt he's probably just going to go off on you. But I will send you the evidence, and he can't deny it. Hopefully,
fine. QE goes off, and man, I'm going to laugh, and he's a disrespectful little cunt. Excuse my language, and if you do that, because I'm sorry, I've had conversations with him. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be making coffee right now. In the past. And I've sat and heard him be very aggressive with people, but I'm not one to be aggressive with. That aggression doesn't work with me. It actually makes you look smaller as a human being. So it's not about aggression. It's about the information. And we should be able to have an intellectual conversation, even if somebody's being called out for what they're saying. And if he can't do that, then he's not being an adult. Don't give two shits. Don't have time for it.
I got a question. Hold on, Brian. I know. Quick question though. If light propagated through particles, why is it that I can read a book behind a building on a sunny day?
Yeah, that's what my coach told me is and if it had momentum was a particle, it'd blast through our eyes doing that speed. But the point is they're going to try and say, well, it's demonstrated this and that. I want you to make sure you get the claimer. So just say why were you claiming, or however you want to ask them, but to make sure the claim is that we have scientifically proven light's a particle. Where's the science? Because you say here, down experiments. So where's the science? According to their strict definition, which I'm good with, as long as they stand by it. And like I said, I went against Austin and Bob. I got videos on my channel a ways back, but I wasn't rude about it. But I'm calling them out, and I'm doing the same thing with Chewy and Nathan. It's like I'm just fucking disowned with them. Like,
Ryan, are you allowed to send me? I don't know if you have the link though for Nathan's server anymore. Do you? Are you still on there, Nathan's server?
I'm just waiting on a response. I'm not blaming Nathan. I'm blaming QE because he's the one who lied. I'm ashamed that nobody.
Hopefully he'll address it.
But nobody on that panel, not anybody on the panel. I've showed multiple claims he's made. They don't have to attack him, but this is what we learned, and what we learned was wrong. It wasn't like 180 degrees wrong, but it's still a big enough error where you got to justify going off on Austin and fucking and just reaming his ass about ether. When your convention has no science either? When Austin said it's just a convention, he's not trying to prove it scientifically.
If that is true, everything that you're saying, this should be addressed. But the problem is people's status in this community. And for some reason, people are put on pedestals, almost like idols, like celebrities for content creators. And some will never go against another, right? Because they've already made too many connections along the way. So you almost start messing and poking with the bear. Trust me, I do behind the scenes all the time. And this is why I'm trying to step away from it. I'm not allowing it anymore, though. Listen, I want to talk to Nathan Oakley. I have a lot of shit that I know what's going on, including David Weiss. That stuff's about to hit us that we don't even want right now. And we're talking about money and everything else. I can't really talk about it on a stream, but I know a lot of stuff that's in the making that will rock this community, and not in a good way. It's going to take us down a wrong path. So we got to line up with the good people. So I need to speak to Nathan, and I'm going to talk to his Sven and Nathan. We're going to have a conversation, hopefully.
Remember when Nathan had the coolest? Nathan had the best show, dude. It was the Flat Earth debate, and Rumpus would come and he'd mute him, but he'd let him talk. Back in the day, he'd let them get their point out and shit. And now all he's did is he's found a way to shut down every argument at the ankles. He won't even let it get to the knees. It's like not even worth watching. But then when he just started tearing up our own people, like, why are you treating somebody like that? Why are you treating somebody like that? And when they're on your own team, it's not right. And then, but yeah, his show used to be so good, dude. Now it's, I watched it get to where he was getting like averaging a few thousand a video, right? Just right after QE joined, but not long after that, dude. It just went downhill. It's just snowballed downhill, where he's averaging about 700 or 800 now, just way downhill.
Well, I think it's a good thing to start cleansing this community some. And I think he's gotten to a point, like myself, over the past few years, that we're kind of changing ourselves along the way, which we need to. We're learning from each other. And I think he's going down less of an aggression way, and he's watching his words, how he speaks to people. Because I'm tell you right now, it was fun, right? But if you're bringing in people like Mark Sargent went on the UK news back in 2020 and spoke about going to Nathan Oakley's show, right, for Black Swan. You bring people from the street, and he's talking about balls and all this shit and all this nastiness. They're clicking right off. They're not listening. You know what I mean? So even back then, it wasn't good for. Maybe it was fun for the community, but when you're trying to bring people off the street, nobody gives two shits about your balls listening to that nonsense. So therefore, the way he's trying to move forward, I actually respect. I'm very happy for it, but I think we just have a long way to go. But the thing is a lot of people need to be called out for the right reasons, and the things that are about to happen are already have happened. We've been taken over, guys, by design. I'm telling you right now, this community is broken by design.
I never would have agreed with that until like this whole spiel with QE. Like I'm actually considering that now, because, dude, they're talking about. I put so much thought into this. I'm not just taking sides here. Like I said, I've got videos against everybody on my channel at one time or another. But when they're talking about science has to prove something, like one way or another, it's either going to prove the null or prove the alternative. And I looked into it and I thought that too. And then I looked into it and I'm like, wait a minute. That's only if you have the right fucking hypothesis. But so in other words, you're just taking what we built on, with like incomplete hypothesis the whole time and acting like every experiment is either, if it's done properly or whatever, is gonna prove something no matter what. That's not true. But they were saying that dude, I would have argued on their side against Jaron all day long, except for they did this one thing, and this is where it all started. They all of a sudden made this claim that they never said water boils. That they never said the hypothesis, or they claimed that water boils at 212 degrees Fahrenheit at 1 atmosphere of pressure. They never said that. They just say heat causes water to boil. I'm like, what? And that's right where it all went to shit. I'm like, that's ridiculous. I've heard them say it over and over. So I looked and pulled up the presentation.
Yes, I've used this example, like, we got, water boils, and they go, well, how does it boil? We've gotten to the deeper points of why it boils. So that's absolutely true. They've made claims on that for sure. I've heard it over and over. Oh, be right back. I get a phone call.
Dude, I must have just talked for fucking 30 mute. But I hate blatant lies, man. And I was under the spell. It took them literally saying that they never said water boils at 212 degrees. I was against Jaron 100%. 100%. And I was so under the spell I wouldn't even question it because I thought it was science and experimentally proven all this shit. And but once they made that claim, that is what cracked my eyes open just a little bit to look into it. You know, when I was like, wait a minute, bullshit. You have claimed that over and over down in his presentation. And Nathan claimed it too, but I'm not mad. Deep down, I'm still a Nathan fan. I think if he'd get out from under QE's lies, blatant lies, and he'll get his show back, you know, and quit attacking people on his own side. And I don't know, man, and quit trying to cut the arguments off at the ankles. At least let him get to the. But I don't like, you know, when he attacks flat earthers, man. I don't know, but when they made, like I said, when they made that claim that they never said that, that baffled me, and that had me look into it. And like I said, I realized no, only up until nowadays, if you have the right hypothesis with like vitamin hypothesis, and now maybe now that you know what it is, you can say, yeah, experimental prove the or. But no, they thought it was, I don't know if you heard this part, but they thought it was just being out at sea too long. They thought that for like a century. Then they thought it was like fruits and no, they thought it was vegetables, and they got mixed results. They didn't prove their fucking hypothesis. No, for centuries. They've got mixed results on fucking every hypothesis they put up. One after another, and they literally changed the definition of vitamin C. I mean, they defined it. And I think the late 1930s or something. And so to act like that every experiment has to prove something, that's taking it too far. That's like I don't even know how for the stupid shit to begin with.
Hey Brian, dude, after doing this for a minute, have you noticed that it's not even so much about the information, whether or not it's like flat or round or a fucking triangle or a parallelogram, right? It's more about like the mindset of how you came to that conclusion, right? Like I don't even see it as like, oh, you're a glober. It's like, yo, you think like a glober. Like that's like your whole thought process. Because I've run into flat earthers that still have that problem when they approach like flat earth topics. Like they still think
Yeah.
like they're on a globe.
Yeah, I used to think that too. I used to think like, you know, we still do with each other sometimes. Like, we're like, wait, when we don't see eye to eye like that, dude, the fucking horizon has to fucking rise with the eye. Whether it rises exactly to eye level, that's a function of how far you can see. Put fog in the fucking air, and you're going to be looking straight down at the horizon. But when you have a horizon 1 degree off, you don't see that. You can't make that out. You need an inch to fucking detect that shit. It just looks like it's straight out. And then you go up, it's going to go up, but it varies. It always varies, but I think it's refraction. I think if it wasn't for refraction and limited vision through the atmosphere, it would absolutely just be just barely under high level.
Or thinking that you can like, or thinking how you can determine things that can't be tested or measured, right? Like, where do we see that in reality in our daily shit? Like, we all measure things because we don't trust our fucking judgment. We don't trust our math skills. We don't trust like our shit. We use fucking tools to do things. Like, yeah, you can have a good idea of how much something weighs from across the room, right? But until you go over there and pick it up with the scale to know exactly how much it weighs, or even how far it is, or any of that shit, dude. Like, so many unverifiable statements that are made that can't be backed up.
I'll give you that. But here's the thing. That's what it comes in like nature, man. It's frustrating because it seems there's always different variables. You know, it's like there's always another variable that could be. I mean, it seems like with everything I do, practically, there was always something that might have been, or you could argue. You know, it's frustrating, man. That's why I want to just go to LIGO and prove it one way or another. Fucking wanted to do it today, but I'm not going to be able to go today. Zanuck was supposed to fucking get with me and meet me out there. He said he'd fly me in and wine and dine me. I'm like, you ain't got to do that. Shoot me a little gas money. I'll bring help. But I just got to get 3 measurements, man. Don't got to interact with anybody there. Get my 3 measurements. And it's going to prove one or the other. Because I know what's going to happen.
Has he ever met up with you?
Not yet. I haven't talked to him since then. But he was already making excuses when I said, if you lose, then you got to go to the the Flat Earth Conference and give a 5-minute speech. You don't got to throw in any extra. You ain't got to throw any extra claims. Just if the water matches the slab, just tell them the as-built are wrong and the fucking slab match the water. So the water, if the laser's making it to the end, then the water can't be curved. Period. And there's the big canal right alongside it, not that far away. These are easy measurements, very easy. And I can't believe nobody's done it yet. I know why they haven't done it. They know what's going to happen. But Panic started making excuses. He's like, well, what if it's just flat right there in Louisiana and everywhere else? I'm like, bro, that just shows me your subconscious knows what's going to fucking happen when we go there, because I never built similar shit. Nothing that.
I think everybody, Brian, and I know you because you said you've heard me for a while and you've been around gyms and everywhere. I know you as well. You've heard it. A lot of these guys, when I talk to them and they're out there talking in the gym too, they admit this stuff. A lot of it, it's a possibility. They'll actually say to me, "It's possible," and if that's the case, then yeah, you could be right. It could be flat. So they have this little spot that's there.
I have that stance too. Like, at least if you don't want to admit that, at least be able to put yourself in their model. And if you're going to argue with them, it serve too well in debates, but it's fucking honest. You know what I'm saying? Okay, if your model says this, then okay, maybe. I don't believe that maybe can show that claim wrong, but at least I can put myself in their shoes, and that's the only honest stance. To just call bullshit without just shut the argument down. I don't think that's honest stance. So any Globers that do that and reserve a 0.25% chance it's flat, that's honest. I'll take that 0.25%, and I'll raise you a 0.25%. I'll grant you that. You show me some proof. I'm not going to just totally shut it down. But my stance is my honest stance is nobody knows what the whole damn world is. I would bet just about anything. I bet my life I would have bet my life we ain't moving until Dell's freaking butt. But no, as far as the globe goes, I'll bet anything. I'll bet my life that we ain't moving like they're claiming. Probably not at all. But I'd bet almost everything that it ain't.
I bet my entire life that we ain't moving. I bet my entire existence that we ain't moving. Not in that way. Not the way we're told. You know? Exactly.
I bet my life that we ain't moving the way they're saying. No, for sure. I could never believe that. But
nothing like it. Yeah.
I'll hear them out. I will hear them out, and if they show me the math and say that if you're going this fast and the level of human detection, like this velocity, you got to be doing this velocity for the human to be able to detect it. All right. I don't buy it. I'll bet you whatever, but at least if you got an explanation. Whether I like it or not, still an explanation. So to me, that's the honest way to have the discussion, or it just gets, I don't know. I'm trying
if you want not a debate and an actual back and forth, then yes, and you get a lot more respect from the other side, or what are you going to call it, right? The globe model and people who believe in it, because you're actually willing to put yourself in their shoes, hear them out, whether you think it's nonsense or not. You're like, oh my god, you want to just go. Okay, stop right there. You're done. Stop right there. But if I do that in the street, no one's going to listen to me if I start stopping them. In fact, it's actually better to hear them out on the street. Let them get it out. All about gravity, all about this stuff, and then show them some information. You have to create a relationship with people for people to listen to you. And if you're just disrespectful and you shut them down, no one's going to give you the time of day either. That's just how humans should be communicating. So this stuff doesn't work. It's good for entertainment. It's great for shows. But in reality, we have to give the other person a little bit of time to explain how they feel, what they're thinking, so that we can put ourselves in their shoes and go, okay, but now put yourself in mine. And then they'll open up and do that because you just did it for them. At least the ones that want to. And I've had Kosho, I've had all these, right? All these people you're talking about, they've had a moment in time where they go, there is a possibility if I put myself in your shoes, that could be the way the earth is right now. And I go, well, then why are you automatically sitting here with a fact? And you guys also say that science proves nothing. You also say that science is always changing. So the point is you guys are just sitting here spitting nonsense, shutting us down, telling us we're wrong, even though you say there's a possibility that we're right.
I think science can prove things, but I don't think it has to prove things. That's where I'm at now. I'm right in the middle of that shit. But here's the thing. So if you use the math, like the angular velocity math for or angular momentum, I'm sorry, dude, it's like like 500,000 newtons. It's like, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, you know, if anybody's listening, but dude, I mean, I've done it. It's a pretty simple equation. It's not a hard one. It's but they say that that's not how they measure it. They measure it like a linear type of. I'm like, dude, who cares how you measure it if this is what the equation says? So I just explain it like this. Look, if I'd fly off at 1,000 miles per hour. You're saying no matter where, unless I'm at the North Pole, if I'm at the equator, I'd fly off initially at 1,000 miles an hour. I'd keep going, but then you're going to tell me that I only weigh like two tenths of a pound, or like maybe 2 pounds heavier. Like, dude, that's ridiculous. So at the North Pole, you wouldn't even stumble if you were right in the middle if there were slammed on brakes. But you'd go 1,000 miles an hour. Anything would, no matter how, would fly off at 1,000 miles per hour, and all that force. But you're going to tell me there's only a 2 pound difference in from North Pole to equator. Like, I hate when they bring up that linear shit. Act like, you know, we shouldn't use. That's not honest to me. But as far as the other rotations, you know, maybe they are slow enough. Maybe going around the sun. But even them, dude, they're changing speeds, you know, and they're not perfect circles. But even if it's a circle, the definition of acceleration is changing direction or changing speed. And literally that does both. Changes direction and speed. Any ecliptic orbit is literally changing direction and speed. So it's literally the definition of acceleration. They don't like that. I'm sure they got some that I say that they, but that's one of them that they claim that I hate that.
Can anybody send me Nathan Oakley's server by chance if I can be invited? I mean, I'm sure he won't have a problem. I've been on his panel. If he does, I don't have a problem being kicked too. I won't make a scene. I just don't care. But I'd like to have a conversation with him and a few others, Elijah, Chocolate, all of them. I'm good friends with those people.
That's a smart idea to say. Yeah. Ask Nathan why QE doesn't address this. You know, and but
I have a lot to ask Nathan, and a lot of it's going to be about what's going on in this community. Yeah.
Yeah, if you do address this, what I send you, make sure you hold him to task and just make sure that he doesn't switch the argument, because I can almost guarantee that's what he's going to do. Make sure that we want, you know, it was claimed that it is experimentally proven that light's a particle. It says this in the topics.
Well, the thing
over and over. So ask him, you know, if he can get QE to address that, because he admitted that it's not experiments, and so therefore it's not been scientifically proven that light's a particle. Therefore, we could have an honest debate without ripping each other's heads off.
And I think you should be involved in the conversation when it does happen. That I don't even necessarily call it a debate, but an intellectual conversation about this, because you're addressing it, and you need to be here for your own backing of what you're saying and doing too, though. You know what I mean? It's not fair, I think, for you not to be here in the conversation. Being real.
When I tried to go and smooth things out, like I was still at the time I was probably 100% on the fence. Like I'm always somewhat I always try to keep somewhat of an open mind, but they married me to the ether. Like he literally was reaming me like I'm Fundy arguing for the ether, and I was just trying to bridge the gap and ask them some questions and shit, you know. And right after that's when, like I said, they made the claim that they never said water boils at. We don't say water boils at 212 degrees Fahrenheit at sea level, 1 atmosphere pressure. Like what? Like I was still kind of, you know, under the spell. It took something that blatant to get me to get everything, to go back, which is what I did. I went back to the beginning and I realized, dude, these are blatant fucking lies. He lied to us. And then I looked at all the arguments he got in with everybody. And then he got where everybody was arguing with everybody. Like it was just Globers or a little bit of infighting, but it just went to a whole new level. Now
I don't want the infighting. It's ridiculous. It's gone on. I've even been part of it. You know, Nathan's a part of it. We all should be putting our hands. Sometimes you can get caught up in the nonsense, right? We're human beings, but it's about addressing it and stopping it. I mean, for heaven's sakes, we're adults. And I think that shit needs to go out the window. And let's get down to the real stuff, man. Because I'm actually hearing conversations that you guys have from people in the real world now. And they go, you know, they're denying the science about angles and line. I'm like, you guys know what? You just said something to me that my own community has been preaching upon. And the whole, you know, quotation scientific community that wants to come over here and tell us that we're wrong. You guys are literally out here in the world saying that we're right. Wow. They say, yeah, but they won't accept it. So this stuff is getting out there to people that don't even listen to this channel, hon. It's somehow spreading. The information is important. So when I see that, I get excited, right? I'm like, well, even if you guys are discussing it and you don't understand, that's okay. You're discussing this topic, this conversation, this topic. So the conversations need to go back to that. I'm excited for our community to start becoming one and whole again. And we became one and whole, well, I thought, right? And we should be, based on being accountable, transparency, and putting it out there. Make no claims unless it's scientifically proven with an experiment, because that is what we're talking about with the natural world. If you don't have it, it goes on the skeptical fucking avenue and you leave it there. But when we're talking about proving a reality, our reality, it needs to stick to that. If not, then what are we doing? Because that's how I came into this community years ago. And we've lost that. And content creators are getting egos and all this stuff. I don't give two shit, Jaren. I don't give a crap about all this stuff in the background. I've been part of it. I've heard it. It's nonsense. All of them have been part of it, by the way, guys. I know so much shit that I don't want to know it. So let's get off of that crap. Let's actually get to something of importance. And I think people are trying. So I actually support Nathan and his progression, at least when it comes to his attitude and everything. And I will always respect Nathan because he's the one that's willing to say, hey, guys, I'm not addressing something that doesn't have any backing. You better have a backing for your claim. I support that.
That's full of crap. Sorry, Stacy. Nathan is an insecure little man. And I've seen it for myself. I've went on his shows a couple of times. Nathan has nothing, absolutely nothing. He will not allow conversation on his show. So please don't tell me Nathan is this and that. Nathan is an insecure little man that has a mute button. That's Nathan. And telling me, SC Montreal said that. I had enough of these
shadow needs to happen, right?
Special. You know what I mean? I had enough of these guys.
Yeah. And I'm hearing you out because listen, I've been away a little bit, you know, SE, and I've come back and seen things change, right? I support the fact that Nathan is being a little bit more respectful on his show because I think it's important for people that are listening that are not part of this debate for them to hear a good conversation, right? No, that's none of this nonsense that we try to have over here.
Jaren is full of shit. You heard it here.
I agree, absolutely.
You know why? Because I had a combo with him as well. And these guys, they think they're freaking special because they have a show. They think they're freaking... Well, let me tell you guys, you're not freaking special. You heard
but we've put them there. We've put them on a freaking... Not saying me and you, honey. But this community is putting people on pedestals like idols and celebrities, and I see it and I almost worship them. Oh, what's this here? Oh, this person's here. Who are you? You're a human being.
Exactly. I don't care who you are, what your name is. If you say something wrong, I'm going to confront you. And I don't give a damn. That goes for Jaren. That goes for anybody, especially Nathan, who thinks he's the tip of the spear. He's the butt of the spear.
So as Aaron Collinson is like, I've hung out with him a couple times, like in person, and he always seemed kind of chill, kind of cool. He didn't have some dickhead fucking wannabe star power or nothing like that. But I know what you're saying as far as like the way people like talk about like some of these guys, and just some of these people, not even some of these guys, like some of these like more like out there, like not out there, but like in the public, I guess, like
in the limelight more, yeah.
Yeah, like how people legit, I don't know why, maybe it's fucking human nature that they have to like idolize something, but they idolize them. Like, and it's weird.
No, I just called this out on my live stream. The shit that happened back in Flattoberfest was disgusting. Y'all don't even know how we were represented over here in America. I was so freaking upset when that happened. I wanted no part of it or nothing. Those were big names, by the way, sitting there pushing each other's egos up. You're so great. I'm so great. Let's eat. Let's have orgies. Let's have fun. Let's do sex, drugs, rock and roll. It happened. Yeah. It was ridiculous.
Hey, I had Jaren, Mr. Jaren, the smarty pants, one of the top guys, telling me that a car could keep its wheels straight and go around the freaking oval racetrack. That's Jaren, big man Jaren. And he's telling me I'm crazy because, of course, well, you don't have to turn the wheel. He's trying to compare that to a plane flying. Nonsense.
Yeah, but dude, that's the way we view it, bro. We view the Earth as a map, like a circle around Polaris. So we think because, and if you look at a compass, bro, east is not 90 degrees to north. Just I keep telling you, just take a compass and go east, and then draw and pull a string line that direction, and then pull 90 degrees from north. They're not the same, bro. So there's something going on, but
So hold on.
I don't agree with everything Jared says. I will agree with that. And but as far as Nathan goes, I texted you or I messaged you a few videos. If you want to just glance at them, and you'll see definitive claims, and you'll see bold-faced lies, and you probably
I
won't
will
like
do
it.
that.
That's good.
Thank
I'm
you,
not
Brian.
talking about Jaren right now. Jaren. So do you believe that a car can have its wheels pointed straight, Brian, and go around an oval track? Yes or no?
No, not technically. No.
Well, Jaren thinks that you can.
I'll say this though, and I've said this before, not over this argument, but there's a road I went into looking for a job, and about 100 yards later, it was about 2 miles in the neighborhood. I literally came out right next to where I pulled in, like on the east version, like it was like Julian Creek East, and I come out Julian Creek West, and I'm like, what the fuck? In 2 miles, I got turned around 180 degrees and didn't even know it. But yeah, if you want to get technical, if I'm on a track and my wheels are locked, yeah, I don't think. But then again, the more I'm looking at the map, it's almost how reality would have to work. It's weird, dude. It gets weird too.
You hear what you just said, Brian?
Yeah.
Did you hear what you just said?
Yeah, calm down, dude. Let me explain. It's getting weird. The more I look into this, it's getting so weird, dude. It is tough to buy, dude. I'll give you that. But I'm trying to figure out Gleason's model here, man, and it's looking good in some ways, but then it's looking a little bit fucking weird in others, right? It's showing that every latitude, like this is how you use this map. If you're going to use it properly, you're going to use every latitude as 69 miles per degree, 360 degrees. So if you're trying to measure the distance between Perth or Sydney and Santiago, then you get the degrees from how much it is around the circle, and then you multiply that times 69. But you do the same thing like from New York to LA. So, but it is closer than like the 20,000 miles the AE map would use if you're just using like regular radius math. But it's pretty close. It's like within about maybe 11 or 1,200 miles from what they claim is reality, which I disagree with. I think we could prove that. But here's what it also does. So the way Gleason did this map is that since everything is 69 miles, then it depends on where you're at. So
okay, take a break, Brian. You're going on and on, bro.
Yeah,
Finish it up.
It's going to take me a long time to explain this. So I'll just post. I'll give you a video where I explain it better and break it down in a video. It's pretty crazy.
Okay, let me ask
you
a question.
You might not agree with
let me ask you a clarifying question. Can a plane fly in a straight line? Straight now. You know what straight means, right? No deviation. Can a plane fly in a straight line and go around fly in a straight circle? Yes or no?
I gotta say no, bro. I gotta say no.
Well, Jaren says yes. Do you understand that? The big man Jaren says yes.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. Not even for a second.
All right. Just want to put that out there.
Wait. My brain's trying to. Sorry, Essie. So flying a straight line. Can you repeat that again? Because my brain just exploded. Like, what is the hell is he talking about? You cannot end up back in a circle or back where you're at if you go in a straight freaking line. And I don't get it.
Well, that's what he thinks. Jaren thinks you can fly the plane east in a straight line, and you're going to come right back around where you started from.
Then straight lines
Pac-Man
curve
map.
again? Is that what the fuck is he trying to claim? That's a globe side model that they claim too. Straight lines curve. Then there's no way that you're going straight and you end up back where you were. You are nonsense, Jaren.
Exactly. That's
Nonsense,
Hitman
bro.
Jaren's idea. Yeah.
It depends where you put bottom.
Hold on,
Like
hold on,
if
hold
you were in a big like loop de loop and you're in the outside of a circle, you know what I mean, and you're like, you know what I mean, fly like 90 degrees. You know what I'm saying? Like that, you would actually never be deviating, but you'd still be making a circle.
What?
What?
Fuck. Wait, hold on.
Say
man.
that
You
again.
ever see that? You ever see that stunt where they drive in? Give me a second, please. You ever see that stunt where they drive in a loop de loop, like on a motorcycle, Evil Knievel shit? You know?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
We'll just imagine that is a continuous line with where it never junctions off, right? So he's just in a loop the whole entire time, and that's Evil Knievel doing that, right? He's not making any kind of deviation, right? And then
No, but he's going in a circle, Snacks.
Right, he's curving. He's deviating from straight.
right,
We have to remember straight is straight. Straight is not curving.
he's just going up.
Please let me ask,
Sorry.
y'all, real quick before we change this, please let me ask SC this question because I answered him honestly, and I think I know what he's going to say, but I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page because I answered you, I gave you an honest answer, and a thing other than that. So if you what would be your answer to this question? So if we take off, we start going east in a straight line, and we don't even need a compass. We can magically hold a straight line. We keep Polaris to our left. Where do you think you wind up?
You're not going to wind up where you started from.
Exactly. I'm just saying, how do you imagine it in your heads? What I'm saying, what will happen?
Keep going straight. You're never, I repeat, never going to end up where you started from. If that's what you're asking. Never. If you go straight, you'll never ever end up where you started from. That is physical impossible.
If we're on a globe, it's possible if you're at the equator, or if it's a Pac-Man model map. If it's I ain't saying that that's the way it is, but I'm saying if it's a Pac-Man model map like simulation. But so I'm just asking, where do you picture you winding up? You don't think you'll wind? You don't think that there's a chance you could wind up back? You don't think there's a chance you could wind up?
No, never. Not if
I go straight backwards, then yeah. But that's the only option. You can't because you're going somewhere else. You're not deviating from that spot. You're going straight. This is what I hate because they're going to go into, and I've heard it from so many people, straight lines curve. I am not allowing this.
Yeah, but I thought that. Right, but here's what I thought. Me and Bev had the conversation. I was trying to get him. See, he would have never even as far as SE did. He's real strict, but he's consistent. I don't mind that, right? But I like to speculate a little bit, and so I came to the Bev that I'm a one circle kind of guy because I had to answer honestly. Like I think that if you're gonna keep Polaris to your left and you're gonna keep it at say a 45-degree angle, elevation angle, I think you're gonna do a gradual circle. And I would like to think that Jaren was just saying, because since I didn't notice I got turned around, that it's ridiculous to think that you'd get turned around in 24,000 miles. That's or however many thousand. But this is what I think of. If I keep it at the same elevation, I'm going to do a circle around Polaris. So what's going to seem like a straight line is so Bev started asking me, so is it perpendicular? So you're going to start off perpendicular to the North Pole, and so he pinned me down like a Glober argument. So I think these straight, but I would be honest and say that they're not straight lines at all. Period.
The only straight line argument is what I came up with, but yeah,
they're circles.
I probably
around
need
Polaris.
Jeremy to understand that for you.
But I was wondering what you thought, SC. Like I think that if we're going to keep Polaris at 45-degree angle, that obviously we're going to, if we put anything up in the sky at any height, even fucking 10 foot, if we start off at 90 degrees, but if we maintain it at 45, we're going to have to keep curving to the left, or it's going to get lower, right? Or if we get
not a straight line.
No, I didn't say
not
that.
A straight line.
Wait, don't, no, please stay with me. What I'm saying is it doesn't have to be Polaris. It could be a flagpole. If we start off 90 degrees and go east, if we just start 90 degrees, okay? But if we maintain a 45-degree angle at that flagpole, say the same thing with Polaris. But no, it's not a straight line. I agree. I'm not
Be an
saying
angle,
it's a
then you're
straight
no longer keeping a straight line. This is where I understand exactly what Trooperville says, what the concept. Even if I do it above me and the circling above me and like a halo, it's still a deviation because you're following an angle. There's no longer
Well,
straight.
no, it
I
depends
agree.
on what path you're actually on, which is what I was trying to say, which is why you think it's a brilliant point.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
thanks, guys.
Go
But
ahead.
no, it's like it's going around the inner circumference of a jar, basically. Think of it that way.
Right.
Like that is never going up or down. Like you're just like it's just a ring, basically. But it's about the inside of that. You're just going straight. There's no
How?
deviation.
Because
That means
When
straight
you're
lines curve.
yeah, because you're not
no,
deviating left or right.
no. I don't know why you don't want to understand it. I'm
No, go ahead, honey. You're
rather than
fine. I'm sorry.
I'm trying not to tell you to like run your finger around the interior of a jar. I'm trying not to use that example, but that's
No, I know.
why I'm not able
Yeah.
to like reply fast enough. But what do you think? Like that's just straight. That's just linear motion
Is it?
around. Yeah,
So you can get like a toy plane
it depends on
and a ball and put.
if you're. It's about where your orientation of down is really. That's what predicates like whether or not you have to make a turn, right? If you run your finger into the side of it, then that's a different thing.
The only way that you could go around and come back to the same place that you're at without deviating left or right and keeping in the same straight direction without deviating left or right is on a sphere. I don't see how it could. You can't do it on a level, flat level, non-rotating Earth.
Yeah,
If it's
but
not a
that's
sphere,
strange,
it would
though.
only work on a sphere.
No, well, here's the thing, though. So when I pulled my compass, said in the printout in the document, it told me on Equinox, it told me to pull a line compass east and put a peg in the ground, 2 pegs in the ground, and tie a string. Then it said now pull a right angle from north. They didn't line up. So as far as your globe goes, you really don't know what direction you're going in, except for to the best of your ability, you're maintaining a straight line. So my argument would be, I got turned around 180 degrees in 2 miles, and I came out right on the road next to where I went in. I couldn't believe it. So if you're going to keep Polaris at 45 degrees, then you're just going to do a circle around it and end up right back where you started. That's the same thing on a globe. It's no different. The only place you can go straight is at the equator on your model. Or on the globe model. I don't know if that's your model. And I can't believe Fight the Flat Earth thought that was wrong for all these years. He thought that latitudes were straight lines. Like, and now he don't. So he finally admits, because he does a poll, and it was like 50-50. Like, so all these globers, my fucking argument, excuse my language, they're thinking that latitudes are straight routes. And on a globe, they are most certainly not. And so I'm trying to tell them the consequences now, and they're just going in donkey mode. Like, so now that you finally understand it years later, there's a lot of arguments that you've been arguing against and not even understood them. Like, but so I'll let it. It's going to be gradual, but he'll get there. Star Trail argument, like they are doing circles in opposite directions, period. And the one at the equator's going straight. That can't happen if I'm moving. I'll say it over and over and over. Now that he realizes that you're turning, if you're at a latitude and you're staying on that latitude like a star, you're literally turning toward Polaris or toward the southern rotation. So you can't have multiple different directions, and then you're going straight if you're at the equator. So that's what we see with these stars. It's not, it's minimal, but it's there. It's measurable. It's, the celestial mount. Is it? I mean, the equatorial mount shows the frown and the smiley face and shit.
And I'm trying to process this shit because I remember QE talking to himself like we wouldn't really, if we didn't have up down, like if you were in space, you wouldn't know what up down, left, right, north, east, west was.
Yeah,
but this freaking yeah, right. So I understand. I'm trying to bring in that whole aspect, but at the same time, when I look at And I hear these Globers, and they've done it to me so many times, try to bring in this scientific bullshit where lines, right, straight lines can curve. In reality, I'm sorry, for me, you're still deviating from that. And maybe if you try to bring out up, down, left, right, you know what I mean, and all that stuff, north, east, west, and it would be different. But I still can't do it. I cannot give a Glober or anyone the satisfaction to say that straight lines can curve for me. For me, that's curving. I just can't give it to them. Maybe it's a me thing.
Yeah, I don't think straight lines curve, but like I said, that's so good, dude. I will give him that, dude. Wizard at keeping you on point and catching you when you veer off. He's sharp as a fucking tack. Excuse my language. But so I was just saying, I told him, like, I'm a one type of guy. I believe like AE style. I believe Polaris is in the middle. Like Globers are two curved. Like they believe that like a straight line is curving down and around a ball, and that you're curving, like if you're 10 miles from the North Pole, if you go east along that latitude, you're going to circle around Polaris, change direction, or you're going to go straight down toward the equator.
Yeah.
So I'm a one circle kind of guy. But then he caught me where I was saying that I'm going to start off perpendicular. If I go perpendicular at a latitude from Polaris, but I had to specify to him that no, I don't say that's a straight line. It's literally a circle. But I did catch myself saying it one time, and it made me feel like a Glober. But I was just trying to be as honest as possible. But you know, I like speculating in what the world is. I honestly feel like if I keep Polaris at 45 degrees, I'm not just going to go off into infinity. Here's your options. Well, you always have the option to just not answer.
What do you mean on a planar Earth or on a sphere? Are you talking about on a globe?
On either. You gotta turn to stay on a latitude, or you'll wind up at the equator and then south of the equator. On either model. Think about it. Think if you got a string. If you got a string and you're 10 foot from the peg at the North Pole, globe or not, you're going to have to do a circle, right? If you don't, you're going to wind up going south. Been trying to say this for years.
Yeah, well, but you're not going to be able to go in a straight line and end up back where you're at, unless you're on a globe.
Well, you know, you got to.
But even on a globe. Even on a globe, you can go straight. I understand what you're saying, but as you're going straight, supposedly you're on a ball and you're curving, and you can still be going straight, but then you are also now moving and bending to this curve. So for me, it's no longer a straight line. I still don't, I can't accept that. Now, I'm not saying anybody in here is wrong, but for me, until somebody can show me something, I don't know, my brain to make it think that way, I can't.
Yeah, you're going to, if you go straight, anywhere on a globe, if you go straight, you're going to wind up back where you started, but you're not going to follow a latitude line. You're going to, if you do it at the pole, you're going to go south of the equator, next to Antarctica, and back around that way. So when they say due east, that's called a geodesic, or due east, or due west, or due north, due south. It's called a due direction, which is a 90 degrees. So if you draw a right angle anywhere on a ball, and you continue them, or you could draw a plus sign anywhere, and you get two geodesics. You'll get a prime meridian and an equator. You'll split the ball in half, two different directions. So anywhere you draw a right angle on a ball. So when they say due east, they mean a longitude or the equator. Can't be a latitude. So when we got to look due east at equinox, we're not all looking the same direction. We're looking at the same point, just about 10,000 miles away. We're not looking parallel 93 million miles. It's mathematically proven.
Hey, real quick, because my man just got home. I want to say, hey, Brian, thank you for the conversation. For real, I'm going to look into all that you sent me and hopefully have a conversation with Nathan and Huey and all them. If we can try to fix this community a little bit, would be freaking amazing. So, but I do have to run, guys, for a minute. This conversation I'd like to continue, though. It's a good one. And I appreciate you all, and I hope you guys have a wonderful day.
Always a pleasure, Stacy. You can be safe.
Thank you, honey. You too.
Hey, before you go, Stacy, I want to say something.
Go ahead.
I want everybody to hear it. I'm calling out Jaren. Me, SC Montreal, I'm calling out Jaren
I'll hold him out,
over
Trent,
his
if you can.
nonsense straight line becoming a circle. I'm calling him out. I just want everybody to know.
I'll call him
Okay,
out
got you
too.
on that.
It's like some WWF shit right here. I like it.
Hey, can we find it and pull it? Is it retrievable, SE?
Say what?
Can I because I don't mind going back and it. Do you remember about when he said that? So I can go find it.
Well, he told me that in we had a discussion in Bev's. Bev
Yeah,
has that recording. I don't think he put it out yet, but he
Okay.
also talked about that in one of his Ghostbusters things. He said, I was talking with a guy yesterday and he couldn't believe that a line could curve and 50-mile racetrack. That's what got me pissed off. He actually talked about it and putting me down like I'm crazy. No, Jaren, you're crazy. Straight lines don't curve, my friend. I'm calling you out.
Yeah, but I would argue this: if you did a 10-mile circle, a 10-mile gradual circle, and you didn't have background at you, I promise you.
Oh, so you think if you didn't have a background, then a straight line becomes a circle?
I literally did it not long ago in 2 miles, bro. I could make a video of it. You don't know. You
did what?
Did a circle, a half circle, turned around 180 degrees when I thought I was going straight.
Hold on. You were going in a straight line, but somehow...
Straight, so don't get me wrong.
Can you let me get a sentence out, bro?
Yeah,
Let's get this straight. Going in a straight line, but somehow you ended up right back where you started from?
Wait, please don't say that I'm saying going in a straight line. Please don't put me in that camp. Because I'm going to help
why
you
are
call
you
him out.
talking
He
that?
said that.
This is about a straight line, Ryan.
I said you won't know. If you do a 10-mile circle without any reference to see the circle, you'll think you won't know you're doing a circle. I mean, what?
What are you talking about, man?
Bro,
what are you
calm
talking
down. SC, calm down. I'm being very clear. I said it happened to me in about 2 miles not long ago. I swear to God on my fucking life, dude. I'm not making shit up or trying to defend nobody. I'll help you call Jaren out. Well, I'm saying this. Just about a year ago, might have been a year and a half now, but I still can go to this place. You go in at Julian Creek East. It does a gradual, about a 2 mile circle. It might be 2.5, might be one, approximate 2 miles. I didn't even know that I was turning at all. I came out right where I went in the neighborhood, 180 degrees, over 2 miles. So maybe if I'd have paid, seen that maybe I am curving. But I guarantee if you stretch 10 miles, I'd bet anything.
I'll take that bet. I'll take that bet.
If you did a gradual 10-mile circle, you wouldn't be able to distinguish, dude. Even if you're using a compass, you have to literally and try and head straight for it and then reline up when you get to around that point because it's so hard to travel in a straight line in reality. That's literally the way that you travel in the wilderness with a compass is you line up with something that you don't rely on the compass.
You're changing the story here, Brian. Brian, hold on. Let me make this clear to you. You have a racetrack. It's 50 miles long. It's in an oval. You have a car. You lock the wheels straight. You solder them. You take a freaking a torch and you torch them. They can't turn. Even if a gorilla tries to turn the wheel.
Then you're going to run into the fucking wall.
Exactly. Exactly. But Jared thinks you're going to end up around it back where you started from.
Yeah, I'll call him out on that, bro. But
that's what I just did.
Somehow they're creating Etsy. That came from the Globe side, and they were trying to do that with me too, saying that straight lines could curve. If we're gonna give them that, even an ounce of that, I'm sorry, I think we messed up here, big time.
Exactly. That's my whole point. That's why I'm so pissed off. Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't agree that over 10 miles, okay, just apparently, yeah, circle. I'm agree with you all day. But you won't see it my way like you think I'm making that up. I mean, I don't want to be like that. It's kind of contentious. So over 10 miles, if you did a big over fucking 20 miles, You don't think that you could accidentally do a circle like over 20 miles? You don't think you could do this ever?
As you're going straight? No, never, Brian. Ever, never, ever, ever.
That's ridiculous, dude. So what do you think? I'm fucking like retarded? 2 miles?
Yeah, yeah. I think you're retarded, bro. Yeah, if you think you can go in a straight line and turn, you're retarded. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, bro. But you know what? It's very possible and probable that everybody who went down that road also didn't know they were going to come back out at 180 because it's just a long, slight turn, dude. It's just gradual. When you're talking about
Yeah, but your
miles,
wheels
bro,
are locked, Brian.
you think you could walk yeah, no. If your wheel's locked, you're running. I mean, dude, if you're on an oval track, then you got to do an oval to stay on the track, right? That's who could argue against that? If he argued
You
against
are.
that, I'll help you
You're
call him
arguing
out.
against it.
No,
You're arguing against it
no,
right now.
no, stop. Now you're putting me. I just told you to specifically that you'll run into the wall. I'm asking you, can you see where I'm coming from? And you're not even willing
No.
to concede
No,
that.
bro. You're not coming from anywhere.
Gradual circle, bro. That's you being dishonest. You just put me in the camp with Jaron that I'm claiming. Now you got me claiming that a straight line curves. I said apparently. I said that it'd be hard to detect to me in 2 miles. Before you argued with Jaron of this, you've heard this same story multiple times where I went in this neighborhood and I came out, dude, 180 degrees. I couldn't believe.
So, Brian, are you saying that if your wheels are straight, it's hard to detect? It's hard to detect if you go around an oval track if your wheels are straight. Is that what you're claiming?
You're going to run into the wall.
Okay, end of story, right? There's nothing else said, right? That cannot be done, correct? Yes or no?
If your wheels are straight, if your wheels are perfectly straight, I'll say it over and over. You're going to run into the wall. You're going to run into the wall.
So there's nothing else to be said. There's nothing else to be said on this.
You're not willing to fucking see it from the point I'm trying to make.
There is no point you can make, Brian.
My point is this. I'm just trying to get you to see this my way. I'm not trying to say. I'm trying to say if you're just driving and you don't have your wheels tied straight,
right?
You could easily come right back out where you started in 2 miles, much less 10 or 20, and you might.
Well, you can do it in 50 feet, Brian, if you turn your wheels. What are you saying exactly? Why do you feel the need to say that? If the question is that the wheels are straight, we agree it's going to go to the wall. Why do you feel the need to continue after that?
You're not putting me.
Well, okay. Let's look at I'm going to go from both perspectives, even though I don't give it to him, right? I don't give it to him, and I don't think Brian's giving it to him really either. We're just discussing the skeptical part of it, right? If you look at the picture that Truth Prevails posted, are the wheels moving? Are they straight? Are they turning at any point in time? I don't see those wheels turning. However, they are still deviating from what I guess you can call it north, south, west, east, all that shit. They're moving in a different direction. They're gonna have to, for a ball, curve. Even if the wheels are to the ground following, it's curving. In reality, they're curving with the ball. So therefore, there's no straight lines.
No, my point ain't on a ball. It's on a racetrack. The point
is racetrack. That's still the same thing. You're talking about a circle of curve.
If you mathematically go straight and you tie your steering wheel, you're gonna hit the wall. But my point is this. Is that you could easily, in reality, especially on a boat, but driving in a road, you can get turned around over long distances very easily, very, very easily. That's all I'm trying to tell him. Is I'm not trying to say that a straight line runs into a wall. I'm wondering why he won't at least, be like, yeah, you could get turned around over a long distance. You might be turning ever so slightly and not notice it. It's possible. He's instead of doing that, he's literally getting mad at me. Getting me off the wall, like I would say it over and over. You're running the wall, so I want to just chill out a little bit and he's my dog and shit, man. But dude, sometimes we get stuck in like loops where
there it is. It's a loop.
You're the one in a loop, bro. I'm in a straight line. I'm a straight line, and you're a loop.
A loop and a straight line are not the same thing.
Right.
No.
Thank you, Stacey.
We're gonna go straight, dude. Okay, but you still won't concede that it's possible that over a long distance you can do a very gentle turn and not notice it?
Right,
Then
gentle
it's
turn
not a straight
Impossible.
line, Ryan.
Yeah.
Like, what aren't you understanding about this, bro? Like,
No shit. He won't even fucking agree that it's possible that you can not do a straight
because
line.
it's not. Because you can't go straight and go curve, dude.
Shut up, troll, dude. You're just backing the argument
No,
back up.
are
I
you
guess
fucking
the
kidding me? I'm
definition
not
of
trolling you,
straight.
dude.
You put me on a
That's
straight line.
reality. You
Anybody
can't go
put
straight
me-
and go
anybody
curve.
puts
That's
me
two
on the
different
wall,
directions.
they're liars. I'm gonna say it right now. I'm never ever gonna say that if my wheels and tied that I'm not gonna hit the wall. If anybody says for 1 second that I'm not running that wall, they're a fucking bold-faced liar. Now, I'm just trying to make a simple point that in reality, you can get turned around, especially over long distances. You might think you're going straight. Yes, you will have to. Yeah, it won't be straight. All I'm saying is that you could easily get turned around in a long distance. That's common
Not
fucking sense.
not by going in a straight line though, dude.
Oh shit! I just
So
said
then
it's
what
not
the
a straight line, but you might
I
think
think the
you are
problem
doing a
is
straight line.
Okay, are you saying that the reason that you think that Jaron is saying that is because Jaron is traveling and he
No,
thinks
I
he's
hope
going
he is.
straight, but over a distance he's actually making small deviations he's not aware of? That he's
I
not
hope
actually
that's what he
traveling
means.
straight?
But I'm gonna help SC call him out. Look, if he said that if you tie the wheel straight and do anything but run in the wall, I'm gonna call him out. I'm gonna question him. Do you know me, dude? Look at my channel. My whole excuse me, and let me calm down. It's calling people out. I've got Bob Nodell. I got everybody, dude. Myself on a couple videos are called out. That's what I do. I'm a idiot, honesty idiot. You know, I try to be anyway. So I've got
I guess,
caught in my
straight is the problem,
I'm
guys.
here
I
for
think
it.
we need to understand the definition of straight, and does it even account to, deviating in
well,
direction? Are you moving straight? But
I
if you're
mean
curving,
what
for me, it's gone.
I guess it depends on what the definition of is, right? Are we fucking Bill
Right?
Clinton or what?
I mean, I can understand both concepts in a way, but this is the point. I don't want to give in a way. Okay, we're not going to go down a skeptical route. I do see what y'all are saying.
I'll never agree with that. If you're
You know,
tied, you will always wind up in that wall. There's no
well,
getting around that. I can't even concede for even a little bit of a second. All I could do is look at reality and say what he might be saying, but still I'm a question him because if that's not what he's saying, he's fucking. I'm gonna pin it on him.
that's the point. If my wheels are not locked to curve around a ball, like Trooper Bells is saying, it ain't gonna work unless you're on a globe or something like that, and you're curving with it, right? You're stuck on it. You ain't doing that. If you're just going straight, you go straight off that damn ball. You're not curving with the ball, then yes, you go straight off and you hit a wall. That's the point. As soon as you're bringing the curve, and you got to make the whole definition of curving is the problem too. Straight and curving are two different things.
It is weird though that he put me back in the claiming that that it was straight was curved. Like maybe he might have did that with Jerry.
Right.
I'll be honest about it, but he did it with me just in 2 minutes. Maybe he might have did it with Jerry, but
No, Brian, I understand what you said. I understand clearly what you said, but then you continued. I was very clear in my statement. I told you, yeah, Brian, you said you'll go into the wall. And then I said, why do you feel the need to continue?
Why did you put me back up the wall? Why'd you pull me off the wall when I said that apparently you could get turned around in reality? You might think you're going straight, but obviously you would have to turn to get off the straight line. Why'd you put me back in that turn when I just said apparent? I said, I just said you can get turned around in reality over long distance. That's common sense. Why did you straw man me?
I didn't strawman you.
The direction changes.
Hold on, Stacy, please.
Go ahead.
I just clarified my position, Brian. I understand that you say that if the wheel is locked, you're going to go straight into the wall. I understand that position. And then I ask you, why do you continue after that? That is my point. If you keep the car straight, the wheel straight, it will not go around an oval track. That's my point, and you agree with me, right, Brian?
Well, sorry, go ahead.
You agree with me on that, Brian?
I'm asking you, why won't you follow me along with the point I'm trying to make? I mean, You're asking me why would I continue? I'm trying to see what happened, and I'm trying ordeal. And why won't you follow me out to my natural conclusion? You know, honest. You're just stopping, dude. I hate it when you know. Look, I'll you, but please give me. You pulled me off the wall. If you say you didn't, dude, that's a bold fucking face lie. You pulled me off the wall after I made it clear when I just said that you could get turned around in reality for long distance. Does that mean you're doing a straight line? No, that means you've pulled off your straight line. You know, that's what's necessary. Because if you hold that straight line, you're going to want. So
okay, so we agree. What's your grievance here? We agree.
Yeah, that's what we should end it with a handshake, man. That was all I was trying to say.
And if we agree on that.
But then there's the other topic, and I do understand in reality what they're trying to say, but again, we got to go back to the basics, like SC is trying to do as well. We already have the answer. We said it. If we go anything away from that and to be skeptical on it, we've already deviated from exactly what we should be doing. I'm sorry, but straight lines do not curve. I will not give them that, but I do understand exactly what True Prevail says. If you guys read the text, yeah, it can work on a ball, but you're still not necessarily going straight. You're curving. You have to be locked to that freaking ball to continue to go straight and go all the way around because you're not moving. If I walk straight and this damn thing starts going down, I'm going to go with it. And I might end up in the same direction. I get it. At the same time, I curved. I curved with it. It's not straight. We can't give it. We cannot give it to them. Yeah, but also don't forget, you guys are not each other's enemy. You guys are talking about this. You guys are friends. But honestly, you guys are both angry, as he's angry too, because this shit that's going on is stupid and needs to be called out. But we also need to address it. Remember, we're not each other's enemy. What's the enemy is the people who are trying to control it. Yeah.
I understand that you got to be able to draw a firm line in the sand on shit. I'm with him on that, man. I just want to, you know, I want to make sure that I don't know, man. We do this sometimes, man. We get to the bottom of shit, dude. 99 out of 100, or just formally disagree, you know, but never we lines and shit. So if really, when we do this example, you're gonna, describe the racetrack. If there's a wall, period, then then you'd run into it. But you know exactly what you're doing just by judging the wall. But I just mean like out in like the water, or fucking out in a field, or in a neighborhood, or some shit. But yeah, straight line. No, if he said that, I'm with you, man. I will. I swear to God, I'll question him on that.
Okay, brother, we're good. We're good.
SE.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so do you believe on a flat Earth that we can circumnavigate east to west?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. How do you have to turn to do that?
Well, that is the question, my friend. I'm glad you brought that up. Now we're talking, right? Now we're talking. Yeah. So you tell me, what happens on a flat Earth when you reach the farthest west? What happens?
You end up south if you're a dead reckoning west. But you
How?
always have to because if you dead reckon. Okay, do you not understand that north is in the center? In order to go east and west, it circles around the north. So you always have to correct. Everywhere you go, you have to correct to north. That's how compass works.
I hear you. So you think there's something in the north, and I'm not saying I disagree with you, right? But this is the big question now. Now we're talking. Now we're talking reality, right? So you have something in the center that attracts a compass, right?
Correct.
So I agree with you. If you follow that, you're gonna go around, right? That's what you're saying, right?
If I'm being 100% honest, though, it's possible.
I'm with you.
That the center that would go around. If I'm 100% honest, but the way I imagine it, it's a circle around the center. But it doesn't have to be. You know, I'll concede that. You know, it could be any fucking thing, really. But that's the way I imagine.
Our argument about east-west navigation is that it's circles, and the way that we argue that is that we would never know if we were turning that biggest, because the Glovers will say we're just going straight east and we end up back where we're at. And our argument is you have to compensate to north. There's no way. Is there a way to know that you're dead reckoning straight without using a compass? In big
Compasses are
long distances, a compass is used to compensate to north. So how could you go straight and know you're going straight
Well, if
without
you were dead
any
reckoning,
guidance?
you'd have landmark. You could have certain landmarks you already know.
Right,
sorry.
but
You
if
don't
you're
have
on the
to
ocean, what landmarks do you have?
You don't have them.
But compasses are weird, dude. What string lines? And I realize I recommend everybody.
Right. Are you
It's
talking
like
the
maps north
declination?
and east. In reality, how does that work on a globe?
Right. So I just all my point was is I understand, Jaron. I don't agree with the keeping your wheels straight deal. 100% don't agree with that. I think you hit the wall because you have to turn. But the argument I believe that is trying to be made is that circumnavigation, they're circles east to west. You would never know if you're directly heading a straight line, and that's how we argue the circumnavigation with the Glovers. So saying that you would know if you're turning, I don't think you would. If you're
Bev would,
compensating the north at long distances, you would never know you were turning. You don't even know how you could go in a straight line
right.
without
That's what I mean.
landmarks.
Over long distances, it's tough. I tried to. I was calling just to see how Bev thought, man. And like I said, he stayed put. He stayed firm, which I respect, but I don't agree with his, and he didn't agree with me. He thinks, if I'm remembering right, which he said he don't think that anything. He don't think circles, which is fair. They don't have to be. He thinks if you go east, that you go straight, and he would show you a grid map of his country, and it does work perfect, square, square grids mapped out. So if that is the case, which I don't agree with it, because I think I think I can circumnavigate around the North Pole, whatever the hell's going on up there. But I'm also going to be honest and say I could be wrong. It could be, who knows what happens if you keep going west.
Yeah,
But
well, if you keep it, what do you mean by keep going west? Compensating the north or
I'm
compensate?
east.
Because even with that, the declinations throw everything off. So you have to
Shut your
see.
mind
In
down, kind
reality,
of.
we have no idea.
You
Well,
got to live in
the only
reality.
way that you could try to do it is to just like leave something in your as you go, and then try and cite that and trying to keep a straight
Now,
line.
I'm not saying Bev is claiming we can't circle around. I'm not. I'm saying that as far as the circumnavigation, like he lives in reality, him what he can measure and prove. Like I said, I respect that personally. I respect that, and I'll
100%.
see his way. He ain't acting like we can't do a big ass circle and come back to where we started. So it ain't like impossible. He thinks that it's the way the survey did it with grids. Cardinal direction is a straight line, which I agree with that too. But really this is, I believe that to circumnavigate, to stay on a latitude line, I feel like we have to just gradually correct. It's very, very slow correction. You could easily fuck up, and there's then declinations everywhere, and it gets into the weeds, man. You don't like talking about what he can test, what he could prove. It aggravates a lot of people. I'm not one of them people, even though I don't agree and see it the way he sees it. I respect that. He don't want to. He won't let you pull him up into the weeds. I don't see why people get aggravated about that. Most characters don't, but some of them do.
Fact of the matter
What's
is,
this?
a
What's this?
straight line.
What's the argument even really getting towards? Is it talking about the sky, basically? Like those movements? Like what are we really? Are we really
Well,
just arguing
we've
about a
left the
racetrack?
globe behind. In reality, we left the globe way behind. Now we're trying to get bottom of the bottom. No, I'm just joking, dude. Man, my mind, I think too much to like I'll speculate 100 things before I like me, and that's where
I'm just saying, you're sitting here arguing that like basically somebody driving in a racetrack doesn't have to turn the wheel to maintain a circle, right? That's your point. But what are we even trying to like? This is a metaphor for something, right?
Well, like I said, he thinks if you go east, if you go 90 degrees from north and maintain it, you'll remain on the in a straight line, perpendicular to where you started. So he don't think there's any curves. That's why I said he's a no curve person. I'm a one curve because I think that there is a horizontal curve, and he still holds the perpendicular horizontal argument. Like I said, he pinned me down. I felt like a glober for a minute there. I had to catch myself and be specific, on what I was saying.
East isn't like an orientation within a Cartesian grid, is it?
He calls it how he sees it, man.
Like if you're in cartography, right? That's one thing. Then there's a east to west, north and south. I get that, but that doesn't really exist within.
It all depends how you map it. And when you start getting in oceans and all this shit, and there's different ways you can do it to act like you know how exactly what's happening over.
We're just talking about like quarter positions around a circle. You know what I mean? Like we can call them cardinal directions. You call them something else.
Even though I don't agree with it, my honest stance is that maybe it is like that. That's the only honest stance for any of us. Even if it's a 0.5% chance in our minds, it's still honest. To say no, it can't be this. There's no way. Although I think he would hold that stance.
Well, I don't know. Like sometimes
wrong. I don't want to straw man him, but I think he would say 100% I'm wrong, and give not even 0.25% that a latitude goes around Polaris. I could be wrong though. In fact, I'm curious to find out. He holds firm on his shit, dude. If I could go back in time, dude, I would probably follow that lead, man. But I'm way too deep into this.
Going too deep.
Too deep, man. I just hold everything to the way it's defined, what we can prove, and what the geometry dictates, and hold that because you can't go wrong. And you're just arguing pure reality by definition, by geometry. You could never lose, but I don't know, man. I like to speculate and shit. I could never hold that stance. Although I can respect it, I could never hold it. I like to brainstorm.
You sound confused. You're all over the. It's like I don't know what's going on, man.
I'm definitely all over the place, bro.
Better not to talk if you don't have anything good to say, bro.
Did I say
I'm
something
being dead
bad?
honest with you. I'm being dead honest with you. Yeah, say whatever you want.
Did I insult? Did I? And hold me. Did I misinterpret the conversation me and him had? Because if I did, I definitely don't want to. I want to straighten it out. Is that his stance? Or am I insulting him somehow?
I'm not talking about a particular person. I'm talking about you.
Dude,
You're all over the place, man. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Look, man, is a straight line straight? Is a straight line straight, Brian?
You entered the conversation just to talk shit about me, bro. That's called disrespect, dude. You wouldn't do that if we were that.
Sick and tired of this stuff, man. Don't you understand? Look, you're either a straight line is straight or it's curved, Brian. That's it.
No shit.
Okay, so what are you rambling on about, bro?
Whether latitude lines are doing circles around Polaris. Care to give your opinion?
Bro, we were talking about straight lines, right? A straight line does not Okay, listen. A straight line does not curve around anything, Brian. Is that clear, my friend?
I don't know, but
Your conversation. We've already
pretty
clarified
philosophical.
that. I'm just asking, like, can we circumnavigate? If and what I'm asking is that can we is a latitude? Does it go around Polaris? It's a simple question. You're allowed to have an opinion, SE.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, of course
It
you're
does
not.
not.
So don't shoot on my ass for having an
If it's a
opinion.
straight line, hey, is a latitude a straight line?
I believe a latitude is a circle around Polaris.
Well, then we disagree, my friend, because a straight line
Fair enough.
cannot curve ever, Brian, ever.
I didn't say it was a straight line. You instantly put words on my mouth and said a straight line can't curve. I'm saying that a latitude line is not a straight line.
Well, then we disagree.
That's the only words I said. Was that no? I think a latitude line is a circle around Polaris, and you said a straight line can't be curved. What are you talking about? Yeah, I agree. A straight line can't curve. I didn't. All I said is that you asked me what a latitude line was. I think a latitude line is a circle around Polaris. Respect your opinion.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. If you had two east in a straight line, okay, are you traveling in a straight line, or are you curving and are you going to come around and meet yourself? In your thinking, Brian.
I got to turn a circle to come around and meet myself. If I travel a straight line, I most certainly will not come around and meet myself ever. I've got to turn. I've got to make the turn around Polaris. That's the way I think it works.
Okay, so how does the sun come back? If the latitude lines are just straight lines, how does the sun come back the next day?
Insert music.
SE.
Question. I don't know. I have no idea how the sun comes back and goes away. Jeremy, do you know?
No, I'm telling you, if the latitude lines are straight, then the sun wouldn't come back on itself because it's following that latitude line.
I see what you're saying. How about if the sun goes around in circles above us?
That would make the latitude line a circle.
No, that just makes the sun go around in circles. There's nothing to the latitude.
SE, the sun's following a latitude line, right? The sun goes over the latitude lines.
No, the sun just goes around in circles. But from one side
over
to the other.
latitude lines.
I have no clue.
The sun just went over the equator for the equinox, right?
Okay.
Okay, so the sun was over the equator for the whole equinox. That shit came around on itself. So not a straight line. It can't be.
Okay.
Well,
and
I'm
that
just
means
saying,
what?
like, they're not latitude. It means the latitude lines aren't straight lines because the sun's staying above the latitude lines and it's coming back on itself the next day. So impossible if it's a straight line.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm with you, bro. Yeah. Now you're assuming all these things, right? You're assuming that the sun is doing something at a particular location. You got to keep that in mind. I just say
no, there's no assumption in the sun. The sun comes back. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I just say
there's no assumption in the sun. The sun's coming. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're assuming that the sun is doing something on a certain line. That's what you're assuming. You have a model in your head, and you're assuming the sun is doing something on this model. What I am saying is, I observe the sun going from one side to the other. That is it. That's the only claim I make. Now, you could imagine it doing something over a sphere, over a latitude. That's your prerogative.
No, there's no assumptions. The sun comes back around us on us in a circle every day. The sun was just now with the equinox. The sun was following that equinox, that equator all day. It rose all day, stayed above the equator. It's a latitude line, and it came back on itself. It can't be a circle. I'm not. There's no assumption.
Right. So what does that have to do with my statement about that if you're traveling in a straight line, you cannot go around the racetrack? What does that have to do with my original thing? Or are you just talking about something else now?
Oh, I don't know. I came in. You guys were talking about latitude lines being straight or not. I don't know. I agree with you on the racetrack thing. Obviously, you'll hit the wall.
Yeah, that's what this is all about. It's me calling out Jaron for him laughing at me saying that that's impossible. And somehow we ended up.
I mean, it could. Yeah, he may be. I don't know why. You go in a straight line, you'll never come back on yourself. Obviously, if
Exactly.
I was gonna snap a line, yeah, if I was gonna snap a line on Earth somewhere, I'd never come back on myself. I would just keep going and going. You end up in Antarctica or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So Brian came in to somehow, talk about that, and we got into it, and got that straightened out. But I still stand by that. I still say that if you travel in a straight line, you're never, ever going to come back on yourself. Only if you have some sort of imaginary model stuck in your brain. That's the only way. And that's the globe model.
There's a couple models, Pac-Man models, kind of like Mario Brothers or Pac-Man, where you go from one side of the screen to the other. But it's not truly infinite.
Does that exist on the sinusoidal map only though?
Well, there's an idea that's been proposed, right? Because you have infinite plane theory, which basically states a straight line is straight forever, right? But there's other proponents that say, well, maybe if there is some sort of weird phenomena where you can come back on yourself. But I don't believe in that. That's just
I forgot about the Pac-Man map. I forgot about the Pac-Man map.
But I agree that both on the globe model and on the flat Earth model that the lines curve. There's no straight line with latitude lines.
They just don't want to admit, just want to shut down reality and just not even have an opinion. And I don't care. I thought I was defending Bev earlier, man, as she's getting upset. Keep it real, to keep it honest. And I just thought, and so I'm saying that Etsy, the way you kind of misinterpreted me, maybe you did that with Jaron. But I'm also saying maybe you didn't. I don't think that if you do a straight line, because I know for a fact he don't believe in the Pac-Man model because he got in a lot of arguments. So you're getting mad at people, and I also got aggravated. So I'm not acting innocent, but I don't know, man.
I don't know about the Pac-Man model, dude. That could explain it for the equator, but what about for you can visibly see them, the stars like curving around Polaris and shit. They're following latitude lines, right?
Yeah, that's how we live the latitude line. So whatever, that's the direction the latitude line's going. So maybe I can't prove it, but I can say that it's definitely following latitude. Maybe I can't tell you the exact direction, the size of the circle or oval or figure eight or Pac-Man, but I do know that that's how the latitude lines were formed, was with the sun and the stars and shit. So you were accurate when you said that the sun is on the equator. Maybe I don't know the exact shape of the equator. That's the definition of the fucking equator, is directly under the sun on equinox. So
I mean, it's got to be somewhat of a circle. It's coming back.
Yeah, it's got to be to me.
You make a hard case. You make a hard case to say that the latitude. That's tough.
If I wanted to get accurate with them, I could easily. I choose not to. I choose to defend Jaren. I choose to defend Bev. I'll defend SE if he ain't here. Unless they bold-faced lie, in which I will not defend them. I'll question them. I don't think that for 1 second Jaren's going to say, I sure hope he fucking doesn't. I'll say that. If I ask him that if I go on an oval racetrack, you think I'm going to not hit the wall? And he says that a straight line is going to put me in a circle. I mean, fuck, dude. Who are we talking about? Like, who would claim that a straight line is a circle? Basically, what you're saying, a straight line's a circle. So you might have got confused with, like, you and just that quick, you thought I was saying latitude line or curving straight lines. But no, I had to clarify that, no, I think that latitude lines are circles. I don't think they're straight lines. And if I go straight, I won't remain on the latitude line. So I think that's probably what happened. I hope that's what happened. I have no reason to be arguing and fighting. Although, SC, man, you do kind of got to, I mean, it ain't, to me, it's a little bit stubborn to, like, to not even be able to form an opinion. You don't have to be modeling to say that you think a latitude line's circling around, you know, with this, you know, or ovaling or whatever coming back around. Because if it's not doing that, then it's got to be Pac-Man or something. Or either there's an infinite amount of suns just coming and going. That's possible. If I'm going to be 100% honest, I guess that's even a possibility. That just gets off into retardia, though.
I'm saying, could it be the Pac-Man map and we see stars going around in circles, but they're going in straight lines?
It'd have to be different than the one they show us.
No, it doesn't matter about the layout. Forget wherever the continents are. It doesn't even matter. It's either going in a straight line or a circle. The stuff.
The sun, nothing about it tells me straight. As far as appearance goes, anyway. Because I literally, about a month ago, I put a stake in copper pipe in the ground, 1 meter high, and leveled it out. And I got a bunch of flags, and for I forgot how many days I did it, but I did. And so I put a flag in the ground about every 10 minutes when it was getting close to noon. And them flags certainly weren't straight lines. So the shadows from the sun. So to me, that's obvious proof that the shadow is not going in a straight line. I mean, the sun's not going in a straight line because I could show you with the shadows, unless there's something wonky going on, which, like I said, if I respect you, I'll give you that retarded possibility. But so if you claim the latitude lines are straight, then you've either got to be claiming some crazy shit, or you got to be claiming that that the sun doesn't follow the latitude lines, that's how they're defined and laid out. Whatever direction they are going, that's literally how they're defined. And so, or you just got to donkey up. And not even have an opinion.
Hey, I'm gonna post a video of the Pac-Man model from It's a good presentation, bro.
But model does do that little slope of that one spot. But no, wait, I'm measuring it. It can't. I just figured because my shadows them flags I laid out are arc. So so if the Pac-Man model shows the sun going straight, that's that little or test, whatever you want to call it, is proof that it's not going straight. Unless something wonky's going on with the light. I guess that's a possibility. Past that, if you go past that, I think you're going up in the weeds. Any claim beyond that? But see, here's the problem. When they're arguing the Pac-Man model, strawman in the they're strawman in the Gleason's map. Like the Gleason's map is a work of fucking genius. Learning more about it and shit. And so all the latitude lines are equidistant. Every azimuth is equidistant, not just to the North Pole. Wherever you're at is for each individual, for every location, to every heavenly body. It's equidistant, and it's 69 miles per degree. So it puts Australia just about it's about 11,500 miles. It's pretty close to the globe. It's about, I think, 900 miles more. It does stretch some of the distances in the north, but when they say that, it agrees with the Pac-Man map as far as the sun going over. If we took the zenith of the sun when it's over the equator, measured a distance, and did it over Cancer and Capricorn, which we have it on the Gleason's map, they're all the same distance. I believe on the Pac-Man model, they're all the same distance. Only the globe that they're different in that one spot. I think this is something we could do. It'd be a little bit of a challenge, but we could do it. I think it's doing the same shit. But here's why I figured out you can't map out a flat Earth reality on a circular map. It's just not possible. You got to change something, because if you're going to map out a celestial dome, whether it's apparent, whether it's really domed, and get the scales right of the ground, Gleason found the only way to do it. That's the only way it could possibly work, and it just so happens to be really damn close to the globe. And but it's a little different. But if they're claiming, and it's funny that MC Toon wouldn't let us use the AE mapper, he'd had to pay. Basically, we'd erased him. And but he says it's a globe projection. He said the patent. I looked at the patent, and no, they says something else than that. And then he even says it in his own words that if you read into his story, that for patent purposes, he patented that one patent, but then he added the scientifically accurate as is, all the part, and he added the scale, I think, but it can't be a globe projection because all the azimuths are all equidistant. All of them, and that's on a globe. I have to think about that for a second, but it can't be a globe projection because the globe shrinks toward the North and South Pole. The AEMAP doesn't, so it can't possibly be a globe projection. Now, dude, he put some magic into this fucking map. He's got the little side art. There's meaning behind that, man. It's coming out in one of my videos where he's got two square compass in a circle, leaving two 30-degree angles. So if you trace the 30-degree angles on or 45s, it's going to put your line of sight right at due east. No matter where you're at, it'll line up with where he's got the little suns at the top. It'll line up to the equator. It's fucking awesome, dude. Wait till you see my part 2, dude. Y'all gonna fucking shit when you see this, dude. This fucker was a super genius, dude.
Wait. So what about 33 degrees? The Masonic number, what about it? What's this?
It's not 33. It's 30. Where I'm at 30. I'm at 30 latitude. Right. 33. I don't fall into all that shit, but I mean, I do know there's Masonic bullshit, but I can't prove something. I like hearing about it, but I don't like making claims about it because I don't know any Masons, man. I found out my grandpa's a Mason, like at his funeral. They come and played fucking bagpipes and shit. I'm like, who the fuck are they, Mom? I was young. Like, that's his club. I never even knew that. He died when I was younger. But anyway, man, some treasures. This map is like, dude, he's a super genius. Like the shit he worked out is insane.
Yo,
We
you
can
said
test
that.
this. We could test this. I'm just feeling dead air. Sorry.
I gotta unmute to talk, and I'm on my phone, so it takes a second. But you said your dad was a Mason?
No, my mom's dad.
Your mom's dad, and he played a bagpipe.
She told me they were. She told me when they come and play bagpipes, she said that it was his club, a Masonic club. This is like
Yeah, been part of the
25
Scottish.
years ago.
The Scottish rite. That's yeah, the big
Does that
one,
make
man.
sense with the bagpipe? Yeah, that's what. Pretty sure that's what it was. I didn't think nothing of it. Money, man. He might have been up, maybe, but I don't know. Maybe not. He might not have been part of the club, the club. Who knows? Yeah, when I looked at this shit, I couldn't believe it, dude. I couldn't believe the distance from Sydney to Santiago is just like 11.9. That's that fits my argument a lot better because it's still longer than the globe, but it's not like crazy. I was having trouble making that argument. I was still able to within kind of reasonable, but it was hitting on the limits of reasonable. With the distances, like they'd need a faster plane. I don't think that's totally fucking unreasonable, but you know, I couldn't prove that. I just said, fuck, all they need is a fucking faster planes. They use a few planes that do them long routes every so often when they do them, and just use them faster fucking planes. But I didn't like making that claim. But to me, it would have to be something like that, you know, to explain it. But to come to find out, I didn't study this shit close enough. I didn't look at it, and I didn't look at the little hidden things. A lot to this map, dude. Y'all gonna like this shit, dude. Part one, in case you want to see it now, or wait till the segment comes out, or not see it at all. But I'll post it. I get into it a little bit.
Hey, Brian, you got any insights about Gleason that you want to share with us?
Yeah, I just posted it, man. I just posted it, but I don't want to give away too much. But I posted part 1, which and I'm going to show it and show these distances and show exactly how to derive these distances, exactly how it can only be that way. And it's
I didn't even watch your video yet, Bry. The one you sent me in DMs. I need to have someone watch it first, try to make sense of it, and then relay it to me.
I thought about all that, man, and I tried to clarify, and I don't do that. That's why I figured I'm doing the explanation now, and I thought about the explanations pretty carefully and shit, because I know that especially if it's something that took me a while to understand. I know the fact it's going to take y'all motherfuckers. I'm just joking, dude. But I know I'd have trouble explaining, so I was careful about my explanations, and I figured I'd just chop it in half and show the actual numbers and the protractor part and shit in the next video, and so you'll hear how it works. Then you'll see that it can only work that way, and he specifies that it works that way. And then I'm gonna show a couple hidden clues that are so fucking cool you ain't gonna believe it. I didn't even mention that yet. I didn't want to pull it off in the weeds. I want to show how the map works and show how we've been straw manning our own damn selves for years. It's ridiculous. None of y'all flat earthers figured this shit out. No, I'm sure somebody has. We probably just, I don't know, maybe they hadn't. Gleason would be ashamed, man. No, I'm just kidding. So if you're gonna map if you're gonna have an accurate map that scales distances properly and scales and it projects a celestial dome, like I said, real or apparent, to accurately do that, you can't do that on a flat surface without a method. I mean, I would have thought it would be impossible. This genius.
So, Brian.
So think about this: if you have 3 square countries, big giant square countries, one over Cancer, one over Capricorn, and one over the equator, so you're gonna have different size countries, man. They're gonna be different, man. You measure angle to above in the center, put something above. It doesn't even have to be a sun or anything above in the middle of each country, and just do a circle around toward the outside of the square, and you're going to be doing a bigger circle in the south. So you can't map reality on a fucking circle. Period. It doesn't work without the scale and the method. Without even talking about the heavens, really, you're going to be literally doing a bigger circle just because. And so that doesn't make sense on its face. And this dude cracked the code. And once I realized it, I'm like, oh my God. How have we not realized this, man?
Realize what? That the South has more surface area? Like, we've known that, dude.
No, how about this? How about I got just picture a hand of a clock, a giant hand of a clock over a flat Earth map. Okay, it's centered at the North Pole for this example, and it just goes all the way out to the edge. Whatever, it's 20 miles up. Now we got our 3 countries, one over Cancer, the middle of it's over Cancer, one over the equator, one over Capricorn. Now we put a light bulb right over Cancer, right up above Cancer, and we measure 20 degrees to that light bulb. We can go a full circle around it, and we're gonna get the same a circle of equal altitude, whatever. That still works. But now, why would it change if I went and put a light bulb over Capricorn? So you telling me just from going south that my circle got bigger? That can't work in reality.
Yeah, you gotta be able to explain these things a little better, Brian.
Yeah,
Because
I
I'm
do
having a
agree
hard
with
time understanding, bro. But like I know what
Yeah.
you're saying. Like I know what you're saying. You talk about angular velocity, right?
No,
And so the clock's big hand keeps the same angular velocity. It doesn't matter if you're at the center of the clock or at the rim of the clock, right? That's what you're talking about.
like if I've got a 20-degree angle to any height of a sun, it's going to be a bigger distance. So you tell me just from going south, that angle made my distance bigger. How could that work? You tell me just from moving.
There's more land.
That's not the definition of azimuthal equidistant. Azimuthal equidistant means so the azimuth is to every celestial body, right? Not the North Pole. So anywhere you go, you're in the middle of that map. You're in the middle, literally. It's 69 miles for every latitude, and you're in the middle everywhere you go. And every body you're looking at, you're doing a equal circle around each body. Period.
I'm not following, bro. Sorry.
You don't follow that. We're doing an equal circle. Like if we got the sun 20 degrees above our head, no matter where we're at on Earth,
that's just a troll, Brian.
No, so like, yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like the sun, regardless if it's at the Tropic of Cancer or the Tropic of Capricorn, and we know that these tropics, the circles are, even though they're at the, on the globe model, they're at 23.4 degrees north and south latitude, right? They should be symmetrical, right? The distances to complete the circuit should be symmetrical, right? They're not.
Yeah, they are. No, they're not. They weren't. Because we weren't using the fucking map right, dude.
Nah, man. Hold on. I didn't even finish my train of thought. Hold on.
Oh,
so,
sorry.
no, we know as you get closer to the North Pole, right? Just like a track or a track field, the inner lanes are shorter, bro. Right? So technically, the Tropic of Cancer, right, which is north, should be smaller, right? Because you're closer to the North Pole. It's a smaller circuit. And then the Tropic of Capricorn, which is 23.4 degrees south, approaching the Antarctic Circle, that should be at least twice the circumference.
Yeah, but you're not using.
You understand?
Yeah, that's why you have to. That's why it's azimuthal equidistant. Not North Pole centered. It's not North Pole.
All right, hear me out real quick, because I want to ask you a question. Because I'm going to segue to something. But hold on. So we know that the sun, regardless of its geographic location, in the north hemisphere or the southern hemisphere, it keeps the same velocity. It keeps the same angular velocity, just like the big hand on a clock, right? Regardless if you're at the center or the outer end of the clock, it keeps the same velocity. But I do want to ask you a question. When it comes to the celestial dome, we have an apparent celestial dome due to perspective, right? And optical limits of perspective. We know that there's a apparent celestial dome. But then you have hold on. The stars themselves, because there's different people that think differently. I'm trying to pick at your brain to see what you believe. The stars themselves, right? The star map of their constellations, the Mazarot, whatever you want to call it, right? The zodiacs. Are they in your model? In your model, are the stars perfectly straight and perpendicular? Like, are they flat? Like the sky, is it flat? And then we're just perceiving a celestial dome because of limits and perspective, or is the sky itself also really literally dome shaped? In your belief,
I think it is personally, but sometimes I think it ain't. Sometimes I think it's apparent, but either way, that's how we see it. The stars are doing circles around Polaris, but let me give you. Hold
on. Before we hold on. Well, Brian, hold on. Just because I want to elaborate on this, because we're gonna probably move to another topic.
If you let me say something.
Well, yeah, but hold on. Real quick, because in my understanding, we have both. We have the apparent celestial dome, which is only apparent because of perspective, right? But then you also have an actual dome that the stars are encrusted into, that it's a literal hemisphere over our heads. So not only do you have the celestial dome that is apparent due to perspective, you also have a literal dome beyond that perspective. That's literally how it works, and that's why it's so difficult. That's exactly what we see in reality, and that's why it's so difficult to pinpoint exactly the distance of the stars or the sun and the moon, because you have these two things that you have to account for. You have two domes you have to account for.
It's not hard, bro. It's easy. You know, if you start trying to make wild claims, like if you're trying to get to map the sun 10 degrees above the horizon and think you're going to get something accurate over 5,000 or 6,000 miles. I mean, but within reality, with anything above our head, with it, you know, above 20, 30 degrees or so, yeah, it works fine on a map in a sextant challenge, because he says it's a glow projection, but it can't be a glow projection. And I show that part one, how it can't possibly be, and Gleason literally specifies, like he foreseen these fuckers making this claim and nipped it. It's super genius, man. He's a hardcore flat earther, but he's a lot smarter than any of us, dude. I'm telling you.
Now I've read some of his work, and I disagree with Gleason on many points, but I'm not going to get into it right now. But biblically and flat Earth wise, yeah. But I just want to say that
I've been in my own stance for like and not in my favor. Like I've been using this map wrong since I started. I've made decent sense of it, but I've been having a hard time. And coming to find out, this bitch works pretty damn good, dude. Even the squid, like everything changes, dude, when you figure out how to use this. And there's still some arguments to be had, but not the blatant ones. And but let me throw this in your head.
Let's let everyone.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's let everyone finish their sentences, please. Though you guys are stepping all over each other. You need to relax, Brian.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the reason that it's very difficult to pinpoint elevation angles and how far these luminaries are is because we're dealing with multiple variables regarding trigonometry, right, and calculus and all these things. Like, I don't claim to be a mathematician, but the math required to literally calculate the distances of these stars is incredibly difficult, because you have to account for two different domes, bro. You have to account for the apparent dome and the actual physical dome. And it's very hard, arc ink. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. The formulas they have to do for their site reduction is fucking rich, dude. They're averaging out a planar triangle. They're averaging out the spherical triangle. It's like, and they mix radians in, dude. Like but on the AE map, it's cut and freaking dry, dude. Cut and dry. And I only had a problem with I had to come up because of the distance, man. Weren't working out, and I was wrong. It's azimuthal equidistant. I'd never even thought for one. I don't know why, because I usually cover every base, so that puts me off the weeds sometimes. But it puts me on good shit sometimes too. And it took me a while, but I finally, scratching my head and trying to figure perfect. So any circle you do anywhere on Earth around the sun, you're going to do the same distance circle no matter where you're. And it's just simple planar mathematics. The height doesn't even matter in either model, really. I think this does help you pin down the height if we need it, if we wanted to just entertain it, but I don't think it's necessary.
I think it's almost impossible to pinpoint because, like, most people, when they do calculate elevation angles, they don't even account for the actual physical dome. They're accounting for the apparent dome. And you're not gonna get right numbers for that, bro. That's why flat earthers always get flack from Globers, because we don't claim to have elevation angles of the sun, the moon, or the stars, because it's impossible to really come up with it, bro. Because you'd have to literally be like underneath it, and even if you are underneath it at its zenith, for all you could be on this completely off because of the dome. You know what I'm saying? That's
why this is so important, dude. These angles to the heavens and all this shit, and like I literally sense of it in my head, dude, that fucking really good, but until you get close to the horizon, but I shouldn't have had to do that, and I didn't. They've been strawmanning us about these distance to Sydney to Santiago, and dude, they've been strawmanning us the whole time, but we've let them. We've strawman our as a flat earther. I literally didn't have an understanding of how this map worked, dude. And it was right in front. That's not a problem. The flat Earth model, this model, like I said, you can't do circles. You can't map a flat Earth on circles. It's not possible. Even if every glober in the world admitted it's flat, they couldn't do it. The only way to do it's the way Gleason did it. It's just not possible, period. It ain't the dumb flat earthers or that's not possible to model because if you're using the heavens and the ground. But Gleason found a way. It's fucking genius, dude.
And
literally genius, and it was right in front of my face the whole fucking time.
So Gleason revealed something to me that, you know, prior to Gleason, I was also under the assumption, like many flat earthers, that the sun keeps its elevation consistent throughout the year. So like the sun just keeps the same elevation all year long, and it doesn't go up, it doesn't go down. But Gleason actually says that it does change in elevation. And I was like, wait, what? And that's the only way that you can actually make the flat Earth model work with the shadows. Because you know the Globers always ask us like, oh, well, what flat Earth model can you guys? Because they have simulations where they can like plot in the data, right, and be like, oh, the shadows don't work. Well, how far is the sun then? You know, Gleason discovered, bro. He discovered it.
Them same claims pin them down when you hold them to it. Say, okay, let's follow to its logical conclusion. If you're making claims, let's follow it out. And they get pinned down, not every direction, but almost every direction, dude. Their own claims box them in, dude. And us as stuffing them in that box, dude. Or now they're just refusing to answer shit, dude. They're just donkey moding on us, man. It's but dude, this is gonna change shit, I think, man. There's still a couple things, man. I'm not like I'm not acting like I was the first, but me personally, I've finally, it was right in front of my face, and it's literally written down, and it changes all the angle bullshit. I don't think the height, I think it does have to slightly change. I think even on a globe model, it changes. I think observations would change, you know. As far as cell nav goes, height's not a factor.
Yeah, in the globe model, the distance that the Earth is from the sun does change during the revolution of the Earth. That's what they call the eccentricity of the sun, where there's certain points where the Earth is actually closer to the sun by 3 million miles, and that's what they call the perihelion and aphelion or whatever. It can differ by 3 million miles. Where, you know, on a circular orbit, you should be consistent in your distance from the sun, right? Consistent throughout the year. But on the elliptical orbit, you can have the Earth be closer to the sun and then farther away from the sun. It's not just about the tilt. There's literal 3 million. There's a 3 million mile difference between the beginning and middle of the year.
Yep. And this is where it gets me, where they make this claim. And I'm like, okay, but if you follow it out, like I said, and you say, okay, what causes this wider of an analemma in the south? You know, screw where it crosses. It's way wider in the south. And they got to try and claim this orbit. But hold on, you've already defined it mathematically as only like 3.5%. So no, this is twice as wide. So your bullshit math once again stuffs you in a box. When you hold them to their claims and you follow it out to the logical conclusion, it breaks down in almost every. Same thing with the sun on the bottom of cloud shit, dude. With the analemma's width, like that little bit ain't gonna that 3.5% ain't gonna double the width of what. And they also have to change the speed of shit and claim it ain't accelerate.
Yeah,
the definition acceleration. They're fucking done for this next couple years. And right when they concede, I'm switching to the globe. No, just kidding.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on,
How
my
you
brother?
doing? How's everybody?
Man, we're scratching and clawing, man, but we're getting her done, I think.
Brilliant. I know you are. I know you're getting there. Don't worry about that. If yesterday was anything to go by, did a great job yesterday, you guys. You know, articulating the truth, exposing the ridiculousness of the model and the angles and the lack of curvature and everything. Yeah, yeah, you did a good job. I spoke about the moon landings yesterday. You know, in particular the spacesuits and how Prada. Does everybody know about Prada, the designer label? Fashion designer, Prada from Italy. Yeah.
I used to have a Prada bag that I got in Milan. Yes, I know Prada. Sorry, I'm sick
Brilliant.
today.
Yeah, well, I took my wife to Milan back in 1998, just before we got engaged in November. So it was April of 1998. I got engaged on my birthday of that year. So I'll never forget, you know what I mean? Anyway, I took her to Italy for the Easter. Not that I'm religious or anything, it just happens that the holiday fell on that. And I took her to Prada, the Prada house. And she bought 2 items costing $600. A pair of platform shoes, which the Japanese like. You know the shoes they like to wear, those big platform shoes with it had these very flimsy straps. Okay, because your toes are exposed, so proper like sandals, but with a platform for summer wear, and a black, very thin, see-through that if I put my hand, I could just put my hand through it, and it would be torn to shreds. Okay, cost $600 for those 2 items. She then asked me, did I want anything? I said, no, I'm fine, man. I didn't pay for it. She's paying for that. I wouldn't spend my money on stuff. But I just thought to myself, wow, Prada, their stuff's not durable. Now, I'm a man who's very prudent with my money, and I like to make sure that if I'm going to buy something, it's going to last. Do you know what I mean? I'm not buying things that are, I can see the inherent weakness in a design in a pair of shoes or clothing. Okay, that's me. So, so I was thinking Prada stuff's not that. And I looked around and I just said to myself, oh, this is a little bit like Fool's Paradise. So if you don't know what you're looking at, man, you could be losing money here, or you're losing money. And if you buy the goods and you don't use it that often, it may last. But if it's going to be something you wear a lot, it's not going to last. And I like to wear my stuff more than once. I don't buy something and only wear it once and leave it in a wardrobe. No, if you like the garments, you wear it and you wear it and you wear it again. Okay. Now, the Prada has assisted, should I say, Axiom. That's the company that's now making the new suits for the Artemis mission, Prada. Now, the suit is going to be subjected to, supposedly, minus 400 degrees Celsius. Sorry, Fahrenheit. That's minus 240 degrees Celsius. Okay? 240 degrees Celsius is minus 240 degrees Celsius is equivalent to minus 400 degrees Fahrenheit. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm forgetting to put the minus in there. So I'll say it again. Minus 400 degrees Fahrenheit is equal to minus 240 degrees Celsius. What material on Earth do we have that can be subjected to those kind of temperatures, ladies and gentlemen? And how would we test?
Nothing. Everything breaks. Even batteries stop working at temperature unless they got a way of heating that shit up somehow. Yeah, that's a good point.
Right. And this is a design. Remember, this is Prada assisting NASA. And I'm not impressed with the goods that they make. So how can they assist in any way regarding the temperatures? They make good handbags. They make nice purses, as the young lady said. She's got one, you know. And I have looked at them. They're quite durable. I mean, they could last some years because, again, you know, I mean, if you're using it every day, that lining on the inside would be the problem if you're putting coins. But rich people only have credit cards. They're not having coins in there, so
I
they're not
posted
gonna.
a diagram by Gleason.
Yeah, go on.
It's pointing out the eccentricity of the sun's path. He tells you to yeah, I'll just
Yeah, go ahead. Because I'm more concerned with how Prada could be assisting, ladies and what knowledge do they have of these temperatures and in vacuum of space, supposedly as well, cosmic ray particles, radiation belts, and alike. How could they? Where's their expertise coming?
Where
if anything,
exactly? Where exactly? And you're gonna wear fashion belts pretty soon. Radiation belts are really in this year.
Yeah, you're quite right there. Snacks for the future. But I mean, if any company that is capable of assisting in any way, shape, or form would be motorcycle. They're called Odysee. Now they do motorcycle equipment, boots, gloves, levers, and that's the company you go to. That's going to be able to assist in suits. Prada.
Got suits with gravity pocket, radiation belts, man. They got the works. Now, so I wouldn't even know what Prada was. So now the devil and NASA wear Prada.
Yeah. This is absurd, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. It's just getting worse and worse with NASA. Fashion designer Prada now getting in on the act of the deception. The suits will not be going to space, ladies and gentlemen. We can't go there. The formidable obstacle that they have to contend with, obstacles are the radiation, 3 belts they've got to get through, the vacuum of space, cosmic ray particles that are traveling almost at the speed of light. If you're wondering about the number, 616,629 miles per hour. It's a lot of speed. 670,616,629 miles per hour.
You talking about locally? That's crazy. That's crazy what they call up close. Like, oh, that star's close. I'm like, dude, how can you call any star close if it's in the trillions of miles? The closest one's in the trillions of miles, and they would describe one as close or local. That's a joke on its face.
It really is, yeah, because the North Star itself is supposed to be 433 light years away. That would be 6 trillion times 430, ladies and gentlemen. You're into the quintillion or quadrillion, the quintillion miles.
Thinking real quick, this is kind of off subject, but it's like we need to like go to a park or maybe even on a private property and build it doesn't have to be a Georgia Guidestone shit, but just build a wall and get a hole in it, because we got video of Polaris right smack dab in the middle of that hole for like 40 plus years. And I think 50 years or something, I forgot. But and we could go ahead and get another wall built. We know right where it was before they tore it down, and here it is now. And we can rub it in every year. That argument gets sweeter and sweeter.
Yeah, that's a great point there. Point being raised there, ladies and gentlemen, is that the Georgia Guidestones had a hole in it, which was right in line with the North Star. Now, if we're moving through the universe at 2.2 million miles per hour, covering 19.2 billion miles in 1 year, whilst orbiting the sun at 90 times the speed of sound, whilst the Earth itself is spinning on its axis of 23.4 degrees, 1,038 miles per hour on the equator there. How can it be that we're still seeing the Polaris through that hole? We should have a complete new constellation daily, at least.
And every
if
year
not hourly.
And every year that we see it right smack dab in the middle of that hole, meter.
That's right. Exactly. It proves that Earth is not moving. You see, the Georgia Guidestones, before they were destroyed deliberately, that wasn't vandalization. That was a deliberate destruction because the powers that shouldn't be have noticed that we've noticed that the Polaris is not moving. The Earth is not moving at all.
I bet Sean. We need to look at the video closely, man. I bet that was Sean creeping with the Mission Impossible.
Yes.
Sean Hawkins come tippy toeing up, blowing up the Georgia Guidestones. I hate this argument. It gets better every year.
Yeah.
I'm gonna blow this to bits.
Yeah, they had to blow up the Georgia. Yeah, they had to blow up the Georgia Guidestones because it was exposing that Earth is stationary, not moving.
Yeah. The main attraction was still intact, but you know, since one of just tear the whole thing down, including the main attraction. We got to make sure we tear that down immediately.
Crazy. This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. You see, when you listen to us, we leave you in no doubt. You might go onto these documentaries, okay, where they're exposing the moon landings and that, but they leave you a little bit of doubt. They refer to the Earth as a ball, for example. They're exposing the moon landings, but the Earth is still a ball. And they still talk about gravity like it's a real thing. And they still talk about Russia and America, well, Russia in particular, being able to send probes to the moon. Can't send man, but we can. Can you see now? So that we have to hold even those people up to a certain standard. But when you come to this server, the Earth Awakening channel here, we will leave you in no doubt. Okay? There is no way that we can have satellites on a ball that doesn't exist, ladies and gentlemen. See, that's where we come in now. Finalize everything. It's finite. Official stamp. Boom. Earth Awakening. Official stamp. When you've got that stamp, it's not subject to your disapproval what we're telling you. So you can be in no doubt that the Earth is not a ball. We're not spinning.
You got this system this developed called Loran, and it's working over these incredible. And but you know what? Let's tear that down and spend 80 times the amount and build a whole new infrastructure instead of perfecting the one we got. Let's build a whole so we can charge way more money. So we can spend all our money, and then and then later down the road, let's put Loran back in effect. You know, some countries are reintroduced, and it's more specific. It's more accurate, and let's go ahead and the codes and all that stuff. Let's classify, not give the open source to the public. You know, and dude, it's all they're the conspiracy theorists. All the shit they got to believe, they're coincidence theories.
Yeah. I would have to agree with you there again.
Now they're getting caught. They're starting to talk balloons a little more, and they're talking about reintroducing Loran because the kinks work, and it's so much cheaper. It's just right in front of everybody's face.
It's right in our face all the time. Yeah, I always knew it was Loran all the time. It's just the hardware is just changing. It's the same old technology, signals, waves, but they're just using new hardware to deliver it and charging you extortionate prices. That's all they're doing, ladies and gents.
Yeah, okay. and they got a that's what gravity is that created the hole in our wallets, man.
Yeah,
they literally show us the first satellite. I think it's called like Epic or something, and it's literally a big giant ball, like a silver reflecty ball. It's a balloon.
The balloon. That's right.
They send it up and put it, and they put a balloon in orbit. Okay, and they bounce a signal off. So when did that change? I mean, why can't we still do that? You know, that's what we did. That's what they showed us, and all of a sudden, shit went quiet, and got all classified on us and shit. You know.
Yeah,
It's just
and they started
evidence
to
is all
charge us
around
more
us.
money. Yeah, absolutely. So this is it. This is why it's good to come to this channel, the Earth Awakening.
Why do we need to launch a balloon? Anyway, you know, I guess you could, you know, maybe help it get up there a little quicker. Then I don't know. I don't know what they're going to, but to me it works just fine. Like I pulled the documents a long time ago where, dude, documents of before they come out with CubeSats. I showed in one of my videos. I found I was like, dude, I went back and I showed before CubeSats come out how they had the whole thing mapped out, planned where they got these little strings of 6-inch by 6-inch little satellites on balloons, and they the whole LTE network was like less than a dozen balloons and covering all of South America, the whole LTE cellular phone network on balloons, and all of a sudden that shit gets hard to find. I'm glad I documented all this stuff, but it's like,
well, you might have noticed that Elon Musk's and his Starlink satellites is mimicking that, is he not? Yeah.
Yeah. When it's already in the blueprints, how they're gonna strings of balloons.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. Just copying
networks. Sorry, networks.
Yeah, that's right. There can be no satellites where there's no globe, ladies and gents. Okay? No globe, no satellites. Simple as that. No ISS, for example.
I personally think that's natural, man. It might not be. I don't know. I think it's something natural. I think that's why they keep going to decommission it. Or last time they decommissioned, they backed it up. Like this thing just, it wasn't even supposed to last. It's already like 2 or 3 times its lifespan. You know how it works.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
That's right.
stuck with it. I think, you know, before something happens to it or whatever, I think it's up there and it's
no, it's not. It can't be up there. It cannot be up there.
Man. I think it's just another natural body, man, that looks funny, like Saturn or Arcturus, or one of them funny-looking fucking bodies. That's my personal belief.
You know what I think it is? I think it's a H-shaped drone. That's all it is. The letter H-shaped drone flying around. We can make aeroplanes of all different shapes now.
Could be.
Yeah, it's not a vehicle with human beings on it orbiting a ball. No, we're not a ball. You see.
That's one of the places I admit. Like I lovers go donkey on it sometimes. Like I'll admit I go donkey. Like until they prove that there's people up in that thing and prove how high it is and all that. You know, you can show me the math. Okay. Yeah. I'll at least can see the pot. But you know, we've also showed you, like you've showed us some math. Now all the horse shit that's supposed to be going on up there, you know, where they've made mistakes. And we pointed out some obvious shit, and they have to defend it, dude. And that's when this argument gets fun, dude. When you're talking moon landings, and that's why they'll never debate us on the like go on modern day debates about NASA fakery and shit. I don't think we could get a on there. They'd be anybody who hadn't seen this argument and all the stuff we could show, like astronauts getting stuck upside down, stopping on the dime, and like faces going red, like, and then like wires popping out the back of pants, dudes grabbing at nothing, dudes dropping shit, like dude,
nuts and bolts rolling off shelves. Yeah, nuts and bolts hitting the ground. You know, in 0 G.
Hard to gaslight somebody when you're defending obvious horse shit, you know. So that's why they rarely. I haven't found anybody willing to have that debate with me on MDD.
No, they won't. They won't because again, it's too. They don't know enough about it. That's the first thing, and you're overwhelmingly knowledgeable on it. So they're not. It'll be a complete destruction there. They won't debate me on it on the modern day debates. In fact, I am banned from there.
What?
Yeah, they banned me
for what?
Oh, well,
Why?
because you know me, I don't back down. If I'm trying to get a point out and people are over talking me, and I just over talk them back. And I repeat and repeat and repeat till they shut up. And I mean, I repeat and
Yeah,
repeat till
yeah.
they shut up.
Jin can do this for up to 7 hours.
Yeah, that's right. So that's why they banned me, because they couldn't shut me up, and that was it. And you're not going to shut me up if I'm trying to get my point out. And I always said to them that you're not letting me speak. As soon as I start to open my mouth, you're talking. Don't talk when I'm talking. Shut the fuck up and let me speak. Right? When you hear my voice, I don't want to hear your voices. You know. Yeah, I was very, very strict with them. I had to be, because I wasn't afforded the freedom to have this debate to and fro. It just wasn't working, you know. So I just totally destroyed them with the truth anyway, every time I had my chance. And in the end, they banned me.
Yeah, it sucks. But I'll tell you what, man, like I've heard of globe earthers, like not this week, but over the last month and a half or two. Like I wish I'd have recorded it, but I've heard a couple of them like admit, like not willing to defend the globe and NASA. Like, I don't know if it was definitive or not, but making the claim that, you know, that the shit's really up there. Look at the math, but they're just showing us propaganda, you know, and because what they got going on, you know, what they're showing is for the public, and it's just, you know, it is what we're seeing.
Yeah, yeah.
We're not willing to defend that horse shit, because, you know, it's hard to defend.
Yeah, whenever I went to that server, they were always.
At least it's an honest stance, dude. Like, at least you're not just ignoring what you're seeing, you know, because on the debate, they have to cut us, because we can just keep showing like a fly flying around the window of us. 2 weeks later, a freaking article comes out where flies on the space station, and then we're talking, you know, then meteors. How a month later, NASA's hit a meteor.
Yeah, do you remember there was also algae on the window? Do you remember algae as well?
Yeah, yeah. A pocket of gravity. In that one where they shift to the left, they hit a pocket of gravity.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, yeah. And do you remember the one where the nut and bolts, the nut rolled off the side of the edge and dropped down to the ground?
Yeah, and the one dude went to drop something, and he snatches down to catch it real quick. His instincts, you know, he caught whatever it was, and then
natural reflex.
That globe beach ball falls off, and that one dumbass. Well, I don't want to call him a dumbass, but that one older astronaut, the Filipino American looking dude, like goes to go for it, you know, and he gets caught by his wife. And he realizes he can't walk out to get it because he's on wires. He gets stopped in his tracks, and all their sounds. I mean, dude, they literally have to keep showing more and more and more and more. There are hours of this stuff. It's because we've pulled out so many over the years that there are these things. You might be able to argue one or two of them, but you try and argue them all, you're looking like a fool to anybody who's new to the argument, trying to defend that shit. And they'd have to stop me because I could just keep going on and on and on.
Well, that's what I was doing, you see. Exactly what you were doing. We just hitting them with the facts. Nothing was opinionated. All facts only. I say to them, I'm not opening my mouth unless it's facts. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep quiet. So it's not subject to disapproval. Now, shut up. They also banned Denmark as well. They banned Denmark from there as well. Because, you know, they don't want to give us a chance to actually articulate what we know. And they'd rather argue about religion, you see. That was the other thing that I noticed with the modern day debates. They were always arguing about religion whenever I went there. And I kept on saying to them, can't we all just get along? Why can't you leave your religion in your pocket and let's talk about the flat earth? You know, this is the most urgent thing. Okay? Yeah, but like you said, they don't want to discuss that. Like you said. Yeah, man. End up banning us from there.
Yeah, once we nail down what the Earth is, man, I'll all the books and pick which one describes it the best. No, I'm just kidding, dude. I keep my religion stuff personal. I believe it should be personal.
Yeah, you leave your religion in your pocket, man. Yeah,
never understood religious debates. It's a faith by definition. To try and call it a debate is weird. I think religion should be personal to everybody.
That's right.
But that's just my opinion. So you'll
Yeah.
rarely hear me arguing about religion.
That's what I said to them. You pointing your finger at that religion. That's the opposite of your religions anyway. So just leave your religions in your pocket and let's have a real debate, because this is
No,
embarrassing.
that's leaving truth in your pocket. Truthers would never do that. They would want to share the good word, truth, which is the true religion, to every soul on earth as quick as they could.
Yeah.
So not put it in your pocket. Man. So the opposite of put it in your pocket, scream it
No,
from
I
the
ain't
mountain.
saying don't spread the good word. I'm saying debate it. You know what I'm saying? Like going and debating shit, dude.
Yeah, I think that's just how some people, everybody spreads the word in different manners.
Is call my faith and call it a lie and call me a liar. That's all he can do, and start pointing out where he thinks it's wrong. My faith, what I believe, and what I believe my whole life. I got a guy who's just basically disrespecting me out of the gate, calling my whole life and my a lie. It's I've never
Yeah, but you're
understood
not
it.
if you're debating your faith, you have a weak faith. But if you're debating to share the word, like maybe one person in the audience will hear and get what you're saying, like has happened on here many times. Have you noticed in the last 6 years that these groups, talk about the creator more and more and more than they ever would even allow?
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
That's only because people, I mean, I would say like myself and other people brought that to Jose's, brought that here, brought that everywhere, and shared our faith and how strong we believe in it, no matter what people say. And now others are looking into it and finding out that it's in one way, shape, or form the truth for them, right, on an individual walk. That's how it's supposed to be.
I would say that it's self-evident anyway that there is a creator, regardless of what being pushed through religion, which is, I would say, is really a smaller input on these servers 24/7. This particular one, Celebrate Truth. These are people have aired their religious views and quoted the Bible, but regardless of that, it's self-evident. The earth did not make itself.
It describes our reality, man. It describes reality.
Yeah, that's what they do. Yeah, my problem is that they're fighting amongst themselves from different religions, and that's what I'm saying. That's not good. You've all got your truths. Say your truths, but don't point your fingers and start abusing and insulting one another's religion. That's no good. Charlie Hebdo putting Muhammad in a sexual, explicit, compromising mood. Now that guy's dead now. Well, there you go. Okay, for example. So let's put your religion in your pocket. Talk about it at the right time, and don't be abusing other religions. Just talk about your good religion. That's it. That's all you need to do. Finish. Can't do that. Don't open your mouth.
I think that's why a lot of people are resist flat Earth, is because it pretty much pins us down. And I'm like I said, I'm not diving in, but it just on its face, it pretty much it shows that whatever we believe about just popping up here and evolving or whatever, at the very least, it shows that this place is in a special position. It's created, and I think that's a lot of the reason. Like, it might not even be that they're denying the evidence. They are not willing yet to accept the creator at all,
Yeah, which is like mad.
Look at the evidence.
Yeah, I could never understand that, because you're surrounded with so much beauty, so much evidence that is not man-made. It's just clearly obvious by design. The human body itself, starting from a cell so small you can't see it with the naked eye, and here we are discussing. That in itself is magical. That's clear and obvious that we are created. Look at all the different diverse animals, insects. It's just amazing.
It is cool, man. And then you talk about, like you just said, like cells, and when they start looking down smaller and smaller, and they take a materialistic stance. At some point, they've got to concede that it's got to hit a realm of non-existence. I mean, of not possibly being able to verify or model, or like if things are materialistic, they just keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Like just the position itself makes me want to give up even trying to explain it. Like at some point you got to hit magic or God. So,
Yeah, it's clearly obvious. It's clearly obvious. It's God, isn't it? Clearly obvious. Clearly obvious. You don't have to be
not much
religious
way
to know
around it.
that.
I'll say that there's not a very around it at the very least.
Mm.
But yeah, so I showed that last video with the. I put it on TikTok of that whiplash, that string to the microphone, and who knows if they're in 0G or if it could be. I mean, I don't even know. I can't keep up with their horse shit. We've showed how they did it. We've showed like how the chroma key, the augmented reality. We literally showed NASA's accounts with the augmented reality people. Like, it's in the books, and we showed where they purchased these studio shits and with all this capability. And but I had somebody on TikTok say that, oh god, wait, oh yeah, it's stuck in her hair. Like so it's a long string and it starts to straighten out, and and naturally it would just straighten all the way out, but it stops. And one person said it was like a camouflage earring. The other person said it was static electricity, like it was holding it up, static on her ear. And
All
that other
kinds of
person said it was
excuses.
her hair. I'm like,
Yeah.
dude,
Why would
those
she have an earring
things.
in space? Put an earring.
So it's obviously hung on something.
Yeah.
Hey, the rope should be moving, and the whole string is heading one direction, except it's just hung up in one spot, and it's not touching her. And I don't know, man. They'll make up anything. And then with the dude grabbing at nothing, he's there, and his augmented reality broke down. That was a bad video breakdown. But one dude said he was grabbing a spider web, like he might have been grabbing like something you can't see, like a spider web or something. I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
listen to yourself, man.
And what about the Chinese 3 astronauts that disappeared like they disappear in Star Trek? When they're going down to land on another celestial body. Do you remember?
They got. I seen the one. I seen the one where disappearing Chinese. Just like it might have been Indian, and I think it was Chinese, but
No, it was
disappeared.
definitely Chinese. It was Chinese. It wasn't Indian. Chinese,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Yeah. No, the Indians haven't got that far yet. They're on their way to the sun. But they're only going to get 1/billionth of distance.
Their wings are gonna.
Hey, Brian. Does Gleason ever mention or give a number on the sun's altitude?
I think so, man. I think he projected a height. I'm not 100% sure of that, man. I'm still looking at it, man. Still trying to go over it all.
I'm looking, and I don't think he ever made a claim, bro.
I don't know
think
if he does or not, man. You don't have to. It's not.
He can't. I don't think he. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's very difficult, even for Gleason, because I'm reading through his chapter, and it concludes with him not giving a number at all.
But
he goes through the mathematics and the arithmetic and the different opinions throughout history, but he himself can't make a claim of it, bro. Because I'm telling you, bro, the calculations are so insane, bro. And the variables are.
If you just put them at an infinite distance, man. The way the AE map works, that my newfound discovery, you put them at a fucking infinite distance if you want to, and it works.
There's two people that I know that have made a claim.
It says here, the sun's altitude. What is the truth? This is Gleason. He says we can reason intelligently only from what we know, and we are all dependent on universal history of the past time. For much of our present knowledge is procured from the experience of the ancients. When secular and profane history corroborates prophecy, both become to us facts.
Go ahead, Jen. We hear you, Jen.
Hold on,
guys,
real quick.
Try to have some social awareness.
It's okay. I'll let him speak.
Both become to us facts. History tells us that the ancient Greeks believed that the sun to be about 30 miles distant above the earth, which I wasn't aware of that. That 30 miles doesn't seem like a lot at all.
Yeah, that's right. 30,
It says
30
here, in the
miles is
early
pretty
days of
close, isn't it?
Copernicus, who was born at Thorn on the Vistula, February 19th, 1473, it was believed to be about 1,000 miles above the earth. During Copernicus's lifetime, it advanced to 3 million miles. Sir Isaac Newton had it 54 million miles. In 1754, it was thought to be between 81 and 82 million miles. A million or two did not make much difference anyways.
I heard Newton had
It's in brackets.
But yeah, somebody I think before has corrected me and said it was at like 50 something. Yeah, you just put it at whatever distance you need to work. It's just a model, you know.
Yeah, real quick. Today, it is claimed by some to be 91 and by others 100 million miles distance from the Earth, and its rays of light to extend to 200 million miles, and its light to travel that distance in 1 second of time. Today, the man.
But they're bouncing radars off a black body. It absorbs. It's like their shit just never ends, dude. Their claims never end. Let's bounce radar off a black body. What's a black body? Oh, something that doesn't emit. It just absorbs. Oh, well, it's a different kind of black body, you know. Well, when we say black body, you know, fucking black body. You know, it's just God. Their arguments step on their own feet with almost every argument nowadays. We've pinned them down.
Yeah, you can't have the sun be a black body.
I lost you.
So people attacking Gleason, he says, unsuspecting readers against such nonsense. There are people warning against Gleason's work and his whimsical attempts to mislead those who are not informed, which is what we get here, right, all the time from Globers. It says, we have no time to waste with those who find it more satisfactory to revile with sarcasm than to prove our position incorrect. But we will invite all who feel so disposed to follow us through our 2 articles, which bring to light the consistent or inconsistent teachings of the principles of modern science, as compared with the most ancient in regard to the subject in question. How shall we arrive at the truth concerning these statements and conflicting ideas? Answer: that which can be physically and mathematically demonstrated, or we will say in synonymous terms, that which can be geometrically and mechanically proven. Going back to the kinematic equations. But I'm going to fast forward to the end of this, right? Because I'm not going to bore you guys. But at the end, he concludes with this, and he doesn't make a claim. He says, "Ye are due many thanks to my conservative friends who have kindly offered criticisms and cautious suggestions for which I am truly grateful and hope ever for their continuation. Some of the Zedetic faith had given the sun's altitude to be around 2,500 to 3,500 miles away from the Earth, and some even less than I have given it. By what process they have arrived at the various results, I do not know, but I know of no other geometrical process than the last here given." So, he doesn't make a claim, but he talks about his friends who make a claim around 25 to 3,500 miles, which is apparently, where the sun is. I mean, I've done the calculations myself using triangulation, at the equator. And it seems to be, around 3,000 miles away.
Depends on what degree you do it at, bro. If you do it at 45 degrees, then you get something. But the way I do it, and I'm not claiming that it's for sure there, but if you want a height and if you do it, if we could all agree that refraction is right above us, then we would do the measurement right below us. And And if you move 69 miles, if that's true in reality, which I and we do the math, it's simple, 3958.7, the exact globe radius. That's we see where they got their radius. They used triangulation, flat triangulation. It's plain as day. That ain't a coincidence. That's the math. And but you know, we don't need to make that claim. We don't need to claim it for sure where it's at. We know where it's at. You know, it's I'll entertain it sometimes, but I try to be careful about it.
I think at the equator, on the equinox, the sun seems to be around 3,000 miles from the Earth. But at the summer solstice, it could be up to 6,000 miles away, bro. And at the winter solstice, it could be around 2,000 miles away. So because it varies in elevation, it spirals up and it spirals down throughout the year. That's what it does.
I know people say it's like, no, it's the brightness through, but I don't give a damn, dude. It looks like, to me, it's a focal point, and it does show up because I don't care what you say about a bright sun. I've never in my life seen a cumulus cloud. I don't care if it's white or black. I've never in my life. In fact, I live counting on these cumulus clouds to block that sun. Or I feel like I'm going to die. It gets so hot around here. I've never in my life seen the sun through a cumulus cloud. Ever, except for looking in the distance. And they say that it's shining through a cumulus cloud. Calling bullshit. I think the sun's a focal point, like a magnifying glass. The closer it is to you, the hotter it is. But I think that's why it shows up there sometimes. I think it's observer dependent. I think we've proven that. But maybe it is optical, but you'd have to convince me that I'm not going to go to Globers and make the argument that, look, there's the sun right there, 7 miles higher or something. But I'm going to call it how I see it with my own and say, you know, observer dependent.
Yeah, well, it's observer dependent because due to perspective, the sun's altitude optically perceivably seems to change, right? We understand, if you understand the spherical dome or the apparent dome, bro, like it's not actually setting over the horizon. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so
setting into the horizon, basically, it's merging with the horizon. You know, on the occasional day, you could see it all the way at the horizon. Usually a mirage or clouds or something. But yeah, there's plenty of clear pictures of it merging into the horizon. But there's also pictures of it vanishing. I've seen it all, man. To claim they know exactly what it is, that's a know-it-all, dishonest position.
Just remember, on their model, as the sun approaches the horizon, it's already set some. Even though you can see sky below it, the sun has set and is being refracted up every day, as they will have to say. If they give an inch on that fact, which they won't, if you just scroll up in the chat, they'll never mention that it's already set and it's being refracted up. They never mention that. Most of them don't even know that about their model. But they can't do that.
Not to mention.
Yeah, go ahead.
My bad, Roger. Not to mention the 8. Don't forget about the 8 minutes.
Yeah, how long the light's shaking it, but that's continuous. But every day it would have to set the same way, which it doesn't if you just go out and video the sunset every day in different times of the year. Obviously it doesn't. Go to different altitudes. I got the sun fading out at sea level, but it's very, very unusual. Usually it sets like, bottom up. I would agree with that. But it also rises and sets in different ways as far as how it's refracted, what shape it takes, what color it is. Everything is atmosphere dependent or medium dependent. Angle, source, how high you are, how low you are, the angle you are to it. But as something goes away from you, it will appear to get lower in your vision. And once it reaches that ground level, you're looking through a more dense atmosphere, which is going to cause you to see differently. Plus, the distance has increased as it gets lower in your vision. So, of course, human eyes are easily fooled with distance.
Through that.
But as a glober, just think when that sun is reaching the horizon and you can see sky and ground underneath the sun, that's not actually what you're seeing in your model. You're seeing the sun has already set by a certain percentage and it's being refracted up where you still see that sky and ground underneath. Good luck with that one.
I agree. He sees it, man. He sees it. Not what was told to him or taught to him. I'll say there's a few Glovers, you know, going out making observations, but most of them are just parroting shit. And then when you tell them what you see and describe it, call it how you see it, they deny. Brought this point up earlier, man. Is anybody just that wherever the sun is at on a particular day, whatever latitude, it's gonna take the path of everything that's on that latitude. Whatever stars on that latitude later on that day or whatever, it's gonna follow that same path. So I'm wondering, like, so if we get 6 months of darkness, I was looking in Stellarium earlier, trying to make sense of this shit. Like right around October, mid-October, when we get just about like half an hour of sunlight, and the sun just comes up above the horizon just temporarily and then just sets. So it's doing like basically its smallest circle. Like, so it seems like it's possible we're putting like false narratives in our own head of based on these star trails and these 2D representations of these star trails when it's potentially not even working that way. Like what we see in the photographs makes it look like we're doing bigger lengths at the equator. Really, wherever you're at, it's doing a bigger length over your head. But just based on the sun being at the equator, let's say you're 5 degrees off the North Pole, and once it gets by the equator, it's gonna start disappearing. So that last day where it pops its head up and goes right back down, that represent just like a small small arc. But the day before that, it came up a little higher, did a little bit bigger trail. But so that would mean that we'd see like a type of Polaris situation, a Polaris looking situation, based on that, looking at the equator from far north. And they show the sun doing it, but not the stars. How does that work? Shouldn't the stars on that latitude do that same little circle, just pop its head up? and vanish? Why is the star that's on that latitude doing a circle around me? Maybe I'm missing something.
Can you
It's
ask that
strange.
question again, dude? I'm not. I'm not following. Sorry.
Let's say this. Let's say, okay, we're 5 degrees off the North Pole, or even at the North Pole. Who cares? Or just 1 degree off, and we got the sun doing a complete circle around us. Okay, then now it starts going away, going away, going away. So when it gets to the equator, gone. We don't see it again for however many months. Whatever, 3 months, 6 months, whatever. But it does supposedly disappear. Whatever. I don't think anybody's denying that we get
6 months of darkness. All right.
Right. Let's say we get 2 days. It doesn't matter. But the point is, once it gets to the equator, that we're looking down. So ain't we expecting to see things at that horizon at that latitude? We're seeing big ass circles, big circles, right? The circles are getting bigger and bigger toward the equator. Okay. Well, no, they shouldn't be. The sun ain't. When the sun gets to the equator, like I said, the day before, it pops its head up for a split second and does a little up and down, a little loop. The day before that, it did a little bit bigger of a circle, but a little higher, just making an arch, right? Like we see Polaris in the north. Like if Polaris was at the horizon, it would be the small little arch. And the next latitude, I guess, would be doing a bigger arch, making what appears to be a circle. So the sun, basically, if you time lapse it out, it's doing a bigger arch till it's just doing that little up and down at the end, right? How can the stars not do that? I mean, if we're thinking in our heads that it's working like the star trails, the time lapse, but I think it's like not a complete reality because in real life I don't west to east and east to west at the same time. Maybe I'm not paying. But when you look at the star trails, I think it's wonking our vision, like, and making this. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I'm still not following you, bro. But the star trails, the star trails, or the stars, they're on their own circuit. They're all fixed to each other, right, in lockstep. The sun is separate from the stars in their circuits. Like they have different circuits altogether.
I agree. But it follows the path of the latitude that it's on. It's angularly.
It follows the path of the latitude that it's on. Can you explain that? I don't.
Let's say there's a star that's on the equator. Let's say it's one of the stars in Orion's belt, which they're a little bit off. But whatever star that is, let's say it's just Crux, who gives a shit, or Betelgeuse, whatever, and it's right on the equator. So the day that the sun is on the equator and the moon,
the equinox,
it's gonna follow the equator, and then Betelgeuse or whatever, the exact same path. Whatever star is on the latitude the sun's on for that day, at least. I mean, you might be able to say it's off by like 10 trillionth of a fucking arc second or something, but for the most part, day to day, the star is going to follow that path. But Valerium, it's showing the sun do the little circle the day before it disappears completely for however long, but the star ain't. How's that possible? Maybe every which way we look.
I don't know. I still don't get it, bro. I'm sorry, man. You're gonna have to show me or show me a diagram, because you're saying that the stars and the sun don't follow the same path at the equator.
Well, go to Stellarium and watch the sun pop its head up. Like, just go to October 17th.
All right. But
let's say 20. You'll see the sun.
I'll go on Stellarium right now, bro. Give me a second.
Yeah. You'll see the sun just go in late October. You'll see the sun pop up and then go right down. So you can visualize that as a little arc, right? It comes up and goes over and then back down. And but the way we see the star trails toward the equator is the rainbow's getting bigger. When I'm looking at star trails in my mind, unless I've got, technically, no matter what direction we look, north or south, from wherever we look, we're going to see what looks like Polaris, like what looks like rainbows, like a semicircle.
All right, so I'm going to go on Stellarium, bro. I'm gonna go to the equinox, the spring equinox, and I'm gonna do it from the equator, from the capital of Ecuador. And the capital of Ecuador is Quito. Right? So I'm going to Quito, Ecuador at the equinox. At the equator. Because to see what you're saying.
Go to 88 degree latitude. Go to 88 north.
Oh, so you want to do it from 5 degrees?
My point is, we see the same thing looking south as we do north. It's not like that star trails are deceiving. And I'm gonna prove it with the sun, or evidence proving it. Maybe I'm missing something. But what you'll see, go to like let's say October 21st or something. I forgot the exact day.
You said at the equinox though.
I didn't mean to. I meant to say equator, as the sun's getting toward the equator before it disappears.
Yeah, so maybe I misunderstood you. My bad. No, it was me.
It might be right after an equinox that it disappears, but I'm thinking like right when it gets past the equator is when it disappears. So I'm trying to catch it. But then again, I am a couple degrees off north. My overriding point stands like, so if you just go to like 8 or 7 north and then just go to like late mid-October, if you got to switch it a day or two and just time lapse the sky, and you'll see the sun right before it disappears completely. The last day you see it, or let's say a week before you see it, each day it's doing a smaller arc. Basically, it's going higher. It's getting lower, lower, lower until it finally
disappears,
pops up, and then right back down. Like basically a small rainbow, right? So basically, at the equator, we're seeing the smallest fucking rainbow. Star trails are making it look like that's the biggest circle or something. But that's not what's happening in reality. I think stellarium is a flat Earth model, in my opinion. But I think it's duking us a little bit, man. Because the stars that are right there at 2 degrees south of the equator, like that would be one. Why is that bitch going level across at the same latitude, following the same? Why is it doing something different?
Well, because the elevation or the altitude of the sun is not the same as the stars.
Well, once you get past about 40 million, it doesn't really matter, dude. You're talking minuscule shit. That's their claim, anyway.
Oh yeah. But you're saying stellarium is consistent with the flat Earth model? Is that what you're saying?
I think it is. I think it's basically the way Bislin with the personal atmospheric dome with the damn what do they call that,
azimuthal? Yeah, you can get the azimuthal grid in stellarium. Yeah.
Cheat the globe in there, man. I think they're having I think it's wonky because they're trying to depict the damn globe.
Like Whitsett has brought up many times, bro, it's dynamically and kinematically equivalent, so it doesn't really matter, bro.
Yeah, and then come to find out, these distances that they're saying, like these angles, aren't quite as what they're saying too. But you know what? Down that hole right now. But I do want to say that. Would you agree that the star trails that the globe at the equator, if you're in the north, don't you picture the star trails getting bigger at the equator? Do you picture in your mind? Do you picture star trails from the north like shrinking down to nothing at the equator? But that's what the sun does. So to me, whatever.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, because if truly the sun was 90 million miles away, you shouldn't have such a difference, but you do, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, we all remember the star trail from last down to the left.
Wait, can you repeat that? You broke up.
I said we all remember the star trail arguments that lasted for like a week or two straight. We brought the Globers down to it. They were on like this level of ridiculousness.
If you look back at it, Jeremy, like I realize now that Fight the Flat Earth, did a poll asking if the latitude lines are a straight path, and over half of his poll said yes, and he argued yes. But I guess the other half was able to convince him that even on a globe, that the latitude lines are circles around the north center. So now that they know now that they know they're doing circles in different directions, and straight at the equator, now maybe they could fully understand our argument now. Equatorial mount, and now they'll understand maybe the smiley face and that's how we celestial navigate. We can, and how we measure shadows and get the frown in the smiley face. Maybe now they'll understand that it's different directions simultaneously. Their model.
So what do you the 86 parallel? You think that's all right?
Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah.
We do.
It's fine. Should be all right. Anywhere up there. It might make you change it a day or two. Just get it to where it's doing like a size arch, and then just get it where right before it disappears, you'll see it just poke its head up a little bit, and then just boom, right back down, kind of, But the stars aren't doing that. You'll notice. We don't see a star coming up later on, taking that same path. Telling me that all them days there's no star at that latitude, or am I missing something?
Yo, is my mic working?
It cut out a little bit, but I heard you.
Oh, let's go. Very good.
It might be me who's cutting out, to be honest. I've been having.
Well, you were kind of cutting out for me, and I was like, fuck, I can't tell if he's cutting out or if I'm cutting out. Maybe we both are, dude.
You're loud and clear now, brother.
Very good.
How's it going, man?
Oh, man, I'm good. I'm all right. I woke up and had to deal with some serious bullshit just now. Had somebody lying to my face. And I would just like pull out my phone and I'm like, well, here's your location. So you're lying? And they're just like, oh, the app is wrong.
That's so funny,
and
bro.
I'm just like, oh, so not only do you disrespect me enough to lie to me, but you think I'm fucking retarded. And that
doubling down.
Yeah, dude. Doubling down. So I dealt with that this morning. I yelled so hard I broke a sweat. I got so mad I broke a sweat. I didn't like yell. I wasn't like screaming, but it was like stern, raised voice. Like, if you want to lie to me, that's fine. That's fine if you want to lie to me. I let liars know. I'm like, okay, but just don't tell me more than I need to know, because the second I start getting extra information, I think that you're spinning webs, and I'll just fucking stop paying attention to what you're saying. So.
And know what? Dude, that's one thing about most of us flat earthers. Most of us flat earthers are sticklers for the truth, dude. And it even causes infight.
Oh, yeah?
Sticklers.
Big time.
Like dishonesty, so we're calling each other out and shit. And usually we clear it up and all that, but it's crazy, dude. It's like, yeah, know when you're caught. Like if somebody lied to you, and you look at the app, like, yeah, of course the app is wrong. It's like, Jesus Christ. I can't stand that shit. I separate myself. I try to separate myself from people like that. In reality, I try to.
I got to go take another shower. I got so fucking heated and sweaty. I was so mad. But yeah, I have a beautiful day ahead of me. Doing a job that I love. Getting paid decent. And yeah, life is good. My uncle is coming into town today, who is a identical twin to my father. So it's always nice to have the likeness of my father around. He's a pretty cool guy.
That's cool. If you don't mind me asking.
Oh, you cut out there. You said if you don't what?
What state are you in, if you don't mind?
Oh, I'm in California.
Okay. I'm your Florida counterpart, but it's still a little hot here, but it's starting to cool down a little.
Oh, I lived in Live Oak for a while. I used to live in Florida. I know what it's about. It's a beautiful place. It sucks. A lot of people in Florida give California shit. They give Californians shit, and I'm like, you guys, we are cousins. We are kissing cousins. You guys are just flat.
Yeah, basically, yeah. We are joined at the hip, basically, man. I've never been to California, man. I know like all the coastline, the state type of shit. Yeah.
Well, it's got a chill vibe. I will say that. Like the East Coast is too fucking like brick buildings and blue bloods for me, and like there's some of that redneck shit I'm not down with. Where I'm like, I'm just not about that life. And I don't know, California's just chill. Like the worst thing you're gonna run across in California is either like, I don't know, like a cartel member. But nah, they have cartel in fucking the East Coast too. I don't know. I know it's just the humidity kills me. My health is affected by it.
Live Oak is kind of a small. It is. I would consider it, probably redneck territory. It's teeny town, but it's small town.
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, I'd only headed over to Gainesville for like certain stuff, but like, no, I like small towns, but the way that drugs and crime affect small towns in America, like everybody wants to be a fucking mafia boss. So there's like, I don't know, you're almost more likely to like slip through the cracks as a criminal or as a victim in the city, whereas in a little town, if you are either the criminal or the victim, it's fucking on, dude. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. There's something about like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. Yeah, it's been a fucked up week, dude. Had a gun pulled on me by the fucking police on Tuesday. That was like kind of the start of my week, honestly. What the fuck? Hold on.
Well, it sounds like it can only get better from where you're now, man. Man.
Yeah, it is only gonna get better. I agree with you. The only thing I
having a
fucked up
gun
on
pulled
this
on
morning
you
is
is
I got.
crazy.
Dude, yeah, man. What the
Having
fuck? This kid was like 23.
Yeah, I had a gun pulled on me before. I was actually laughing at the kid because I thought it was my friend fucking around with me because he had like a mask on, but it wasn't. So it got serious real quick.
Yeah. I mean, when there's a gun in your face and they're like, put your hands on the dash, you're just like, okay. Like, it's fucked up, dude. I had this fucked up thing where I start laughing during really extreme situations. So, funerals, finding out that people are getting divorced, sudden deaths. I'll start laughing. Like, that's how fucked up I am. I don't know why. I got pulled over. I have a gun in my face. And I start, like, laughing, basically. And I tried to, like, mask it as, like, a cough or a cry. But nah, this cop, he's like, are you laughing or crying? And I just, like, took a deep breath, tried to compose myself. I'm like, look, it's just been a long day. You got a gun on me. Like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Brian, I'm just looking through what you were saying, and the stars continue to circle around the Earth towards the right on the horizon, and the sun continues to move south right, in latitude, and that's
Yeah,
consistent, bro. What's the problem with
no.
that?
Wait. Disagree with me. So, but day to day, pick the day where you see the sun come up and then go down. So, what I'm asking you to do is see if you could find a star to do that at the same day.
No, yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, it
Because
should.
no, it shouldn't. Because the
If
sun,
celestial navigation works, it most certainly should.
the sun has an eccentricity, bro. It's not, again, it's spiraling around the earth, and it's actually moving up and down where the stars are not.
Yeah, but not day to day. What the star does in one day is follow a latitude. It does move latitude the next day, but you probably can't recognize it for a couple.
Now, the stars do not do what the sun does. I'm going day to day, right? From September 1st all the way through the September equinox, and I'm going through it, bro, and I'm seeing the sun literally shift in latitude while the stars are consistent.
Right.
The stars don't shift in latitude ever, bro.
Right.
Yeah, the sun rises and falls throughout the year with the equinox. The constellations do not do that. That's my understanding.
But in one day, can we all agree that whatever latitude the sun's at for that day, then that's the path it takes for that day.
100 for that day, it is on a trajectory where it is either the day is getting longer or shorter,
right,
based on where we are in the year. Yeah, for sure.
So Brian, what day? Pick a day of the month. So pick a day in September.
I don't want to waste your time, dude. I need you to.
Dude, we're October now, bro.
All right, so in October, from the geographical location that he's talking about, you can't see the sun. It's already dipped over the horizon for like months. It won't be back for months.
My argument is this, and if you don't agree with the fact that the sun travels over a particular latitude that day, and any star on that latitude will also take that path. The next day, sure, it moves barely, but it does.
Yeah,
move.
but I agree with you there. But you're looking at the sun from a specific location where you're not going to be underneath it at its zenith. You're not going to see at its zenith. That's why I said earlier, at the equator, when you're at the equinox, you're going to be literally right underneath the sun, perpendicular, which is a true zenith, right? At that, hold on. Well, can I finish, dude?
Yeah, but I'm trying to save you time.
Well, dude, hold on, bro. Just let me finish, bro. Please, just because it's frustrating trying to talk to you and you continue to interrupt me. At the equator, when you're perfectly underneath the sun, right? On the equinox, either the spring or fall equinox, it does not matter. The star trails will follow the sun and they will set. They're in lockstep perceivably because they move at the same speed, right? Which is around 15 degrees per hour. Okay, you can follow the sun and the stars on the equinox, and you'll see that they follow the same trail. But if you look at the sun from the North Pole or 5 degrees off from the North Pole, you're not going to see that, bro. The sun's shifting in latitude south, and every single day, or even in the same day, the sun and the stars will not follow the same trail from that optical perspective, bro.
Get that, dude. But look, we're talking about the globe. The only thing that changes is the ground angle. The angle to the sun doesn't change for millions. It'll change 1 degree. This is just their mind, dude. And they'll argue it like they'll be stubborn if we're talking about height. One bit. The ground changes angle. If you're at the North Pole on equinox, you're right underneath the sun, dude. But you changed angles. Okay, you go to the moon, you're still right underneath the sun. Oh my God!
No, you're not, bro. No, you're not. That's why you don't. At the North Pole, you cannot be under the sun, bro. The sun can only go to the Tropic of Cancer, bro. Which is
right. That's reality. I agree. I'm talking about the globe model. If you got a ball on the Earth and the moon, they're going to claim every time you're going to get the exact same shadow because you're 240,000 miles away. But the sun
even on the globe, that's not true, bro.
No, this is
kinematic. It's kinematic and dynamically equivalent, bro.
Yeah, but
they reverse engineered the globe model, bro. Even in the globe model, you don't have a zenith at the North Pole, bro.
Because the ground changed angles. It's still over your head.
Even 5 degrees from the North Pole, you're not gonna have a zenith in the globe model, bro. I don't know where you got that from.
I wish there was a baller here, bro. Because If I'm on the moon or on the Earth, well, it's a small change if you're on the moon, because that's actually about a 1/12 of 1 degree change. But anywhere on Earth, it's so far that they say that no matter where you move, if you don't change angle, the sun's just going to follow you. You go all the way across the Earth for the most part.
Right. Sorry to interrupt you guys. What about at the North Pole with the 23.4 degree tilt?
But you know what I mean by like a true zenith, right?
Yeah, I get that. I agree.
All right.
That's reality. I'm not arguing with reality, bro. I'm telling you, their model, the sun for that day follows what the star does everywhere. And I mean, I could break down the difference because of the sun, but once you get past about, like I said, 30, 40,000 miles, it's not a noticeable difference. So wherever you're at, you're going to see this for that day, the sun should be doing whatever the stars should do, whatever the sun did, that are on the same latitude for that day. But they're not doing the same thing. They're doing something different. And that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, there's a question for you. It doesn't the 23.4 degree angle tilt at that North Pole have some effect regarding the south and the sun and above your head and that? No?
Not in one day. Really not.
Okay. All right.
Well, isn't it the light spread that determines? Isn't it the light spread of the sun? Like the sun literally is so large that, based on the globe model, that it lights the entire surface that it's exposed to, a la the Terminator line claim. That's what gives it its overhead perspective, right? It's just the based on the globe model.
That's right.
The sheer mass of the sun gives you this idea that the sun is constantly above you, which is not actually what we observe locally.
Yeah.
Locally.
Say this, it is confusing when you talk about reality and trying to talk about their mind so far away from freaking reality. It gets confusing, dude. I will admit that.
Well, no, but you asked. I wish that there was a glober here, and you were asking about light and how it portrays itself at the North Pole, right? Giving me the idea that it's overhead. And I'm saying to you that, from my understanding, based on the globe model, their claim is that the size of the sun is larger than the surface of the Earth. So therefore, the sun constantly gives the impression that it's always overhead. So I'm answering your damn question. Nah. I think.
Right. So in other words, if I moved across the entire Earth, if I didn't change angles, the sun would, I mean, it wouldn't even be, it wouldn't, from pole to pole and anywhere else I went, as long as I didn't change angles. Right.
Well, that's just it, right? You can't change an angle with something that has the advantage of mass. If I'm bigger than you, then I will always, hold on, if I'm bigger than you, then I will always have the opportunity to cover you up, i.e. the sun will always have the opportunity to cover up the surface of the Earth with its light if the surface is facing the sun at that point in time, right? And that their claim again is that surface, the Earth, is just constantly rotating facing the sun, which is how you get your observation of time zones on the globe.
We get that, man. We're not.
Yeah, it's being bathed by the sun all the time. Yeah, right up to the Terminator line, like you said. Yeah, that's their model.
But here's the globe model has this for fucking 100 videos, dude. I can't believe it. Black. For any one day, I've showed the moon and the sun and the stars all taking their path for that one day. I do admit, yes, the next day it changes a little, and the next day, and if you really wanted to get 12 hours, it technically changed like a fucking speck, okay, but unmeasured speck, unless you have some crazy instrumentation. The moon and the sun, for whatever day it is, they follow that latitude, according to the tilt of the Earth. And so if they're over the equator, it's going to just follow right along. If there's a star on the equator, it's going to follow right behind, for that day. So my thing is, no matter where you go, and celestial dictates that, wherever it's at, dude, it's anyway, the point being is that when we're at the North Pole, we're seeing a sun right by the equator go to do it peeks its head up over the horizon and goes right back underneath it. Why ain't the stars at the equator doing that? They're supposed to be doing the same thing that day that the sun does. They're the same angle.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying now.
Holy shit, dude. I was getting so frustrated with you, Brian, because I couldn't understand what you were saying earlier. Nice. Thank you. Dude, I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? I got you.
Now I get it, dude. Yeah,
I get it. Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
you suck at explaining things, bro.
Dude,
now I
you
get
do.
it. Now I get it. Yeah,
Oh
because
my
the
God.
sun and the stars, and it's funny because they use the stars as a backdrop to measure time consistently because they believe that the stars are like so far away that they're gonna have the least deviation, right? And technically, if the sun and the stars are literally in like lockstep because of their distances, right? They should be like basically it's the Earth moving, not the sun, right? So technically, the stars should also disappear with the sun, but we don't see that. We see the sun disappear and the stars stay the same. That's what you're saying, right? All right.
So start over like it's 30 degrees if we're at 6
All right.
the degrees change together. Well, all of a sudden they're doing something different. All of a sudden, it is a head scratcher. Thanks for being patient, and I'm persistent in my attempts to explain. But these are off the cusp arguments, bro. That can notice, and some of them are wrong.
But we do observe that these celestial bodies are all on different layers. 'Cause as an example, I've been watching Venus consistently every morning outside my window, right? And hold on, Brian, no interrupting me on this one, please. And I'm free. I get up between 4:30, 5:30 every morning, and if the sky's clear, I look up and I can see outside of this exact same pane of this 3-section window that Venus is right there, right? So Venus is showing stationary. Then I see the colors of the horizon start to change as the sun announces, I'm incoming, I'm inbound, I'm coming to you to light your segment of the sky so that you can have 12 p.m. for you, and then I'm going to go light somewhere else for 12 p.m. somewhere else. Right, and then we get the moon as well, that's showing itself up, and then we have the further celestial bodies, the stars, not the quote planets, but the stars that we know through celestial navigation. People out in the seas use to navigate to get to these places, and these are how consistent it is. So there's definitely a layered idea of this movement that's happening, and as you said, there's inconsistent observations that link itself to the idea of it being a globe and all these things being independent. Go ahead, thanks.
So you agree with me that so in other words, if I'm at 45 degrees and the is over the equator, and I'm measuring declination to a star or the sun, it's going to be 45 degrees. Then if I go to 60 degrees, it's going to be 60 or whatever, depending on how you lay it out. And if I go all the way to the pole, then something over the equator is going to be either 90 or 0. One's not going to change different than the other. Maybe. But I'm talking about the sun and the stars. Day to day, they're pretty freaking, day to day. There is a difference, because the sun is precessing in the ecliptic, okay? Not arguing that. But what I'm telling you is that we're measuring a certain angle, and now all of a sudden the bits change. It's doing something different. Why? If just the ground changed angle, hold on, the bodies didn't change angle, just the ground did. Why are spinning? If I'm the one spinning, whatever's at the equator and at least 40 million miles away from the equator to the pole, then why would they do anything different? They're just sitting there. I'm the one spinning. They can't do nothing different. But maybe I missed something.
While there's a little break, I don't understand. When you take an angle measurement to an unknown distance, it's just a perspective measurement because if you close that distance, the angle changes, or if you get further away, the angle changes due to perspective. Does that make sense? If you're standing on a railroad track and you take an angle measurement to the tracks from your position, and then you move away from that position, the angle is going to change. So it's just a perspective measurement, not a physical measurement to an object. That's
right.
what
I
I
would
don't
expect like to be careful because it is confusing reality in the globe model. Yeah, I might expect something like that with certain things, but I try to see it the way I try to carry out their claims to the natural consequences and the natural finale, whatever you want to call it, the natural ending. You know, because when they make a claim, it should apply to everything. If the sun they claim's a black body, then it should be a black body. Not when we're bouncing radars, it stops being a black body. Or that's probably a bad example, but in other words, if they're just technically sitting there for the most part, and every 69 miles I go, they change 1 degree. Wherever I get to, they should pretty much do this. So if the sun comes up and then goes down, then whatever stars are at that latitude should do just that. They do everywhere else. Or do they? But my main point was that, like, these star trails are, like, throwing us off. Like, they're kind of, it's like an illusion, what we're seeing. Like, we need to take a look into this, man, because if the sun is making this little arc, this little rainbow, tiny rainbow, and then a bigger one, it's going to make, from the North Pole, look at the equator, what looks like a rotation, And if that's the case, it's definitely worth looking into. And then they'd have to hide that, doing something different, even though we know they're not supposed to do something different. And something for that day, they should follow that same, and they're not. And I think that's just
maybe take a break.
Yeah, right. That calls for a break.
Well, if the sun is moving at a different speed than the stars are, and it's getting closer and further away from an individual viewer because of that, then you would expect it to set quicker or move off and out of vision quicker, because the stars are definitely moving, because you can
50 miles an hour, but I know we're not talking about reality. I'm talking about their models.
No, you're talking about their model. I don't give a shit about the globe model. I'm talking about reality. Yeah.
Cool. I'll back off and apologize.
No, I mean, you keep trying to figure out the way they're thinking. I don't care about that at all. Like, you can use it to disprove or prove something, but as far as reality is, when you stand out on your front porch and you video a star, it definitely moves in the frame, and you can do the same thing with the sun, and it's moving quicker. So of course it would set quicker than a star would, or whatever you would expect it to. The moon is a different speed, so that actually proves reality.
Yeah, but I don't. I would agree with the moon. In reality, I would say that in one day, we'd need some type of instruments to show any kind of change in the speed of the stars or Earth, whichever one's spinning. It wouldn't matter. You need some type of instrumentation. They're both 15 degrees. The moon's a little bit off, bro, but yeah, it's noticeable. But not in one day. It ain't. It's gonna look like it goes pretty much 15 an hour. You might be able to detect that rotation, but prove me wrong. I might be wrong about all this shit.
Well, you can throw monkey wrenches into everything, but what if the sun isn't even shining directly towards us? It's shining directly away from us and then reflecting back to us as an image, right? Like, you could take that as far as you want, and not knowing the medium or what it's actually in, or if it's a mirror, or because we obviously see mirroring in our atmosphere, so you just don't know. So to try and figure it out, I think it's impossible.
I think that's the honest stance, bro. Is we don't know. We can speculate and call whatever how we see it, but that's the only honest stance to take, man. And I would ultimately agree with that, man. Ultimately. And I do got to take a break, guys. But I mean, I appreciate the entertainment. I am whatever call me, model afflicted and shit. I look at all the models. I'm just trying to scrutinize them, and it drives me nuts when people act like something's certain when they don't have no damn clue, and they act so sure as shit. So if I find something wrong, bring it up, throw it out on the table and shit, man. But I appreciate it, guys, man. Y'all have a good day, man.
Later. I'll also point out that often, yeah, see you later. Often they go the opposite of what the Bible says, and the Bible actually says that we won't figure out the sky. That's God's domain. The earth is our domain, and that men can't ascend into the skies, where the heavens, the sky, where the luminaries are, where the moon is, and all that. So, what do we hear every day from these non-believers, basically, or glober believers, that they have the sky all figured out and that they've ascended into the heavens? The total opposite of what the Bible says you can do. So I don't know how many opposites you can point out in their model from the Bible to start saying you believe in one or the other. So anyway, I'll put that in.
Don't forget, science doesn't prove anything on their end, and they don't know anything. Anything can change at any moment. So, quite funny.
I just personally think you can very accurately measure your local region on Earth because we have domain over it. We can control the things around us for the most part. But once you start talking about the sky, which is where we're led every day, take me to the moon. It's so much unknown that why even waste your time? That's kind of where I'm at on that. And then I go to the book that I put my faith in, and lo and behold, there it is. We have dominion over the earth. We can easily measure and survive and do things on the earth. But once you talk about the sky, that's the creator's realm. We won't ever know. There's so many unknowns that men can't figure it out. Where were you? The Psalms 19:1 declares his handiwork. Men can't do what he did.
Why do we need this guy to figure out what the hell we're standing on? It's ridiculous.
You don't.
Yeah, no, you don't.
But that is their number one go-to every time we talk about anything, especially on these servers or anything. They go to this guy every single time, pretty much.
I would say 100%.
Yo, we got any mods available? How come this Rob Noxious guy got muted? What's up with that? We can get him unmuted. Did he get muted for being emotional?
What's up, Killian?
Yo, Jeremy, what happened with this Rob Noxious guy? Why did he get muted? Was he being emotional?
He probably wasn't being obnoxious. I mean, I'll check it out.
Yo, Rob Noxious, welcome to the chat, man. What you got about that globe evidence?
Finally, the Rob has come back to VC.
Oh, great. The ego precedes the
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
See what I'm saying?
All right, put him back on mute.
I'm just joking.
Absolutely, please.
I'm just joking.
As long, yeah, please. Joking's cool. Let's we all joke around here, but let's not create a nonsense environment. We're adults. We don't need it. So if you're going to be doing that and being obnoxious, like your name may say, if you are, please don't. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
I like how Kiwi didn't know who Rob was.
Yeah. It's
No, of course not. I'm willing to take if someone's Rob Noxious, if you're gonna sit in text chat and complain about being muted, bro, come to the mic, let's have a chat, and I'd like one base axiom from you that tells you that this place is a globe. Go.
You're in for a ride, bro.
Why don't you just start off by saying I don't have any problem with being muted.
Sometimes it's just the way it works. I just don't like to be staying muted. You know what I'm saying? I don't really. I'm not the idea of that.
Understandable.
Okay.
Nobody likes to be muted.
Awesome. You're not muted now, so that disproves what you just said. Now, maybe answer the question.
Yeah, glow proof. You're looking at it.
No. I
Okay.
said
Nice talking to
specifically,
you.
what I said was one base axiom. Now, base axiom, to explain to you what an axiom is, that is a belief that you personally hold, that you can say, this is why I believe. It's like an if this, then that. So I'd like to hear from you. What is your personal base axiom that tells you that this place is a globe? Because you're not going to say you can see it
Yeah.
in order to say it, because what I see is obviously way different to you. So you've got to kind of explain your paradigm to explain where you're at. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Well, we both see the same thing. We just perceive it differently and understand it differently.
So do you want to take it to a construction understanding standpoint to look at the things that actually touch the surface that we're actually debating about?
Oh, I thought you were asking about what's my axiom of why I believe the Earth's a globe.
Right. But you're
But
literally.
you guys always laugh at the two reasons I have. You guys laugh at because they're preposterous. You guys don't. My proof is the pictures and the guys that went to the moon. But you guys laugh at that.
Have you and I ever spoken before?
Who is this, Jeremy?
Have you and I spoken before?
Are you out of here? We've spoken before. Are you serious? I know this.
No, me. My name's not Jeremy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who is this?
It's Killian.
Killian, I'll
Yeah.
be back. And you say only in a rerun.
Nah, dude, look, this is a chat. You're literally in text chat complaining about being muted and we couldn't handle confrontation and all these different things, right? So I'm asking you for a base axiom that you hold personally that you can say that this place is a globe, right? So you're saying that we see the same thing, but we just perceive it differently. So I'm willing to take it to a place where we can talk about the buildings. You can not cut me off. We're having a great conversation, I think, because we're being calm about it. So I'm asking you again, what is the base axiom that tells you that a place is a globe? Go ahead.
Yeah, well, perceive was the wrong word. And like I said, it's got pictures. People been to the moon. People go to space. All the basic stupid shit that is like laughable now. 2016, you guys call it, but that's just what I use. I mean, because it's just the most logical. I'm not going to get into like all these calculations because I don't really think it's really worth it because nothing's ever going to change anybody's opinion on this. I like to just talk about it just because it's more fun than anything. Like, there's no way I'm never going to come in here and be like, I have spoken these words. Hear ye, and everybody's gonna go, "Oh my God, Rob Noxious is right." Holy
I
shit!
don't know who you haven't spoken to me. I guarantee that probably unless you were years ago because I'm not around that often. So I'm come from that angle. I'm not here to argue, fight. I'm actually here to have a serious conversation about it. If you don't want to, it's fine as well. People don't have to, but if you like, it's quite fine. But you're telling me at first the wrong word is see, then it's perceived. Then you're telling me the wrong word is perceive, and I've gotten nowhere. So instead of us leading down a path of nonsense, this is what I'm talking about. Let's talk about what he just asked you. Well, and you said the proof is pictures. We're not the same people that you talked to before. Have you heard those pictures? Most of them are CGI that you've ever seen. Have you heard that?
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course. I heard all the pictures are fake, and
And your response back to that is what, hon?
You can take a picture. Anybody can take a picture, especially these people. I know you. Some of you guys are very smart about the computer stuff. You can take the picture. You can dissect the picture. You can go through it and prove it's not. I mean, it's just simple. I mean, there's ways to prove pictures are fake or not. I mean, it's really simple to do. You can go look at a picture. You can take the picture and figure out if it's a true picture or a fake picture. They do it all the time. And something you can do.
So you're saying you can take a picture of Earth, Gar?
Take a picture of the whole Earth from the moon.
No, you and I, we can go out and take a picture of Earth curve.
What curve? Left or right or horizon curve?
You pick.
Curve.
Earth curve.
Right, the Earth curvature though.
Because if not, we're just trusting other men, which is not something we do here. Not something I do.
Oh, I know. It's something. I know. Trust me. I know.
You can do it.
No, I know the community doesn't trust people, but like I said,
No, that's not what I said. You're obviously your listening skills are poor so far. You
You
can
just
prove
said
me
trust
wrong on
another
that
man.
too.
You just said trust another man. You don't have any trust in anybody. So I
No,
mean,
that's not what I said. I said I wouldn't trust that in that instance. But you know what I'm saying? You can
you
if you
trust your
want.
family members. You trust your family members.
Maybe
You trust.
your listening skills are not improving. So let's start over.
You trust
Can
your
you
family.
and I? Yeah, you can get your question as soon as my question is answered.
Okay.
Can you and I go take a picture of Earth curve where you and I could trust that you and I were there? The camera wasn't faulty. We can prove that the picture is real because you and I took it. Can we do that?
Yep.
Okay, where can we do that? What type of camera? Where do we need to go? And can we do it today?
Absolutely. You don't even need a camera, dude.
Okay, where?
Anywhere. Where do you want to go?
Name one place.
Anywhere. There's not one place you can judge. You can measure the curvature
Okay.
anywhere.
Okay, anywhere. Name one.
Well, I'm from Michigan, so let's go to the Great Lakes. I'll just use the Great Lakes as an example.
Great Lakes in Michigan. We're going to go take a picture of Earth curve.
Yep.
Have you done this?
Many times.
Post it. Because in your own words, then we can start critiquing it and saying if it's Earth curve or not, or fake or not, or So just post one. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know how it goes. I post a pic. You guys say it doesn't prove anything, and you act like I'm not new here, man.
No, I'm not asking if you're new or not. Maybe your listening skills aren't improving. I said, can you post one? You said yes. I asked you to post it. Like I can post a picture. I'm in New Orleans right now. I have thousands of pictures of Lake Pontchartrain. I can post many pictures. Right? I can post one right now if you ask me to. But I've asked you.
Are those your pictures? Are those your pictures of Lake Pontchartrain?
I don't know what those pictures you're talking about, but
Did you take
asking
the pictures of Lake Pontchartrain? Did you yourself take the pictures?
Yes, but we're talking about your picture of Lake Michigan, right? Have you posted it yet?
Yeah, it's already posted.
Nice. Now, what is that proof of again?
The curvature of the Earth.
Why do you say that?
What you're looking at is the mouth of the Platte River. It's in the northern, western tip of the thumb. I'm sorry, tip of the mitten in Michigan. It's on Lake Michigan, and what you're looking at is South Manitoba Island. It's an island that's 17.6 miles away. You should not be able to see it. You should not be able to see it. But you can see the top because it's elevated. The elevation on the island, I believe, is about 200 feet, if I'm not mistaken. So what you're seeing is the picture is one is on the left is zoomed in, and the one on the right is normal. And as you even zoom in, you cannot see the beach. The beaches are all sandy because the beaches and half the island is over the curve.
Yeah, it's just angle change, right?
No,
the part that's higher.
There's no angle change.
Yeah. There's no angle change in the higher part and in the beach.
No.
Yeah, I don't think you understood maybe I'll restate it. The top of the higher elevated part, which you're saying is the mountain, is at a different angle to you than the beach would be. Do you agree with that?
Nope, it's not.
So a higher elevated part and the beach, which is at a lower elevation, is not at a different angle than to the viewer?
Nope.
Okay. Hey, it was nice talking to you.
Yeah, no problem, man. I appreciate it. I actually drove my boat to that island, and I watched it totally come to my line of sight where I could see the entire island. And then I've actually went the other way and made the island disappear the other way in my boat. So I mean, these are simple things.
The angle changed. As you get closer, your angle changes. So the reflected light can get to the viewer, which in this case is you. I'm not doubting that. I also agree with you as you get closer to something, as the angle changes, you're going to be able to see more of that reflected light. And as you get further away, as in when you went away from it in the boat, the angle changed and you can't get that information anymore because it gets.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I want to hear what you want to say.
The angle didn't change, and I recreated this experiment on over a dozen locations, not only on the Great Lakes but across the fucking parts of the country. This angle, even if it was even if you want to claim it's some kind of angle, which it isn't, there's no way that all these angles could be the same, changing the same at all these different over 2 dozen locations I've done across the country. So I'm just sorry. My experiments are proof. I mean, I've repeated them multiple times, over 2 dozen times on a lake that I lived over for 40 years of my life. I mean, I don't. As I'm saying, I know what's going to happen. There's nothing that's going to happen. There's not. I mean, I'm not going to say. Like I said, I'm not Jesus.
No,
I'm not a Messiah.
I'm not here to change your mind, man. I'm just here to. Sorry for this, but I'm just here to use you, right? Just in case one person is listening, and they also think that angles don't change when you get closer and further away from an object. That they then learn that this guy that says that angle didn't change because he lived there 40 years, and as he got closer to the beach in his boat, that the angles didn't change. That they now know that that's wrong.
To change.
I mean, unless you got something that's directly ahead of you, 180, straight line ahead of you. If it's not that, and you get closer to it, the angle is going to change. It has to. It's geometry.
There's no
Hold on
other
a minute.
choice.
If we know that water, give me a sec, Tracy on, or sorry, Stacey on this. If we know that water sits level, something's ahead of me, and I'm traveling towards it on my boat, why wouldn't I assume that it's directly ahead of me if I know that water sits level? Being a calm day, of course.
Was that for me?
I just did a pretty large photo dump, but I put them all in one thing so it doesn't span the chat.
It was more just an open-ended question, Jeremy, just to say, like, you said 180 degrees in front of you, flat baseline. Like, to me, I observe it as a flat baseline, given that water's flat.
Well, geometrically or visibly, those are two different things. So.
But Jeremy, I'm asking you, right? Like, if it's a calm day out on the lake, let's say these Great Lakes, 300 meters, I think, wouldn't be a big deal to traverse or observe, for that matter, right? So if it's a calm day that we're not dealing with a swell or anything like that, we're looking straight ahead. Why wouldn't we assume that that object is directly ahead of us?
You do, because I've seen it with my own damn eyes, 50-something miles away. I've seen it 3 times in my life. I've been to Michigan. My family's in Michigan. We just gone on the boat. I used to do it as a kid. There's days that you can see this stuff. I've also been to England. I've seen the Isle of Wight. My friends took me there. Also, a flat earther who helped me out, showing me that. Another thing, 25 miles away, and I've seen the water hit the shore. I've seen these things for myself. So you can say 40 years. You witnessed this. 41 for me almost. So let's talk about our experiences, because that matters.
Yeah, let's talk
Hold
about
on,
them.
just to answer Killian real quick. All right, go ahead, Rob.
No, you go ahead.
I'll answer you. I'll get you another time, Killian.
No, I don't want you to lose your track of thought. Go.
Yeah, if you're on the calm lake and something's dead ahead of you on the lake, yes, that would be a straight line geometrically. It may not be visibly though, because you have refraction and things going on, so it may not look like it, but geometrically, yes, it would be straight ahead, 180. But if something's above that, if you're looking at a tree, the top of a tree or something that's on that island or whatever, and you go towards that, the angle of the tree is going to change.
Right, now when I said
eventually you'll get to the tree and you'll be looking straight up at the tree.
Yeah, because as you're approaching the tree, obviously the tree gets larger, and your angle, like, you gain as you approach the tree, you gain further detail on the tree, its height, and things like that. I fully agree with you. But what I'm referring to, mainly talking about, is we know, right? Nature states that water seeks its level, so it's almost like check mark, check. Then we proceed to the next question. Okay, it's a calm day.
Water
The
sinks
waters are
lowest point,
still
not level.
great. Hold on. And then we go to the next step. Let's call it a bonus, which I failed to introduce initially, but let's say it's like 10 degrees Celsius outside, right? There's no optical lensing that can bring in an excuse of refraction because it's the perfect crisp weather. So then we proceed to, is this thing going to show itself dead straight, dead reckoning ahead of us?
Okay, I have a question for you guys. In those pictures I posted, you can see I posted the exact distance. It's about 18 miles from the coast to the island. Now, I'm going to post another picture right now, and I want to have a question for you guys. And this is a serious question. This is a good one. I think it's good. Let me know if it is. Let me post the pic first.
And I gotta say, Rob, I appreciate the engagement because you actually have stuff like you have observations that you're bringing to the table, which is way better than any Glober saying, "Nuh-uh." Well done, man.
I agree.
I just want to point out that from Ludington, Michigan, I can't remember the name of the town over there, but anyways, it's 47 miles across. So if it's 18 miles from the shore to where I I pointed to the island, and I can see the island. Okay, Ludington is actually on the shore there. Is elevation at some points of about up to 150 feet. And when you look over to Wisconsin, it's got a higher elevation. So if I get to the highest elevation in Michigan or Wisconsin, I should be able to see across the lake.
No, you can't see forever. The exact reason in the same picture you
Well, it's not
posted.
forever. It's 47 miles. It's not forever. It's 47.
Calm down. Calm down. I'll give you a very explicit answer based on what you just said on your own photograph, which is the sun. You can only see where the sun appears to be. You can't see the actual sun. It's being obstructed by clouds or haze or whatever, which is also just happens to be one answer to your question.
I'm not talking about the sun. I'm not talking anything about the sun at all. I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
you're talking about the island. Yeah.
No.
Let me confirm that so you'll know I knew exactly what you were talking about. So you can't call me, you can't say that I don't know what you're talking about. Talking about not being able to see something due to reasons. Your reasons are Earth curve. My reasons are given and with an example of something that can't be hidden by Earth curve in your picture because you can see where the sun is.
Yeah, you're saying atmosphere. You're saying atmosphere, which we can prove is not right. You can mathematically prove that the atmospheric conditions under any circumstances would never allow you to see 47 miles because it's a mathematical fact that out of one day, out of even 1,000 years, you would have the perfect conditions to see across Lake Michigan, and it has never, ever, ever happened. So to say that I can see an island 18 miles away that's not even as high as what I'm going to be looking at across Wisconsin. And you can say, I can see it. I took a picture of it. I can see the island 18 miles away. It's right there. I can see a lot of the island still. I should be able to see something over there on Wisconsin, a giant tower that's 1,000 feet tall. There's anything, something over there. You can never see.
Are there days where you can't see 18 miles in Michigan, or are you somewhere special? Like, you know what visibility is?
It's not so much that I can just see 18 miles. It's the fact that
It's not what I asked. You have a comprehension skill?
Yes. No, I don't. There's days in Michigan where you can't see a mile. Yep.
What are the reasons for that?
Atmospheric conditions.
Are there days that you can see more than 18 miles?
Well, let me answer, man. Don't go off. Don't get all upset. Just
don't say what I did. Answer the question because you started saying what I said.
You only can see as far as you can see out on the horizon of the water. Okay. So what you're trying to say is there any more days? Hold on. Let me just finish, please, man. You're saying, is there any days, Rob, where I can see not 18 miles? Can I see 108 miles? Well, no, you would never be able to see 108 miles. Just like you can't see 18 miles. If that island was at sea level with the water in Lake Michigan, I would never be able to see the island. But the fact that the island has elevation, it gives me more room to see as it protrudes over the horizon. It's a very easy understanding, man. I'm not trying to make anything fishy about it.
I get it. But you're saying that you can't see more than a certain distance.
Well, of course, it's blocked by the horizon. You can only see as far as the horizon will let you see.
No. And then you're stating on the... Okay, you're saying that, and then you're saying the atmosphere does affect it. Some days you can't even see a mile. So which is it? Is it both? I would have to say you're saying it's both now.
No, I'm saying that you can always see as far as you can only see as far on the horizon you can see. Okay. Now, under atmospheric conditions such as fog or rain or type of whatever other weather or anything like that, yeah, they can impede your what do you call it? Your ability to see long distances. That doesn't mean that that's the end all be all. Like, well, since it's raining out, you can't see that. That's absurd. Atmospheric conditions are negligible. I mean,
I never said rain.
I'm talking under perfect conditions. Like I said, we've lived there for hundreds of years now in Michigan, hundreds of years in Wisconsin, and not once in those hundreds of years have we had mathematically a perfect day would happen for sure. It's just math. A perfect day would happen. You would be able to see across. It's never happened. It never will happen because the Earth is perfect.
Define a perfect day, man. You are all over the place. Forgive me, but
where atmospheric conditions are perfect, allow to the max visibility on a flat plane.
Which would also have a limit, though, right? If it was called the perfect atmosphere,
only on a globe, only on a globe, only on a globe.
There, sir. Don't demand me to shut up and let you finish when you cut me off every time I've spoke. So, under these perfect conditions, which I don't know if anyone can define, you would still have a limit of how far you would see, having nothing to do with physical curve, just the limit of how far the light would come through a certain medium, which you would call a perfect day.
Only on a globe, on a flat plane.
Only on a globe. What are you talking about? We're not even talking about the shape. We're talking about the medium, looking into the distance. You cut me off again. So in a medium on what you would call, and have not defined yet, a perfect day, which I would assume would be the day that you can see the furthest, which has nothing to do with a physical horizon, just seeing out into the distance. There would also be a limit. You agree?
No.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. Nice talking to you again. So let's summarize. No angle change as you get further and closer away from everything. And even...
Well, I didn't say everything.
And no limit to how far you can see.
Your concept of seeing how far you can see is just rudimentary at best. I don't understand why it's so.
Mine? You think you want to like debate that?
Well, that's what we're doing.
Yeah, and you said, first of all, you said there wasn't a limit, and then you brought in this perfect day you could only see so far. So now you're saying there is a limit. So maybe you need to go through it again and tell us which one you believe more. There is a limit based on the atmosphere.
By limit, what do you mean by limit? Like what?
How far you can see?
Hey, you can see stars in the sky. They're light years away.
Oh my God! Take me to the sky, sir.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Your question is so rudimentary, buddy. You need to you don't even understand what you're saying.
Buddy,
how far can I see?
I'll just let you know that's a tell. So when you call me buddy, that means you're going off your limits. So as you get what you're saying now, as you pointed the sky out, as you get closer to the ground, that limit is going to be a less distance than if you look into the sky, buddy.
If you're looking across the Great Lakes, you should be able to see Wisconsin. That's all there is to it.
Why?
Because if it is a flat plane, you should be able to look across. You should be able to see 47 miles easily. Especially with
you admitted yourself that the limit is dictated by the atmosphere.
Yeah, and I also stated that perfect atmospheric conditions happen regularly on fucking Michigan.
Okay, so obviously the perfect atmospheric conditions lower to the ground in Michigan, you can't see 47 miles. But when you look up to the sky under these perfect atmospheric conditions in Michigan, you can see further, correct? Which would logically dictate that the closer you get to the ground, especially over water, the atmosphere is, I don't know, let's say more dense where you can't see as far. And when you look up into the sky where the atmosphere is, I don't know, let's just call it less dense, you can see further. Would you agree with that? As your angle changes?
No, it's just the brightness of the object you're seeing are brighter.
Yeah, reflected light can't go through a more dense atmosphere. Yeah, you're getting it now, buddy. Are you done? Would you like to go some more?
This has nothing. You're totally evading the fact of the matter is that.
Not really. Not really. You're just stating that.
Let's take it easy with the buddies.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I don't say it as a derogatory thing. I just the way I talk. Sorry.
So let's see if you agree. As you change your angle from directly above you, and the angle changes as you look closer to the ground, let's say across your lake that you've lived on for 40 years in Michigan, you now agree that that angle changes? And let me put it in preschool. You're looking 90 degrees up, and then you look across the lake, and let's call that 0.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, man.
Did the angle change?
Angle
Did the
of
angle?
what? The angle of
The
what?
angle of where you're looking. Did the angle change? Is 90 to 0, 90 to 45, or 90 to 89 an angle change?
So you're saying
Yes or no?
if I'm at a lake, I'm at a beach, and I'm looking out over.
Oh my God!
And then I tilt my head up and I look straight up in the air. Did the angle change?
Yep.
Okay. The angle of what is what I'm trying to ask.
The angle of what you're looking, your line of sight. Did that angle change? Is 90 to 89 degrees an angle change?
Well, of course, 90 to 89 is an angle change.
Thank you. So the angle does change. Now, as you're looking at a more acute angle, let's say you're close to the ground, you're a 6-foot man, you're standing on the beach, and you're looking out over the water at that angle. Are you looking through more atmosphere at that angle or less atmosphere if you look straight up into the sky?
I don't know. It could be cloudy on the sky. It can be clear on the lake. It makes no sense.
Let's say no clouds.
Well,
just the density.
All things equal, you'll be able to look up in the sky and see whatever you can see. There's no obstructions. But if you look over the lake, you're going to have the horizon obstruction. Because
okay, very, very good answer, except it wasn't my question. Is when you're looking across the lake, is the air you're looking through, that medium, not clouds, just the medium, just the air, right? Is it more dense or less dense than if you're looking 90 degrees up with no clouds? Now, the question was more or less dense?
Depends on atmospheric conditions, low pressure, high pressure, barometric pressure.
Not really. That changes the density, but it doesn't the question still remains. The atmosphere.
Yeah, there's times where there's less dense. There's times where there's less dense air above the water, and there's times where there's more dense air above the water. It changes constantly.
Yeah, I agree. That's called turbulence, right? But the air is always more dense, right, near the ground. You don't agree with that? Because we've changed your mind about the angle change thing. Maybe we can change your mind about the density of the air, the medium you're looking through at a certain angle.
That's not true at all. I mean, relatively speaking, of course, once you get to a certain altitude, you'll have less air pressure and less density, whatever. But at the ground level and within a couple hundred feet, it changes constantly. You can have a low pressure system move in where your ears will pop, and you can have a high pressure system move in.
Didn't disagree. I don't disagree with that. I'm talking about you at the beach. You're not changing altitude, right? The only thing you're changing is your line of sight, what you're looking through. Is the air more dense as you approach the water or more or less dense as you look up 90 degrees?
Oh, I say that's totally conditional. You have to measure it when you get there. That's my answer. There's no way to give a definitive answer to say this will always be.
So how, okay, if there's no way to know.
No. I didn't say there's no way to know.
You would have to measure it.
I said there's no. Yeah, exactly. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. I misspoke. So I agree with you. You'd have to measure it. Have you ever measured that perfect day? And if so, what are those conditions? Give me barometric pressure, right? Give me temperature of the water, temperature of the land in Michigan, since you've lived there 40 years, and you should know because you've never seen the other side, and it can't ever, I quote, can't ever, ever, ever happen, which is what you said, because of reasons, which now you're going against those.
Yeah, Earth curvature. So even if there was a Mount Everest on the Wisconsin side and a Mount Everest on our side, you probably still would not be able to see it.
So now you've measured Earth curve at Lake Michigan. So you've measured the curved water.
Yeah.
Now this is something I'm very interested in. Can you give me the tools and methods you used? Because I own all the tools I can go use unless you have a special one.
Nope, I don't have special. We all have the same shit. We all have the same stuff.
So which ones did you use?
Well, I don't really. I mean, I just like I said, I take distance measurements, elevation measurements.
Here we go again. Sorry to interrupt, but it wasn't my question. You said you had measured Earth curve, which means you've measured the water on the lake that you've lived on for 40 years to be curving. I asked you. I don't disagree that you did that, right? I asked you which tools and what method you use, so I don't have to trust you.
Oh, I got it.
I can go do it myself.
Yeah, I use an app called Nautical. Hold on, let me look.
Nautical? I have that. Doesn't
Navionics.
measure.
It's called Navionics. Just one of my things I use. I use that, and then I'm a fisherman. I have a whole bunch of fishing graphs with maps on my stuff. I use that, and then I use, like I said, for other stuff, I use what do you call it? Just the common fucking like things like the elevation. You can go look up the elevation of where you're at. Or you can actually carry a GPS with you, and my car has a GPS, a Garmin thing that tells you the elevation of where.
Okay, I'm fair enough. Slow down.
I mean,
I'm on
there's just
Navionics
lots
right
of different things.
I use it weekly. I'm on my Navionics app right now. Where does it measure Earth curve again?
Well, you can use that to measure the Earth curve. You know what I'm saying?
How? I'm on the app. Tell me how. I asked you.
Yeah. So you're on the app. Pick two places from set from each other. You know.
Okay, got it. It gives me a distance. Now what?
Yep. So now you're going to take those distances and you're going to take a visualization of them and the horizon line and see what's obscured by the horizon. You take the fucking.
That is not measuring Earth curve, sir.
Well, let me. I didn't even get to how you measure it. So how do you?
You said visualize. Yeah. Okay.
No. Yeah. Well, you have to go to where these spots are. You're gonna have to go to each location independently and shoot in the direction of each spot that you're going. Then you take the hidden height. You're gonna find the hidden height of the object you're looking at, and once you do the hidden height measurements, you'll find how much of the actual object you should be seeing is, and once you do that, you'll get how much per square mile that the Earth is curving.
Hidden height based on what? What we're trying to prove?
No,
Lord, man, you got a long way to go, man.
It's an observation. If you go to spot A, like you marked on your Navionics map, and you look to the east, and you have all these landmarks, and you start measuring these landmarks, okay? And then you go to the other spot B. Now you look west, you start measuring their landmarks. You take the math, you do the math, you find out the hidden height of the objects that are obstructed. You do the math to find out the curvature of the Earth. It's a very
do the math based on what?
On the measurements of the objects that are being hidden.
Based on what? You're basing that on a radius? That's what we're trying to prove.
No, we're not basing on a radius. We're basing on, let's say spot A has a building that's 785 feet in the air. Okay. So now that's spot A. You go to spot B. Okay. You look out through your visualization devices or whatever you want to use to look at it. You mean your eyes. You fucking take the measurement of how tall that building is that you can see. Okay. If that building is not 785 feet still, then you take the fucking measurement of the fucking building that you can't see, you'll find out that it's hidden under a curve. I mean, it's
but Rob,
curve of what?
Rob, the problem is you're taking a observation and you're saying we have some portion of this object hidden. Therefore, I'm going to calculate how much of that is hidden over the distance, and you're going to associate the curvature, right? The hidden height with curvature, right? Because we know the Earth is curving. Is that what you're doing?
Absolutely. The Earth is curving.
Right. So that's what we call affirming the consequent, meaning you're starting with the assumption that the Earth is curving. You're making an observation where you see a portion of the object obscured, and your assumption is that the Earth is curving. So now you're going to make a calculation on how much the Earth is curving. Now, if we made the assumption that the Earth was flat, and then we could do a calculation on how much refraction is taking place, sinking refraction, then we could get a value for the amount of sinking refraction that's taking place that perfectly explains mathematically our observation over a flat Earth.
Refraction
we're
only
assuming
works
the
on
Earth is
curved
flat.
surfaces. Refraction only works on a fucking curved surface, dude. What are you talking
No, it
about?
doesn't.
Yes, it
You're
does.
ridiculous.
Yes, it does. Look it
So
up.
let's recap. Let's recap
cite
now.
that.
The
Can you
fact,
cite that?
the fact that the Earth is
You
curved is
can't
what
cite
causes
that.
the reaction. You want to
You
bet?
can't cite that. Yeah,
Oh
I'll
my
bet.
god.
Yeah, I'll bet. So let's recap.
What would
Angle
cause
change never
refraction on a
happened.
curved? What would cause
Yeah.
refraction on a flat Earth? The whole fucking point of refraction is that light rays are
Okay,
bending.
man, calm down, bro.
Why would they bend on a flat Earth? They would have to bend.
Calm
They would-
down. Calm down. You're getting your ass whooped. Calm down. It's okay.
Jeez. Like refraction takes place just looking into my swimming pool.
Yeah.
I don't need a globe Earth to look into my swimming pool and see refraction, bud.
Because it's curved.
Because the swimming pool's curved. Yeah, I knew he was going to say that. Yeah.
No, the water curve. No, the water. The
Before the
water
betting
curves the light.
closes, is any more betting? Can we break Rob Noxious right now? I'm all in.
Nice try, Sean G.
He's already broke. Dude
Yeah,
and
you're
buddy.
on a losing bet, Rob. Please put me $10 million down. Thank you.
Whatever, dude. You can think what you want. It doesn't matter what you think.
Just
So
recap,
science
man.
tells you.
I'm just telling you guys, and as I'm saying, it doesn't matter what anybody tells
Hold
you.
on,
This-
Ricky. I want to do
I'm
a recap.
Yeah, angles don't change when you get further and closer away from an object. Your swimming pool is curved. Refraction can only happen on a curved surface. And man, please remind me of the other. Oh, the atmosphere makes the limit of how far you can see. But the reason you can't see 47 miles over a really dense atmosphere over a lake is because of Earth curve, which he's measured with navionics and optical device as you see how much is obstructed.
multiple GPS devices. I took the trips, dude. I mean, this is just you guys are taking my words out of taking them and twisting them around here a little bit.
All right, can I just get a $1.380? Can we just bet a good like $1.83 that refraction happens even on flat surfaces, please? Even in the case of a sunset, you would have refraction on a flat surface, as you have angles of incidence going through changing layers of medium. You genius.
But it only
Are you a genius, Rob?
It happens because there's a curve to begin with.
You're an idiot.
Whether you're seeing it on a flat piece of land in
Go
front
ahead
of
and
you.
mute me because he's going to be all type of idiots until he goes back to Google.
No, but I'm saying, since you think because you proceed to look on a road and see that the road perceived to you is flat and you see refraction.
No, it's because you have changing layers of the same shit. The globe that you have reasons of types of refraction on the globe, but it's happening because that you have angle of incidence through changing layers of medium, which you would have also on a flat Earth. We have the atmospheric layers, Rob, and different parts of that object in the distance would be angled down, coming through different layers of the atmosphere to you. It wouldn't be not every light path is coming straight parallel into your freaking eye, Rob. Use your brain. You don't have a flat plane of vision. You have a whole 180 degree for up and down in front of you. Those different layers of atmosphere. Okay, you got to use your brain here, buddy. But I would have gladly loved to see the whole room take your money while you're trying to bet this ridiculous bet. I'm out.
But you know, Rakia just pointed out all the obvious that he doesn't have a brain. That is, so with all his arguments using navionics to measure what now?
No, see, that's the whole thing. You keep saying that, equating to. I didn't say you use navionics to measure the Earth. I'm saying navionics will allow you to take the measurements off of navionics to use them and fucking calculate the curvature of the Earth. You guys just like to blend shit together to make it fit your guys.
You're the one who twisted. You just stated you calculate the curvature of the Earth. I asked you to measure the curvature of the Earth. I asked you for the tools and methods you used. Now you're admitting that you just calculated it.
So how do you How do you think you measure? You think you get a tape measure and start going out the tape measure? You guys are being silly, man.
No, I think you use a theodolite and you create a horizontal above a curved surface and you measure down to that curved surface. So at one point you're going to get X, at another point you're going to get X plus or minus, which is going to give you an arc. That's how you would measure, not calculate. Not saying, I know the water is curving at this rate, so at this distance it curves this rate, i.e. I proved that the water is curving. That's almost ridiculous, but that's what you did. You gave me navionics, which you assumed I didn't know what it was, but little do you know.
I was. What do you mean? Well, as I say, why would you say that? You say
gave me the distance and then told me how much over that distance.
I was hoping you would have. I was hoping you would have navionics. What do you mean? I didn't want you to have it. I was hoping you would have it. Why did you try to put words in my mouth?
To give me a distance, then you could say go to that point and shoot over that distance and see what's obstructed and then calculate the earth curve.
I've done it though. And there's no way you're going to see anything but.
What about the days that the horizon appears higher than your crosshairs?
Hold on, man. I had to mute him. Rocky, did you get your whole thing out?
It's impossible, man. But it's okay. I know everyone understands. Even the Glovers are not going to support this guy, but it's okay. We're just using it, as a tool to show people how ridiculous it is. Here we are with another Glover that starts out with, no, the mountaintop and the beach are at the same angle. It's no angle change as you move closer and further away. That should prove to everybody who we're dealing with. But anyway, we can take it as far as you want to and use this person as another example of a Glover who has no clue about his model, no clue about refraction, but yet is going to try and tell us because he uses navionics, he knows the earth is curved because he calculated it.
And refraction only happens on a globe earth. That cannot happen on a flat surface.
All right, let's all go one at a time now, please. Rob, please.
To be fair, Rob, maybe give us another tool and method, Rob.
Ricky, if you could give me a quick second on this. Rob, question, your observation point. This was across one of the Great Lakes. You said Lake Michigan, was it?
Yeah, Lake Michigan, Ludington, Michigan.
Right. Now, you can also see the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan, right?
No, it's not across Lake Michigan. It's at the bottom in the corner.
Okay, cool. So one of the things that confuses me is that I recently took in a news channel who covered the ability of them being able to see the Chicago skyline across one of the Great Lakes. I believe it was Michigan.
It is. It's from St. Joseph, Michigan, to be exact.
You can just not interrupt me right now. Give me some space on this because I'm going to withdraw after this point. They explained the ability to see the Chicago skyline from across the Great Lakes as refraction. Yet you're describing Lake Michigan as actually curving. I'm trying to figure out from a globe standpoint, is it refraction or is actually the surface curving? What's the explanation for it? You're saying you measured it.
Yeah, it's simple. The experiment, you can see it from. It's from. Here, give me. I'm gonna post it. Let me give you a couple of pics for this shit so I can explain it as I'm doing it.
Also, Jeremy, make sure that the curvature of your pool is good. You can't have flat pools with a refraction in it.
Refractory pools. That's funny. Sorry, please go ahead.
What's funny is when we're sitting at the guy's house and they're kind of, goading me about this topic, and I'm like pointing out to his pool, is that pool curving? Is the water surface curving? And they're like, oh yeah, whatever. I said, can you measure it? And we would measure a horizontal line, right? We would measure that water to create a horizontal line. I asked him, how many of those pools would you have to put together to create a sphere? But most globers or most people who think they live on a sphere, I wouldn't even call them globers because they don't defend it. They would just know that water seeks and finds its level and flows because of elevation change, but still think they live on a sphere and don't want to even think about how they could have been deceived because of pride or whatever. Pick a reason. But yesterday during the poker tournament, the topic came up, and it was as civil as I've ever encountered. And actually the guy sitting to my right was defending me and saying, yeah, there's no way we went to the moon, the earth is flat, this, that, and the other. And the other guy, who just happened to have a globe as a screensaver on his phone, was being as civil as he can be. Yeah, that makes sense, man. I never thought of it that way, blah, blah, blah. So things have changed a lot in the last 6 years.
I love hearing stories like that, man. Nice share. Thank you for that.
Yeah, that happened yesterday. I'm playing tournament again today, and the topic comes up a lot. I went to Costa Rica for 10 days, and topic came up there. The Costa Ricans, the natives, believe in Los Terras planets, right? The planet, they call it a planet still, but they say it's flat. It's not curving.
You guys ready?
Planet. The planet is the name of the place where they think they live, but they think the surface is flat. And then people in my group, the missions and all that, we went to dinner and then talked about the topic afterwards. And it was as civil as it could be for hours. And, they brought up east to west navigation and this, that, and the other. And I showed them how it could happen. And they're amazed. They never thought of it that way. It can happen two different ways. So they need to look into it further.
All right, I'm ready for my presentation here. I posted 2 pics in the chat. One from St. Joseph, which is south of Benton Harbor, Michigan, to Chicago, 53 miles, almost 54. And the other one is Ludington to what I believe to be Sheboygan over there. I know that's Sheboygan South, Green Bay, or something like that. I can't remember the name of the town. It's 47 miles. The Chicago skyline is visible, 53 miles. You can see it. People seen it. No doubt about it. Why can't I see the skyline of Wisconsin?
So my question to you then, Rob, from your perspective, do you think that's a mirage that you're seeing? Because that's what they're explaining it as. What do you think? Or is that actually the skyline that you're seeing?
It's 100% a mirage. And this actually proves even more, like on the opposite side, like the fact that you can create the atmospheric conditions because the way the city's, the heat of the city, the heat of the lower Lake Michigan where it gets warmer, like there's so many atmospheric conditions that can create that to bring the horizon over the curve. It's like a mirage. You can see it. And yet you can't even see 47 miles across at higher elevations. The elevations at the south are so much lower. It's basically fucking flat down there. You should be able to see across the 2 highest points in the northern parts, but you can't because it's fucking flat and there's not enough refraction to bring anything back over the curve. You'll never have the conditions to ever do it. That's why no one's ever seen it. That's why it happens in Chicago only. And if you notice, it's the angle of what you're looking to. You guys start worried about angles so much. They're talking about angles. You're not even really looking directly due west. Man, even if I got on a goddamn boat and took my boat around the world, it would do nothing. There would always be some people who just wouldn't believe me.
The thing Rocky was talking about earlier with the actual measurement, like versus calculation. Now, I don't know what that other thing is. but I know what the measurement is would be to measure that would be rise over run, which is what we use every day. Like I don't know what was that other thing, Navionics or something you said?
No, Navionics is just a boating app that tells you where to drive your boat so you don't go shallow. It's like a map that has all the depths of the water and shit. You can measure, plot out charts or courses to go where you want to go. It's pretty helpful, actually.
And that tells you the water's curving? Sorry, does that tells you the water's curving?
No, no.
Oh, well, what did you bring it up for?
That's just to show distances across areas of the lake.
Oh. All right.
So we finally found curving water?
No.
Oh yeah, I want to say
Oh,
water doesn't try to find its level. It tries to find the lowest point. All the water on the planet is heading towards the Mariana Trench, the deepest point on Earth. That's
where all the water wants to go, to the Mariana Trench.
That's where it wants to go. The lowest. Oh yeah, it sounds crazy. I know. I try to simplify things for people to comprehend. It just makes it easier. Yeah, it's going to all the water on Earth is trying to make its way to the lowest point on Earth, which is the Marianas Trench. We know.
You ever see the fish they found in the Marianas Trench? 2 different types of creatures live down there.
Well, I bet, man. I bet there's a pathway to fucking another dimension down there.
If all the water did find it, let's say the water, there was no water and it was all going towards the Mariana Trench. Eventually, when the water stopped, and let's say we filled up half the Mariana Trench, the top of the water would be level, because that's what it does.
It's already full, dude. Again,
I know, but in the hypothetical where we're like filling it up. Say we like had a garden hose and we're just filling up the Mariana Trench and we stopped halfway, all the water would just be level. That's what it does. Regardless of what model you believe in, it's going to be level on the top if it's still.
Water's not level. That's the whole thing.
It's not. What is it?
It's whatever its container it's on.
Yeah, we're talking about the top of the water would be level.
Why? Because you see it level? Because it's held into a bottle and you're looking at the top going, wow, that top's level. Is the bottom level? Is the sides level? That's what I'm saying, man. You got a small-minded energy, man.
dude, we're talking about the top of the water. The bottom, no one says the bottom.
What's the top or the bottom, man? What is the top or the bottom? What are you talking about?
Why are you interrupting me, though? Relax, bro. No one's talking about the sides or the bottom. We're talking about the top of the water.
Yeah, no, you don't. What is the top of the water? What is the top? Where's the top of a raindrop, dude? Let me guess. It's only a top when you're looking at it and saying it's flat on top. That's what I'm saying, dude. It's just small-minded energy, bro.
Sorry, my wife came in the room. What were you saying? A raindrop level? Is a raindrop level, you said? I missed it, Rob. What'd you say?
He said water finds its curve.
Oh, he left. Really? Yeah. That was exciting. I mean, I don't know. I thought that was just like mainstream physics, like water finds its level. I didn't even know that was a contention.
The Marianas Trench is a sphere, dude.
That's where all the water wants to go to.
Hmm. Oh, yeah. If you were, you would. It's real. Water wants to go.
All right.
I want to hear like Rob Noxious versus Lou, just for like battle of like the same guy talking sound to each other.
Well, let's throw Leaky in there too.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean, fucking.
We're gonna do a three-way. We're gonna do a three-way. Leaky, Rob Noxious, and Lou.
Yeah. How you guys doing?
What's up, Lou?
Driving right now, so I'll probably start roboting here a little bit. But just got back from just driving from a ski, snowboard, gear, whatever swap meet thing. I found some new bindings for boots and bindings for my daughter that are pretty sick. Pretty stoked about it. Found her boa lacing, which is really nice on the boots, and then got some really nice new bindings to go with it too.
Did you get her the matching NASA snowboard outfit, Lou?
No, I almost bought myself the NASA snowboard outfit a couple of years ago just for the irony of it all. And 686 makes all that stuff. I do have 686.
Yeah, the funniest.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got all the 686 gear for myself, but I didn't buy the NASA shit. I was tempted.
Is she still skating?
Yeah, she she took her skateboard with her to her mom's, had it there with her like all summer long because there's a park with a little bitty skate park right near her house, and she's got a friend that lives over there that also likes to ride a skateboard, so she's been doing that a little bit.
She's better than you already, man, I reckon.
Not quite, but it won't take much. I mean, she's still pretty awkward looking on the skateboard for what I can tell, but if she actually wants to like really practice and give it a go, her size, like being just a young girl, she'll excel a lot more than I will trying to learn new shit on there. I'm too old. I'll hurt myself if I try to do anything other than just push around.
Oh, bro, I saw on TikTok there's a skateboard, and the board itself wasn't solid. It like rotated in all these crazy ways and shit. It was nuts. Let me see if I saved it. I might have saved it because that was fucking.
So does Rob Noxious bow out?
Yeah, he dipped, but yo, check this out right here. This skateboard, this is nuts. Nobody's seen this shit before. The board is in like pieces. It's crazy.
I'll have to check it out when I get home. I won't be home for another 15 minutes or something.
Yeah, I watched it the other day. It was crazy.
Oh, you seen that one? Yeah, that's nuts, right, Elbow? What the? I was like, yo, what the hell?
Oh yeah, it's one guy. He's like super creative. He does it for all his like parts. Just does all these contraption and fucking weirdness with hinges and stuff. Man, it's pretty sick.
Yeah, if your skateboard don't got hinges on it, I don't even know what you're doing.
Yeah, my skateboard's just it's like a longboard cruiser hybrid. It's made more for just getting around, speed. Not really so much for tricks. And definitely doesn't have any fucking hinges on it.
But the future of transportation has got to be like something like a Healy, but motorized. Right? That's fire right there. Like I want go-go gadget wheels to pop out of my shoes and I'm out.
What if I lived like more like in the city, just getting around the city, something like that? One of those electric longboards would be freaking awesome.
Those are neat. I see kids whipping those. Yeah.
Dude, they're quite dangerous. I fuck on one. They're quick as fuck. And when you're a dickhead like me, you fucking go too fast as well.
Yeah, some of them they really like they have different modes. The more aggressive mode could be like it'll like take off on you. It'll just right from underneath you. It accelerates way too fast.
Oh my god, it's pouring here.
My friend had a Honda motorcycle with a turbo on it. It was scary. You couldn't hold on to the thing. When the turbo kicked in, it wanted to pull you right off the bike, and the only thing to hold on to was the throttle. Totally dangerous.
I want to slow down, but I can only go faster.
I mean, when something kicks in, I mean, acceleration's enough, but when a turbo kicks in, it's like it throws you back.
So when you were sitting on the back, like, did you have to squeeze harder?
You would know about squeezing harder from the back, Mr. Reach Around. You would know all about it. The new Honda Reach Around.
Yeah, those electric skateboards. I've seen some of them.
Yeah,
like,
you got to call it reach around refraction, right?
Some of those electric skateboards are doing like 40 miles an hour. That's really freaking fast on any kind of board. Doing that on the street.
My friend made a motorized board when he was a kid, and when he turned 16, he bought a Porsche 914, and he put a Ford Capri. He had this Ford Capri that he had super turbocharged up. It had a 6 in it, I think. I can't remember. Maybe it was a 4. But he was solely proud of his Capri. And when he crashed it, he took the engine and put it in this Porsche 914. And it was a trip because where he had to put the radiator, it ended up being lower than the engine and created a weird flow problem. So it was hard to keep the thing cool. But he did it. And the guy did anything he wanted. It was funny. It's like we'd laugh at him and then he'd roll it out. Some people just are really good with making things happen.
Yeah, when you're a gearhead, I got a friend who has just always been a gearhead like that, and he's big into the racers, the Honda and Acura. He had some kind of hybrid that he was doing. He took, what was it? I don't know. Took his he has two like 90s Integras, and then he bought like the lightest like Civic model that was ever made, some like late 80s model. and basically like did some kind of weird hybrid of like an Integra, like a turbo Integra, into this super light body of this Civic, and has it all whatever. It's pretty neat car. Real I forget the kind of racing he likes to do with it, but it's like that short track stuff. It's freaking, it's got like really stiff suspension in it, doing like cone racing, shit like that.
Kid across the street from me was drifting and building cars for drifting. And because he was using a front wheel drive, I seen him out in the intersection one day with his back wheels in milk crates. And so they were just sliding around. Instead of burning up rubber, it was just sliding plastic.
Yeah.
It was like, what's
Yeah,
that
they'll get
noise?
really hard wheels in the back so that they slide more.
Yeah.
But yeah, instead of burning the rubber, just throwing in milk crates, why not?
Yeah, it worked. I'm like, what's that noise? You know, there's something sliding around out there.
I can't imagine a milk crate lasts all that long though either.
Well, you don't generally do donuts in the intersection for too long.
Nah, you got to use the McDonald's trays. Grab 2 of those, slip them underneath them tires, and away we go.
Nice. They'd be smooth.
Just put the trays underneath there and then throw on the e-brake, the handbrake, and so the back wheels don't move.
Now you're getting the gist of it, baby.
Would you like fries with that?
Nah, would you like slide with that? That would be the move. Pull up to the drive-thru, ask for 2 meals to go along with 2 plastic trays to be returned at a later date, of course.
Yeah, the skateboarding and stuff. I like watching the YouTube, watching the downhill longboarders. Those guys are absolutely nuts.
My friends were into boarding and doing downhill stuff and doing it when they were kids with Super 8 cameras, like movies. And my friend, when it was later in life, decided he'd digitize them, you know, the old Super 8 stuff. He ended up making a feature-length film using it. And his character was called Don Wimmer. And the movie is called Dropping In. And it was about him, in a way, being too old to skate still, but going to compete competitively, even though he really didn't have it left in him. And they made it into a movie. It was kind of cute. It was called Dropping In. And he had this whole character of, this washed up skate guy. And it was kind of his story. You know, he was kind of a washed up skate guy.
Like Tony Hawk.
Tony Hawk was somebody. This guy was never anyone, you know?
Yeah.
But the idea of everyone rallying around him and trying to get him back in, and the support and the kids versus the old man story, it was kind of cute. Like, they did a good job of the film. It was I don't know, it won some sort of film festival shit. My friend got like some sort of accolade for, you know, best new actor or something, and it was just he was just being a dick. He was just being himself. It was funny. But next thing you know, he's got an award for, you know, this year's newest actor or some shit like that. Let's see if I can
That
find
sounds
it.
cool.
It was funny. Them like actually going to steal plywood to build a ramp, you know, from construction sites, and having that as part of the movie of them, you know, running away with plywood and stuff was kind of funny because that's kind of real life. Oh shit! I got a car alarm here.
Dan, are you stealing cars now, dude?
No, I've got a. My landlord's a locksmith, so there's a lot of automotive locksmithing going on.
Call him Dan. Dan, the catalytic converter, man.
So wait a minute. Let's just steel man what happened here. Dan's got a car alarm going off in the background, and then he says his landlord is a locksmith, with still no claims as to saying, "Oh no, that's just my car alarm going off."
It's not. I don't have an alarm on my car.
It's
Neither
right
one
at
of
the
them.
same time as he was talking about stealing plywood too. I don't know what that has to do with it, but
We got some multiple hands in the cookie jar right now, Lou.
You guys, if you guys keep going, you'll be official Globers soon. Man, they make
Hey,
some
listen,
mean
these aren't
jackets.
accusations. These are strictly observations. There's a big
Oh, good
difference.
point. That's an excellent point. That's funny. It's like you got me there. I was just gonna accuse you of making accusations. Good job. I can't find this movie online. Chopping. Here it is on IMDb.
Super 8 thing just kind of reminded me also, like, I don't know if any of you guys watch Truth Stream Media. I guess in their latest video, I guess they mentioned that for their next film that they're doing, that they've been working on Super 8. That should be, I don't know what anything more about it than that. But what their last video was an interesting topic too. Like, you know, they're making it, it's now, they've now basically made it illegal for you to record in national parks. Like, you can do it, but you can't put it on like a TikTok or a YouTube and monetize it. If you do, they're hitting people with like $1,000 fines and shit like that. Like, you can't have a monetized video of any footage that you took from a national park without without pulling a permit on it first. It's pretty messed up.
The heaviest gas is at the bottom.
But there's no gradient. It's still the same all the way across. So they're full of shit.
Right, and this is earlier when it was Rakia and Rob Noxious were talking about the heaviest gases sitting at the bottom. I was going to chime in and be like, dude, reminder, gravity keeps the heaviest gases at the bottom. I have to remind these guys of their model, man. Come on.
Constantly. Oh.
That's not... Dan,
He's
stop
stealing
stealing
another
cars.
car.
That's not how the... I know. Bro, this is Grand Theft Auto in the highest degree. Listen, the thing is that in the atmosphere, the heaviest gases are not sitting on the bottom.
The most dense point is at the bottom due to the weight of all the gases above. It's still going to be your most dense.
That's also not true. When they say, okay, if the most dense gases were sitting on the bottom, there would be a layer of one particular gas on the bottom, and then you'd go up and there'd be like a different layer of gas. It's not how it is. It's all mixed up. What they call it, inhomogeneous or something, isotropic.
Well, Jeremy, why do they need oxygen when they go climb up high in mountains?
What's up?
I said, why would they need oxygen?
Why
would they need oxygen when they go climb high into mountains?
Because there's less oxygen.
Well, why would there be less oxygen if it's all just melded together in one big clot of atmosphere?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
But you were just saying all the gases mixes, right? All the gases mix and all of this stuff. And, if that didn't happen, then all of the heavier gases would be at the bottom, due to gravity. But this is actually what happens, which is why we need oxygen when we climb up high into mountains. Because, oxygen stays closer to the surface and less towards higher in the atmosphere. There's a reason for that happening.
Yeah, no, I said that all the heaviest gases are not at the bottom.
Well, you said they're all mixed together, and he's suggesting that maybe they're not all mixed together. And I'm pretty sure they sit in different layers, just like a gradient, the density tower. I mean, why wouldn't they have densities? Different gases. What makes you think they're mixing?
Well, I mean, they are.
Because if they weren't mixing, there would be a layer of nitrogen and a layer of oxygen and there would be like layers. It's all mixed up.
Yeah. It's anisotropic, so it has a different property than just like most liquids and doing a density tower with liquids or something like that. The air is anisotropic, so everything's just kind of mixed up. It's not a clear cut as like a liquid would be.
Either way.
Yeah, and real quick, go ahead, Dan. I'm next.
No, go ahead. Go for it.
And as far as the gases pushing down, the gas above the layers pushing down and whatever, keeping the gas down, that's not how it works either. Because I don't know why they've been saying that, because I've been getting them to say recently for the past year or so that the gas pressure is pushing in all directions. So it's not only pressing down, it's pressing, like if you have 14.7 psi, it's pressing up, sideways, down, left, right, diagonal, every which direction. So it's not just pressing down. If it was just pressing down, you'd be able to put something in a vacuum and that shit would weigh insanely different. You'd have insanely different weights inside of a vacuum.
Unless
another thing to think about as well is humidity, right? So humid air is actually less dense. So if you're talking about observations over water or even over land, because land has moisture levels, typically your most humid section of the air tends to be at the base until you start to form clouds. So
still though, land
towards
has
the
moisture
surface level,
levels.
if you have this most humid layer, because that's where you're getting the water vapor that is starting to evaporate, right? So you have this high humidity level at the bottom, you technically have a less dense medium that's residing at the closest to the surface.
I wouldn't include land and water in the same sentence there.
I would say that
your
both. I
suggestion
would
that
say
there's
that both.
evaporation off of a desert of any useful information is kind of silly. There's nothing to evaporate. Just morning dew. It'll evaporate off pretty quick.
Yeah, so I'm saying evaporation takes place at the surface. I'm not saying every single time in every single condition that's the case, but most places and most observations that we see, because nobody's coming here with dry desert observations to try to prove some sort of hidden height or Earth curvature over distance. It's typically not
Well,
the case.
I am, and I'm going to suggest that we
So you're
really
trying
need
to prove the globe over a desert.
trying to prove line of sight is achievable in an array of conditions. And if you could just let me spout out, just so you guys can catch up to where I'm at, it's like their claim of a gradient causing refraction vertically. I think I've moved through those vertical points. Like if I'm at 20 feet and I walk down to the water, had I written down each foot and said, still achieving line of sight, 18 feet, 17 foot, 16 feet, they that would have qualified as a measurement. But they say I don't have a measurement of gradient, but I've walked through it. I've walked down through it and seen no effect of light. Same thing from at nighttime with like from 70 inches down to 0. So the point is, they can claim a minute gradient at the bottom of the atmosphere or the bottom of the density, but I know it has no effect on light, and they can pretend it does all they want, but there is no gradient when there is no gradient. So if you get down below the atmosphere, your biggest gradient issue is going to be between the surface temperature between the surface and the air. And
Dan, real
sometimes,
quick.
Yeah.
Real quick, you lost me there. Where do you go to get below the atmosphere?
at the bottom of it, where you were suggesting we were at the most of it. In other words, they're looking for a gradient, so I don't care what medium they go through. If they get down to the bottom of the atmosphere towards the surface, whether it be ground, water or land, it's done with its gradient behavior. You're at the bottom of the gradient. So,
well, yeah, good point. And in order
you're not going through
to
any portions of it. And we've tested the lower portions, 20 feet and below, 70 feet and below, and we don't see any variation. We don't see, oh my
Right.
God, this
And
vast difference at these 2 feet makes a difference,
And that's the point of refraction, right? In order to have some sort of refraction, you need to have a change in the refractive index of two different layers, even within a gradient. And then you have to show how the light is coming into contact with this different refractive index.
let me
And
just
based on the
negate-
angle, just let me finish for just a second.
Well,
Based on
I
the
was
angle
trying
of
to give a statement so you guys knew what we were actually working with. There's 3 types of classes of refraction that we've removed from the equation. And when it comes to nailing these guys, they must have a cause for the effect of refraction. And if we have at the bottom of the atmosphere, we can prove that there's very little or no gradient of any kind because we're all the way moving through it. We can see at the bottom of it. We can do 2 inches. We've gone to an inch with a flashlight at 10 miles. So like we know that the only variation is between 70 inches and 2 inches. And we have observations throughout that supposed gradient. So the vertical gradient's out. The next one would be the difference between the ground or the surface and the air. And sometimes we've worked with equal temperatures, both at 63 degrees equal and at 83 degrees equal, and variations in between where they weren't equal. But we've achieved line of sight under all those conditions. So that gradient seems to go to shit too, because it's just not there. So there's no vertical. Then I've got no difference between the ground and the air. So next thing you know, they're on to density, which is what we were talking about. Is it the most dense part of the atmosphere with the most noise? Yeah, but there's no gradient there. We're at the most, bottom of it. Whatever it is, we're at the bottom of it. So that's three. That's the density gradient out. It's the temperature gradient out. And the only thing that's left is what they do call standard refraction, which I thought had to do with
Dan, this is the never-ending story right here, bro.
No, it's the detailed
napalm off.
Sorry.
You cut
Yeah, you
napalm off.
literally
I'm just
cut me off
saying,
when I was like 5 words away from finishing what I was going to say for you to go on for 5 minutes. I literally almost just dropped the whole entire call, to be honest with you. But no, what I was saying was if you have a measured, even if you have a measured density difference, right? We need to know the difference in the refractive index, and then you have to understand how the light would allegedly be interacting with these two different refractive indices, right? So you come back to things similar to Snell's law, where you have to have an angle of incidence, and that needs to be proven out that there is a angle of incidence that takes place between the two gradients. What's that angle of incidence? So how much is the refraction? None of that's actually been measured out. There is no baseline standard for that. It's only when there's an angle of incidence that's off, like a deviation from the normal, right? Which you would have if you're coming at a very steep angle to a gradient. But you'd have to prove that light would hit that change direction and somehow make some sort of other changes as well. Like it would have to continue to do that bouncing, like it's bouncing off of something.
They need a cause to bend light. The effect would be the bending light. They need a cause. We've eliminated at least 3 of them, and they're going to have to now. They're saying that as little as 0.13 degrees is all they need to curve a laser light 8 inches per mile squared. I don't think so. That's their claim. I'm saying take 10 degrees, take 5 degrees, take 20 degrees. It still isn't going to work because we've worked in all those conditions. So they have no demonstration to back up the claim of refraction. We just got held up on understanding the different classes of refraction we were dealing with.
Yeah, here's the thing: they can't say that light travels in a straight line path and then say that it bends, right? There needs to be some sort of justification for the exact angle of incidence that allows for the light to continue to what would effectively be in their conception or model of some sort of light ray and ray tracing. There would not be an arcing pattern to what's taking place unless there's some sort of physical pull of the light down towards the denser medium or towards whatever medium they think is at the bottom. There needs to be a demonstration of a physical pull. Otherwise, you're going to have to calculate and figure out the angle of incidence that's taking place and how the light is reacting in the way that they claim light is by nature, which they say light is somehow rays. I don't know. However, they try to prove that out. Light is rays, and these rays come in contact with different refractive indices and make deviations, not a bending, but a change of direction. And then continue on a straight path, but then they want to say that it's a bend. It's a bow. Have they substantiated? Has anybody substantiated that?
There's no one that's going to be able to take a laser over the horizon, over the distance of the horizon, and manipulate it to bend around. No one. It ain't going to happen. We've done it under so many conditions that we get a straight beam every time.
Did you ever get any instance where there was a refraction that took place in the beam? Because
Yeah,
I've seen people
over ice. We'd had a real bad failure over ice.
and what appears to happen to me is the light starts to come into contact with what I guess could be best described as um, some sort of difference in the atmosphere that doesn't bend it like a bow, meaning it's a constant bow, but it'll hit that and it will have this appearance of a slight curvature, but then the ray will continue like upwards at an angle. It's
Right.
never like a slight bow or anything like that. Like the minute it hits some sort of deviation or some sort of difference in the medium, it takes a change of angle and then continues on what would appear to be a straight path. There's never this like overarching bow. Did you guys ever get an incident where you had
No.
the laser that did interact and start to have like refraction take place?
Not in arc shape, just in like a reflection and diffraction, other stuff, but nothing that would make an arc shape because it's bouncing,
Right, not an arc shape, but it's like I have seen where people have tried to shoot lasers over a lake and it's going straight and then it gets to a certain point and then it curves upwards, but it makes a slight curve, but then the light continues almost directly upwards. So it's not an arc, it's a straight line that then has a slight bend and then a straight line coming off of it.
Just be aware of the difference between the light shooting upward and hitting the water and bouncing upward would look the same to you. Just be aware that when you see that upward, it's usually them hitting.
So you're saying
hitting the water. It's
there
usually
could
them
be a
hitting.
downward bend and then a reflection off of the
And
water.
that's why it
shoots
bounces
upward.
up so dramatically. So like in a 30, 40 degree.
Gotcha. Well, that makes sense because that's legitimately what we would call refraction, right? You have a light that's coming in contact with a different medium that has a different refractive index, and you actually the surface is causing a reflection, and based on the angle of incidence, you're going to get that ray coming off of that. And I say ray because it's a laser. You're going to get that laser coming off of it at a specific angle based on the angle in which it interacted with that medium.
But I'm
Snell's
still
law.
not sure we achieved proof of refraction when you have that big of a reflection changing direction. I don't think refraction came into the case yet. And also, in the case of the black swan, which people pop up all the time, I see here, there's so much distortion in that image, that it's not refraction. That distortion when things are twisted, that's like due to air, temperature inversion and moving air. It's not refraction. It's not the same.
Yeah, well, your point about the reflection, that's kind of what the path that I think Bierman is going down is that all of the effects that we see are actually reflection, like total internal reflection that is causing some of the weirdness that we see in the atmosphere over distance. Not like a refraction, but a reflection kind of scenario.
Isn't that one of the inherent properties of how like optics work over distance? That like there's this tendency to invert when there's lensing involved. Thinking like a magnifying glass, where kids held it up close, everything just got magnified. Then you held it away at arm's length, and it would invert, flip over the image.
I don't know if there's any automatic point or focal point that happens. I just want to ask everyone or mention the standard refraction because I thought that had to do with as an average of conditions, but it's not. That's not what it means. And in fact, if their standard refraction is increased with each mile, that would be a gradient in their eyes. it would be
There is no
more.
such thing as standard refraction.
Their claim of standard refraction is basically the same exact thing as they call thinking refraction. If you read Andrew Thomas Young's papers and alleged experiments that he does, but his ray tracing diagrams show that what they call standard atmospheric refraction is basically sinking refraction.
Yeah, but the word standard, what is standard atmospheric refraction? Can
It's
anybody tell me?
mostly it's the nitrogen oxygen mix.
Hold up,
that we have.
hold up, Rob. You ain't had a big enough beat down on this shit yet, bro.
Man, Don's got something to say. What is it, Don? What
Nah, dude, you
was
can't
that?
do that, Don. Don, you can't do that, bro. Come on, man.
Did anyone get what he said though? I didn't. It must have been important. Type it out, Don.
Just chill out, man. No, just try to say it. Use your normal voice.
Brother came in hot.
Brother came
Yeah,
in.
the question was, what is standard refraction?
Well, and the answer is that each type of gas, for instance, that we might find in the atmosphere during atmospheric refraction would have different properties, different densities. So oddly enough, they don't put nitrogen on the list because they just lump it together what we call air, what we breathe here. And that's where standard refraction comes from, how much resistance that offers to light to begin with. So
And
standard.
that is what exactly? Can you put a number on it?
That's those stupid shit. It's 1.000013 something the fucks, right? So I'm all 1.0001 what, right? And when I went to find out what it was a delay in seconds based on the speed of light. And I started laughing. I'm like, you're kidding me. We're not getting that at 5 and 10 miles. You know, that happens over a jillion miles or something. You know, so there's no way that we're experiencing light speed changes at 1, 5, 3, 10, and 20 miles.
Yeah, but then you're veering off course.
No, I
Atmospheric
answered your question.
refraction.
The
What is
refraction
it?
index is based on effects of speed of light.
Effects of speed.
Yes, the speed of light has been affected by 1 point in seconds. That's what it means.
So you're saying refraction is the difference in the speed of
Yeah.
light?
Wait, yeah. From one side of the beam to the other. That's how stupid they are. They think that because it got affected by the gradient, that part of it is being distorted compared to the other part of a beam, like right in the beam. And that it tries to correct itself, I guess, towards the weak side and bends. But it's definitely refraction, and their claim is a difference in speed across the beam from one side to the
Okay,
other.
so we should have a standard there, right? So I should be able to tell you, okay, tomorrow in Montreal, it's going to be this humidity, this heat at this time of the day, and you or they should be able to tell me what the viewing conditions are going to be on that day, right?
I thought standard refraction had to do with an average of conditions. It doesn't. It has to do with the property of the air to begin with.
I think napalm. My bad. Go ahead, Dan. My bad.
No, I'm just trying to learn about this for real because we've already worked with it, and there's so many different effects of light that we're always talking about. So if we could just sort of like understand atmospheric refraction, we can move on to the other things that might happen with surface temperatures and things and other forms of distortion. But in terms of gradient, what they mean is generally the air gets thinner and has different properties as you go up and getting colder.
So I think that napalm actually I think standard refraction is a thing, and napalm describes it perfectly. What's going on? Because you go out, things will normally look the same. Yes, they vary little bits, but maybe you have an average or something. Whatever that average is, or something standard. That is what napalm is describing. You know, pretty good. It's sinking.
What do you mean sinking?
what they describe as sinking, things appearing lower than their actual geometric position.
Uh-oh.
Because that's what you do see on average. Like B-balls, we're all familiar with B-balls photos. Like on an average, his crosshairs are on the 11th floor or whatever it is. Like that's like standard, which is obviously below. That would have to be sinking for us, which is things appearing lower in the distance.
I
Right?
don't think that's due to refraction, though. In other words, if you watch,
what is it then?
It's what you and I call perspective. I'm not sure what it really is, but if you watch this video here, which really represents some of these observance that the ballers make over distance, and they go, look, the building's not the right size. And it's like, well, in this case, if you watch this video and you watch the container of liquid, it doesn't maintain its size, and that's only 20 feet away. So why would anyone think that something would be of equal height in the distance is crazy.
All right, whoever was trying to get in, go ahead. I'm going after that, please.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
All right, in perspective, you agree with the perspective? Just give me a quick yes or no, because I got a quick follow-up. You agree with the perspective grid they show in perspective, how everything merges towards the vanishing point in the center?
Why not?
No, do you agree with that grid or no?
Why not? Why? How could I disagree with that?
Yeah, well, in that grid, nothing ever crosses the horizontal. That middle line, like something that's above that line, it never crosses it. But that we see that happening, though, that can't be just perspective.
I would agree it's a factor of both of them. You'd have to include both of those observations. Like, couldn't refraction enhance perspective or magnify that effect?
And there's more than one cause of refraction. So understand, refraction is a result, not a thing.
Yeah, but I'm saying, though, there has to be some mechanism that's making things cross that horizontal line. I mean, Wit's added thing where it was perspective. Perspective falls off after a while. I don't know. I still didn't understand that. But if you agree with that perspective grid, then like shit don't cross them horizontals.
I'm still waiting for the standards.
I told you, SE standard would be I don't know if somebody's trying to get in, or go ahead.
I think it's a hot mic, brother.
Yeah, someone's on mic.
All right, who is it? I just moved him to the hot mic room. That's all. Yeah, we came right back.
Jeremy, that was the wrong person. It's the book FN, not Dan.
Yeah.
Oh, elbow.
Yeah.
He did
What's up, Stingray?
I hope I say. Yeah, you need to move Dan back. You won't realise that you've chucked him into another room.
All right, I don't even remember what I was going to say now. What were we talking about?
It doesn't pass the horizontal.
Refraction. Standard refraction.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right. Dan will figure it out. He's a big boy. Unless somebody wants to move him back. I'll apologize to him later. Standard would be, B-ball's photos, right? He's going to get an average of where those crosshairs hit. That would be like standard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if you go on another day or 6 hours from then, that will change, Jeremy. You know that, right?
Yeah, you would take like a time lapse of it basically for months, just like they do sea level, right? You know how they get sea level? It takes months, years.
Average.
Yeah, you just get the average of wherever those crosshairs hit, figure it out for their globe, and that's how they get their standard. For us, it would just be wherever that average is, like sea level. That would be like standard for us, wherever the average is on where the crosshairs are.
No, I get that, bro. But where would you okay? where would standard be then? So you're saying you would go take a few visuals on a clear day, on a less clear day, on a hazy day, and then just average those out? How does that make sense? How do you do it?
Just like they do sea level. You do it. We would do it just like you do sea. They would calculate it for the globe and all that. We would do it just like we do sea level. Just whatever the average is over months, years, all different time. You know what I'm saying? And then just that would be our standard. That's obviously not the same as theirs, but
like the same observation reoccurring multiple times, and whichever observation reoccurs the most times, that would be the standard. Is that what you're saying?
No, you just take the average of where the position is in the crosshair.
Yeah, I was trying to explain this to you guys because we've been wrong
Yo,
for years.
Dan, I moved you to the hot mic room on accident.
Thanks. But in this case, standard refraction isn't an average of conditions as we think it is. Standard is based on the property of the nitrogen-oxygen mix of regular air. And so over distance, you will get more and more refraction because of the properties of the air you're going through. It doesn't take new introduction of things like temperatures or weather yet. It doesn't, that's why they say there's always refraction, because regular air, when gradiated over distance, next mile, next mile, next mile, next mile, causes its own refraction. And that's just based on the nitrogen-oxygen mix that we have. And that's the lowest on the index, the refraction index. That's the lowest one. And it's a delay in time. The lapse rate that happens shooting through thicker and thicker air causes its own lapse rate that they call refraction as well. So that's why they keep muddling up gradient and lapse rate into refraction, because and that's why they say it happens anyway. So I always thought it was an average of conditions. It's not. It's not at all. So standard refraction has to do with the properties of air to begin with, and that there is a refractive rate to the thickness of our air. So they need a gradient. They need it to change to bend light. So over distance, it may change. And being affected by temperatures, it may change.
So how could it be standard, Dan? Am I the only one seeing clearly here? How can you have a standard thing when we know that things change? How could that be possible?
I see. Is there such a thing as a standard, let's say a standard sea level?
Well, that's an average of height, yeah.
All right, cool. Well, same thing.
No, but it's not the same thing. You can't have a standard of visual of. I mean, can you do that? Really?
Well, the gradient in standard refraction would be as it gets thicker and thicker. So the further away you go, the more refractive properties air have.
The gradient
that doesn't call for direction yet, because direction is usually going to be towards a gradient. So there's different types and classes of refraction that we have to break down. They have to show us that they can introduce any of these properties and bend a laser, and they can't. It won't. You have to saturate the air like the fish tank, where you put enough solution in that the air is so thick, or the tank water is so thick, that you can get refraction over distance and it continues to bend. But if you had that much thickness in the air, it would be called fog or weather, or haze or smoke.
Yeah, but Dan, that fish tank, in order to bend light enough so that you can see it in a demonstration where you create a gradient, that gradient needs to be extreme. And like you say, immensely dense and immensely not dense. And that's why they do it in a fluid, because you can have the difference between a very dense fluid and a less dense fluid can actually be quite great, but it's dense anyway. So that gradient causes a bend in the fish tank. Why wouldn't you accept that if you decrease the density in that fish tank uniformly, So there's still a gradient in there. That bend becomes less and less and less over distance. So now you degrade it so much that the fluid becomes a gas, but keep a gradient. You've got this very, very gradual bend now. How is that out of stretch of your imagination?
Well, first of all, I'm back to your first statement. I don't know what you described, but you said that there would have to be a dramatic difference to cause a gradient. Dramatic. You said it yourself.
No, to view it in a short fish tank.
No, to anywhere to have an effect on light, it has to be going through two mediums of difference. It has to gradiate. There's a gradual change. That would be your gradual bend. Dramatic bend.
The issue is there's no medium change, and when you guys are discussing,
well, then there's no refraction without medium change. Wake up.
There absolutely is refraction without medium change. You
That's not what Young says. That's not what Snell says. Read Snell's law real quick and come back to me.
Well, you read Fermat's principle that also you can derive aspherical correction lens elements from where it's one. Okay, fair enough.
Whether or not it has to travel through different mediums to bend and refract, and it does. And I'm claiming
so hold on. Let's let it. Dan, hold on. Don't interrupt, guys, please.
Well,
it sounded like Shark Tank or whatever. Stingray was in the middle of the sentence. Dan, relax, dude. This isn't a fight. This isn't a McTuner fight the flat Earth show, dude. You gotta relax.
So I don't know why Dean contradicts himself and thinks it's okay.
Yeah, that's fine, but just let him finish his sentence.
Okay, so in that fish tank, there is one medium, it's a fluid. There wasn't a load of different mediums. All that fish tank does is represent different densities. And the reason why that's important is there's no different types of refraction. There are different end effects of refraction. But refraction is quite simply, down to it, is electron density, because that's what's causing, and it's not a fractional reduction of light speed along the same path, Dan. It's actually a path change which causes it to apparently slow down due to it actually traveling further. So when you say index of refraction, it's because it entered at one angle, and that's your incidence angle. Then you've got the internal reflecting angle. That internal reflecting angle causes the light to travel further and then come out at a shorter point. So overall, it's taken more time, but it's still been constant if you measured the two, if you cancelled out the incident paths. But there's no angle of incidence in the environment. Look at Fermat's principle. Do not look at Snell's law. Fermat's principle actually describes all of this. And it's through one medium you have refraction.
Well, gee, I just fucking put shit in writing that I just copied and pasted from the rest of the world, Dean. I am sorry. I'm not going to argue with you about what Snell's law says.
It's not Snell's law. It's Fermat's principle you need to be arguing.
Oh, okay. Snell's law doesn't matter to you. I get it.
Snell's law does matter to me when light has incidence angles changing medium.
Did you go read it like I told you to?
Dan, hold on, man. Hold on, Dan. Relax, dude. Please, come on,
Dan. It says refraction of light is the interface between two media of different.
All right, can anyone mod Dan? Because go ahead, Stingray. Finish.
I got it. Come on, Dan. Chill, man. Please, chill.
I'll unmute you in a second. Go ahead, Stingray.
Right, I'll try and be really quick. So there are two things at play here. There is Snell's law and there are Fermat's principle. They both describe refraction. And refraction is quite simply the bending of light due to different densities or electron density. Now, Snell's law has boundary conditions, incidence angles, internal reflection angles. Fermat's principle says I do not need boundary conditions, incidence angles, or reflectance angles. I need a chord and then I need a density gradient. And it doesn't matter that that density gradient has no boundaries. It's a gradient. It's an infinite amount of boundaries if you were to think of it that way. So if anybody's interested in refraction through the atmosphere, go and have a look at Fermat's principle. French guy. I'd love him to be wrong because I'm sorry, but you know the French need to be wrong once in a while.
So since I took away three of the factors that may cause refraction, I want you to understand that. And when I move through the minute gradients that some people claim must be there, you admit that they must be dramatic. In the end, Dean, take 5 degrees, take 10 degrees, not 0.13 like you're claiming. Take anything, go out there and show me that that changed the direction of a laser light. Then, when the conditions change, like it gets warmer, colder, more humid, or anything you want, show me how it changed the laser light, because it doesn't. And I have 35 examples of it not doing so.
Yeah, and Fermat's principle uses the angle of incidence as well. It says that after that light bends through that, you can take that angle and get your angle of incidence. That's impossible to do with the atmosphere because air is all mixed together at different layers, different
We're not
densities.
shooting through layers of the atmosphere. We're shooting
Dan,
through one medium. Just somebody understand that. We're not shooting through layers of the atmosphere. Therefore, atmospheric refraction is out. On to the next one would be the temperatures varying between the surface and the air, causing its own gradient.
Yo,
Right?
Dan, can you not be emotional today or for a little while?
Is there anyone smart enough to be in this conversation?
No, I'm just asking you. Like, you're doing
Lots
great.
of us, Dan.
Remove the emotion, bro. Saturday.
Okay, so
Chilling.
I'm pretty tired of us not understanding this. We studied it in the field years ago, and we're starting to understand their argument now. This is about the Glober argument and what we must require of them.
Dan, can Stingray respond to my refutation of his Fermat's principle?
Yeah, so if you take angle of incidence as the chord length to the density gradient, you could treat it as such, but you can't treat it as a boundary condition. That's in Fermat's principle, and that's with atmospheric computer ray tracers as well, or ray maps.
Okay, so let's take it to the real world, right? We have a black swan image. Where are you going to measure that?
I don't understand the question. What do you mean? What am I measuring out of the image?
Like if you were to go back and repeat that experiment or observation, right? You're going to go back to that place. You're going to take the picture. Where are you going to measure these different angles of light?
You can't measure angles of light along the entire chord. That's not possible. What you have to do is like this like again, it is just density. That's it. Now it doesn't matter whether temperature causes that, or pressure causes that. It's irrelevant. Both pressure and temperature cause a density change, and it's that density change that you'd have to calculate to be able to predict what you would see. And for that, you would need temperature and pressure along the line of sight to calculate what the black swan is. I do believe someone has done that. Oh yeah, no, Walter Bislin's done that.
Pressure and temperature and density are all the same variable according to PhD Tony.
Pressure and temperature are, yes, because they affect the same thing that affects refraction, which is density. So yes.
Yeah, they all correlate to each other. You increase pressure, you increase temperature, you increase the density, or decrease the density, whichever one it is. They all correlate together. So that's why I'm asking you. Okay, let's take it to the real world application. Where are you going to take these measurements?
You'd actually have to take them along the path of your observation.
Okay, so we had a 1 foot observer height, so we'll just take it 1 foot above sea level all the way to the cranes, right?
That's what you would have to do if you did that, yes. If you wanted an accurate result, I'm not saying you couldn't do it over like 20-meter segments or 100-meter segments, but you would have to take segmented data at those, data points along the path, yes.
Okay, so you understand the black swan image is about the horizon, not the cranes, right? You understand the horizon is not a physical place that I can get to eventually to measure that?
The horizon, or what you call the horizon, is optic based on very physical water and very physical atmosphere.
No. You can read the definition of the horizon. It's just an apparent location of where it seems the sky meets the ground. You know the sky doesn't meet the ground in reality, right?
The sky and the ground always meet in my reality. Otherwise, I'd probably be dead. I need the air, and it needs to be on the ground because I'm on the ground.
You understand what I mean visually, though. Come on, that's silliness. You don't think the sun ever touches the ground, right?
Oh, absolutely not. No.
Okay.
That's
So
not
the
the function.
horizon seems to be a point where the sun touches the ground. Do you agree?
Sorry, say that again.
The horizon seems to be a point that the sun touches the ground, right? Apparently.
No, it doesn't appear to
looks
touch
that
the ground
way.
at all.
But it looks that way, doesn't it?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, I can't have a conversation with that dishonesty.
No, it looks like it goes behind a horizon. It doesn't look like it touches the ground.
I mean, there's plenty of songs, big orange ball sinking in the water. Why would they say things like that if it didn't look that way?
Well, it appears to go behind an optical horizon. I'll give you that.
Okay, but it's not like this horizon's a physical place. It changes every day. You can't attribute physical properties, especially since you already have a radius, so we know exactly where the physical horizon should be. It's never there. Even in the picture that they show called the White Swan, we're still seeing too far in that photo.
Oh, no, absolutely, as predicted by refraction in the globe, but we're not seeing far enough if it's flat. I think Jeremy I think Jeremy came up with the best argument for flat Earth, which is refraction exists, it is fairly consistent, and it's the opposite in the atmosphere because it would have to bend light upwards, and that would make a flat Earth appear like things drop with distance.
I mean, you got to give Napalm some credit too. It's not that he came up with it, but I mean, that's all. We didn't like make that up. I don't think.
Oh no, but I meant you mentioned it, so you're the last person that I knew that mentioned it. So
Okay, so you standard refraction people, do you think that you can predict something? Because otherwise it's just words what you're saying. Me, I call bull on standard refraction. I say there's no way that you can say something is standard because it changes by the minute. That's my claim.
Yes.
Okay,
you guys
listen to
prove
me.
that wrong.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Everyone, please. I've learned a lot about this. Please. The gradient in standard refraction is as it increases in distance. It further refracts.
Okay.
You understand that? It doesn't have to do with it doesn't have to do with conditions. It's not about conditions.
All right. Well, whatever you want to call it, I think the average thing happening in the atmosphere, I think it's due to magnification personally. But whatever, which is refraction. But anyways, whatever you want to call it, things are appearing. The standard conditions are things are appearing lower than they should be. That's like what's happening on average, right? Standard and average, just like average sea level, just what's happening on an average.
Yeah, but that happens all the time. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about standard refraction. In other words, at any given time, this effect should happen, right? That's what standard, that's what mean sea level. We take the averages and we say at this given time, at any given time, we're going to use this level as the standard, right? Now, how can you do that with the observation? How can you do that with an observation?
You do it exactly like you would do it for sea level. You would do a time lapse or something over months, years, however long you wanted to do it for, and there'd be an average point, like where the crosshairs would be the most. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I get you. But with the sea level, we're working with a vertical height, right? So we take today at 5 o'clock 2 feet, tomorrow 5 feet. What are you going to mark down for refraction? Because we have a whole slew of things that can affect this, right? What are you going to write? You're going to write temperature. Are you going to write humidity? Are you going to write heat haze? What are you going to write exactly?
Bro, they're not right. They're not writing anything when they do the mean sea level. That's just the average of where it is. No one's saying what is causing it, or that's just the mathematical average of where it is on any given moment.
Do you know how they do the average sea level, Jeremy?
Yes, they have a whole house built. They do it over years in the ocean, so that it's not like affected by waves. I know how they do it.
Yeah, so they write down every day the height, right? Today, 3 o'clock, this. Tomorrow, that, right? So they are writing stuff down to calculate, to take an average of. So my question is, what do they write down with atmospheric standard refraction, and what do they average out, please?
Well, I don't know what they do, but what you could do to do it just like sea level would be to have a time lapse going with crosshairs, and you'd have an average position every minute of where it is, and you would take an average on where the crosshairs are the most throughout that whole period, and you just call that standard or average. Like
And
average and
what
standard are
distance?
synonymous, right?
At what distance would you be observing? Is it a standard distance?
I don't know. I don't, bro.
Okay, you guys
Dude,
don't understand. You take
anywhere,
the
you can look
index.
anywhere.
Hang on,
Hold
hang on. Multiply
All right.
it by the distance, and you get the gradient. So the
But it's not
distance
just
causes standard refraction to increase, not in its
but it's
numbers,
not
in its multiplication, in its the implication. The gradient is each mile.
right, Dan. If it was just the distance, I would tip my hat to you and say, okay, Dan, you got it. But it's not just distance, Dan.
No. What isn't? See, let's figure out what we're talking about, because we may be arguing about different things.
Yeah, standard atmospheric refraction is what we're talking about.
Okay, the atmosphere is vertical. Understand that. So when we're working this low, the atmosphere is not in play. And I've proven that, and I can show you that, because we've moved through the lower gradient and found no effect through, I'm sorry, a camera. It's the only observation, or our eyes. But when we move through the gradient, whether from 20 feet and walk down to 1 foot, or if we start at 6 feet and go down to 2 inches, we've worked through the gradient and found that there isn't enough gradient for their claim. So
yeah, Rakia's got it here. So it's both. It's both the distance, right, and other conditions that affect what we see, Dan. It's
but those
not
conditions
just the
are
distance.
not. Those conditions are different and additional. And if we can understand that we may be able to, by having a low observation through the densest point, the noisiest point, but there's no gradient being offered at this low point. So they have to move on to another effect. And now if we measure, let's say, the difference between the surface and the air, we've done it under many different conditions, and we didn't find that to affect the light. So is it about density? What is causing the gradient? They need a cause for the effect. And we've moved through many different factors and found that it was not a cause for the laser light to bend.
So let me ask you this now. If we go on the beach, right, and we go on a cold day where there's no heat haze, and you do a 5-mile observation, are you saying if you go back on a day where there's a lot of heat haze, the same distance, it's not going to affect the observation that you're making? Is that what you're saying?
Do me a favor, just imagine a playground, a flat playground, so we can imagine that. And the sun goes down and it's still warm. So whatever the effect, we're going to have a variation between the surface and the air now, right? At this level, not having to do with the atmosphere above. We're at the bottom of the atmosphere, but we created a new gradient because of the difference, the hot sidewalk and now the cooling air. So we'll expect some effect. In the early morning, we might expect the opposite, where we have a cold sidewalk and warm air. That's the expectation, is that something dramatic, 5 or 10 degrees, should definitely want to drag light around based on what they're saying.
You're going like a little all over the place, bro.
Well, because they're telling me 0.13 of a degree is enough to bend my laser 8 inches per mile squared. And not only do they expect it to go 8 inches per mile squared, if we change any variable, it's still got to go 8 inches per mile squared, because if their calculation is off, it'll go over my head. If their calculation's off the other way, it'll nosedive in the water. They have to achieve a point on the other side because that's what we've done. We've seen the source. So in order to do that, I'm ready to move on to diverging beams to dispel that, because I think I've dispelled the cause of refractions not being here as they describe, and the effect not being there either. So they can demonstrate it in many ways, and they won't show heat off the surface bending a laser. And because we've done it a lot. We've done it a lot. It's pretty easy to point something across the distance and assume we have a straight beam. Yeah, we got a
Are you
cone
saying,
shape.
Dan, are you saying that no matter what the conditions, your laser is going to always point straight and not deviate? Is that the argument you're making?
We're
I'm just
saying that
asking. I'm not being confrontational. I'm asking.
without extreme conditions. In the case that you've seen in videos with the iron in front of a light or the cold gas on the pipe, without these extreme conditions, which are very extreme, no, there won't be a bending of light. You need a gradient. You need a major difference for it to want to affect the speed of light. It has to be something dramatic.
Okay, so I really haven't tried that, but I'm willing to bet that a laser would get affected by the heat haze. Now that's just my assumption, right?
Right.
Because I see other light bending and hazing as it goes up, right? I'm willing to bet that it will have an effect, but I'm going to try it as a matter of fact, because I have a good, powerful green laser.
Do the conditions that they call for, that they keep asking me, make a difference? Walter Bislin finally chimed in. His exact quote is, absolute temperature and pressure have almost no influence on refraction. The vertical
I call
change.
bull on that. I call bull on that. It
Their
cannot be.
boy. That's their boy. So it's good for me. It's bad for them, because they've been asking me for these numbers and I don't know where to plug them in because then nothing happens. And they think it makes a difference. So they can play with those temperatures and pressures all they want, but it hasn't made a difference in our results. So it's part of our demand now is that they understand the data that they have and show its effect, because it's not that hard. They're claiming it's 0.13 of a degree is all it needs. And I'm saying, could you imagine the world if temperature variations like that affected your view? It'd be ridiculous. You couldn't golf. You couldn't find your driveway. If you planted trees, it'd be too cool. You'd never find your driveway.
Well, I don't know about the degrees and that, but my thing is, I say no one can claim standard atmospheric refraction. And the reason I say that is because the conditions always change. And I can't see how you can get an average of that. Where do you
It's
start?
not about conditions. That's what I've been screaming, trying to tell you. I understand what they're claiming now. It's not about conditions. It's about the properties of the air itself.
Isn't that conditions?
It is because they break down different gases into different refractive index. That's what the refractive index is the speeds that these different mediums light will go through and how much it's affected by the different gases. That's what the refractive index is. So for them to have a gradient refraction, all they need to do is take the standard over increments of distance, and it gets incrementally, it's in series or whatever. It stacks up, there's that much again and again and again, and you'll probably get a difference from the front to the back because of how much air you were looking through. To simplify.
Well, Dan, with all due respect, I'm going to say that both affect both the atmospheric conditions and the distance. It would have to be. In my mind, I can't see it any different.
Okay, so let's break down atmosphere. Are we low enough to get out of the word atmosphere? Am I in a single medium when we get all the way at the bottom of the density tower of their atmosphere? And I think we can isolate and say, yeah, we're only in one medium. We're at the bottom of that. So you can talk about everything.
How? How? If everything is mixed up, how are you going to say that you're?
But it's not
I
mixed up.
don't.
There's nothing to suggest it's mixed up.
All the constituent parts of air are the same. Up,
Well, we're
high,
talking about
down, low,
density
and
now. We're
just
talking about density now.
yeah, but it's just one medium is what I thought. See what's trying to say. It's more than one medium.
Yeah. It's all
The
mixed up.
air is more than one medium.
It's not.
That was to you, Dan.
No, it's
No, that
not.
was for you, Essie. I'm asking you. You think the air is more than one medium?
I don't think so. I think it's all mixed up. It's all the same. There's a different constituents in the air, but they're all mixed up.
Well, there's layers of atmosphere. We know those words. We know what they mean when they get further up, right? Troposphere, dicosphere, wienersphere, right? You know all that. When we get down low, the question is it what is there going on down low? At what point can we stop measuring?
Wait a
Is it
minute. How do
100
we know that? You think gases are layered in different layers in the atmosphere? Is that what you think?
I
Up
know
higher?
that we've worked through this gradient and seen no effect on light. I know that.
What I asked you. You think that the gases on Earth are layered as we go up? There's like hydrogen, oxygen. They're different. They're not mixed up. I'm asking.
I don't know. Think about it. Hydrogen goes up. Helium goes up. Probably are. I don't know. I never thought about it. I know there's names for them, but I don't know their composition.
Okay, even in your mind, that would be higher up, right? But lower, where we're at now, do you think the
This
gases are
is my whole
separated?
point. You have to, at some point, separate atmospheric refraction from standard refraction, which is horizontal. It has nothing to do with vertical. So understand that you got to separate the different classes of refraction we're talking about. I believe the vertical's out of the question. I believe we're low enough that we're out of the atmosphere, and I believe the small gradient that may exist is dominated by the gradient between the surface and the air. So I think your major factor is going to be the surface and the air. And sometimes I don't have that as an obvious problem, and other times I see it and it doesn't change it anyway. So it's on to density, which probably only changes due to overall temperature, because that's when that factor might come in. But we don't have a gradient of that across the same shot, the same medium. We're not shooting upward through the vertical, and we're not shooting. I don't believe the density compiles like the refractive index might pile up. The refraction may pile up as you look through more, but one density, I'm not sure it gets denser and denser the same way in terms of light. I just don't know. That's a good,
So what do you
decent question.
envision? Like globs of different densities near the surface? I'm trying to
No,
see how
the
you're
most.
looking
Well,
at it.
okay, here's the whole thing. They keep telling me stop working on the water. You got to go up to get rid of all the noise and shit. And I'm going, look, first of all, I get success in the noise and shit. So don't tell me I can't work there. Plus, I need to compare it to the shape of the water. So I need to work there twice. So I'm down low, but my claim is I'm not going through vertical columns of gradient anything, that I'm down at the bottom, like I said, let's say 70 inches, and I see success from 70 to 0 with a flashlight, no tricky laser. And it's like, well, I don't see any effect, right? Well, why? Well, in fact, maybe because I got a diverging beam. I got a big wide beam. So maybe we're not accurate enough with a flashlight. But I can tell you, they can take any numbers they want. All they got to do is try and show the variation. It bent this way, it bent that way under conditions that exist, variations that exist, not superheated, not super cold, just normal conditions. They'd have to make it 8 inches per mile squared to match our observations. And they'd have to do it on paper first with different light sources. Forget it. It's not going to happen. So your question is accurate, but we got stuck on refraction and what it is. There is a standard refraction, and it has to do with how far you're looking and how fucked up things get. Like you see things get grayer in the distance. The light is diffused in the distance for many
Okay,
reasons.
so what's the standard then? What's the standard we can go by that I can measure against?
They
Give me a standard day. What does a standard day look like?
It's what you would call a clear day. Cold, clear, cold conditions. But that's not standard refraction is not in relation to the conditions. It's in relation to the composition of air. That's where we
what
were
I'm saying.
confused.
That's what I'm saying. The composition of the medium and the distance.
Yep.
You're saying no, it's just the distance.
I don't think we're disagreeing here. I think you're back to, are we shooting through one medium? See, they're going to have to make a claim that we're going through two mediums. Fucking Stingray is completely wrong about that. It absolutely has to travel through two different things to bend. So I don't know why he was even insisting on the things
I know
he was
their
saying.
argument. They say different refractive indexes within the same medium. We know their argument. But we're talking about standard refraction now.
But there isn't different things within the same medium.
I agree with you on that. Yeah.
All right. So anyway, just I didn't understand standard refraction. I thought it had to do with an average of the weather. You know, and it's not. It has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, standard refraction is just the thing they made up, bro. That's it.
No, it's the
It
thickness of the air.
doesn't.
It's the thickness of the air. That's all.
Yeah. Oh, and what's that? And what's that? It's different on any given day, bro.
Yeah, but it
I mean,
has an effect
understand
upon
that.
light. It has an effect upon the speed of light. That's what the refraction index is. That's what the refractive index is. It shows the different speeds that different gases in particular will affect light, the speed of light.
But unlike the waves, right? With the waves, we have something to measure against, right? The ground. So we measure the waves' height against the ground in a vertical direction. We have something to start with. What do you start with? Standard refraction. What's your
Oh, I
starting
get what
point?
you're saying. It doesn't matter because it's the gradient between the two. So you need two, and it's the relationship between the two. That's why you're confused. You need
No,
two.
I'm not confused at all. You're the one that's confused, bro. You still haven't showed me a standard.
You don't understand what it means.
No, I do, and I just explained to you what it means.
It means nitrogen and oxygen mix, 80%. In other words, in the refractive index, nitrogen isn't there. Why? Because it's included as part of the standard, because that's our standard air. So it has to do with our standard air. That's all.
There's no such thing as standard air, bro.
Well, there
That's
is,
what I'm
man.
trying to
It's
tell
fucking
you.
80% nitrogen, 12% oxygen. I mean, come on. What are you talking
Okay,
about?
that part. But how about the rest of it, dude? When you're looking down a corridor, it's not just the air, the mixture of oxygen and whatever. We're talking about the heat. We're talking about the
Those are
humidity.
different. Now
We're
you're with me
talking
in
about
now you're with it. Now you're with it. There's
I'm with
different
it.
types of refractive classes and causes for the bending of light. Now we're getting somewhere.
You're
You
finally
get it?
understanding it. You're finally
Okay.
getting it.
So do we want to finish with vertical or finish with horizontal? Because standard is about horizontal and the gradients and
No,
temperature
it
are
is
about
not.
vertical.
No, we're talking about standard refraction. We're not
Yes.
talking about standard horizontal or standard dogs or whistles. We're talking about standard refraction.
But there's more than one kind
How
of
you
refraction.
see things on a
There's
given
more
moment.
than one kind of refraction. Can you help me isolate them so you will understand why I'm looking at both?
No,
And
what you
more than
gotta
one,
understand is
more than
what you
two.
just
There's more than two, but all of them involve a variation. There must be a variation from a standard or from an extreme or from the middle. There has to be a variation. So it doesn't matter that you're confused by what you're calling standard. It's just what it is before anything else.
Dan, Google it.
Okay, now Google what? Okay, now it's my turn. You just admitted yourself that there's varying factors that occur. So if you want to say standard refraction and just talk about one of those things, you're wrong. I'm not the one that's confused. You don't interrupt me, Dan.
I
I'm
didn't
not
say
the one
shit.
that's oh, sorry, whoever that was.
Fuck. So tired of everyone.
Okay, I thought it was you. Chill, bro. My apologies. So, standard refraction will have to include all of those things, Dan. Not just one thing, Dan. Do you understand?
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to describe the whole fucking time. Thanks.
No, you haven't. You said distance before only. I listen when you talk,
I
Dan.
said the gradient point in standard refraction will be the increase in distance. That's where it becomes gradient each mile.
So now we're in agreement that it's not just the distance, it's the atmos in between you and whatever you're viewing, right? And there's no way, well, I'll claim there's no way to get a standard of that, because what's your base? What's your base going to be? What are you going to measure it against?
Right, Dan. If you look in chat, you'll see
Crosshairs.
the
Hold on, Don.
common description of, well, is it a globe or not? That's the thing. Do they assume the curved underneath or not? You're never going to get a straight answer.
Essie, you measure it just like you do sea level with the
It's
crosshairs.
measured against a vacuum. Fucking look, Essie. Look. Just look. It's measured. A vacuum is 0 or 1. However you're starting, right? Just imagine that, would you?
That's not standard refraction.
Imagine a base.
That's the index. Look at what I posted to you in chat. Sorry, go ahead.
Essie, you measure it against crosshairs optically. That's how you would measure the standard or the average. Is standard not synonymous with average? Are those not synonymous words?
Standard refraction is an industry term that means a specific thing. Look in the chat at the Google I posted for you.
I know, but they have their standard. They have their version of standard, and we also have our version of standard. Our version of standard just means average. It's just average. That's all. Not crazy.
It's wrong, though. It's wrong. We've been wrong. Hello. We've been wrong.
Wrong on the average?
Yeah, we didn't understand. We thought it was average conditions, average temperatures, average weather. We thought that it was an average. It isn't at all. It's a base.
Yeah, there's an effect happening that's causing
But it's a base.
those.
It's not an average. It's a base. It really is.
It's just average, bro. You can go out with some crosshairs and shit, and wherever the average of those crosshairs are, that's where your average would be. That'd be like the standard.
Yeah, but Jeremy, they have a formula for the standard, not an average.
I know that them guys. There's one version of standard refraction. That's for the globe guys. Our shit is more like just an average refraction of what's the average is happening.
I don't know why.
I'm talking about using it as an average at sea level.
I think, Dan, are you saying though that the base is wrong? That we never find the base? What are you contending?
I'm not contending anything. Actually, no, I am contending that they have no cause for what they call refraction. They have no cause during our observations. And when we have moved the variables, it had no effect upon the light. So the first type of refraction I had to look at was vertical, what we call atmospheric refraction. And once I realized that we worked underneath it, it relieved me of having to worry about all these dominant factors. It's like they can pick any number they want, or they can measure any number they want. The question is, when those numbers vary, like weather, temperature, did it change the light? Does it change the direction of light? Because you have to have a dramatic or gradual, many gradual things to make a change. But it has to be.
You've been carrying this point for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, but he just said something very profound, Don, right? Taking what he just said. Temperature affecting the way that light travels, which is interesting because if we observe light over, let's say, a place where we can observe exactly how the lensing affect the heat signature that we introduce into the medium, how that affects the object that we're viewing. Now, the thing about it is obviously, like I always talk about the oven observation where we set the numbers back of the panel, 425, 500, whatever we're going to cook in the oven, hopefully not burn it at 500. But when we open up that door, that heat signature, that heat wave comes out and we observe the numbers start to move, right? And that's an interesting observation. The light, how it affects through the medium transition.
Sure, but you guys are welcome, and Dan, you're welcome to go to the simulators and add in this extra knowledge and or variables that they're the people who are using the software to recreate the black swan images and stuff like this. You're welcome to go in there and be like, oh look, Walter Bislin said this, and we need you need to change it because of that. Like, go do it, man.
No, any of those guys need to get off their simulators. They need to get onto their calculator. They need to make a prediction and then provide an example. And then we're going to change one of the variables, whatever they want, and show it moved light and that they were able to manipulate light due to the variables that we have, such as temperatures, like surface temperatures and weather, and the variables that we have.
Yeah, we've heard.
They're claiming will bend light.
Dan. Yeah, well, fuck, let them claim it all they want, man. The thing is I only halfway agree with what you're saying, because you're like, get off the simulator, but go back to the calculator. Yeah, we're going to use the calculator to produce the simulator, or i.e. the prediction. That's all the simulator. The simulator is a prediction. So we're not going to throw away the simulator. We're going to go to the calculator, which has already been done, which is in their simulator now. So we have a super calculator in our hand, right? They're going to, it's open source, all their rules of their stuff. And if you want to say, hey, manipulate that thing. Hey, look, it didn't move. Look, Bislin was right or whatever. Or you want to go, look, we need to add this in so that effect gets, modified for the right reason of match reality.
We have already demonstrated that those factors are not affecting.
I ain't seen you compare. Man, you ain't compared nothing. Compare something to this. Bust out a simulator, Dan. What you talking about? You ain't demonstrated shit to me, man.
When we work in, let's say, summer and winter and get the same results, that eliminates the overall temperature, right? That eliminates something, doesn't it? It changes the density, doesn't it? In other words, if you get the same results in different conditions, that proves they're full of shit.
No, I don't agree, because it's about the differential in the mediums. And so
but we're not
say you have a scale like it's 80 degrees out. I gotta get the analogy out, Dan, but it's like it could be 80 degrees, whatever pressure it is right now. And at layers from the ground up to 20 altitude height, you're gonna have, like, let's say, a 5% difference from layer to layer to layer to layer. It's a difference of 5%, which is going to produce a certain refractive angle to you. Now, if you switch to the winter when it's only 40 degrees outside, right? I get it that it's not 80 degrees anymore, but you're still going to have this gradient in which those layers of 1 to 20 are still only 5% different from each other, which is what's relevant when we're talking about refraction. The differential in the medium.
5 degrees difference times 20 is 100% difference. 100% is a major gradient, but you don't even know about 5. So you're pretending that there's a gradient, just like they do. You pretended we went through different layers of something. Describe to me what those are.
Sure. Right, because what I'm saying is we can take your calculator.
What layers are you
And we can
suggesting we went through?
produce millions of predictions. So again, gradient layers, right? So we can do a flat Earth calculation. We could do a globe Earth calculation. We can make the predictions, and then we could see how this claim you're making about you can ignore the stuff at 20 feet or less. And I've never agreed with that because you have a mix of everything's not coming in from that one plane.
It's not being
You have
ignored.
stuff coming in
It's not
above you
being
every type
ignored.
of angle.
It's not being ignored. The results have been demonstrated. It's not being ignored. It's a gradient test where we walk down each foot and still make the observation. So it says, okay, well, it's certainly, we're not experiencing the effect of gradient down low. My suggestion is because there is very little. It's not measurable. It won't have an effect on light.
Right.
Let's put it that way. It's so low that it's
But
not.
you also weren't. I mean, you're only doing a few miles, right? Or like, what's the lowest one? What's the longest one you could keep under the 20 feet? You didn't get these 30-mile ones.
10-mile test and 70 inches on one side, and we brought it down to 0. So within 2 meters, right? Within 2 meters, we didn't find any gradient because we think that we're at the bottom of the density and that there's without a variation from the surface, there's nothing to gradiate. There's nothing changing except for Mick West overall
With a laser, sure, with a laser.
Standard refraction comes into place as you go over distance. But it's not a condition. It's not due to conditions. I thought standard refraction was due to conditions and shit, that they were just taking an average of what might happen. It's not true. They were just saying air's this thick. And as you go further, you'll get a gradient of thickness of the air. That's all they're saying. Anyway, that won't make it curve, by the way. It won't. They have to have a direction.
Okay, yeah, not a laser. I get you. My bad. Okay, I might be mixing, like, you do a lot of the work with the lasers. I'm referencing a lot of just vision in the distance, not like refraction in general, not just refraction of a parallel laser or whatever, or tangent laser.
And their claim is that everything's refracted and you never see straight. And we're thinking, okay, but then why does it jump around so much if it's only due to standard refraction? So that's when we start to include the temperature, weather, and the other causes of refraction. Normally, the variation between the surface and the air, because usually shooting over water, the water is colder than the air, so you're going to get a whole new action out of that gradient. So now you got a combination of different gradients, and that's if you got no wind, which we're never counting. Like a cold front coming through can make a huge difference. But we never talk about wind. We just don't bother. Anyway, we're really been wrong about refraction, and they're wrong about it too, because they keep claiming it's there. There has to be a cause. So if we're down low, they can pick any numbers they want. Like I said, they're down to 0.13 of a degree in variance between the surface and the air for them to say they can bend 8 inches per mile squared. That's Rakia and Jesse Gordon. So it's time to show that these small variations of temperature would bend a laser light, because I don't think it does. And I don't think anyone's measuring a tenth of a degree either, anywhere, for any reason. There's too much variation in your standard temperature. When it's 70 degrees outside, it's 55 under your sink, and it's 65 in the corner, and it's 90 up in the roof area. It's all an average when you talk about temperature. So there's a variety of temperatures around you all the time.
What did you tell everyone I say about bending lasers?
So it's about time that we got our language right and asked them by what cause are they claiming the effect of the bending of light? And I don't think the same standard refraction line is going to work when they start to really look at it. And besides,
hey, you just mentioned my name with Jesse Gordon about something about bending lasers. Did you mean to say me? 'Cause I don't think it was right.
no, I didn't mean you. I meant
You
Shoebill.
said Jesse Gordon.
Shoebill.
Yeah.
I meant Shoebill. Sorry.
Okay.
Anyway, those guys do measurements with theodolite, and they keep shooting level and asking questions about that. And oddly enough, we don't worry about levels so much. So the real question is, what are we seeing out there? Do the crosshairs do anything in the distance? I don't know. Those devices, when I see something in the distance, it shrinks in size. So I expect that for some reason they do.
But the object themselves move up and down. The crosshair is only an inch or so away from your eye. It doesn't move up and down, but the object in the distance.
So it's not just the bending of the light that we're producing or showing as the example, but they're claiming that the entire globe is bending, that everything in my field of view is bending. But it's bending for a different reason than the water. The water is supposedly bending due to gravitational force. They need calculations and explanations as to why the light would parallel the water. And it apparently parallels the water. To us means that the water is also a direct tangent line across. I think it's evidence of such. Still, they haven't convinced me that I'm looking at bendy water. And at this point, all they got to do is take any numbers they want from an almanac or current yesterday, go out there, put it on paper, show that light will do this under these conditions, then under different conditions, show what light would do in those conditions. And it ain't going to happen because they can't produce enough gradient on a clear day from any source. There's no source to do so. Generally, it's the difference between the water and the air. You're going to have a huge difference. But in this case, we've worked with the water and the air being both 63 degrees, the water and the air being both 83 degrees, and variations in between, and did not find it to be a fact. So I don't think that we're having a gradient issue there either. So the vertical gradient doesn't seem to be there. I don't see a pressure gradient. I don't see a difference between the surface and the air causing a gradient. So the only gradient is what they call standard refraction, which we include in our calculations.
I really don't agree with 9 out of 10 of those things you just said, Bud.
Well, from what position?
From the
Since
position
I
of
got
knowing that, well,
I've
each
got
one.
examples. I got examples up my ass, different light sources and different distances.
Well, the last thing you said was the only gradient we have is standard refraction. That's not a gradient.
Well, it is issue
For one.
distance. Yeah, it is. It's per meter. It's per meter, dude. It's measured per meter. Okay.
It's measured per meter?
Yeah.
I don't think those are the units that it's measured in, Dan.
Well,
You mean it changes per the altitude, but it's not measured per meter.
Hold on, can I clear something up real quick? I think that globers, when they say the refraction happens through a gradient, is because they think that they're standing on the side of a sphere, and when they're looking straight at the horizon, they actually think they're looking up through a gradient.
They also think of the pressure gradient and mix things up and try to confuse.
Yeah. Well, again, excuse me, Dan. If you keep saying like we don't see it happening out there, I just can't agree. Like you say, we don't see a gradient due to temperature, but we can demonstrate that. Like all these things, we don't see a gradient due to pressure, but we can demonstrate it. If you're saying we don't see it in real life, you have to demonstrate that. Like if you're saying atmospheric, we know that the gradient.
Use the demonstration. The demonstration is that light is traveling in a straight line. So we're showing that not only they need to have a cause for refraction that they don't have. In other words, they don't even have that on paper, much less a demonstration. They don't even have a cause. In other words, they got to get to 8 inches per mile squared. They got to show a calculation for each distance that gets them to 8 inches per mile squared. Good luck.
They have a cause, and you're saying, but they have a cause, and you're saying
What
it's
is that? What is that?
But I get. Listen.
No,
we know
just
what
let's go through the beginning of this conversation because it's
Okay,
not
can I
atmospheric.
talk, buddy?
It's not
Can I
atmospheric.
talk, buddy? Okay. So they say that they have a cause. We're just not in agreement, or maybe they need to demonstrate better. Demonstrate their work. You're saying like they're assuming the cause, but they think that they have the cause. Okay, and we know this.
So their rebuttal is your light must be bending because we know the Earth is bending. So I'm saying by what cause? And they're
Right,
saying
and then they're
refraction.
going,
And I'm saying
right.
refraction of what?
The changing medium.
No, yes, exactly. So if you allow me to finish, because the vertical gradient isn't there, so there is no change in that medium. We can move on to the next.
It's the angle of incidence.
We don't have an angle of incidence because we're looking level straight across.
No, you're not. You're a clown now.
Okay. What angle are you?
Hey Dan. Do you know a rainbow? You know how a rainbow has bows and it's like U-shaped colored?
Hold on, Don. I just temp metered you, Don. Please don't call names and stuff. Come on, man. You know we don't do that.
All right, Dan, do you know a rainbow? You know how the rainbow has like U's, upside down U's? You show me how you're going to draw that represents the pressures, the different pressures around the ball, right? It's curved ribbons. You draw a straight line anywhere in that rainbow and show me you're not crossing through the ribbons. And then I'm going to make the ribbons skinnier. So you tell me how you don't have an angle of incident. And if you can't figure that out, I'll see you guys like in 20 years or something.
No, that rainbow looks like that from you on the ground. Have you've seen pictures of them up in airplanes and stuff, right?
You can keep your straight rainbow if you want to ignore the point. We're talking about a drawing.
No, like from above, they look like a circle, right?
Hey, Jeremy. Jeremy, you like wasting time with
What's
idiots? Hit me up, buddy.
Don, what are you doing, Don?
He's frustrated.
All right, he left. He left. He knows we don't do that here.
I can appreciate
What
that he's frustrated. You know, it's tough for him. It's frustrating.
Like, I was barely even listening. What was the topic?
He's questioning whether or not we're going through one media. He's claiming minute, and they will claim minute levels of gradient are enough. And I doubt that.
Well,
and they're down to 0.13 of a degree being enough in their calculations. And I'm laughing because that kind of variation's everywhere all the time. So you'd never be able to measure anything ever. And that's their claim. That we're looking through a bent column of air to begin with, you know?
Well, it is all, you know, the medium of the atmosphere, I guess, if you want to say that, but you'd have to admit that that medium is changing from time to time.
Yes,
like it's
and
not
when
always
you get down low enough, that
same.
change is going to be due to the surface. It's not going to be due to itself. It's going to be due to the surface, man.
Whatever.
So the dominant factor down there is going to be surface to air, not air to air.
How do you know what the dominant factor is? Have you ever gotten an actual position on something to know?
Yeah.
What?
Well, when you reach down and feel a warm sidewalk, you've done that. You've understood the difference between, wow, it didn't feel different at my knees to my hip in temperature, but down below my knees, I can feel the sidewalk.
And then if you put your head at eye level there on that sidewalk, you'll start to see the effects of refraction.
Maybe temperature inversion, maybe not refraction. Temperature inversion will cause disturbances enough that we mostly know as mirages. There's other stuff besides refraction. You know,
yeah, so something's happening in the atmosphere causing objects to not appear where they actually are. The average, or the standard, if you will, would be wherever the crosshairs would lay on an average, right? Do it for a month, a year. Yeah, you do it just like you do sea level. My bad, go ahead. You do it just like you do sea level, just like they do sea level. Same thing, just except optically.
Either way, I swear, if they take 5, 10, 20 degrees, we've done it. It's like, no way are they gonna get a laser to move about. It's just, you have to have like major effect, like a cold front. We've seen it wiggle around. Burst of air came through, you know, like, but it went away. You know, it came and went because it was a cold front, or whatever you call a cold front. It was a variation in temperature that moved across.
We know temperature changes can affect. We showed that years ago on Brandon's. Like, we went through all this. We made a whole thing disappear just from a temperature change.
Right. So the question is, you know, is it there? Is there a
Is what? Where?
Is there a variation?
Yeah, it's a variable. We already know it. Temperature, yes, definitely.
But is it affecting? Has it an effect on light at these distances? In other words, only a gradient in temperature affects the light, not temperature. Do you understand now? Like, only moving air, only changing air, not.
Well, the air is ever changing, right?
No, not to the extreme that would cause a change in the speed of the light from one side of the beam to the other. Oh,
you're getting speed changes in the warehouse.
Pebbles in the pond. Exactly. We made the whole shit disappear on a flat surface with a temperature change.
That's right.
That shit was dope. I wanted to fund that guy and give him some barometers and thermometers and shit or whatever.
That was the coolest. Yeah, bro, that was the coolest shit, bro. Yeah.
Supposedly, Jaren's out today doing observations in Monterey Bay. I wonder if it's on the air.
So we're only going to get so far with these opticals. We got to do something tangible.
Yeah, we just showed you that temperature can vary. So what say you now?
Yeah, we already knew that though. This is old shit. What? I mean, I thought we were all. What's up? Well, Dan was acting like that shit. That was a surprise or
No,
something.
I'm showing that we have no variation in temperature. So there's bending of light. See, that's what you don't understand. It's like, where is it? What is the cause? You're going, well, it could be there, so therefore it exists. It's like,
You're saying there's no. Hold on. You're saying there's no variation of the temperature between
I'm saying
where the
that
person is and.
Yeah, I'm
what?
saying that if you took 20 degrees, 10 degrees, take anything you want, plug it in, try, because we've done it winter and summer. We know that you need a variation. It's like the overall temperature doesn't matter. It needs to
Are you
be
saying you've done? Hold on, just let me get this straight. Well, are you saying you've done a temperature profile in an optical corridor with one of your observations?
The variations of temperatures that we've worked across made no difference. It has to be when you have it has to be dramatic. It can't be.
Did you at least get like 1 point in the middle or something, or?
Well, so what you're saying is you don't think that if we're on 10 miles across from each other that we have the same average temperature between us, and that's understandable. And it's
maybe.
Right, exactly. It's repeatable. It's measurable.
That doesn't sound far fetched. I mean, it may be a tiny bit off.
No, it doesn't sound far fetched at all.
It could be a tiny bit off, though, right? I think the thing happening in the atmosphere is the magnification, which is causing things to have this standard sinking effect or average sinking effect, if you will. Like when you go to the mountains, down on the ground, yeah, you could get shit varied way off because there might be other factors happening to influence the magnification. But once you get up high, it's like the conditions are more stable. So like this magnification thing, like when they catch mountains below other mountain peaks that are supposed to be above due to perspective, like shit like that, like those don't move as much. I'm not saying they don't move, but
let me read a statement that was prepared for me when I was going to be talking to Ruhiv. So Wendell said this. Wendell said, listen, number one, so we didn't measure gradient, but if and when we do, it will validate all the other 35 observations. Number two, so we didn't measure gradient, but what are the chances then that whatever the gradient was, it matched 35 times? What are the odds that in all types of weather, locations, and conditions, the gradient matched perfectly to bend light around the curve? And that's a valid point. He's saying their math has to hold up across all these different conditions and different variations. The variables that you're saying might be are going to be in different gradients, but we kept getting the same results. To the point we didn't even measure them because we knew it wasn't a factor.
It might help though.
Yeah,
Dan, if you're going to go up against these guys on refraction like this, you got to get a you've got to get the crosshairs, and then you got to get a temperature profile along that whole optical corridor, at least a few points.
Yeah, Jesse's
working. I would say like 3 points in the middle.
Jesse's working on that, like whether it's balloon based or not, so we can measure different temperatures at different heights, take it out across water.
No, you know what? No balloons, dude. This has to happen. You have to have the crosshairs. You gotta have your auto level or theodolite, and then have something in the distance like mark to where you're like, okay, that's right on the mark, and then that's where you take your temperature profile at. Temperature, density, humidity, everything they require. You know what I'm saying? And then show them that.
Well, you're fine with one waypoint? You're fine with that? Just
I would do 2 or 3.
And you wouldn't do anything vertical? You wouldn't measure the vertical too?
Yeah, above and below, and right on the crosshair. Have like 3 profiles right there though, like right as close as you can
Why
get.
are your crosshairs valuable since they don't provide any measurement? Why are they?
Well, that's the path the light is taking.
To your eyes or from your eyes?
Man, they got us running in circles over this.
Yeah.
That's why I don't
This
even
is what
give
Dan
it
wants to
that
do.
argument.
This is what
No,
Dan wants to play this circle game with.
You're
Why
fucked.
couldn't you just
fucked.
take a boat there and back and measure the temperature, 15 feet off the water the whole way? Because really the path, let's say you're 15 feet off the water when you observe on shore. Like your path,
exactly. You could do it. You could.
Viewing is just 15 feet the whole way.
Either way, you could calculate. What if there was 5 or 10 degrees variation? They need to provide a calculation, right? So it's up to them to fucking plug in whatever numbers they want and show how it would affect light. It doesn't.
Right, but relax, though. Relax, Dan. I got
They're
your
only talking a few degrees. It's not enough to affect light, man.
I'm having this weird earbud problem. And
they're claiming it's 1/10 of a degree. That's what they're claiming. That's all they need. And you're wondering about measuring it? Well, there's going to be dozens of degrees of variation across there. That's why we work in averages sometimes.
I'm just saying, if you want to play this game with them, you got to have some kind of profile to show them, some data.
No, I have results with data that their excuse is refraction, but they cannot define the cause, man. You got to understand that.
If you had the data, I know, but if you had the data, you'd have a little something more when you go up against these guys with refraction. I mean, I don't know.
That's insane. Refraction is their claim. They haven't proven it.
Yeah, that's a problem. They would need an angle of incidence to even prove that claim. They can't find that in these.
Well, and the effect is absolutely provable. Whatever that effect is of things shifting in the distance, that absolutely happens. So
we agree. I agree, but I don't think you can just declare refraction and argument over.
I mean, I don't know what else you would use to say things are. We have things moving below and above the horizontal. I mean, they do too in reality. So because we got George Hanichuk and Jesse, both Jessies, I guess, and Rakia did it where they caught the horizon above horizontal. So I mean, everyone's got shit going above the horizontal line. I mean, you got to have something other than perspective doing that. So whatever that is, I mean, I just call it refraction, whatever. You say it's light rays or whatever you want. I don't care, but that effect is happening. That's why we need to do something tangible to get an actual position to see what's really good. And if you're going to do all that, you might as well just measure the water curving, some still water curving. The optical shit would be neat. While you have that line, while you have that tangible thing up, you might as well look down it, see what you see, but also measure down to the water. It's got to be something tangible. We'll be arguing this refraction shit till the cows come home. There's very few optical things you could do. Rakia may have a method. There's methods, I believe, that could do it, but it happens over short ranges with like a theodolite.
So you do agree, though, Jeremy, that like when a building is blocked, it's obviously not the Earth obstructing that building. It's just a different form of this light bending.
Yeah, whatever you want to call that effect, fine. It's not. No, I don't think it's Earth curve.
Yeah, because sometimes these guys are just trying, like B-Ball's picture, he takes it and he goes, this is the day that there is no refraction. Like, how can someone even make claims like that?
That is a crazy claim. I agree, absolutely. Which is why you need an actual position. You're not going to get an actual position optically. You need something to compare it to, like where Where is the actual position? You gotta have something tangible there to know, like a line in it. You gotta make a line in the distance and then look down it. And like I said, if you're gonna do that, you might as well put a water level under it too, or something. I'm fairly confident I could draw a straight line to within a margin of error that you would absolutely be able to know if water was curving underneath it. I just need a straight wall for like a mile or two. There doesn't even have to be water there. You can transpose a water level easily. They make water levels with micrometers in the top, so you're getting a super accurate water level, super easy, right beneath that first line right on the wall.
I think our end though, we're confident in the information that okay, there's something that happens. The atmosphere is turbulent in the sense that we see different things every day. The horizon is moving not only day to day but during the day. And then they just want to go ahead and claim, we could work out the maths for that when they don't have the maths for that.
Couldn't we just like use digital sensors and like spread them out far enough apart and have 3 of them that connect to a satellite that essentially decodes the differences in elevation and across each sensor to like determine if it's on the same elevation and level? I mean, wouldn't that be the best way to do it instead of having like a physical hard line?
Nice low your hot miking.
bro. Crypto, bro.
It's got to be something tangible. Even
That's
the
controlled.
GPS, even the GPS shit, they admit that there's refraction and they just make a correction.
Well, how would you get a standard then, Jeremy?
You get a standard the same way you do it with sea level. You got your crosshairs out there. You do a time lapse over months, years, if need be, and wherever the average position of those crosshairs are at any given moment, that would be your average, just like they do sea level. It's just standard and average are like synonymous.
Does everybody agree with that? Am I the only one that disagrees with that? That there's no such thing as standard?
You're the only one.
I disagree with standard and average being the same because I told you, Jeremy, like a standard temperature of New York. Does that make any sense? Like saying a standard temperature of New York is this versus no, that's the average temperature when you take all the temperatures. A standard would be what you observe the most, and it would be consistent.
Yeah, the average.
No, the average is
what you would observe the most.
No, you don't observe. The average is like we observed all different things, and now we're just going to give you the middle of that. A standard to me would be like, this is it. We see this the most often.
Bro, how do you think they do mean sea level? It's the average point. Mean sea level is the average point where they see the water over time.
It's
the
literally
same thing,
in the
guys.
name.
It's literally the
That's in
same
name.
thing.
Mean means average. It doesn't mean standard. That's not a synonym for standard.
Standard is but you said it. Standard is what happens the most, right?
Consistently, the same measurement over and over.
Yeah, it's what happens the most. At any other time, this is where this thing will be the most, just like mean sea level.
So if I take temperatures,
no, bro, the average is the combination of all of those, not what happens the most.
Exactly.
It's that's like what you would do with this crosshair thing.
Yeah.
One
that's
at a
what
time,
you would do with
guys.
this crosshair. Guys, that's what
Jeremy,
you would do with this
your own
crosshair
words
thing.
against you.
What's up?
I was just saying that
No, my
you
bad.
would
We get crazy.
measure those points over a certain period of time, right? And you average it out, say 10, 12, 20, whatever it is, 3, et cetera, et cetera. But from a standpoint of whatever that mark is, if it hits it consistently, then that becomes almost like an absolute zero.
Yeah, that would be your baseline. Yep, that'd be like the average of where this thing usually is at over time, just like mean sea level. It's the same thing.
Everyone's
Okay.
letting each other talk. I don't know, man. I guess we're not doing the shit show today.
I'm gonna
Definitely
I'm
not.
gonna take temperatures over 9 days, right? And I'm gonna get 70 one day, all the way to 80 the next day. But I never got 75. But the average happens to be 75. So I never measured 75, but that is the average of all those temperatures.
Well, while the temperature was transitioning, did it just skip? Do you think it just skipped right from 74 to 76? Did it hit
That's why
75 at some point?
No, it was never. It was 70, 71, 72, 73,
teleported.
74, and then 77. You know what I mean? And now the average
So
of
the
those
temperature just teleported.
it doesn't matter. But if you take the averages of those numbers, you get the number that you didn't even measure one.
But bro, it had to be 70. You don't understand. The temperature didn't just teleport from one to another. It had to like go move there. I don't know
Yeah,
if
but
move is the right word. But it had to get there.
Correct. But I'm just
But you're-
taking a temperature at a certain time every day. Every day I'm going
Exactly.
to go out at 8 a.m. and just take a temperature. Now, of course, that temperature varies, but now I'm just going to say the average temperature for 8 a.m. in New York for this 9 days is 75 degrees, even though I never measured 75 degrees at that 8 a.m. time.
But it would have been 75 degrees watt at that 8 a.m. It had to have been, because if that was the average, it must have been.
But dude, what he's saying is like he never measured it, so he can never say like I visually recognized it and recorded it. You have to go to a place of starting to introduce mathematics and extrapolate that answer through the assumption that the range of temperature, the way that the medium behaves, et cetera, would have gotten you to that point. He's just being very honest with the observation of stating that he never saw that temperature at that time. Does that make sense?
And once you establish a range,
hold
can
on.
we now establish that that's a functional range?
See, this is how I know you guys don't pay attention. The argument you should be using against me right now is if I have a 10-foot board and a 12-foot board, and I take the average of those, I have an 11-foot board, which I don't actually have. That's the argument you should be using. But for this case, that doesn't. I don't think that would even win, though, because if you do a time lapse of the crosshairs, just like they do with mean sea level, like the average is going to be the point at where that thing is the most.
Jeremy,
Wherever
did you
that
really
thing is
just
the most.
poop all over my explanation?
No, but that's good. You're right, Jeremy. And then you would have average, a mean sea level. You wouldn't have a standard sea level. No one has ever said in their life this is standard sea level.
Well, average
Well,
is based
hold on.
on.
All right, go ahead, Di.
Average is
Maybe I
based
didn't
on.
address Killian's argument. I'll get to you.
Yeah, average is based on what's happened, and standard is based is prior to what's happening.
All right, what
Like you
what
go.
was it now?
All right, go ahead.
Well, all right, go ahead. I don't know.
Jeremy killed it, not me. Okay, just for the record.
What was your? Hold on. I was trying to think of Killian's argument when you were saying that. What did you say again, Killian?
So what I was saying that from a standpoint of recording, like if he agrees that he's going to record, let's say the temperature over a 24-hour period, right? And he says that at the top of every hour, I'm going to measure the temperature. Now, over that range, at like top of the hour, he measures the temperature and he gets a reading. So it goes 74, 76, 78, so on and so forth. But he actually never sees 75, right? You have to extrapolate. That means use mathematics and figure out that the range was 2 degrees, so 74 to 76. And then say at some point between the hours of say 6 and 7 p.m., right, it had to hit the temperature of 75. But Torah, as being absolutely honest with his observations, saying that no, I didn't actually see the thermostat ever register that temperature of 75 degrees Fahrenheit. Does that make sense?
All right, I hear you. It is just like the board's analogy then. Okay, yeah,
But
I
it,
hear
Thank
you.
you.
You
but
would
it
have never measured the
established
temperature.
parameters. It establishes parameters still. It's something we can
And,
now
and
judge.
hold on, real quick. Let me just address that though. In my case, though, you would have the crosshairs pointed right at the thing, and you'd be like, "Just this is the average spot over it." That just like they do mean sea level, they do it for years. They do it for years. They build a special hut thing on the side of the fucking ocean, and they measure it, and that's what you would do. Except with this, you'd be doing it with the crosshairs. I don't know how they do it with the with the mean sea level to actually measure the water level. What mechanism they use, but you're just doing it with crosshairs with this. It's like the same thing. And that would just be our standard, like our version of like standard refraction, if that's what you want to call it.
So if I go out, I take the observation, and I get what the average is, we can now at that point just say, oh, these must be just standard atmospheric conditions since I fell within the range of that average, or I am at that average.
Yeah, it'd be like, oh, whatever effect is happening between us, this is the standard of that effect. This is where that the middle point of that effect.
But hold on. Catch the craziness on what you just said, Torah, is that you can't actually observe an average, right? By definition alone, the word average means that you have to introduce mathematics in order to observe an average. You have to divide,
No. If
multiply.
he got the same,
Sorry,
if he got
Waterman,
10,
my
if he
man.
got 10, if he got 10 if he got no variation, he still would have had an average.
What the fuck?
Bro, did you not just hear me state that the sheer definition of the word average is that you have to introduce mathematics? You can't
Yeah, but
actually observe it like
he could have read that every day, 75, and still gotten the same average he would have if he got 71, 78, 72, 77. He'd still get the same average.
how do you arrive at that average, Dan?
If he had 10 readings of 75, he'd still get 75 as an average. If he never read 75, he'd still get 75 as an average.
Don't beat around the bush. How would you arrive at the answer of the average of those 12
I
readings?
didn't beat around the bush. I just said that you don't you negated the fact that he never read it, but
No.
he could have gotten the same answer by getting exclusively 75-degree readings.
But Dan, again, if he's doing what the teacher asks and he's showing his mathematics, he would list off the 12 readings, whatever they are, right?
Let's
He's
say
going
they're
to
all
add them up.
75.
Hold on,
Let's
bro. You chill with your cutting off. You're acting like a drunk driver today. Now, from a standpoint of the observation of the averages, he would add up those 12 numbers. He would divide by 12, and that would give him the number. Right? That is what's required in order to thank you for the agreements. That is what's required in order for you to observe an average.
But you assumed and said out loud that he'd have to have had an assortment to come up with the average that he never actually thought. So that's an assumption.
What's
I
an
don't know.
assumption?
Yeah, I don't
If
know.
he says,
SE, go ahead,
Let's try.
Dan.
whatever, it's just a semantic argument. If he says the average was 75, he derived from different reasons. And the point is, do we have a range of 70 to 80 to work with now? Do we know it never went below 70 and never goes below 80? Is 10 degrees is too wide a window to work with, or can we start finding chunks of measuring points? Same thing when we go down into how deep we want to measure the atmosphere and how small we want to call it. We get down into 3 inches. Are we still going to pretend there's an atmosphere? At some point, you're going to establish your boundaries on what we're measuring. And in the case of refraction, they're down to something that's impossible to me, yet provable by them. If they only need a particular portion of a degree, they should be able to bend light quite easily.
Well, here, yeah, what I'll bring it to Jeremy's explanation, like the two boards, right? We have a 12-foot board and a 14-foot board. The average is 13. Guess what? You can never hand me the average size board out of those two boards.
I understand that point. That's a good point. It's fair. But with this, it's like we're actually measuring it though. Like just like this is no different than sea level. How they would get sea level. So whatever.
But it's more like measuring the sag in a where eventually it's not going to hold its shape. That's what they're saying the average refraction is. It's how much does light hold its shape without any other factors.
Well, that's what they say average sea level is too. That's curving too. So whatever. I mean, we just have a different version of sea level. Just like we would have a different version of standard refraction.
I feel like you would measure sea level though with like sticks and stuff, not your eyes.
Yeah, we don't have different tools for that. We have physical.
I was going to say, how are you going to measure it if you can't put your hands on it?
That is why we need to do something tangible. I agree. We need to do something tangible where you can get an average of what's happening just optically. That's no problem.
You can't.
But to get its actual position, like you get an average of the effect. Like I don't think that effect. I don't know.
But this is the point.
We do need to do something.
This is why I was being so passionate about the aspect of trying to observe the average, is that you actually can't put your hands on the average because you're calculating the average. You're dressing it up with mathematics in order for it to exist, right? Just like you said earlier, this board, this imaginary board, only exists in our mind's eye from a subjective standpoint of us observing mathematics in order to introduce the average that you're bringing to this conversation. But if I said to you, like, where's this board, let's measure it, bro, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, but refraction is just optical, and so this would be the average of what that optical effect shows us. That's all. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing. I do agree, though. We do need to have something tangible. That's where you get into getting an actual position of the object, as opposed to just the optical position, which is crucial for us, I believe.
Without ever, I don't understand. I really don't. I'm not really that scared of that.
Now, what were you saying, Dice Law? My bad. I didn't mean to shut. I'm just trying to shut anyone down. What's up?
So what I don't know certainly shouldn't.
Dan, you're hot micing.
Dyslo brought some philosophical idea to this average and standard. I want to hear it again.
Say it again. He's probably busy. He should be out there mining for gold.
I just realized that I have a mini bottle of champagne that's been sitting in the fridge for like the last 4 months. I'm going to open it, pour it into a container, and observe level. As a bonus, I'm also going to observe the meniscus of the champagne in the glass, which is interesting because the meniscus is something that is almost a gravity-defying object, gravity-defying result of hydrostatic pressure being demonstrated by the medium within the containment unit. Thanks for listening to my spiel on meniscus.
You know how they measure? They have a lot of shit written on these science boards when I walk into their classes. I was watching this one scientific boom thing the other day, but you know how they measure the meniscus? How much liquid is inside of the thing when they do like test tubes and shit, and you have a meniscus? You know how they measure it?
Go.
The guy told me it's taken from the bottom because whatever's on the sides is like nothing. basically.
Yeah, like that's something where I can almost say that if they measured the peak of the meniscus and they measured the lower point, then the average would be the middle of that arc segment that the meniscus presents. Now, obviously, the meniscus is dependent on the medium itself. There's certain objects that will give you a convex versus a concave meniscus. Mercury is a great example. But yeah, the menisci is an interesting thing to observe.
So yeah, they measure to the bottom of that, of like in a test tube, right? It's concave, so they measure the bottom to get the value. Why wouldn't they measure the bottom and then the top of the where it is on the sidewalls and then average those?
I don't know. He said it's so little. Yeah, I was talking about the concave one. I think Tony was talking about the convex one though. But yeah, they don't average it out because he said it's so little. It's so little it doesn't even matter. It's like nothing. They just take the measurement from the bottom.
With size, water changes characteristics, just like actual material, like rocks, right? When they turn into dust, they actually float in the air. Solid rocks will float, right? So it's weird that people don't talk about that when they try to say that pretending that gravity is this consistent. No, and everything gets very inconsistent with getting smaller. So water does that. Water forms droplets, but obviously that's when there's small droplets. Yeah.
Yeah, Jeremy, with relation to what I was talking about with relation to the meniscus of mercury versus water, I was just saying that when you mentioned measuring to the bottom, depending on the medium that they're observing and measuring, it's going to present a different type of meniscus depending on, again, what type of medium they're observing.
Well, they're measuring it against a vacuum. So there's another mystery here. Where do you get a vacuum? The refractive index is measured against a vacuum and through what medium it passes through. So, yeah.
Oh,
So the medium it's passing through is the atmos, right?
Well, one thing was said was that gravity is not consistent because big rocks fall down and dust can float. That's not gravity being inconsistent. You have surface area and you have volume, and the amount of mass in a rock is proportional to its volume. But if you blow air on it, the amount of force the air makes on it is proportional to its surface area. As it gets smaller, the surface area drops as a square function of the size of the rock, but the volume drops at a function that is the cube of the size of the rock. So the volume is dropping much faster than the surface area. So when you get to the size of the dust particle, the surface area is just too much larger than the volume. So the amount of force you get from blowing is just too much greater than you get from gravity. But there's no difference in what gravity tells you. The formula is exactly the same. There's no inconsistency there.
Yeah, any imagined formula can do whatever it wants, and people can imagine what they want, and they can change words and say things and have religious beliefs, and it doesn't have anything to do with reality or engineering or actually anything except a religious belief. Yeah.
Well, you can say it's not reality, that's fine, but you were saying it is inconsistent.
I just said it's your religious belief. No, now you're just going into your own mantra. Oh, you're just going to repeat yourself? That's fine. No, you just completely missed everything I just said.
Cut him off.
It's okay. You're already doing it. Yeah,
No.
no point.
No, you're doing it. You're already doing it. Just let's let everyone finish, please.
Thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, I'm addressing the claim that there's inconsistency because of your reasoning. Like it doesn't work. You don't see the same thing with a rock and a dust particle. that does not mean inconsistency. Whether or not it is true that gravity exists, it's a separate question. We can talk about that. But the argument that doesn't follow, that doesn't demonstrate any inconsistency.
Bacon would be the perfect wingman. It's like, Bacon, go tell her why she should go out with me.
What's a wingman?
The guy that works next to you. You know, you're the guy in the airplane next to you. If you were. Never mind. The translation is lost.
All right.
It's when two guys go out, but they're not competing.
I think I get it.
They're not competing. Yeah, they're not competing.
Your partner, Bacon. Your partner.
Gotcha.
Bacon, you ever see Top Gun? Top Gun?
Yeah, the first or the second. I mean, actually, I saw both.
Maverick and Goose, dude, same deal.
What I meant
Right.
is that you explain things really well. Is what I meant.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so all of reality has been reality even before they needed to use the word gravity to tell us why we don't experience the outer space ball religion. Remember, gravity is to tell us why everything doesn't appear, that we're moving at several different motions and all the things that the secular system tells us. So we can say the word gravity, and that explains away the fact that we never experience the outer space cosmological religious system. It's just a religious system. That's why there's no claim to when we can demonstrate it. They constantly will just tell you why you can't experience it. So we don't even have a claim from these people. So a religious mantra is going to be a religious mantra. That's all they have. Yep. Welcome to Waterworld. Snacks are in your lap. Turn your sink on. Boil some eggs. Take a swim.
You make no sense. You make no sense.
Well, you got to check out the channel, bro, and maybe do a little research. There's levels to this. Yep.
Yeah, you're either
So
over us or
real
under
conversation. No,
You're
that's,
either
as soon as you want to let me talk, we've heard you talk for a long time. Dan, what have we learned from you?
that we may have been wrong about refraction this whole time, and our understanding of what standard refraction was.
Wow, what does refraction have to do with your life?
You're an idiot. You have so much potential.
That was easy. Oh my gosh, bro! What are you talking about? What is? I know you just folded. You just folded like a lawn chair. Yep.
Yeah, because
you just brought it up.
But you're
there
in
you
a
go.
different conversation.
You just brought it up. I asked you. You're scared of your own claim.
Battle.
Yeah, you're scared to death.
Guys, come on,
Okay, let me know when I can talk, Essie.
You're
Let me
in
know.
a Christian
Scared to
fight.
death of his own claim.
Dan, finish off and then he'll go. Come on, guys, man.
I'm not in the Christian battle. We were talking flat earth stuff.
Okay. Yeah, SC, I said, what have you done? He said something about refraction. I said, great. What does refraction do in your life? And he flipped out and started calling me names. I mean, that's my point. Like, make a claim. Let's hear about it.
He did kind of freak out a bit there. Yeah, counterclaim him, Dan.
Well, the past two videos that I've involved in speaking with people regarding that have been very clear. If anyone's watched, we've defined it and we've made it their responsibility to show it. So I've done. You know, it's meant a great deal to me. Of course, I should be upset. You know, I don't know what to say. You know, I mean.
Well, I just want to show people reality, man, and I'm not going to use that word. Doesn't mean anything to me. I just show people truth: mountains, trees, valleys, kitty cats, frogs, sometimes sharks, the Grand Canyon. Blood always finds its level. The Bible. I mean, that's just, there's my stuff, So whatever, bro. We're all different people. Thank God, right? Thank God we're all different. But you haven't heard me speak very much, Dan. I've been listening to you for a while, but I'm not on here often. So if you want to hear more, all you got to do is ask.
Excellent. Don't forget about rainbows.
Direct message me with all kinds of weird stuff about you want pizza. I don't know.
Weird stuff. Weird stuff. Wow, weird stuff. Do we need to show screenshots? Wow, bro. Wow, this guy is weird. Wow, cringe. I'm really cringing out. You showed me a video where a guy's making flat earth pizza. I said, great, can I get the phone number for this pizza place? You show me a flat earth pizza place, your video, and now you're complaining. Bro, this is what I'm talking about. Flat earthers are nuts. They are absolutely insane. This is pathetic. I'm just going to take a break. Yeah, people are insane.
Sometimes when it feels like the whole world around you has gone insane, you might just need a nap.
See, that's what I don't like, when he poisons the well and then dips out. He's probably listening on YouTube. And Exo, I was trying to add to you, man. You forgot to mention rainbows, God's promise of no more floods. Anyways, thanks for listening.
Well, in answer to his question, refractions meant a lot to me. And I misunderstood it a great deal. And now I understand the different classes of refraction and the causes as well.
And we're receiving concessions from the other side on this too. That's a big part of it, Dan. Like FTP conceded last time.
It's huge. They're saying at least that they're responsible for explaining their explanation. And we've already come up with the explanation that is stationary, that we're actually paralleling the surface. And they're going, well, but the surface is curving. I go, yeah, for different reasons than this. Your surface is curving because of gravity and shit, but that doesn't have an effect upon light. So how are you getting light to match that? And hell, they may be right. There's just a big magnetic column of light around the earth, and everything looks through that. They could be right, but they'd have to show that somehow. And so far, what they've described doesn't include that. It includes vertical gradient primarily, and then temperature gradient, and then lastly, density gradient. And I don't find any of those to be a factor here yet. So they're going to have to come up with something else that makes light want to move. And like I said, man, simple test over a sidewalk. Fuck. If they're going to claim it does it, they can find a couple of miles of freeway and prove that there's a variation in temperature and show that laser doing whatever they want based on their temperature change. But I don't think there's a pressure difference. Anyway, going backwards without repeating, standard refraction would have its own gradient over distance. So layers of, let's say, glass. One, you could see through glass right in front of you. But if you put layer after layer after layer after layer, eventually you'll get all kinds of diffusions, refractions, reflections, all kinds of shit.
How about if it's horizontal? How about if it's the same thing horizontally?
Like looking sideways through a table?
Yeah.
That's why we don't see New York from here. That's why we don't see across the ocean, because we're looking through the thickness of it.
No, you're saying panes of glass. You're saying panes of glass, right? And all in front of each other, and I can understand that. The more panes of glass.
Imagine different shades. That would be the refractive index. As it gets darker, there's more potential to block the light.
Different shades.
Yeah,
I
so
haven't thought of that one.
They still need two different things for light to bend. Two different something gradient.
Two different mediums, yeah. Two different, absolutely, yeah. It's in the description.
Mm-hmm.
It's on the Snell's law description.
Yeah. Is it not, Bacon?
Yeah, it's in the Snell's law specifically.
Yeah.
It's one of the descriptions. Because Snell's law deals with when you have two separate mediums. Then that's what the Snell's law is describing. But refraction happens whenever the refractive index changes, even if it doesn't change because there's two mediums. If it's not because of two mediums, then you can't just apply Snell's law because you don't have two mediums, and that's what Snell's law described. But it doesn't also mean that if you don't have two mediums, then you don't have refraction, obviously.
You're forgetting the angle of incidence, Bacon. You need to measure the angle of incidence between those two mediums.
I'm not forgetting it.
Well, you can't do that with the air.
What?
Yeah, how would you change the angle of
Take a break to
incidence?
fucking vape.
I don't think there's an angle when we're working straight across a lake. I don't know if there is an angle of incidence.
Well, forget about the angle. Real fast, Bacon. Do you know, besides Snell's law, do you know any other like other ways to calculate?
Yeah, there are equations derived from Snell's law for gradients.
When
Yeah,
working
see?
over water, there's always Foucault's dinghy, for instance.
So, for example,
Who said equations based on Snell's law? Based on Snell's law.
Yeah, which requires two mediums.
Wait,
yeah,
hold on.
Snell's law itself does. Equation that derived from it doesn't have to.
Hold on, guys. I think you're reading into this like description and way too much. I mean, like all we would have to prove is one medium, but a gradient or whatever, and that's it. Like
No,
I don't.
that's not it, Armada. You also
Well,
have
hold
to
on, can I
measure
get
the
in?
angle of incidence between the two. Go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry.
Yeah, you can absolutely not use Snell's law to for refraction in the atmosphere. You'll always be wrong. It'll never be right.
No, there's not even a way to plug in a gradient into Snell's law. Snell's law gives an equation, and you can only plug two refractive index. In a gradient, there are infinite refractive indexes. You can't. There's just not even a way to use the equation like that. You have to come up with a different equation in which a gradient can be used. That's why there's other versions of it that work for gradients.
Yeah, but they're like sort of like saying like, oh, these other ways of doing it are like derived from Snell's law, so therefore you always need like two mediums or something like that. I feel like they're reading way too much into that. I think that at the end of the day, the important thing is the different refractive indexes. Is that what you said? I think that the difference is what really matters.
Yeah. So just because some formula is derived from Snell's law doesn't mean that it still needs two mediums. The way you're deriving it is actually to get rid of that.
Bacon, you're
Give us
talking
a
about
real
like.
example. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
Go ahead, SE. Sorry.
I was just going to say, give us a real life example how we would have this refraction without two mediums like Snell's law states, please.
I'll just heat up a surface and then look through the air next to it.
So you're saying heat haze.
You could use like an AIS spectrometer, right? And you put some gas in there, and there's going to be, different density regions within the spectrometer. So you'll have to move the detector location based off the refraction that's occurring from the incident light.
How are you going to measure the angle of incidence in that scenario? From one gas layer to the next or whatever.
You don't measure it, you set it. You're setting the emitter, right? The angle that the light is coming from the emitter. You set that so you know what that angle is because you're the one setting that. Then you measure. Well, you don't really measure. You just have to place the detector. You change its location until you pick up the signal. Then you know you're getting the received light.
So yeah, that measurement would work in that lab setting with that specific equipment, but we couldn't apply that same principle to out in the real world if we were to go on the beach of the, Black Swan and try to get that measurement. That's impossible, correct?
No, I don't think so. You can have light that's coming at all sorts of angles. It's going to be the same principle. Like reality doesn't change just because I'm in a lab using a spectrometer. The light at the beach is still going to work the same way.
Okay, so you have your experiment. You have some Atmos in a box, right? Now, it's all the same, right?
Now, how would you change the incident of the light? How would you make it look like a glass of water, for example? Please explain that to us.
What do you mean make it look like a glass of water?
Like, you know, when the pencil bends, or, you know, something. How would you measure the angle of incident? You have your box, you have your gas. Now tell us, what do you do next? Show us your
Give me a minute.
refraction.
I'll be back in a minute. Hang on.
Okay.
I mean, you could show it in a lab happening, but you know, there could be other effects happening in the atmosphere. Like if we were to take it to the lab setting and show you how much water is curving over any distance, you would walk away thinking water's not curving. You know what I mean?
How are you going to show it in a
So
lab? Is he going to bounce it
I'm
off
just
a
saying
light?
you can show
A
refraction.
glass, I mean?
I don't know what he's gonna do, but you could show refraction happening in the lab. Easy peasy.
All right, let's see. I'm back. So I don't get what you're asking about this water thing. What you can't, you set the incident angle. You're setting the angle that the light is emitted from your source to. But what you can do is you can take different gases that have different densities. Like you could take air, you can take something like SF6, carbon dioxide, water vapor, and you'll see that based off the density and the index of refraction of the gas, you'll have to move the location of the detector to receive a signal, because each gas will be refracting the light differently. So in order to receive the light that you sent out, you'll have to move the detector to where it's being refracted to.
Why would you need to do that? Look, we have a fishbowl, right? We have a pencil. We're looking at it from the side. We put the pencil in the water. When that happens, would you call that refraction? When we see the pencil appear to be like bent, like split, would that be refraction to you?
Yeah, but that's something different than I'm talking about doing spectroscopy, where you have an incident light, you're shining it through a gas, and you could show that the different densities of gas will refract the light differently based off of where you have to put the detector to receive the light.
Okay, but in like, let's say in a situation where we have here in the air, right, in the real world, can you make that happen without introducing like these different gases? Like, just take a sample of air anywhere and make that happen. You think you can do that? Show that?
Yeah, you can take just like regular 14.7 psi atmosphere. You can change you can pressurize it up to like 20. You can vacuum it down to like 5 psi and show that the location of the detector will have to be moved based off of that.
So a difference from vacuum to a regular aired thing. Maybe, yeah. But how would you get a vacuum in real life?
Usually we'll use a pump for something like that.
No, when we're looking out in the real world, I mean.
Oh, I don't get what you mean by the real world. The spectrometer in my lab is still part of the real world. The principles that are demonstrated with that are not going to change just because now I'm like outside. It's still the same reality.
You would have to measure the light from the sun traveling through a vacuum, hitting the atmosphere. You would have to measure the angle of incidence right there at this point. Are you kidding me? How do you not get this, Jace?
I don't see how you don't get it, right? If the light if I could demonstrate the light refracting in the lab, just because I go outside doesn't change the fact that light refracts.
No, but we're trying to see the two mediums here. We're talking about two different mediums, right? And you're saying no, it doesn't need two different mediums.
Yeah, you don't. You just need different densities.
Different densities. You think you can, okay, what do you think you can do with different densities? You think you can bounce a laser light off of it? Or how would you show this?
Using a spectrometer.
Or using a spectrometer. Hmm.
Yes, based off the density of the gas, you'll have to change the location of the detector, right? Everything else remains the same. The incident light you're shining, the size of the spectrometer, it all stays the same. The only variable you're changing is the density of the gas, and thus you then have to change the location that your detector is at if you want to receive the light that you sent through the gas based off of how it refracts.
And you would show this in the real world situation. How? Like, give me an example of how that happens in the real world.
That is my inside the lab using a spectrometer.
In
Is part
nature, I'm
of the
talking
real
about it in
world.
nature.
Yeah,
In nature, bro.
if we're taking an observation at 1 foot height above the sea level, where are all these different density changes that you're talking about? Is it from the sun through the vacuum, hitting the atmosphere, then coming down to the clouds? Like, what are you talking about?
The atmosphere, you can go in an airplane and measure the pressure at different altitudes, right?
We're
So
at
the
1 foot
atmosphere
observer
has
height.
different.
We're looking across 1 foot observer height. The observer height's 1 foot, and we're looking at the horizon. Now, where are all these density changes at 1 foot observer height?
Yeah, it's a gradient.
We're
Do
looking
you think
straight
the
through that
atmosphere
1
is
foot.
uniform? Because it's not uniform.
No,
Even horizontally, it's not exactly uniform.
so that would mean you can never take an angle of incidence through it because it's not even uniform horizontally. So why are you invoking this idea of refraction?
What do you mean you can't take I'm still confused as to what you're talking about, right? Like, what do you mean angle of incidence? We're not. There isn't no light source that we have in this atmosphere example you're talking about.
In order to prove that the horizon is looming up, and that's the reason we see past 10 miles density layers to give you this 39, 59 mile radius for all this to work out.
You cut out for a lot of that for me.
Is it any better now?
Yeah.
Okay. If you're going to claim that the reason we're seeing the horizon past 10 miles, which would not work on a ball, the reason that's happening is because the horizon is actually looming up due to refraction. You're now going to have to measure the angle of incidence between these different layers of density that you're declaring in the atmosphere to make the math work. That just so happens to be a 39, 59 mile radius, and then you're going to go ahead and loom that up so you could see past the 1.2 miles you should see.
Dude, I don't think you're like not using the right terminology. What do you mean by angle of incidence? The horizon isn't like a laser emitting light at a specific angle. I don't get what you're talking about.
Like, in order to, I can tell you exactly the degree that the pencil is bending in water because of its refractive index and measuring the incidence angle from where the air and the water hit and where the apparent position of that pencil is. Don't you agree?
Kind of. You would need an emitter, right? The incident angle is the angle of the light that is being refracted. It's before it's refracted. Then you have the receive angle or the coincident angle, which is the light that you're detecting or you're receiving, which is after it's been refracted.
Okay, how would someone go about measuring that to prove that the horizon's being loomed up when we see it over 10 miles away?
Well, it's not that kind of situation. The situation with the horizon is that you have light is coming from the horizon at all sorts of angles. It's being emitted from the atoms in the water or the grass at the horizon, whichever kind of horizon it is. But it's also, there's just being reflected light that's coming from the sun, and that's coming from all sorts of angles, and it'll be refracted to different extents based off the angle that it goes from the horizon to you at. And that's due to the density of the atmosphere, because there'll be some light that goes in an upwards way, like at an angled way towards you, but not straight horizontally towards you, but in a vertical kind of manner. And that's going to be passing through different densities of the atmosphere and being refracted, being bent.
Because of air density, you're saying, right? The variation in air density.
Yes.
Okay, now, is that vertically?
Yeah, the kind that's going to have a noticeable effect is going to be the vertical direction.
Correct. Now, that's correct according to what the theory suggests. So now, we're talking about a corridor horizontally. That's what we're talking about. So how would that refract if it's due to density and height vertically?
I wish I could like draw a thing, but unfortunately I'm on my phone. Because you have light, let's just talk about the light that's not being emitted, but it's just, you have the sun shining down, you have a horizon, which is the water, right? There's light that's hitting that region, that area of the horizon, that distance, and it's hitting the horizon and bouncing at all sorts of angles, right? It's kind of just a random angle that the light will then reflect to, right? The ones that some of the light, if there was no atmosphere, there would be some of the light that would just go straight over your head, right? And you wouldn't see it. You wouldn't receive those photons or that light, and so you wouldn't see the horizon from that light. But because there's an atmosphere that it's traveling through, instead of it ending up over your head, it's going in through those density layers and being bent back down towards you. And so it actually ends up at your eye, and you can see the horizon with that light.
That is not at all what you teach us at all. You're talking about.
Go ahead, Ricky.
He's not even talking about the fraction at that point. He's talking about the angle of light being at a certain angle and then starting to bend back down, falling what? Like not being
That's
reflected
refraction.
over your head? No.
Yes, that's refraction. The light that would, if there was no atmosphere, it would just go over your head, right? But because there's an atmosphere, there's different densities of air that it's traveling through, it becomes refracted and bends back down towards you.
That bent light would require it to be a blurry object, right?
No. Why would it be a blurry object?
So refracted light doesn't become distorted or blurry. It's just information that's bent, but not disinformation, not blurry, not distorted. You get in trouble when you say these things. Like, you can't have it both ways, right?
Well, no one's in trouble. This is just how refraction works.
No,
right?
it's
We
how
can
you think
do
it
this
works.
inside a spectrometer, right? We could trace out because we're setting the incident angle, so we can show where our incident angle was aimed towards and where our detector was that actually detected the light, and that gives us the path that the light must have taken. And you can see that path will bend at specific angles based off the density of the gas inside, and the wavelength of the light also has a part to play. The atmosphere, the light from the horizon is doing the same thing. It bends. It's not different. It's not a different kind of light or anything just because it's from the horizon.
I would just like to point out that I would never really want to argue with somebody that admits they can never trust their eyes when it, doesn't agree with their religious television belief system. And I would just concede that, thanks for proving my point. If you believe in outer space, you can never trust your eyes But everybody else can, including the entire military-industrial complex. That's why nobody ever talks about this, except in the corners of the, Earth-shaped discussion, because in real life, it's never addressed. Like these things called battleships and weapon systems that shoot things, they have to adjust because the weapons fall, the trajectory. But they always, base their trajectory on a line of sight from the position of the target to the position of the weapon system. So I don't even understand how these conversations are even being entertained this way, where people can't trust their eyes.
Our eyes aren't the only source of truth.
No, just saying that as well. They get really upset and they start saying that actually eyes aren't the only thing we can trust, and we need to. And then when we trust everything else, it actually confirms our eyes. So actually, all of science, all of technology, especially the military-industrial complex, which is at least we can get one thing out of it. They've stolen trillions and trillions of dollars from you, and they admit that everything depends on line of sight for 5,000 miles, the longest range distance systems in the world. Like the radar systems in Russia, but even 100 miles is too far. But you can go out to Puget Sound right now and use your eyes and agree with those weapon systems. So the weapon systems, the Department of Defense, all technology, all working maps and models depend on not adjusting for curvature or spin. And I'm not a flat earther. That's just reality. Under the heavens.
Well, he's right about the weapon systems. I read up on, for example, United States Naval Battle Group aircraft carrier. Their lead ship, which was a German ship, its radar, and I quote, can detect a golf ball at 100 miles. Surface ship, U.S. military. Battle group.
Okay, so over
There's
100
also
miles, that would be a 1.25 mile drop based on the 3959 claimed radius. And now I can read the script because that's what the claim is, right? So over that 100-mile distance, there's a 1.25 mile drop, and this thing's able to pick up a golf ball. Great numbers, man. Thanks for sharing that.
Yep.
Well, it's not just able to pick it up. Remember, it's actually able to see it. It understands that the signal's going straight out. That's why the dish has to be pointed in whatever direction it is. So when they give the little square on your indicator, these video games were based off all the military systems. That's why you have a HUD when you look at a flight simulator. It's all the same. The HUD shows you where the target actually is. You see, the pilot or the weapons officer or the operator has to know where the target really is, not where he thinks it is. He has to know where it really is. Welcome to reality. That's just how it works.
Yeah, there's another one, EXO. Maybe you're more familiar than me. I forgot the range. It's a surface detection on the bulbous bow of a ship. So they can detect, I think it's with sonar. I'm not sure, man. I forget what it was. It's either sonar, it has to be sonar, right? Anyways, it was a terrific distance, like a distance way past what they say the horizon was. That's another thing to check out.
Well, then, SC, I was going to ask you to go to the live stream.
Isn't sonar sound?
Yeah.
Yeah, sonar's
yeah.
in the water, yeah.
On the
Sonar's
water.
in the water.
Yeah.
1 second.
Well, I mean, that wouldn't be too much of a stretch to, say tons of miles. I mean, it's sound, so that could
On the
travel.
surface, bro. On the surface.
On the surface?
Yeah. This thing is on the surface. I'm sorry that I can't remember the details and the distance, but yeah. I was saying, what? That far? It was like way beyond, let's say, 3 miles, right? Pick a number. I think it was a couple of dozen, if I remember correctly.
Don't forget about a railgun that shoots off of a ship off the sea. 100 miles claimed. I think that distance it can shoot to.
I'm not so sure about that one, the 100 miles. Because I looked into it a while back.
Go ahead.
Why? What's
Sorry.
the problem with it?
Well,
The ones they were saying that are gonna go like that distance, they were saying they're gonna shoot them like in an arc in the air, and they're gonna go straight up, and they're gonna have propulsion, and then drop down on the target.
Speaking about rockets, did you hear about that Palestine launched a rocket onto Israel and killed like 300 and hit
Bro,
thousands?
how did I
Like,
forget?
sounds like World War III.
5,000 of them. 5,000
Yeah.
rockets. How did I forget this one? Yeah, thanks, bro. Go on. Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, it's crazy. It sounds like the beginning of World War III, possibly.
Yeah, man. How did I forget to bring that up? I wanted to bring that up. Yeah, today, Hamas launched 5,000 rocket coordinated attack on Israel, and they captured like they took hostages, and like all hell has broken loose there.
Crazy
So
they would do that on a Saturday there, huh?
yeah.
You know what the Israel people think of Saturday, right?
Mm-hmm. The
And
Sabbath.
they don't call it Saturday, yeah.
What
Even
better
I know
How
time
many
that.
to
actually
attack?
made it past the Iron Dome or whatever?
The Iron Curtain.
Quite a few of them, apparently. It showed houses burning, all kinds of stuff. I didn't look into it too much because I wasn't in an area, and then I just slipped my mind. How could such a thing slip my mind? I don't get it.
I don't know. You mentioned rockets and it triggered me. I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah,
I meant to
a
say
railgun
something
though.
too.
I'm just gonna say this real quick. So the railgun is an unguided projectile system, though. It's just a weapon, like a bullet leaves the muzzle. Once the weapon system leaves the muzzle, it is uncontrolled. It's on its own ballistic. The trajectory is created by its actual path, and it has to be just like when I'm shooting a target at 100 meters with a 9mm. I probably got to aim like maybe a meter above the target. You know, a 223 round at 300 meters, you aim right at the forehead. But at 1,000 meters, you're probably 10 feet because the bullet's gonna drop. The bullet loses energy. The bullet slows down, so the greater the distance, the greater the drop. The railgun's the same way, but yeah, their claim is 60, 70 miles. I don't care. I don't care if it works. I don't care if they ever put it on the system. I've already gone out to the water, so there's my pictures. SC Montreal, or anybody can say it. It's posted 40 minutes after the hour. What a perfect time, Stormfire. 40 minutes after the hour, you'll see a couple pictures up top. That's Mount Rainier. That's Seattle in front of it. And there's my kitty cat showing you the true distance from the mountain right above her red collar. Can anybody see that picture? That's Zara. She is the Empress Tiger. I don't know. Did I lag out already?
Yo, no. What's
So
the claim here? I saw you post this a couple of times. What's your claim here on these pictures?
the claim is I can see as far as the railgun can shoot, and I'm on the water on a smaller boat than a warship. If you look closely at the water at Zara's neck, that's Puget Sound. So go to the zoomed in picture, you can see Seattle on the left. That's the skyline of Seattle. That's 15 miles away. Just Seattle on the left is 15 miles away. That's already out of the range of normal battleship gunnery. The maximum effective range is about 15 miles of like the biggest guns that have ever been on a battleship. Well, the railgun, of course, being that it's shooting it 10 times faster, whatever, 8, 10 times the speed of sound, far beyond hypersonic, the weapon system doesn't even need an explosive. You understand, guys? The weapon system is just so powerful. It is the kinetic energy of that Sabo round hitting the target. Anyway, there's Mount Rainier, an additional 50 miles past 50. I'm looking at the bottom of Mount Rainier with my eyes, just like a radar system would see a boat linearly at 70 miles away. So I don't need the railgun. I use the Empress Tiger. Thanks.
Yeah, the railgun is a line of sight weapon, and it's kinetic.
Right.
It's not projected by only by the electrical. Once it leaves the barrel, it's on its own. It's kinetic energy,
right.
line of sight. Yeah.
That's right. And because it was they probably scrapped it because we would see stuff like this. We would see stuff like, here's a boat 70 miles away. Let's zoom in on it and hit. And I'm just telling you, like, who cares? You can go out and see these things for yourself. I'm about 15 to 20 feet above the water in Puget Sound, looking inland 70 miles. And that also shows you what 6 miles wide looks like. At 70 miles, you now have a scale. But I mean, I don't know what to tell you. There's no excuse for this. The bottom of Mount Rainier is literally level with the city. it's actually higher. That little gray area in front of the mountain, those are small hills. There's about half a dozen small little hills in front of the mountain, ranging from a half mile wide to a mile wide. It looks dark and gray. You can also tell that the higher you look, because it's 15,000 feet elevation, the higher the clear. So yes, the density with particulates and the pollution, the air is harder to see through when we're low. And that's why things just disappear. Our vanishing point is very limited because of the pollution. But it just shows you, even in a normal day, there is 70 miles possible right there. And I'm on a boat. So that shows you that I'm pretty close to sea level. That's why it's significant.
Yeah, that's a nice pick. If it's as far as you say it is, that's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, 73 miles to the top of the mountain, 70 to the base. Yep.
And by the way, the railguns, XO, they stopped developing them because when the projectile would leave the barrel, it would destroy the barrel a little bit. And it used enormous amount of power. Only one of their top ships was able to produce enough electricity for it.
There are many problems. Yeah, they didn't factor all that in. There's always a weight issue. You never realize how big a weapon is until you have to walk with it for 500 meters, SE. So when you got to put a 50,000-pound weapon on a boat, you might have to get a bigger boat. So sorry, we're going to have to increase the budget on everything else. That weapon system weighs just probably twice as much as a tank. It probably weighs 300,000 pounds or something. It's ridiculous stuff. Let's be honest. It's Transformers tech or whatever.
Yeah, it wasn't feasible. The idea was good because they wanted to eliminate gunpowder, so when they got hit, right, the ship wouldn't explode with all the ammunition aboard. But it just proved too costly. It's not good. It just tears itself apart.
It's amazing how inefficient.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The inefficiency is everything. For 100 years, they told us the heavier our bullets, the better, but they were wrong the entire time. Now the average 9mm load can be under 70 grains. It used to be 147 grain. Everything is getting lighter and smaller, and they realize even if things are less efficient, even if you're burning less powder, the weapon is making more power. It's just based on simple, math and inverse square law. So all of these weapon systems are being revamped, and that's why you're seeing them go to smaller bullets too. That's why we have a 223. We used to have a 30-06. So things are getting smaller. So that when they try to make a railgun, that's the wrong direction. You're going all the way to the other side. Plus, all you got to do is send a helicopter or an airplane over there. Why you don't really need a railgun? It's really just overrated.
Yeah, they scrapped that now. Yeah. What they have now is truly amazing. Yeah, this is one of me. I'm into this stuff, so I keep up on the military stuff, right? So a month ago, I read a thing that they put the first laser on one of the American battleships. So it's experimental, but check this out now. Anything within 2 miles, they can toast it. They can barbecue it, and it costs like 20 cents.
It actually works up to 7 miles.
Was it 7? Okay, maybe I heard wrong.
Unless you're talking about a different setup, but the one I looked at probably like a year or two ago was 7 miles.
Don't ever believe their ranges. They lie about everything. I can see 3 miles down the road. Yeah, that's bold BS. It's never accurate. No.
Yeah, I found that out when I was looking at the Sea Sparrow missile. Everything is freaking classified on that thing. Yeah.
Well, when I was a child, I'll just tell you this before I forget, because my 5-year-old mind might forget. But when I was about 12, I remember researching scramjets, and that is a perpetual motion device. Once it reaches about 5 or 6 times the speed of sound, just the water, welcome to Waterworld, water in the air, even at 80,000 feet, just the air itself will actually start combusting itself, and you get unlimited power, unlimited fuel, because you're literally just using the air that the scramjet is inhaling. So it's an infinity. It's way more advanced than a jet engine. It's called a scramjet engine. And this was about 25 years ago, almost 30 years ago. And now I hear nothing about this technology. I was a child reading it. They'd never talk about scramjets now. It was perpetual energy. I don't know what to say. Whatever.
No, it still requires jet fuel.
Nope, that's an absolute lie. That's not a scramjet. Nope, a scramjet itself just requires the air to be forced induced into itself. And once it reaches a certain speed, the technology doesn't need any fuel. The actual weapon system will wear out. It won't be able to fly forever because the mechanisms via entropy won't last more than a few days at best. Yep.
Like I said, I'm into this stuff. This is what XO's talking about. These are the
Listen,
X planes. This is
well,
where they pull all the miracle stuff. Yeah, this is the high tech stuff.
the Russians pioneered that stuff. Even when I was a child, having baby boomer parents, they were obviously, my father was pro-America, but my mother was from Heidelberg, Germany. And she would talk about how the Germans and Americans would brag about the Russians and how the Russians were the monsters and how you could not compete with them. And this was before the West even understood what the Sukhoi was and what a Cobra maneuver and what a flanker D was, or they probably still don't know, but these are the days before we only knew about the word MiG. And then it turns out that the Russians have these giant 80 feet long Sukhoi 27 fighter planes that can maneuver like a helicopter since the 80s. And we're over here with the Americans. It takes us an entire half state to turn around sometimes. And the Russians were always the biggest and baddest at that technology, and they still are, because they can do it on dirt fields and they can do it in dirty environments. And their warplanes have always just been more interesting, but that technology is obviously all it's like a sports team. The wars that we're watching, they're closer to football and basketball than we realize. These are all just orchestrated things. And that this Ukraine invasion from Russia, that was again a video game 30 years ago. That was called U.S. Navy fighters. That Ukraine was invaded by Russia, and then it was about these planes that exist now, like the F-22 and the JSF, and all that stuff that we saw that was just a prototype when we were kids. That's all real right now, and now we're watching this, obviously, this orchestrated war right before our eyes. What else? What are they distracting us from? But it's a great deception, SE. The whole thing's a lie.
Absolutely, bro. The war in Ukraine that you brought up, that's a big deception on the American people, which are paying for it. Yeah. It's a tragedy, actually.
Right,
Yeah,
but
I
the
feel
insult
bad
to
for all the
injury,
people who died.
the insult to injury is how America treats its own people. Hawaii, obviously, I mean, it's just very obvious. It's not, Hawaii is not the only place. America does this to its own people for a long time. Its own homeless, its own veterans. We could go on about that, but Satan is the god of this world. That's the reality. And thus saith the Lord, if the heaven above can be measured and the foundations of the earth searched out beneath, I will also cast off all the seed of Israel for all that they have done, saith the Lord. Jeremiah 31:37.
Was that what Palestine's trying to bring forward?
No, this is what the powers that be are trying to bring forward when they do outer space program, hallucination, and you know what I mean? Like whatever they're showing on TV, these are all just literally spells they cast on people, because it says right here in the Bible, if you try to measure the heavens, this might be important. If you realize that outer space is a lie, you might want to write this down. Jeremiah 31:37. If you can measure the heavens or the foundations of the earth, that means if you can understand the size of the earth, size of the heavens, distance to the stars, distance to the, these, if you can do all that stuff, God will kill his own people. He's daring Satan. I dare you to try to measure my heaven and earth. If you can, I'll kill all my own people. So now Satan is hell-bent on telling you the size and scope of this universe, as he calls it. Yeah. So that's the whole point. Why would they lie? That's the answer right there. So it's very, very deep. Yeah. Spiritual.
Did you ever consider you were lied to, XO?
I'm sorry. Say it again, SE.
Have you ever considered that you were lied to?
Oh, absolutely. For my whole life. That's how I ended up the XO, because I knew I was lied to. And every time I find out that I'm being lied to because I'm a lie detector test, even I'm not a good person, I'm not a good husband, but I'm a lie detector, and that's what I was bred to be. And that's just me. Doesn't mean I'm a good person, SC, but yes, that's my whole life, is realizing what the lie is, and then I go away from a lie and God shows me the truth. So that's literally all I do now, bro. Absolutely. Baruch Hashem. Amen.
And yet you still believe a man is God.
Wow, that was...
Sorry, percentage, I cut you off there.
Wow. Yeah, he's having a meltdown. Yeah, he thinks he's going to say something really psychotic again.
Still believes that man is God.
That end is what? Speak up. That what?
That a man became God. Or the other way.
A man
Nope,
is God.
that's not what he said. No, that's not what he said. So he doesn't think God can be a man. He's limited God to the power of his own religious idea. God wanted to be a man and come to earth and fulfill everything that God, it's right there in Colossians, everything was made by him and for him. But you see, that's a religious insult. And again, that's what these people do, SC. I know that you were nice about it, but Satan has to insult us because they have nothing to show for, and they live in a fantasy, and they'll stay on the internet the rest of their lives. But that's what this war is about attacking God. And that's why when somebody comes forth with evidence and new information, SE, that's the first thing they do is attack Christ, because he is the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. Thus
Saying
saith the Lord.
God is not a man is me attacking God?
No, you insulted me. That's not what you said. You're lying right now. You're scared to death of your own claim. You said that you still believe. Yep, you just made a slander and you attacked somebody. It wasn't an insult.
You're saying that you're a lie detector.
Yes, you perversely attacked me. Yes, it's recorded
and yet you
now that you have now attacked me from my
Let him
belief
get
system.
in. So let him get in. If you're not,
I know he is slandering me. I know
he is. This is
a perverted.
let him
I know this is a perverted religious attack. I'm going to record this. This is another satanic religious attack.
Record it.
It's fine.
All I'm saying is you said you're a lie detector.
That's okay. I'll be right. You said, and you still believe a man is God. You just attacked my religion, because that's what perverts do on the internet.
Sure, I attacked your religion.
Fine.
Sure, I attack you. You said you're a lie detector, and I said, and yet you believe the lie that God is a man.
He left. He left.
Oh my bad.
Par for the course.
It's too bad, because I wanted to hear though. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why. So why you do that, bro? Why you start something and then you leave? I mean, finish off the combo, man.
Like or clippers and things. I guess he's.
Well, we were talking about rail guns and other shit we got on this, but I don't know. Always bring it to religion. Guns bad.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Not always. It depends who you talk to.
Well, I'm saying, like, with the XO, someone's bound to be demon possessed, so it's not good to, like, get into those convos with them.
Or not someone, everyone.
Well, percentage did sound a bit diabolical there, I must say.
Yeah, it was. It was definitely a low blow.
He did make the claim that he was attacking his religion. I mean, I always like to I steer away heavily from discussing religion. Religion is a bottomless pit as far as I'm concerned. But scripture, what's actually written in scripture, is to me a much different thing. But of course, gets perverted all the time.
Well, he wasn't wrong. I was attacking the Trinitarian belief that God is a man. I was attacking that. Let's not mince words. I wasn't attacking him. I was just criticizing how he believes he can, discern for every lie, and yet this is a lie that God is a man.
Well, if you make it the sign of the cross and actually ruminate on the sign of the cross, which is in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, that is the edification of three separate entities, yet still contributing to one thing, one act that somebody does, acknowledging three separate entities. So the Trinity is definitely something that exists. Just a question of concept of the understanding of how it all gels together to bring us to where we're at.
One quick edit. You said the Trinity is something that exists. The concept of the Trinity exists, but it doesn't actually exist.
What's wrong with God being a man? Why God
You
can't do
serious?
that? God can't do that? You're saying
God
God
wouldn't
can't
do that.
be a man? God couldn't do that.
No, I'm not
So
saying that. I'm saying he wouldn't
you
do that.
tell God wouldn't do that. So you know what do you base that off of exactly? Where do you get that idea that God wouldn't do that? Because there is
Because
a
God,
positive
for
claim. There is
whatever,
a positive. Wait, real quick. There is a. You can answer the question, but there is a positive claim that God did become a man, and it's in the Gospels. So I'm just wondering, like, where is the counterclaim to the Gospels coming from? Like, what's your citation? Where do you get this idea from?
okay, so one thing, you shouldn't confuse a claim with evidence, right? There's no evidence that God actually became a man. There's the claim, and there's no proof for it. And the burden of proof
Oh,
is on
I
the
got a
positive
whole
claim.
lot if you want to go down there.
Well, yeah, I mean, for one, we've got physical
No, you can
evidence,
point to the
i.e.,
scriptures, but that's
Jesus's
just
blood.
reassertions of the claim.
We got Jesus's blood, which has significant different, chromosomes than any other human, indicating that he only came from one DNA source. The other had to have been supernatural, i.e., God. So
You
there
have
you go.
samples of Jesus' blood?
Yeah, it
Okay,
was
hold
tested
on.
at the Israel lab.
Come on, man.
Some Israeli freaking lab.
Come on, bro. You're that go.
Yeah,
University. It was like the
samples
University of
Jesus'
Israel.
2,000-year-old blood. Okay.
Yeah, they got
Listen.
his DNA off the Shroud of Turin. What do you mean?
Yeah,
My
Jace
goodness.
and both you guys with the naysayers. So you guys, right? You gave
No,
up
we're not
something. Hold on.
naysayers.
No, no,
I'm
no,
a
no, no. You're not.
biochemist,
No.
Jace,
dude.
you're interrupting
Bro,
one at a
wait.
time.
Jace,
So
you're
how
not
did
walking on me.
how
Jace,
did
no,
me
you guys aren't walking
fucking
on me right now because you still have no
Well,
idea of a
don't
big
lie
shroud
about
of
me.
Turin. I'm not lying.
Jace,
but
he
this
can
isn't
lie if
even
he chooses to.
this
You gotta
isn't
I'd
wait.
about
like
you
this to be
guys.
moderated, please.
You
This
guys
is
are
All three
ridiculous.
of
not.
you,
All
all three
right,
of you guys
I'm gonna
oh
start
wait,
muting people.
all three
I'm gonna start
all
muting
Thank
three
you.
of you
people.
guys were
Killian was
interrupting
talking.
me and fucking the other guy.
Thank you. No, Noah, I got your back 100%
I was
because
questioning
I just.
percentage, and then fucking five other people came through. Percentage didn't even get to answer my question. If you
If you
guys
want
want
a
to talk about
one
interrupting,
on one, let me know. We can do a one on one, but
yeah, okay. How about Killian puts his 2 cents in, and then I want percentage to answer me, and not
all
someone
right,
else that's not
Didn't I
percentage
answer it?
after Killian.
fair enough. Jace,
Noah,
don't chime in. Go ahead, Killian.
Noah, Noah, you got the floor, my dude. Go ahead, please.
Right. So I mean, this guy said that. This guy said that like there's no evidence of man being God or what. But I'm just saying like you're saying that man couldn't. You're saying that God wouldn't become a man. Where do you get that claim from? Where do you know what God would or wouldn't do? Where does it say that? Where do you get that idea from?
Because man is the antithesis of God, as he claims himself. Even in the Bible, the Father, he's all knowing, he's all powerful, he's eternal. Man is none of those. So if God needed to, like, you're basically making the claim that God needed to be man for a specific purpose, right? It doesn't make sense. He could have done anything without needing to become in the form of man. There's no evidence to suggest that actually needed to become man for any reason. It's just a story that it's a lie that you've been fed and you believe.
Noah, whenever you're ready to, I'm
So the
next.
reason
Sorry, go ahead.
So the reason you say that God wouldn't become man is because man is the antithesis of God, but like that is I'm pretty sure Satan is opposition to God, not man. Man is kind of
No.
in between there. Yeah. Satan's title, opposition. To who? Why is Satan why is Satan capital S Satan, which means opposition? Who's he opposition to? God. So I don't understand why is
Is he
man
our enemy?
and yeah, and
Is
I'm just
Satan your enemy?
and it just seems my question was, where did you get that idea that that God wouldn't become a man? And you didn't actually like cite anywhere. You just said that your actual explanation was that man is the antithesis of God, but that's still you're not. It just seems like you're pulling that out of nowhere. To be honest with you, like there's
No,
nowhere
it's
does it say that.
the attributes of the divine attributes of the Creator, right, are all not they're not attributes of creation. They're not like the superlative forms of them which attribute to God. don't apply to men. So there's no reason that God would need to be a lesser thing, right? You're implying that God needed to be a man for a specific reason, like he needed to experience this or do this or whatever. And if you actually break it down, there's absolutely no reason why he needed to do any of that, and there's no proof that he did.
I never claimed that he needed to. So that's your claim. Not once did I
Okay, so
say
why
he
did God
needed
become a
to.
man?
Would it to be the Messiah? I don't know. There's the whole to save humanity, essentially.
How?
To be humanity's savior by defeating death and sin.
Okay, so let's break this down. Let's apply some common sense, some God-given reason. Okay, you have a man that they say is fully man and fully God, right? His corporeal form, his body is the man part. His soul is the 3-in-1 is godly, right? When you die, when he was on the cross, allegedly, and he died, his body, his corporeal form ended. His soul didn't die, right? His godly part didn't die, wasn't sacrificed. All that was sacrificed was the manly part, right? So how did God die for us then? If God didn't die, the godly part just went back to heaven or went back to the Father, right?
To be a high priest. What was his specific instruction? Why did he do that?
Wait.
Do you understand what I'm saying? There's no divine sacrifice if the divine portion of him never died.
Yeah, wait. So hold up. As far as it comes to death, when it comes to sin, he conquered sin through his life by never sinning as a man. So he lived as a man and didn't sin his entire life. So he conquered sin. That was the whole story. And then he conquered death by essentially the law was that with sin comes death, but now a man who's never sinned died. So essentially he broke the law in a way. Not broke the law, but essentially came up with a loophole where you wouldn't have to die. And he was the one that didn't have to die, but he did die. So essentially the precedent was broken from before. If you sin, you die. And since the precedent was broken in him, if you're in him, that precedent doesn't apply to you, in a sense. It's not that he was yeah.
So he didn't die as a sacrifice for our sins?
For your sins,
Nope.
yeah. For our sins, yeah.
He atones for your sins now in heavenly places.
So he just what do you mean he atones?
So is the floor open or is it still a one-on-one?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's cool, dude. Because I'm like itching
I wanted you to go before I even
All right,
started
cool.
this thing.
So
you go kill him right
Jesus died to fulfill the scripture, to fulfill the sacrament of the bloodshed for man's atonement for the sins that were done. He died for our sins, right? The salvation of man, the restoration.
How does that work?
No, you're not going to cut me off right now. Just be quiet, okay, and listen. Now, the history of the Ark of the Covenant was that the high priestess carried the Ark of the Covenant. This thing was a thing that was carried through each of the villages, civilizations, and the lamb was slaughtered. The blood was spilt and placed upon the Ark of the Covenant and given up as a sacrifice to the Lord, to God. Now, in order for God to fulfill the scripture, he sent his son, a 24 chromosome blood count. Every other person has 46. This one had 24. And he lived his life, was born of the Virgin Mary. There was no defiling that was
crazy
required. You don't need to walk on me right now because it's mine and I've been waiting
Bro,
patiently. Thanks,
you
Jay.
know what's crazy?
Guys, settle down. He's in the middle of finishing. Stop.
Yeah, what the
Thank
fuck,
you.
Jace?
You guys asked for an explanation. I'm
To
giving
be fair,
it.
he's been going for a minute.
No, I
Okay,
don't
well,
care. I've been sitting
I
patiently.
gotta go, man.
Let's wrap it up and let him finish.
Right. Now, he went onto the cross, hung himself. So not hung himself, sorry, but was put to death, right? And his blood went down the cross hole and was placed upon the Ark of the Covenant for the fulfillment of the scripture, which was required, his spilling. Now, the last part that I want to state is in the text chat, I posted STURP, which is the Shroud of Turin research project, which they researched the cloth that he was wrapped within when he was resurrected, and they are not. Modern day science, including NASA, is not able to explain how that cloth came to be. Thank you.
Okay, so where is his genome published? Let's take a look at how many chromosomes he has.
Again, there's no listing for his genome. There's the lab
how
that
could you make that
studied the
claim?
blood. But I can make the claim again because I posted it from Wikipedia that the Shroud of Turin
No,
Research
you didn't.
Project group existed. Yes, I did. It's in the chat.
No, his
And
genome is
one
not in
of,
the
I believe
chat.
it was 18 agencies went to Jerusalem and studied the cloth, including NASA. And modern day science cannot explain the artifacts that are contained within the cloth. That's the point.
Those are all just crazy claims, man. You did not post his genome in the chat showing 24 chromosomes. So unless you have a link where his genome was published so that we can verify this, it will just remain a claim.
Don't poison the well. I never said that I had the
poisoning the
genome
well.
count. I said that I had the evidence for the Shroud of Turin, which was the linen that he was wrapped within, that has evidence of blood. I didn't say the chromosome count. I said the evidence of blood and water being left on the cloth, which modern day science again cannot explain, J-Ace.
Dude, you said 24 chromosomes. I'm sure everyone else heard you say it too. I'm just asking, how do you know that? Where was his genome
I posted some
published
stuff for
so
you.
that
I
we
posted some
could
stuff for
go
you,
and
Jace.
count how many chromosomes he has?
Yeah, I posted some stuff for you in live text one.
And
His
again, to be
genome
clear,
is published there,
to be clear, without you crapping all in my well again, right? I never said that I had evidence of the 24. I said that this is what is said. However, I stated my backup, stonewall to my observation, is the Shroud of Turin, right? The 24 chromosome blood count was within the story of the Lord, why he's different from everybody else.
It's not a blood count, it's a haplotype if this was actually real. Right, I don't doubt they found some old cloth from Jerusalem, like I'm sure they did, but you're making claims about who it was and them having an abnormal genome from a normal person that's present today, right? So we need to see the evidence of that, otherwise it's just a claim.
So, Jace, you're saying when they tested the blood, they didn't find that it had one X chromosome and the 23 Y chromosomes or whatever. Is that what you're saying?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I'm saying if they found a human genome, it's not 24 chromosomes because humans don't have 24 chromosomes.
So the Shroud of Turin, when they tested the blood, their claim is that they got one X chromosome with 23 Y chromosomes. Not sure if I understand this exactly, but I think that normally you would get 23 and 23. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this is interesting because
Well,
the
you
X
would
is the
have
male, right? And we are told that Jesus was born a virgin, correct?
yes, males have two. Males have an X and a Y chromosome. Females have two X's. The rest of the chromosomes they're different than X or Y's. They're called autosomal chromosomes, body chromosomes.
I gotcha. So yeah, I think the claim is when they tested the blood that's on the Shroud of Turin, it had one X chromosome and the 23 Y chromosomes, which lines up with the born a virgin, begotten from God.
Exactly. So you get 46, 23 pairs, right? Think of like 23 pairs of shoes. Which is your typical human being. However, this one had 23 left feet basically and one right foot, making it a 24 count in total, but only 23 one side contributing from the mother, one contributing from the father.
Have you not heard this claim being made on the Shroud of Turin before, Jace?
I think he's petting his dog.
So yeah, I mean, this whole thing started off with percentage saying that we didn't have any evidence, but like for me, how we arrive at this thing is the Shroud of Turin Research Project Group is something that's published their work. We can look them up, see what they did on Wikipedia. Now I understand like NASA, whatever, they created space and all that fun stuff. However, they are one group of many that were sent to examine this cloth. Right? There was other people who were sent, and they came to the conclusion that they had no explanation as to the evidence of this man who was beaten, pierced, crucified, and left in this cloth. And the traces that he left, the essence that he left on this cloth, are literally superimposed, literally only happening on like the top 25% of this linen fabric, which is crazy to observe on its own. So if modern day science takes this linen, they can't explain it, and they're like, this thing exists, they can't explain it. From my understanding, this may sound crazy, but scripture gets to take that piece of linen, that cloth, as a hostile witness and say, we can explain it. And this is why. If you, modern day science, can't explain how it came to be, we can explain it. This is the tale. This cloth tells the tale of Jesus, right? It leaves all the marks, and we can explain he was beaten at the pillar, he was pierced, and then he was crucified, and then he was pierced, and his blood and water were left on the cloth. Then he was resurrected 3 days later, and his essence was left imprinted on the cloth. Please, sorry, somebody was coming in. I kept going. Go ahead.
Yeah, what you told me doesn't make any sense. How could he have 23 Y chromosomes and one X chromosome?
Because he's a miracle.
Okay, so Jay,
No, wait.
Okay.
Okay, let me come in on this. Let me answer.
No, please.
It's one X chromosome, one Y chromosome, and then 22 non-pairs instead of 22 pairs. Because if there's 22 pairs, it'd be 44. 44 plus X and Y equals 46. X and Y plus 22 non-pairs, just single chromosomes, would be 22 plus X and Y. There's only one X, there's only one Y chromosome.
Okay, that makes sense, but that is an extravagant claim. That would mean he was a human with a haplo.
That's the
that
claim.
would mean he was a human with a haploid genome, right? So that would need to be published somewhere for everybody to see and for experts in the field to verify.
Well, that's the claim, Jace.
Well, the problem with that, Jace, is that would require a large amount of samples, and obviously there's not a large enough of a sample to do like enough testing to have multiple sources confirm that.
No, Norman, you could just do PCR on the original sample. You can make as many copies as you need, send them all over the world.
It's not
But
even
nonetheless,
how
I'm not even asking
that
for
works.
that. I'm just asking for the
PCR is not even
original
accurate enough.
people. PCR will amplify genetic material. So all you need is a small amount of genetic material. They could run PCR and amplify that to billions, quadrillions, however much they want. We're not talking about viral testing in this context. We're just talking about making copies of the genome, which is what PCR does. You can
But
easily do that. But I don't even care about that. I just want to see the original people. They should have published his genome. Otherwise, it's not a real claim.
Okay,
University of Jerusalem did.
let me come in real
Killian,
quick, dudes.
do you have the people who published it? Like, do you
No,
have the link?
and gentlemen, listen, right? And this is where I say I at Dicelo, I'll put a link up. I have not seen any published information talking about the 23, so on and so forth, all these things, right? Because of the fact, and I say this respectfully again, right? We're in a time right now where it's not time for the doubting Thomas, if you will, which is J Ace is presenting as doubting Thomas. We're not in a place yet where he's going to
Asking
allow
for
us to
the
put
evidence.
his hand into his side to verify it, right? There are certain things that have to play out in the mainstream narrative in order for the non-believers to then flip to become the
It
believers.
has nothing to do with believers or non-believers. If this was a real thing, if they actually did his haplogroup and sequenced his genome, it would be published just like all the other ones are. It has nothing to do with believing or not believing. If it was real, it would be published as other real things are. That's what makes them real. We can verify that this actually happened.
So it seems like Jace is asking for a citation and nobody's presenting it to him. So I'm gonna have to side with Jace on this one.
Yeah, and not just a citation that just repeats the claim. I want the citation where the actual genome is published so I can look at it and see, oh yeah, that is really just 22 autosomal chromosomes and then the 2 sex chromosomes. They're correct about this.
Yeah, but wouldn't you need the material itself? You can't just go off of some published paper, wouldn't you? I'm saying if you really want to know for sure. I'm surprised a lot of you guys are talking about believing this narrative and you've never verified it. It's about as verifiable as pictures on the men landing on the moon. It's
Well,
completely
I'm with you.
unverifiable.
I'm with you, Gio. I don't necessarily give this any weight. I was just clarifying the claim so Jace would understand.
Yeah, I'd want to see I'd want to see the original publication, to verify that this is really what they're claiming. Then I would want to see who.
I think you cut out.
I would contact them, whoever published the original claim, whichever scientific group it was. I would contact them, ask them to amplify and send me a sample of the material to my lab so that we could then also double check and verify that this was correct. That's why I was asking for who originally published this genome.
What are we talking about? I missed it. I just got here.
Someone claims that they have Jesus's blood and that it's 22 autosomal chromosomes and 2 sex chromosomes.
On
Damn,
the
what,
Shroud of Turin.
what does that mean?
Well, I mean, I think Notre Dame has the crown of thorns. We've got the nails that crucified him. There's a lot of things. I mean, who's to say we don't have DNA from that?
Why all the fixation on this one claimed man's murder? Like, why is this? Is it all just? It's just belief based that he died for someone's sins and that he needs to die.
Well, no, it was the argument was that if Jesus was God or the Son of God, like something supernatural. Like basically, percentage started the conversation with there's no evidence to support that. So that's why I brought up the Shroud of Turin and like other things that kind of support that as being a possibility and having tangible evidence.
But wait, what is him having like 27 haplopods or whatever? What is it? What does it mean?
That means that he didn't have a biological father due to the supernatural conception of his existence.
Yeah. Essentially, it would be the mother's egg or whatever with just one Y chromosome implanted in there instead of there's supposedly the dad gives 22, the mom gives 22, and then each of them give their sex chromosome, and the dads could either be an X or a Y. Whereas in this case, there'd be no 22 from the father; there would just be the Y sex chromosome.
Can I just ask for those of you guys that believe in the Christian kind of ideas and belief system? Do you guys think that like Jesus is like the baseline for everything? Like, is he somehow like some kind of like axiom or foundation that all of your reality is based on?
I'd like to state that I believe that throughout the history, it seems that there has been a priesthood set up for the people, like of the Israelite tribe, which were said to have been chosen by God. That priesthood came with a law. Inside that law, there was, if you broke it, there was like ways to achieve atonement, like forgiveness for breaking that law. And we always had a man in charge of that duty, and that man would also be at fault. So when he was trying to make forgiveness for your sins, if he was sinful, it would like all would cancel out. So now me personally, I look at Jesus being the reason he was here, came here, died, resurrected, was to perform that duty in the heavenly priesthood tabernacle.
I'll take a shot at answering that question that Joe asked. In terms of him being a character, if you will, in our history, where like, you know, some people they worship like Thor or whatever. I don't know what Thor does, but Jesus basically, the people that were expecting him were expecting a mighty military ruler to like come and defeat all their enemies and slaughter everybody, and that's what they were expecting. But what they got was this dude who, you know, healed the sick, walked with whores, told people not to sin, told people to love your neighbor, and basically just like flipped the script on humanity. Up until that point, it was just blood and carnage. You had people like sacrificing each other and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. And I just like that flipping of the script where it's like, no, it's not about being violent anymore. It's about having no enemies. You know, it's about fighting a spiritual war. I think that's really what captivates me the most, and that's why I could say that yes, Jesus Christ is a foundation in my life. It keeps me focused on what's important as taught by Him, which is loving your neighbor and loving God.
Yeah, it's just literally like walking the footsteps and path that he led and the lifestyle he lived and the footprint he left behind in the world. So it's pretty much what it is.
But do you have to do that? Do you have to emulate another person or another entity? Is that
No, it's not. It's not emulating. It's just having guidance and boundaries.
Well, hypothetically speaking, if there was a person that never did a bad thing, only went around and did good stuff, wouldn't it make sense that you would want to be like that person?
By what standard is he measured by?
We're just talking purely hypothetical right now. I'm not actually like, you know, I'm just, because I remember what it was like when I was like, yeah, whatever. I got my guns, dude. When shit goes wrong, I'm going to fucking take care of business, you know? Like, none of that pacifist shit for me.
I understand. I feel like it's subjective though when you say if someone lived a good life, isn't that like up to your opinion?
Well, I
Yeah,
don't
I mean,
believe.
I guess if you wanted to follow that person or emulate what they were doing, perhaps, but you could be a good person on your own without requiring anyone else.
Yeah,
Well,
the thing
okay,
is,
see,
you're
and Geo, that being there being the question, right? Like if you've ever had a mentor at some point in your life, somebody that you could appeal to on a consistent basis, that literally like seeking counsel, tutelage, that's kind of the idea of Jesus, like a brother that you relate to, that you speak to. I mean, some people speak to in prayer and things of that nature, but ultimately it's seeking that mentorship, that guidance, that counseling that people are looking for.
you're told from the get that you'll never live up to the standard, right? Like we're all sinners, but it's the striving towards and pursuant of trying to exhibit those behaviors.
Like one of the things he said was to be quick to listen, slow to respond. And literally just that is somebody saying something, you taking the time to take in what's being said and realizing that actually creates a lot of space because you're being taught patience and time to regurgitate what somebody's saying. And that's just one single quote that he left us with.
What I will say that is that my spiritual journey has been motivated by many factors, including coming to the realization that there's something going on in this world that's more than just our physical reality. And I would just encourage everybody who's like on that path to continue on that path, have love, have caution, and just see where it takes you, because it's, I don't know, there's meaning to life, and it's not just a Bugatti or a number on a screen.
It's all about the Bugattis.
So Gio, to answer your question, when you ask something like that, and then we come back with different little quotes that or things that speak to us on that level, and then raise you, we went up that and say his essence was also left imprinted on the cloth that modern day science can't explain. What do you say to that, dude?
What do I say to what? I think there's a lot of belief involved, a lot of assumptions, I think, based on a lot of what you just mentioned with the cloth. And
Sorry, Gio, I say this respectfully to you, my guy. How do you possibly say belief is involved when literally modern day science says that they can't explain it?
because you're believing that modern day science, quote unquote, said something about explaining or not. You've never touched that cloth. You never met this man. It's 100% belief. It's not that different. Yeah, it's just. I mean, I'm not criticizing it for that. If it's, I mean, belief is a belief, but I'm just saying to like the ideas that modern quote unquote science, whoever those folks are. I mean, I know that the Catholic Church, and I'm not saying you guys are into that. I'm just saying the Catholic Church has a huge investment in keeping the Jesus story going and the Bible and all of that. So I wouldn't doubt that since NASA was involved in that Shroud of Turin thing, I would not be surprised if that whole thing is a massive deception to keep that narrative going, since the Catholic Church needs it for their whole kind of religious control system that they have set up.
They got their saints. They don't need Jesus. I don't even think they really like Jesus.
I have to agree with Gio. I mean, it could be real, it might not be, but really, we're kind of in no position to judge if it is real or not. We can only take what they say. We can only take what they say to be true with a grain of salt. So really, we're kind of the only thing that we have as actual evidence is the text itself, in my opinion. But I mean, you guys can go out and try to look at blood samples or whatever, but I don't think any of that exists after 2,000 years.
We heard you, but your mic's muffled.
You know, I'm sure that there's some day where verifiable scientific results will be able to prove that something miraculous or spiritual happened. Maybe it already has. I don't know. But I don't know. I don't know anything about this shroud of Turbin. So I mean, I can't really comment on it. But I don't know. I don't think that's what anybody's really supposed to be focusing on.
Well, it wasn't that we're focused on that. Somebody brought up evidence, so it's evidence.
I mean, even
Whether or not I've,
Sorry, go ahead.
whether or not I physically touched it or not myself, like, and I have to take anecdotal evidence. I mean, you know, and considering that a belief, it's like we do that on a large scale with many things. So, like, we're all guilty of beliefs by that standard.
But you're going to do it on that, whereas someone else is just doing it, saying that the moon boots in a museum went on the moon. Like, is it any different?
Well, no, it is different. It's different in the sense that you've got third party unbiased sources that have no association with the narrative, and for them to like kind of confirm something that's contradicting to their stories is to me is hard evidence.
So who are the third parties that have no bias in the biblical or scriptural narratives? Who are those?
I believe it was NASA, and who were the other ones, Killian?
I gotta look it up, but it's posted on the Wikipedia. I'll dig through it. Bear with me.
So you're basically telling me to trust NASA.
No, dude, no, and that's what Theo. Like you don't have to poison the well. You're bigger than that, dude. Right? Like from a standpoint of who actually went.
Oh, the other one was University of Jerusalem, who's like Israeli-based, Abrahamic belief that doesn't have anything to do with believing Jesus was the Son of God.
And to boot, like none of these guys had any religious connotation. These guys were strictly just sent there to investigate it for strictly a science-based standpoint.
And there was actually one more party. I can't remember.
So is this what you believe, Dysel? You think that God, the creator of the entire all of creation, incarnated into a dude's body? Is that what you're telling me?
I don't believe it.
The totality.
I don't know about the standard that you just gave me. Was it again?
Well, there's a perspective that like we're all like fingers of God, as it were, or of the creator. Like we're all aspects and holograms, holographic, etc. But if someone's trying to say something unique about the Jesus character and him somehow being connected to, so I'm just saying, like, you think that the source of all creation that created every insect and animal and human and every piece of matter that exists somehow incarnated into a human's body?
Yes.
No. Well, I don't necessarily believe that Jesus was God. I believe he was the Son of God, meaning that, like he gave part of his divine essence into a living being.
We don't all have that?
To be his manifested word. Well, it was specifically to be his manifested word here within this terrestrial realm and reality as as a sign, a miracle, you know what I mean? Evidence to a divine creator.
Well, that's not why he did it. Come on, Dyslow. You were so close.
Well, there's more reasons as to why he did it, but I'm saying from a non-believer's perspective that needs evidence, like this is hard evidence for me. And then the fact that there's significant evidence that he was a living being, actually existed, documented to be existed. And then as far as him being the Son of God, like this is where we start getting into other, artifacts.
Yeah, I mean,
But
look no further than the people who killed him.
Yeah.
Speaking of the killing too, I think Killian was saying earlier about all the like sacrificing, and I was just gonna ask, like, all of the focus on like death in terms of him being like killed in that way, like
Yeah.
for anyone who's into that spirituality, I just wonder, does that come off? Does that resonate as like a healthy focus to have spirituality based on like basically the death of someone, the murder of
So
someone?
here's
It's
the
so
thing.
interesting you say that, Gio, because it doesn't say anywhere in God's law that a human's blood can atone for your sins. I agree.
Well, actually, that's incorrect. Like in a weird way. It's the fact that a human has to die for our sins. We sacrificed animals, but they're never on our level. So they couldn't meet the requirement to wipe all sin out. And then we didn't do human sacrifice because that in and of itself would be against God.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Like,
So I'm getting there.
sorry.
So let's say you, Killian, or you, Geo, were, perfect. You wouldn't even be able to meet the requirement to satisfy all sin from all men ever. It has to come from God. That's the point. Because God is so merciful that He Himself put on flesh and came down, and He died in such a horrible and humble way. That's why we reflect on it, is because we see the marks that He took for our transgressions. Like the idea that it's like, just imagine like one of your siblings or your father lays down his life to protect you, like they died for you. It's that times infinity, like how true believers see the death of Christ. It brings on humility and conviction that we are not worthy, that our God died to save us when He had every right to just destroy us. He could have just done it again. The flood happened, He wiped us out, but He still saved us in His mercy through Noah. And when He came to die for our sins, that was the ultimate win for humanity, and ultimately God winning. But that's why we focus on it, is because it's not just some dude died. Like, it was our God in the flesh who,
all right. Okay, so let's get into that. Let me ask about that. So if somebody, like, in terms of sin, like if somebody does something wrong, something hurts somebody or steals or whatever it may be, they have their own repercussions for that. Maybe they'll end up in jail. Maybe they'll be whatever it may be. Reap what you sow, kind of thing. So first of all, why does somebody have to die for someone else's sins? And secondly, what did that death actually do? Because people still do things wrong all the time. Nothing is really forgiven. Like if somebody goes out and steals something, just because Jesus died and somebody believes that somehow He died for their sins, if they go and steal something, it's still wrong. They still have the repercussions. And Jesus dying, it makes no difference in that. So what? So what is it about somebody dying? Like, why is this religion based upon death and sacrifice? Why is it based on that? Why is it based on that? And then what does that actually do? Because you can't die for someone else's sins. Like somebody does something wrong, that's their deal to deal with.
Yeah, so it's actually very simple, right? So it's not just that, oh, I sinned this one time and I got in trouble or I got caught, I made up for it, and I didn't do that sin again. Sin is it's as if you were born. How do I say this? It's like the first sickness that can't go away, and it's hereditary, and it all started with Adam, and so he passed it on to everyone, so everyone is cursed with it. Everybody, everyone who comes from a father, like who has a father on earth. Everyone has sin. Everybody. So it's not just this dude did it. We're talking everyone from the beginning, all mankind. Okay. Number 2,
Even a baby.
God, even a baby.
Yeah, dude, this
But
makes no
like,
sense.
let's not. But it's not
Are you
black
just
and white.
proclaiming this now? Now you're just proclaiming that everybody has sin, and then now it's linked into this guy having to die for everybody.
Yeah.
Why are you not proclaiming that? How are you
So,
able to claim that now just everybody is just tainted?
Well, what do you mean?
You just told me that basically every human is just a tainted mess, and this guy had to, maybe you didn't say mess, but is tainted with sin. And then this guy had to sacrifice and have this bloody thing, and then the people like worship this guy's death. It's just very
So is
twisted.
it cool?
All very
And
twisted.
sin is still
Right.
here, and then you say sin is still here, even though he came and sacrificed it. And that's why this theology, this ideology that is a man-made doctrine of blood atonement, of that kind of sacrifice. That's why you get into these conversations, and people will challenge it, and it doesn't make any sense, and you
Right, so
can't
I'm
make
trying-
sense of
so I'm
it.
trying to-
That's
so I'm trying
not
to-
what happened.
I'm trying to explain it. So God required that these men sacrifice animals, sins, and for their people, so they would do like kind of like a group, like the priest would sacrifice for the people, all the people.
Does that sound healthy to you? Does that sound healthy to you?
No, because
Well,
that's not at all healthy. My understanding of a priestly sacrifice was making a meal, to have a meal with the Father, because that's what we do as people. If I want to make a business deal with you, we sit down and we have a meal together. That's very normal in society.
Yeah, that's part of it, but I mean, the sacrifice still happened anyway. So yes, these
You're
things happen.
focusing on that, though. That's why it's wrecking the whole point of your story.
Well,
Yeah, I was gonna say. It's not wrecking it, but it's diverting a lot from what Gio was specifically asking originally. He was like, "Why is it so focused on death?
Yeah,
and
so
why is
I'm trying to get to that. I'm trying to get to my point.
Sorry,
I'm
I'm
just
trying to.
back. Like I'm just leading up to my point because it's not just a simple one sentence thing. Like, so God required a sacrifice, right? So we did that. The people did that. Israel did that, and then His covenant was made with Israel. So the covenant was only with Israel. Now we come to Jesus. Okay, Jesus came. His mission was for the Jews to be saved, to recognize him as the Messiah. They didn't. They rejected him and they killed him. Okay, in that action of them rebelling against God, Jesus fulfilled kind of like his own requirement of final atonement. Okay, so he basically bargained with himself or sacrificed for himself to propitiate a propitiation. He stood in our place out of mercy. But it's not just we celebrate his death. That's actually not. We mourn his death. We celebrate his resurrection. So it's not that we take pleasure in his death or we worship his death. His death brings us conviction. Do you guys know what conviction is? Like it brings conviction upon us, but we celebrate in the life that Jesus has because he rose again, and then he the Great Commission. Okay, so it's not just we celebrate death and it's surrounded by his death. No, actually, it's the opposite. It's surrounded by his resurrection.
I think he's referring to the Catholics and how they always like got Jesus hanging on a cross everywhere.
Well, I'm not Catholic. I don't.
No,
Yeah,
I
but
know, but I'm just
he is
saying.
kind of celebrating his death in the fact that he's saying, if he didn't die, then he couldn't have made atonement for my sins. And that's where I would disagree at that point. Because the atonement for your sins doesn't come from the blood of a person or whatever. It comes from a priest doing a duty.
The blood of our God. That's who it comes from. It's not just a person. Like you can think of him as just a man who somehow holds a title of son of God or whatever, but like to me, he is God. He is Yah. He is the creator. He was there from the very beginning.
Yeah, so now you're going into a multi-personality God, like he's a schizophrenic God.
Yeah, how is he
Just real-
schizophrenic?
I just want to point out something really quickly that you had somebody asking you guys questions about Christianity, and you kind of neglected to like really let each other answer him, and then you guys just started fighting. And as a Christian, it kind of is cringe, guys. Do you realize that?
Well, he's asking, right, for answers to why everything is surrounded with death, and I think that's a big misconception. And I feel like you're just leading into it, saying, "Yeah, it is because of his death."
Did you not hear my answer? I said it's not about his death, it's about his resurrection. It's about the life of Jesus and the life that Jesus offers us, everlasting life. So if anyone tells you that you should celebrate his death, they are wrong. And they are wicked, in fact. Like, including the Catholics. If any Catholic ever says that, they are wrong. You know, like, apostasy isn't just a part of Christianity. Apostasy is found in every single religion. Every single religion. So it's not new for Christianity to have sex, right? That could be wrong. That could be heretical. You know, like, I don't sit here and be like, hey guys, you know, Jesus died and then period. No. Hey, he died for your sin. Recognize that. Be convicted that this holy, righteous, perfect God decided to come down to humanity and live a life like us. And he died one of the worst deaths imaginable, one of the most humiliating deaths for you. And then guess what? 3 days later, he rose again, right? So
Yeah, how
we
is
don't
it?
just
How is
stop
it for me though? How is it for me? How did this guy who died have anything to do with me and things that I do right or wrong or whatever it may be? How does him dying have anything to do with mine or anyone else's mistakes in life or things that they're doing that are wrong? How is it even related?
Because Gio, because now you do not need to be a part of the covenant that was held with the Israelites. Now Jesus, God, turned from them and said to everyone else, guess what? The doors are now open to you. The only requirement is to listen to me and to love me and accept me.
It's a
Do what I
requirement.
do.
It's a requirement to
The
love
one
him.
requirement that you need to go into heaven is to believe unto Christ that he died, that he rose again, and that he is God, that he is Christ the Messiah, right? That's a requirement. You don't need to make a covenant, you don't need a sacrifice, you don't need to do any of these things. You don't need to be a part of the Israel nation. You don't need to be a descendant of Abraham. Anyone now. That is the difference. Because before you had to be an Israelite. You had to be saved by being part of the covenant, under the covenant, right? No
And
longer that's
how do you know that this is not a cult of a death ritual made by men to deceive people into this cult? How do you know it's not that? I'm not trying to call you that. I'm just saying, how do you know that you're not believing a death cult based upon these tenets and these concepts of all these sacrifices and dying for being a sinner and then going to heaven? How do you know that that's not a death cult written by men to control people?
because I understand scripture, because I understand the Old Testament, because I understand what the patriarchs of the Old Testament said and wrote. And I know that isn't what it is, because I have eyes to hear, I have eyes to see, and I have ears to hear. And I do not see death cult because I can actually understand the beginning to Jesus to the end times. I understand it. I do not see death cult. I do not read death cult. When someone tells me about a death cult, my discernment tells me that is wrong, right?
Well, but you're mentioning sacrifice. You're mentioning this guy had to die for sins. You're mentioning that after he died, then there's these
Did I
requirements
tell
that
you to
you have to do.
sacrifice? Did I tell you to sacrifice?
So it sounds like a cult based on belief, based on death.
Did I tell you to kill yourself, or did I tell you to kill anyone else, or did I tell you to kill an animal? Did I tell you to kill anything?
No, but these beliefs that are based on requirements and death. You have to do these things, and then you're required to do these things, and then they're based on someone dying. And then the
Didn't I
base
just
is
tell you that
also
Jesus freed us
sacrificial
from
as
that?
well.
Did I not say that Jesus freed us from that?
Well, there's nothing different. People still do things wrong every day.
Nothing's
You just didn't free
just
anyone from
because people keep sinning doesn't mean nothing changed. That's not how it works. You can remain a unbeliever. You can reject God. You're free. You're completely free to reject God. I'm just here to
hold on.
warn you.
What you think is
God.
God. Yeah, what you think is God. That's irrelevant to me. You might think that and then judge and strike others down that we're not believing in God, but that's just
He
your
knows.
belief. You
I'm
just
not
believe
judging
in
him.
that
I'm not
story,
striking
and then
him
you're
down.
just using it as a judgment to push
That's
this
his right.
death cult and all these requirements that we all have to do to get on board with your thing, I guess.
Not really. If anyone here thinks that I'm pushing anything, I'm sorry. I'm not. You asked questions about my faith, right? You asked questions that is in regards to my faith, and I'm just here telling you about my faith. I didn't bring it up, Gio. You brought it up.
One Christian brother to another, dude. You sound a little preachy with a touch of sass. It makes me want to apologize for your behavior and say, hey, Gio, not all Christians are like that when asked difficult questions about their faith. I don't mean that.
I don't see what he did wrong.
Then you answer the question. I'll ridicule him on how he answered. You answer. Go ahead.
All right. Anyways, that's just my take on it, man. Nothing against you. That's just what I'm hearing.
I thought he did a great job answering those questions. And I thought
Thanks.
Gio asked good questions too. So it was actually a pretty good conversation all the way around. A little heated,
Gio,
but it was good.
Gio, I love you, man. I love the hard questions like that, but I do want you to understand that I'm just speaking from my faith. I'm never going to tell you what to do, man. I'll give you my advice, but that's it. I don't ever want anyone in this room to think that, like, I'm here to smack you in the head with the Bible. Like, I believe in it, and it's very important to me. It's a core value, the corest value I have, right? So I am going to talk about it, and I'm going to get passionate about it, and I do have some sass, and that's just my personality.
Yeah, no, it's all good, man. Oh, God.
No, I was just going to say, I didn't mean it. Somebody was like, yo, answer the questions before you ridicule. I wasn't ridiculing you, dude. I was just speaking from my heart, and I could have been wrong. I might be too sensitive. Who knows?
Yeah, I was asking questions more like in an interview form to try to understand how, like, how your mind works, I guess, in these beliefs, I guess, and in these ways. So it was more based on that. And then it did seem like as the conversation went, it was like, now all of a sudden it got turned around and now I'm denying God, whoever that person thinks God is. And then, so it just turned into like, now I'm just not believing the thing. And so I'm wrong, basically, is what it kind of was flipped around at.
Hey, Grizz, I have a question for you. I think you said something along the lines of, since Jesus was resurrected, all you have to do is believe to get in heaven. Is that correct?
Not just believe. Like, some versions say that in a weird way, but you have to believe unto Jesus.
What does that mean, believe unto Jesus?
It means to follow his 2 commandments, which are to love God with all your mind, all your heart, and all your strength, and to love your neighbor as yourself.
So you don't actually have to believe that Jesus was a historical figure that was resurrected. You just have to do those 2 things to get into heaven.
Well, you have to understand what those 2 things mean, and you have to hear me very carefully, okay?
Okay.
So, and hear me when I say the first commandment again, right? Pay attention to the words and the meaning of the words, okay? So you have to love God with all your heart, with all your mind, and with all your strength. What does that mean?
Well, I would presume it means something way more than any of us do, to dedicate our entire life and essence to serving God in some capacity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could be.
How do you interpret that?
I know that I have forgiveness, and as long as I, with my heart, have the intention to be following Christ with all my mind and heart and strength, he will let me in, because I'm doing the best I can. I have a sin nature. I'm dead to sin, and I believe that. But he knows all things, right? He knows all things. So as long as I live my life according to that, doing the very dang best I can, I have faith that I will enter the kingdom of heaven one day.
So we don't have to actually believe anything, and we don't actually have to love God with all of our heart. We just have to try our best. And I know that sounds like sarcastic or something, but it's a genuine question.
So James writes about works, and he talks about how between us men and even believers, I'm not saying you're a believer or not a believer, but I'm just gonna just use it as an example. I can't see your faith. I can only see your faith by your works, because I'm a man. I can't read your heart. I can't read your mind, right? So between men, we don't see each other's faith. We see each other's works, and that we say is attached to faith, right? But God sees all. God sees the heart. So it's like saying, "Oh, just do a couple Hail Marys, and our fathers, and you're saved," right? Like, no, that's not how it works. Like, we have the I have the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit convicts me, and I repent, which repentance means to turn away. So I repent, I turn away from whatever sin I was doing or was about to do. I turn away from it, right? So with me, like, the way I live as a Christian is it's daily, and it's almost every moment. I try to pray unceasingly. I try to talk to my God all the time, and that leads my life. I don't make any decisions before talking to God.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is what's the mechanism in which we're saved? Like, at first it seemed to be belief or faith, and now it seems to be like an earnest effort. Like, that's not very coherent to me. So what is the actual mechanism in which we're saved?
Yeah, like Grizz, before you were silent, let me jump in and just maybe reiterate or what he's saying too, because I'd like to know that thought as well. So, if in terms of this idea that Grizz, if somebody in your mind is not saved, and then they were to be saved, what are the exact mechanisms or steps? What are the steps they'd have to go through, or what is your on how that would happen? And then what's the mechanism that would in your belief system or in your viewpoint that would
So
get
you have
that to because I feel like I was asking questions, and I kind of did feel like I ended up being preached to and then being told to somehow
I'll give you the
hold on, let me just finish. I just feel like the end of it was like I felt like I was being kind of coerced into doing something different, whereas I was just trying to kind of interview and ask questions.
Yeah.
And then it ended up being like why I'm not doing the right thing or whatever. But it doesn't matter. Just go ahead and
So this is the Christian answer. Confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in their heart that God raised him from the dead. That's what you have to believe, okay? You have to confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is Lord, that he died and was raised from the dead. That's it. That's what you have to do. You have to confess that and believe it in your heart.
Okay, so then without being rude or critical, and I'm truly not trying to be rude, but I did call it a death cult. How is that not a death cult? If the very thing I need to do to be saved is to accept that this man died, death, and was killed and murdered in the way you just said, how is that not a death cult or similar to something like that?
Okay. Let's say we're in a courtroom. You're in a courtroom. You're on trial for everything you ever did wrong. Okay? You're standing before the judge. The judge is about to hit the hammer, and you're about to be put to death forever. You're going to die, and you'll have nothing good. Nothing good comes from it because you're sinner. You're guilty. You're guilty as charged. He's throwing you in the slammer. They're going to kill you. But then Jesus comes in. He steps up to the plate, and he takes your punishment. are you not going to thank him for setting you free and taking your place? The place that you were going to go to was hell. And you're not going to thank him? Like, that's what, I'm being sassy, but like, this
just to
is
answer
how
your question real quick, Gio. I would say to that, show me one person that doesn't have death in their future and one religion that doesn't have death involved in it.
Thank you. I think every religion.
The thing he said though is that in order to be saved, because that was the question that was asked, and then what were the things he said? You have to verbally say that Jesus died on a cross, right, and then died for our sins. And then was that the main?
I don't even know. What about
and that
somebody
he was
that
raised from the dead?
So, like, if I were to quote unquote be saved right now, I need to like. That's what you're claiming that needs to be done. I need to be involved, like, accept and proclaim the way this man was murdered. And I need to accept that, and then I need to, like, be involved in this guy's murder, basically.
So it's okay, Gio. He died for you personally and everybody else. So that's why it's so cool.
So, Gio, you're perverting it a bit, and you're perverting it
because somebody died.
I don't know why this is so.
Like, I'm not even focused. That like I'm a Christian and I'm not focused. Like I don't even think of it the way that you're thinking of it right now. Like that's not how my brain or my spirit functions when it comes to his death. Like I come to the cross in humility. I don't know. It's
It's just a metaphor to you.
No, it's not a metaphor. It's just like you're perverting it. It's like I don't know. I don't know, Gio. It's weird.
You don't see it like an actual murder. You see it more like something beautiful.
No, like he was murdered for sure. Like, yes, I understand that, but like the way Gio.
We'll say the things again. Maybe I didn't repeat it. Maybe I didn't repeat it correctly. So, if you think someone who isn't saved were to be saved, what were the two things, word for word, that you said? You need to proclaim.
Believe in their heart that. So, confess with their mouth that Jesus is Christ, and believe in their heart that God raised him from the dead. So he's confessed that he's Jesus Christ, like that he is the Christ, and that God raised him from the dead.
So, what rubs me a little bit the wrong way is, what do you mean by believe? Like, you have to be 100% positive? Can you be 50% positive? Can you think it's a possibility? Like, even after Jesus was
faithfully believing with all your heart.
Well, yeah, but like, even after Jesus was resurrected, his apostles didn't believe it at first.
Well, they say a mustard seed size of faith can move mountains. So, I mean,
that's why
that's the measure.
When Thomas went up to Jesus and he asked to put his finger in his wounds, Jesus says to him, "Thomas, you see me and you don't believe. Blessed are those who believe and yet do not see." So, Jesus, Thomas,
like my wounds are fake. You can't actually check them out.
Huh?
Was he saying his wounds are fake? Like don't check them out, because then you'll find out that I faked it.
No, he just couldn't believe. Like he had unbelief that this was actually the same Jesus that he was with prior to the crucifixion, and so his burden of proof was to touch his wounds, to see that he is real and he's actually alive, and that these wounds prove that he is that same Jesus.
Yeah, but so this is a very spurred out question, but like, what percentage do you have to believe? Is it 100%? Does anyone actually believe 100% that? Like, I'm not sure.
Do you believe that if you stop eating and drinking water, do you believe you're going to die?
Dude, just answer.
That's equally spurred.
Do you believe that?
I mean, I assume that, yeah.
So how much doubt might you have in all of this and still be able to pass through and just be like, yeah, it's fine?
I have no
I just
doubt
want to.
about,
I just
about my
want to point
God.
out that Kosho's only 99% sure he's a man. So
Well, the
Okay,
thing I was gonna,
but
the
still,
thing I was gonna ask, I mean, Grizz, the thing is though, like, let me ask you, like, how have you gotten to the point where you believe that? Because if you don't have any total evidence for it, I mean, there's people that believe the moon landing, all kinds of stuff, and I'm not trying to make that exact correlation, but I'm just asking you, how have you gotten your mind to believe, if you believe this, where have you like? How have you gotten yourself there? Is it just like, is it a blind belief? Is it just faith? Like, what have you gone off that has actually made you think that it's true, or even to believe it?
Can you ask me that same question after he answers? Thank you.
I'd like to be after Platypus, thanks.
So I wasn't always a Christian, but I'll save my whole testimony. When I did become a Christian, I'll just say this. I've been studying for 17 years, and within that time of accepting Lord Jesus Christ as my Savior and believing that He died and rose again, I have seen miracles and I've performed miracles in the name of Jesus and by the power of Jesus. And He has proven to me that He is real.
What miracles, pray tell?
I have been healed. I have healed. I have spoken in tongues. I have translated tongues. I have prophesied and have been given prophecy. All have come to pass.
what if I could claim I did all those things, but like didn't use the framework of the Bible or Jesus or any of that stuff, but was able to perform those same kind of things? Is that possible?
Yeah, it is. It is possible to see miracles, because there are still demons who do fake miracles. So the spirit world is real. There are angels and there are demons. There's good, there's evil, and both are powerful in their own right, but one is more powerful. One is true. One is good.
I mean, I'm not like I'm saying all those things, right? Healing a sick person. All right.
The one thing you can't do is raise the dead. That's the one thing Satan can't do.
Yeah,
Can't raise the dead.
I'm not saying I did that, but you're not either, and really no one else is saying that they did that except like maybe a surgeon, but
or omnipresence. He doesn't have like a lot of capabilities. It's not just one thing.
I think Platypus and maybe Killian wanted to answer that too, maybe.
Please.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it as short as possible. So my entire search for God was predicated on two things. Can you have creation without a creator? And is morality objective or subjective? And when I came to the logical conclusions that there must be a creator and that morality must be objective, I then asked, why would this creator give us free will? And what are the repercussions for doing the things that feel bad? And that's as far as logic was able to take me. Then I had to take a leap of faith, and I had to really do my own research to understand what all the different religions basically said about this. And it makes the Christian narrative as to the fall and why we have free will and why things were so violent in the past, and why they're still violent now despite Christ's return. All of those answers seemed to have the most logic behind them. That's it.
Thanks for sharing that, Platypus. From my standpoint, I went back to the 7-day creation story, the original light, what was created on the second day, how we in fact observe second law of thermodynamics, entropy, medium required containment, and how the firmament exists. Then after the firmament, you have the introduction of the lands, then you have the introduction of the celestial bodies, then you have the introduction of the things that go in the water and on the land. Then comes the story of Adam and Eve, their 3 sons, and literally Jesus is of that lineage of the third son, as we all are. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.
This concludes Bible Hour.
Oh yeah, last part. We also have record of Pontius Pilate being in power in Jerusalem at the time of his death. I think it's he was in power around 29 AD, which is interesting. We also have record of King David as well.
Also interesting, not a pilot.
Do we know?
Hillian, I'm hearing what you're saying now. So, do you think it's fair that you allowed to propose a creation story upon someone that has a totally different viewpoint on creation or their own existence? Do you think that is fair to push that narrative onto someone else?
Not at all. Projecting your truth onto
Cool.
somebody only creates another person that you have to continue to project the truth to.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks, man.
Thanks for the question, dear man. Appreciate that.
You know,
Sorry.
It's like an interesting book, though. Go ahead.
I was just
Well,
going to say. Sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry. This is a bad four-way stop.
I was just going to say, I was reminded of Louis Theroux on Joe Rogan, because I stopped watching Joe Rogan, but then every now and again he'd have a guest on that I was interested in, because I used to watch his documentaries back in the day. You know, he went and stayed with the Westboro Baptist Church. That guy, you know, Louis Theroux, and he talked about he was talking to a Muslim, because Louis is like an atheist, I guess, and he was talking to a Muslim. And they were talking about faith and whatnot, and Louis was saying, "Well, I've got faith in humanity and that kind of thing." And he was going through his, what he thought he based his morals on. And this Muslim guy kept saying to him, "Whose authority is this on though? Whose authority?" And then what made me laugh is afterwards, his producer kind of said to him, he kind of owned you in that in that little debate you had, because that's kind of interesting, isn't it? When somebody says, "What's it based on? Where's the foundation? Where's this moral foundation come from?" So that's kind of interesting, don't you think?
Andy, yeah, no. So I don't think it's that funny. I don't know if you're finding it funny because I just hear you laughing, but yeah, I don't think it's that funny, man. I think everyone's got their own perspective of reality, creation, of where they come from, and I think you can learn from a lot of people of what this place is. But Dan, I don't think it's fair to push anyone's reality onto anyone else. I think everyone's reality is their own reality.
Hey, Bierman, on that note, like, I was just thinking about, like, Gio had read, like, some of the I guess the percentages of people that, like, expressed that they were of one religious modality or another, right? And I was just thinking about how that breaks down, and it's like half of everybody here is, like, Christians, and then, like, I mean, but that has its own rainbow, too, right? And then everyone else is like their own, what's a rainbow of all that. But if you think about how outnumbered the slivers of us are that are putting and piecing together our own internal spirituality and, picking from so many different things, philosophies and putting, trying to put ourselves back together, I guess, put our understanding together. The Bible is something like that. Can do that too, right? It seems like if I was completely, like, broken in life or something like that, it's possible maybe I could pick up a Bible and I could put myself back together one brick at a time, maybe, right? So I think it's a great tool like that for humans to have something like that. And also we're trying to do the same thing. We're putting our own sort of Bibles together, if you will. You know what I mean? It might have a page of this book or that book or whatever, but eventually we get something that, like, is so true to us, it's so individual, and we're like one person out of all these others that all have done that. So it's just, for me, it seems like a little bit squandering of time to kind of, like, talk about Christianity is something that's already been something for a very long time. It already is a topic on its own. I think us that are kind of looking for our own inspirations in life that may or may not have something to do with on the borders of of Christianity is something interesting. But trying to figure out how to be adherent to the laws and tenets of a book is not interesting to me, and I think maybe it's not interesting to other people too.
Snacks, that's actually beautifully said, and I would agree with you with most of what you said. I don't want to get into the nitty gritties of what I disagree with, but my issue is that I was brought up Christian as myself. I'm from South Africa. We are generally a Christian culture, at least in the community that I was brought up in. But recently I was introduced to alternatives, and I took the onus on myself to look into the alternatives and to try and make sense of it. And I said to myself, wow, a lot of these alternatives make a lot of sense to myself. And then I realized there's no book or writing that could tell me what I am experiencing, except myself can tell me what I'm experiencing and what I think I'm experiencing. The book, etc., could guide me, and when you read into the I would say the removed books of what Jesus was saying, especially the Book of Thomas, it was incredible. That was a big eye opener for me, and if anything, I would say Jesus was preaching something totally different. To This is for me, guys. I'm not saying this is what Jesus is saying. For me, it makes more sense that Jesus was preaching something totally different to what the Christian community is actually presenting, or what was presented to me as a Christian. You guys may be presented something different as a Christian. For me as a Christian, the way it was presented to me was totally different to what the Book of Thomas, of what Jesus said in the Book of Thomas, at least, and it resonates way more with me. If I look at into alternative viewpoints. But yeah, I appreciate the discussion. I just think it's disgusting for anyone to push any narrative onto their beliefs or understanding of reality. Unfair. Disgusting is probably the wrong word.
Peer pressure and religious philosophy shouldn't cross this stream. We don't cross those streams. We shouldn't do it. But you should really consider Vedic cosmology. I don't know, man. It's like a lot of the cool kids are doing it right now.
Yeah, dude, I look at all of them. I hear what's being said. What resonates with me is what resonates with me. But still, in the end, I'm going to make my own assumptions and beliefs. I don't think anyone should tell you what to do and how to do it. I think I personally think it's wrong. You've only got so
At the
much
end of
time.
the day, really, I think at the core of any of these things, it's about does your shit match reality, and what are the works that it makes you do? Because those works are really only the continual thing. It would be nice if we could consider that our spiritual enlightenments are actually doing shit in the world for anybody but ourselves, you know. But really, it's things that we enact and things we do. That's the measure of anything, really.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone that I interact with. I think everyone's got their own experience in life, if you want to call life. When I call life something, I would say that that's existence. If anything, that is time. And I get horrible comments on my videos that I post with regard to the work that I do. And for me, dude, I'm doing this out of honesty, and when it comes to the whole religious aspect and things like that, dude, I'm just sharing my experience. And when you get those sort of comments, it's like, wow, man, is someone really discrediting my own experience? It's gross. It's really, really disgusting. And I think Christianity is beautiful. I think Muslim is beautiful. I think Buddhism is beautiful. Everything is absolutely fantastic what they do. When someone wants to say one is wrong and the other one is right, that's going to be pure perspective, because of my experience, I'm sharing that is I've seen the wrong in what's being presented in a lot of these discussions.
That's the issue that I have from a standpoint of having these discussions is It's one thing for us all to sit down and have a respectful conversation, debate, whatever it is about whatever it is we're talking about. What gets me is when people start to laugh. That's where it's like, well, okay, well, what are you laughing at first and foremost? What's your reason for laughing? And have you ever taken the opportunity to talk with somebody who actually has substance to bring to the conversation, observing scripture, not even religion, right? Not even the perversion of religion with these different clubs of Catholics, Christians, Hinduism, so on and so forth, but just like what's written in the book, what's stated.
That's all we have, Killian. If you think about it, it's not all we have. I think what you have, what you can present, is something extra. But if you want to go look back and say, okay, maybe I'm wrong, what did they say before? Then you can refer to these books and you can compare it. But still, man, it's your life. You've only got what, 70 years maybe to live this place. Share your experience. It's as weird as it may sound, is yeah, dude, I think it's important to hear everyone's perspective on what they think this place is and
Yeah,
where it
but
goes.
like, well, it's not like there are Satanists that come in here and try to like be like, oh, well, you guys need to believe in Satan because he's obviously more powerful, and all these other things. You know, you guys are just kidding yourselves. Whatever, right? That doesn't happen, right? But it's like, it's nice that you know. I'm glad that they get to experience like their chat. I'm not going against any of that. You know, I'm just saying it's nice for them to understand. I guess the individual viewpoints do exist where they don't comport with this standard sort of set of biblical presumptions. You know.
Yeah, just to be clear on what I was saying about that story with Louis Theroux, I wasn't laughing at Islam. I was laughing at the fact that Louis, from a secular position, was trying to, well, it's this attitude, isn't it? They almost talk down to people, like, oh, you believe these things? And then afterwards, Louis' producer, you know, whispered in his ear, that guy kind of owned you in that little debate you had. And it just made me chuckle, you know? So
Yeah, but one thing that kind of gets me is like Grizz said, for instance, that you have to believe that's the prerequisite to salvation. So if you truly believe that if someone else doesn't believe in Jesus or whatever, that he was resurrected, why wouldn't they be trying harder to convince us to believe? Like if they actually care about us, it seems like that would be the only thing they would ever talk about to try to save us from eternal damnation. But instead we have like a lot of, well, people just believe different things, it's okay. And so to me it just doesn't really match up that they truly believe that.
well, this is what Alan Watts used to say. If they were truly what they say, then they'd be banging on everybody's doors, wouldn't they? That's what the this is like the Westboro Baptist Church position.
I
you know?
totally disagree with that, and I think I could destroy that sentiment very easily. I was pushed away from Christianity for a very long time for exactly that type of behavior. People after, trying to get after me to save my soul and giving me a whole lot of really weird and wrong information. And it wasn't until I found out that my mainstream understanding of Christianity was totally wrong that I started realizing why I'm so calm when other people are talking about Christianity, and I'm like, no, or not Christianity, and I'm like, that good for you. Go on your spiritual journey, live this life, and experience the spiritual, essence, the beauty of it, because it is a journey, and it's taken me to a place. It's going to take you to a place. Is it the same place? I don't know, but I would never see when I. Another thing is, I would never want to push. I was pushed off of my spiritual path because of Christianity. And it could have been any religion. It could have been Muslims, or it just depended on where I grew up. But the way that people tried to force religion on me sent me to a very nihilistic, atheistic place. And then, back to a spiritual place, but not, any.
It's almost like a Platypus. I feel almost like it's like the same dude talks to both of us, and just but to me, he's like, hey, don't go for all that stuff, because like I'm gonna send you all these like symbols and experiences through your life. They can say like it's not about all that, it's about something else. That's just where
Platypus,
I feel like I'm at,
Platypus, I'd actually love to have the discussion with you regarding this, because this is my recent path or journey, if you want to call it that. Is I was brought up Christian, man, and I believed in all these sort of things, in the sense of believing that I'll be saved and I just need to be baptized and everything will be fine when I pass away. And I started realizing, wow, wait, there's more to this than what's being presented. And I don't know if it's the way that Christianity is being presented to us, or if you're presented with Christianity where you need to go really look into it and try find out what you can for yourself. That is what led me away from the way it's been presented to us, and started delving into a better understanding of where Jesus, or not where, what Jesus was presenting, and what this actual place is. And that's what's been an absolute fascinating journey for me in the recent months and years.
Yeah, don't stop. Keep on your journey. That's. Was there a question? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying, dude. I think it's the way you said what you said was, dude. It resonates with me. It's wowness. It's very few people that you can actually have this discussion with without being called a name or being told that you're wrong. Except that what you just said, now, dude. Keep on your journey, and I appreciate that so much, because this is my journey. I'm alive right now. I'm experiencing this right now. Whatever I'm doing right now is for me, makes sense, and I appreciate what you said. And even if it's against what you understand or believe, dude, the fact that you just said it's your journey, dude, thank you. I appreciate that. You're someone
Yeah,
I can have a discussion with.
I'll even go a step further. I'll make it very clear. I am a monotheist in the idea that there is a hierarchy of gods, and there is one God that created all the other gods. You heard me right. Muhammad, Chinese god, Krishna, Mithra, Horus, Kronos, Zeus, Thor. I believe all of those gods are real. I believe you can pray to them. I believe they can do stuff. I'm sure they're real, but I do not worship those gods. Does that make me a polytheist? No. I believe in one capital G God, the creator of all. Now that's gonna make a lot of Christians upset. I'm sorry. That's just what I've read through I still do consider myself a Christian, but I don't think that any of these other people's experiences are untrue. I had many experiences before I was a Christian with all kinds of weird stuff. Sorry, weird is not the right. With all sorts of spiritual undertakings. I have hundreds of hours of meditation. I've done hallucinogenics. I've fasted. I've done all kinds of weird stuff to try and. I keep using that word. I don't mean to.
No, dude, weird is perfect. I've loved the word weird. I don't want to be that asshole that just leaves. But there's a guy that's fucking commented on my videos on YouTube that's in MMA now, and I want to confront him. I want to join this discussion again, and just excuse me for a bit. I just want to hop into MMA just to have a confrontation, if you want to call it that. But yeah, weird is not the wrong word.
All right,
you're
take
right.
the heels off and get it done.
Cool. I'll be right back. I'll be back.
Cheers.
Hold my necklace.
Somebody hold my ear.
Hold my ear too.
That's a bit weird sentiment, because normally it's like the antithesis of that. What the fuck's going off? I mean, sorry, but normally it's like, oh, I don't want to be, confrontational or something like that.
It's the summer months are coming on. He's going wild.
Beer man flew over the cuckoo's nest. I'm really curious though, because he's not somebody that talks, as you said earlier, Andy, who goes for confrontation often.
I don't know. I just, I'm not. I shouldn't comment.
It's all good. He'll be back soon.
Just
Oh, go ahead.
no. Sorry, there's so much I'd like to say, but I just who knows. Anyway, people, there's no so queer as folk. Anyway, I was gonna say the thing I like about what I talk about a lot, which is stillness. It doesn't require belief. Not only does it not require belief, but any idea in your head is just going to block you from that. It's just going to be an obstacle. That's why I love it so much. You know, my brother made me laugh not so long back because I was talking, because I love to talk about Jesus and that kind of stuff, and he went, "Yeah, the minute Jewish suffering comes into conversation, I get a bit paranoid. I get a bit suspicious." Because we've both, looked up a bit about World War II. Anyway,
No, dude. A bunch of my friends are Jewish, but they're like, they're not like Orthodox or anything. And we were always joking. Like they'll be like, "Whoa, what are you doing? Being anti-Semitic towards me?" And I'd be like, "Dude, my God is Jewish. I love Jews."
yeah, the Jews are great people. It's just there's the handful that are spoiling it for the rest of them, and the rest of us.
Brazilians are great people, but there are a handful. Let me tell you. It is a gorgeous day where I am, everybody. Just want to let everyone know. I'm out on a lawn chilling.
Nice and warm here as well, dude, for time of year.
I just put a bunch of corn and cucumbers and pumpkins and beets and cabbage in the ground. And I'm harvesting passion fruits and making all kinds of wonderful drinks.
I love this sentiment. I'll post it in the thing. I mean, this sums it up perfectly. What follows is the last composition of Zendon, who had been in a youth a great beauty and accomplished poetess. 66 times have, with them, have these eyes beheld the changing scenes of autumn. I have said enough about moonlight. Ask me no more. Only listen to the voice of the pines and the cedars when no wind stirs. I mean, it just sums it up perfectly.
Oh, it's gonna seem a little abstract to some people, though.
As this one. You like Maestro Eckhart, don't you, Snakes?
I think that it
yeah.
I think it comes off as poetry to people who are reading this type of work translated. I was really into Zen Buddhism for a while, and tried to like study kanji, Japanese kanji, so I could read it, but it's like really tricky. I don't know. Have I told you guys my my theory on Asians and Asiatic languages? So Asian people can read each other's minds, and to fit in with human beings, they made up languages. Like all Asian languages are not actually a real thing. Like all the squiggly lines don't mean anything. It's a big conspiracy.
That's pretty good.
I'm sorry. I don't know why. I don't know why.
Pretty good. I like that. That might be right, actually.
I hope so, dude.
Actually, you just gotta squint your eyes a little bit, and it comes out really clear and legible.
You can do that.
Listen to this. I'll read you this. Some people want to see God with their eyes as they see a cow, and to love him as they love their cow, for the milk and cheese and profit it brings them. This is how it is with people who love God for the sake of outward wealth and inward comfort. They do not rightly love God when they love him for their own advantage. Indeed, I tell you the truth, any object you have in your mind, however good, will be a barrier between you and the innermost truth. I mean, he couldn't have spelt it out any better than that, could he? There's no wonder he got so much shit from Catholic Church.
Since I'm Meister Eckhart, yeah, he was a G.
Hey, you guys, what is love?
I think it's the quality that where someone else is not going to hurt you anymore. Yeah.
The correct answer was to follow the question was "Baby, don't hurt me no more."
I think if you were actually listening, you would have heard that I was laying that down super dry, like.
Oh, my bad.
That's all right.
So,
but I think we're all correct here.
Snakes, you're too good. You're too quick for him.
I was gonna say, wow, Snacks, that went over my head, and then I had to think back. I was like, oh, he did say that, yeah, huh?
Yep.
No, I really meant what is love, and how is what we all consider love not just discrimination?
Isn't that a good point, huh? Love is a concept, so therefore it's not even real. So it's like gravity. Get it out of here.
No, I think love is real. I just think that
it's a confusion, and sometimes we wonder: is this love that I'm feeling?
Stop. Are you doing more songs? I can't tell.
That's only if you truly want to know, though, right?
I'm just saying. That's just what I was thinking about.
What's love got to do with it?
Non-song lyric answers for me. I'm open. My DMs are open. Well, I mean, okay, the reason I brought that up was because of what Andy read. And
I thought somebody broke your heart, like you're achy, breaky.
Nah, man, I got 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one.
Touche.
And that right there is true love.
Yeah, I wanted to let you guys have at the puns. You know what I mean? So I was
Thank
saving
you.
all that love for you guys.
Love is a rock.
Love is a rock. Like the country?
You don't let me just let my dog just.
I love lamb.
Love is a two-way deal, and if it's only a one-way deal, then it's just infatuation.
Well, even there, I could just say the two-way deal is just two-way discrimination. You're both just discriminating positively against each other. I'm just, is there some quality that where we don't use the word love? I think I remember the dictionary, I read it a while back. It said love is an affectionate concern for someone. But that's just fancy words for discrimination. It's like why is love? You know, like why do people have affection and concern for each other? Sometimes to their own detriment.
So are you saying there's like a positive connotation to discrimination? Because I always looked at that word as negatively and thinking about, I was like, is that the opposite of love? Is discrimination?
Well, you choose. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I would say that I didn't think of discrimination as like positive or negative, but I guess I can see how like in America, yeah, we think of discrimination as like against people for like color or whatever, yeah. But you know, I think you choose. I mean, you don't like run up to every homeless person you see and start like trying to nourish them back to health. And then there's people around you that maybe they're like doing bad stuff or not taking care of themselves, and you'll tell them. But it's like, what can you do? I don't know. It's weird. Am I making any sense? Fuck. Sorry, guys.
Basically, what you're saying is you can pick your nose, you can pick your friends, but you can't pick your friend's nose.
Those aren't song lyrics.
Oh yeah, my bad.
You would I think if you I'm not a parent, but I think if I was and I had to choose between somebody else's kids and my kids, I would choose my kids. And I would say that I did that because I love my kids. But I think at the end of the day, I just discriminated. It's like, this one's mine. It looks like me, came from my wife. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
What if the other kid was going to be like somebody that like revolutionized, saved millions of lives, and you knew that in advance?
I'm super selfish, dude. If that was my son or daughter, that's all there is to it. Even if it meant I had to die and I lived in the scenario where, the advancement, the medical technology or whatever the kid produced.
It comes down to because you you know them more than your friends' kids. So like, if you know someone really well, there's a higher chance that you're gonna have more empathy for the familiarity and the knowing. If you don't understand somebody, how could you love them?
That's interesting. Is there a time qualifier for love?
Well, I've heard the saying, and I'm sure you all have, love at first sight. So maybe there is, maybe there isn't.
Well, then how would you differentiate that from lust?
I was specifically thinking of the Bible quote, "There is no greater act of love than throwing down your life for your friend." And it's very specific there, for a friend, to have a friendship. I have friends.
We said love at first sight. That's what I was talking about.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know how you could to say whether it was lust or love. I don't think I've ever had love at first sight. I've seen a lot of beautiful women.
Some people call me Shallow Hal, but I really think Kosho's mom's beautiful.
Speaking of, wow, I can't believe I was about to say that. Never mind. Has anyone seen or rather heard from Lemon Bird? Is that dude just gone?
I think he's been hanging out at that club, $3 bill or something.
Okay.
I'm not sure, dude. Who knows? I haven't heard from him in a while.
Yeah, me neither.
I think Lemon's writing children's book, and the first book is called My Pet Nipple.
That's fucked up, dude. I could have wore on with that in so many different ways, but I'm not gonna. Dang, Lion, you just missed the whole Jesus talk, bro. Where were you?
Fellowshipping with another ministry. I was just
I guess we'll have to do it over.
I actually left that ministry because I seen the thread over here. I'm like, hold on, let me step over here, see what's going on. I step in, everybody's quiet, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, Jeremy shut the room down, dude.
It's all good. I mean, I was curious because I wanted to hear what you guys were talking about, but I missed it.
Andy shut it down with West quotes.
Actually, did you hear, Snacks? They changed Rick and Morty. The guy, what's his name, who does the voice? He's left.
I let everyone have their Bible talk the whole time. Didn't even interfere.
Justin Roiland, I think his name is.
Didn't that guy get into some trouble?
I don't know. I don't know what happened, but he's left.
Let me look it up.
Killian, you there? Maybe not.
Yo, what up?
No, you said you had a question for me yesterday. I was curious. Maybe
Dude,
you could ask
hold
me
on.
now.
I gotta look it up. Bear with me. Thanks for the space, dude, and the question, obviously. Is this the location of the Battle of Armageddon? Have you heard about this? Megiddo?
Yeah, bro. I'm an expert on that.
Guy, talk to me about it. I heard about it for the first time the other day, and it blew my mind. Obviously, like the panoramic shows a big bowl, and I mean, apparently, Scripture holds that like blood will fill this bowl.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Here, let me pull up my
Go
notes.
with it.
Give me a second. Not because it's actually at the North Pole.
Wait. Pull over for a quick second. It's at the North Pole.
Yes.
That's a twist I wasn't
That's
accepting
why
because
it's even crazier.
the lands appear to be lush and green.
Yeah. Hold on. 1 second. Yeah, we're not going. It's cloudy today, buddy. We're not going today. All right, hold on.
How do I spell this so I understand what you're talking about? Mark, what did you call it?
He's saying Armageddon, Megiddo. So let me read some notes for you real quick to give you some insight of why I don't believe that the Valley of Armageddon is the place that they call the right now in Israel next to a place called that mountain called. Hold on, man. Give me a second. Okay, here we go. So right now, it says, where is the location of Armageddon? Megiddo overlooks the Jezreel Valley, right? And the Jezreel Valley, there's an area near there where people, they used to call Gehenna, figuratively, because I guess like a lot of people who were burned, like there was a lot of human sacrifice that was done in the Jezreel Valley. There's a place there that the ancient Israelites literally called like the what they call it, man? I just said it.
The Lake of Fire, Gehenna.
Gehenna, but it wasn't the real Gehenna. Scripturally, the real Gehenna is not there. They figuratively said that because how many people were burned there, right? Not that it was the actual place of Gehenna, nor is the place of Armageddon located next to the Jezreel Valley, because if you study Scripture, the valley of Harmageddon, Harmageddon, the word Har is mountain in Hebrew. Megiddo, roughly translated, depending, it either means a mountain of appointment, mountain of assembly, or mountain of congregation. Right? That's what Armageddon means. It's mountain of assembly, mountain of appointment. And when you translate into the Greek, in the Greek they have a word for the gimel, or the letter for gimel can sound like a guttural G, right? Or it could be an H in the Hebrew. In the Greek there is no H pronunciation for the gimel. It's strictly guttural. So that's why in English we get the word Armageddon. Long story short, I'm not trying to get into the minutia of it all, but this place cannot be the location of the mountain of Armageddon, because it's that place right there. There's no mountain there, bro. It's a little hill, dude. Go look at it on Google Maps, bro, and you'll notice the elevation there does not fit what we see described in Scripture as the mountain of assembly. So with that being said, so where could the mountain of assembly actually be if it's not where Israel is today? Well, geographically, both Enoch and Yoel described this place at the navel of the earth, right? In the center of the earth. So it says here, mountain, Har is mountain, and Megiddon or Megiddon, place of crowds or assembly or appointment. Armageddon, the hill or city of Megiddo, where the wicked will be gathered. Every single soul will be gathered. In Revelation when it says that all the souls will be gathered and every knee shall bow, right? This is the place of assembly, where on Judgment Day, all the souls who have ever lived since the first man, right, including the Melachim, right, every single consciousness that has ever been brought forth from everlasting, right, everything that's ever been brought into existence from non-existence will be gathered on this day of appointment since the beginning of time. Can you imagine that crowd? Right? And it says here, the first use of Megiddo in the Bible is a place named by the Canaanites in Joshua 12:21, of which Nephilim were among them, referring to the valley in Israel which would continue such name. This is now known as the Jezreel Valley in northern Israel. However, Hanok or Enoch wrote of this thousands of years before as the accursed valley at the North Pole, from which the nations of the world will curse and fight Yeshua when he returns. Once again, as with the heavenly Mount Zion next to it, heavenly Jerusalem and ancient Eden, these are at the North Pole, not Israel. That is where Enoch is located in offering these directions. And Enoch describes with great detail this place. He describes the valley of fire. I mean, not the valley, the lake of fire that's located next to this valley, this accursed valley. This place shows up in many instances in scripture, and it describes the area of the North Pole that where everybody wants to know what's at the North Pole, right? Where there's no satellite imagery there. What's there? Well, different cultures, whether it's the Hindus, right, the Buddhists, they all describe this area. There's a tree there. There's a garden there. Well, the Hebrews also corroborate what the Hindus and the other cultures have described is at this area. But from the Hebrew perspective, right, not to be dogmatic, it says that the Mount Zion is located here, what some call Mount Meru, etc. Okay, 1 second. There are 70 places named Eden on earth today, yet there is only one Eden and only one Garden of Eden. So even if there is, like, technically another place called Megiddo, does not mean that that's the one described in scripture geographically, because it's not, and the one in Israel. It says here, in the time of writing, Enoch experienced the days of the Watcher, fallen angels, and their progeny, the Nephilim giants, specifically in what would become Israel long after the flood. Enoch records that as that very place where the Watchers formed an oath in the days of his grandfather Jared to break. Yeah. Anyways, I don't want to get into all that, but let me get into this. Okay. I'm gonna post this famous map. You guys all seen it before. Give us some context. So this map. You guys have all seen this map, man. I don't have to, but I'm just gonna do it for the discussion. You guys already have it.
I was just gonna say Land of the Four Rivers, the North Pole.
Made by Mercator too. That's cool.
All right. So Enoch describes this area, and I'm gonna read it right now. It's in chapter 24. He says, I went from thence to another place and saw a mountain of fire, flashing both by day and night. I proceeded towards it and perceived 7 splendid mountains, which were all different from each other. Their stones were brilliant and beautiful. All were brilliant and splendid to behold, and beautiful was their surface. 3 mountains were towards the east, and strengthened by being placed one upon another, and 3 were towards the south, strengthened in a similar manner. There were likewise deep valleys, which did not approach each other, and the 7th mountain was in the middle of them. In length, they all resembled the seat of a throne, and odoriferous trees surrounded them. Among these, there was a tree of unceasing smell, nor of those which were in Eden was there one of all the fragrant trees which smelt like this. Its leaf, its flower, and its bark never withered, and its fruit was beautiful. I want to learn about all things, but specifically about this tree. And he answered me, saying, This high mountain which you saw, whose peak is like the throne of God, is the seat where the great Adonai, the Holy One of glory, the King of the age, will sit whenever he may descend to visit the earth in goodness. So, real quick, Enoch is actually seeing the area at the North Pole, and he sees a mountain, and he sees a throne that's not being occupied. So there's a throne that was preordained, predetermined already, and formed since the foundations of the earth were formed, right? And we see this over and over again in scripture where there are things that are set in place beforehand. So he already knows the end from the beginning. He already knew that judgment would come, and he had already created this valley, right, with the lake of fire nearby, and this throne already set in place that's not being occupied. But when on judgment day, he will sit on this throne. And as for this fragrant tree, no flesh has authority to touch it until the great judgment, in which there will be rightful punishment upon all and consummation until an age. Then it will be given to righteous and sacred ones. Its fruit will be food for the elect, and it will be transplanted to the house of God, the King of the age. All right, hold on. I'm gonna fast forward. Okay, this is the part where Joel, this is in scripture now. Joel says, because I was just reading Enoch. Enoch's not considered part of the canon. But anyways, Joel says, let the heathen be awakened and come up to the valley of Yehoshaphat. Well, we've heard of this valley of Yehoshaphat, but what does Yehoshaphat mean in Hebrew? Yehoshaphat in Hebrew literally means Yahuwah's judgment. The valley of Yahuwah's judgment. Well, where is this valley? Enoch describes this valley. In Joel it says, for there will I sit. He says, for there I will sit to judge all the heathen round about. Well, Enoch describes a throne. Well, in Joel, he's prophesying of the day of judgment where Messiah himself will sit on this throne. For there will I sit to judge all the heathen round about. Put ye in the sickle, for the harvest is ripe. Come get you down, for the press is full, for the fats overflow, for their wickedness is great. Multitudes in the valley of decision. Right? Multitudes. I'm talking about every single person who has ever lived will be gathered together. For the day of Yah is near in the valley of decision. The sun and the moon shall be darkened, and the stars shall withdraw their shining. Yah also shall roar out of Zion, and utter his voice from Yerushalayim, and the heavens and the earth shall shake. But Yah will be the hope of his people and the strength of the children of... Anyways, Enoch 26, 1-4. Then I said, what means this blessed land? All these lofty trees and the accursed valley between them. Then Uriel, one of the holy angels who were with me, replied, this valley is the accursed and the accursed forever, of the accursed forever. Here shall be collected all who utter with their mouths unbecoming language against Elohim, and speak harsh things of his glory. Here shall they be collected. Here shall be their territory. In the latter days, an example of judgment shall be made of them in righteousness before the Kodashim, or the saints. While those who have received mercy shall forever all their days bless Elohim, the everlasting King. And at that period of judgment shall they bless him for his mercy, as he has distributed it to them. Then I blessed Elohim, addressing myself to him, and making mention, as was meet, of his greatness. And then that's when we see in Revelation, to wrap up, in Revelation, he says, and I saw the dead, small and great, stand before Elohim, and the books were open, and another book was open, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books according to their works. And the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and Sheol delivered up the dead which were in them, and they were judged, every man according to their works. And death and Sheol were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death, and whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. And this is all at the North Pole, bro. I try to keep it short because I know a lot of people don't want to hear scripture. That's why I skipped a lot of it. But there's an accursed valley at the North Pole, and it's literally located at the base of Mount Zion. So picture a big mountain at the center of the earth, and the base of that mountain is actually in the earth. So this valley is at the region of the North Pole, but in the earth, right? And this is weird, and don't ask me how this is possible because I do not know. I know that Admiral Byrd talked about there being an opening at the North Pole. I have no idea. I've never been there. But Enoch describes in chapter 17 through 36 this area very detailed, meticulously. I'm only scratching the surface. But this mountain, its base is located in Sheol, right? And this mountain is so big that it goes through the earth, through Sheol, through our realm, and above. It actually penetrates. It could potentially penetrate even the firmament. Now, I'm not sure that it does, but the way that Enoch describes it does. Because he says that this mountain, which its base is in Sheol, and next to this base is the great valley of decision, the valley of Yehoshaphat, the valley of Yahuwah's judgment, the valley of the shadow of death. It has many names. The valley of Armageddon, the valley where all the souls who have ever lived shall be gathered and judged. Every knee shall bow, even Hasatan, will be forced to take a knee. This mountain protrudes through Sheol, through the earth, and at its summit, at its peak, is the Garden of Eden and the Holy of Holies and the dwelling of Yahweh. And it's located at the North Pole. It's trippy, man. It's nuts. But that's what many cultures describe this area in great detail. Enoch just seems to outdo all of them.
Thanks for sharing that, man. The It's humbling just to know that in fact, like we were throwing around the idea of Jesus earlier, but with respects to like Enoch being the dude that described everything, the celestial bodies, how they work, going around this track and the plane and so on and so forth. And then he talks about this. It's like, if he was so exact and accurate about the celestial bodies, why wouldn't he be so exact about the description of this? Again, thank you for sharing it, man. Appreciate it.
Wait, so what was that, Mister? Every person on Earth that's ever been lying, did you say, is going to be in this place?
Every soul who has ever lived, including those of that are made of spirit and water, like the angels and stuff. Everybody who has ever lived that has consciousness will be gathered together on this day, on this faithful day of judgment, and every knee shall bow, who has ever lived or ever have been brought to life. We'll all be there. Me, you, Killian, we're all going to be there that day, whether you believe it or not.
Well, I mean, in someone's imagination, and obviously now in yours, and that's a lot, isn't it? It's like it's a bit. I don't know. It's a lot of. That's a lot of folks. Sorry.
And this is exactly why I said earlier, like, we mention stuff and people laugh, right? Andy, I say this respectfully to you. I'm not demeaning in any way, shape, or form. But even if that lab in Jerusalem had the paperwork that we could produce the genome to identify Jesus and all these different things, right? There are certain things that have to play out in order for the scripture to be fulfilled. And literally, the naysayers, the scoffers, the mockers, those that existed when Noah swung his hammer for 120 years, and everybody's like, what are you doing? Ha, no, God's going to bring in the water. And Noah's like, yep. And he kept swinging his hammer, and only him and his family survived, right? This is the exact thing we're at. The purging, cleansing with fire, and then this secondary event that's going to happen that's going to change things, right? And dude, laugh, right? But I can't wait to again see you in the valley and high five you and be like, we made it. So it's all good, dude. It's all good.
I don't get it. I don't know. Certain things like my head won't just be like, it's like time travel. Just my head's like, no, I just don't get it. So I don't want to appear like I'm mocking. I just don't get it. That's all. And even that what you just said about Noah surviving, just him and his family, that doesn't make any sense to me at all. It just doesn't.
Yeah.
So
None of it does.
every person came from that one family. That doesn't make any sense to me either.
I know, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's quite the leap of faith. I don't know.
But apparently, this area of the North Pole, it will be increasingly a center of focus. It's going to be a place of focus for the years to come, generations to come. I think that more will be revealed. What's there? Like right now, nobody really knows, man. But we know everybody's waking up to the flat Earth. Everybody knows that there's things that are being hidden from us, both in the Antarctic region and in the North Pole. And if the ancients are true and these scriptures are true, bro, like there's a big mountain there and there's a boss on top of that mountain.
Yeah, I just see it as like more toys to play with. That's really what it is. That's what I see it as anyway. Like flat Earth, it's just some toys to play with, just for it's fun for a little bit. That's what these people put it out for. That's why they want the division on both sides. So we argue amongst ourselves. We don't get on. We don't fucking. We have our camps, so to speak. It's just a toy to play with for a little bit.
The end time battle is going to be at the North Pole. Like, this crazy battle is going to be at the North Pole. Like, that's going to be where all the nations will be gathered to fight against the kingdom of God, and it's going to be at the North Pole. That's why it's so insane. The origin of this name, the accursed valley in the North Pole, where the nations of the earth will be gathered to fight Yeshua in the end times battle. That is the Mount Zion of the beginning and the end. The real Mount Zion it will be the focal point in the future, and the war that is imminent will be at the North Pole, bro. And that will be increasingly, like, people will fight for terrain closer and closer to that area. And eventually there will be pilgrimage migrations to the North Pole to observe the feast. All the nations will be required to travel to there. Eventually, when things are revealed, as time progresses, these things will become revealed to mankind, and you no longer could deny Yah. And if you do, it'll be because of your own willful ignorance, because it's going to be very apparent, evident to all mankind that this mountain will exist. And if you don't pilgrimage to the feast, according to the scriptures, there will be no more rain. Like, there will be no rain in your country, whatever that means. But that's what the scriptures say. You don't have to believe that, but I tend to resonate with that.
Yeah, it sounds like it'd make a good Hollywood script. Yeah, I like your imagination, as much as the next guy, but yeah, if I end up at the pearly gates and I'm like, what, all that shit was true? Oh, fucking shit! Sort of thing, it's fine. If I end up just not being, even that doesn't make any sense to me. Just saying,
But Andy, you on a personal level subscribe to a creator, right? I've heard you proclaim that you've had your issues in the past, and you've prayed and said that, like, or you've had your interaction with that power, so to speak. Correct?
Yeah, but it wasn't really. I don't think of it like words. I don't think of it, like I said. I talk about that stillness that I'm always trying to guide people towards, and it's got nothing to do with words. In fact, words only get in the way of it. So it's got nothing to do with words. So that I could see why people who are obsessed with these words would be like, "Oh well, fucking hell, that's the exact opposite." We're talking about the God's word, the living word, and all this stuff. I don't know. It's all just concepts.
But isn't that why we're here, to express ourselves through the conversation, the art form of word?
Yeah, that's got its place, and it's wonderful. And I love words, so they're very difficult for me to then throw them all under the bus. Well, that's just how I feel about it. That's what resonates with me. Like, what's his name? Oh, Rumi said, silence is the language that God speaks, and everything else is a bad translation or a poor translation. That makes sense to me. But if you, I guess we've all got his. I'm going to say we've all got our own ideas, but they're not even your ideas.
No, you're on about your room. You're quoting your roomie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like everybody, you just
exactly. But I mean, that's the thing.
Roommate.
Is
I'm
my
sure
roommate.
it's poetic. Yes. Good.
But then I had to experience a little bit of that stillness. And then once I did, I was like, okay, this is a thing. And I equate that with prime mover. So yeah, it's weird. That's why you probably noticed I never try and define what I think it is, because I don't know what it is. So all these people that are saying they do, I just have my doubts. North is Lions. North Pole is Jerusalem. I don't think so. I think you were talking about like Armageddon or something.
No, the thing is that you have the heavenly Jerusalem, or the divine Jerusalem, which the Jerusalem Israel is named after. Right. So before you ever had even a Jerusalem, before Israel was even established as a nation, when the Israelites entered the Promised Land, the heavenly Jerusalem already existed, and Mount Zion already existed. And according to Jubilees 8, Mount Zion is located at the navel of the earth, and it is the dwelling of Yahweh in the place of the Garden of Eden.
What are you saying, that the throne of God is already on the earth?
Playing outside.
Yeah. So what is earth? We've talked about this before. What is the earth, right? And interestingly, both Enoch and Moses describe Eden before and after the flood being on earth. So, a lot of people believe that during the flood that Eden was taken up, but that's just presumptuous, because scripture never says that. There's a scripture in Baruch that kind of might I see how people might interpret that Eden was taken up, but it doesn't actually say that. It says that Eden was taken away from Adam. It doesn't say that Eden was taken up. The only thing that we do see that people assume that paradise is not on earth is because in Revelation, the kingdom comes down, right, to earth, meaning that it was never on earth, or isn't on earth. But when you study more closer to Enoch and the geographical locations, and you actually pay attention to the geography, you'll notice that Eden is on earth before and after the flood, and that when it was taken away from Adam, it didn't necessarily leave earth. It's still on earth. It's just inaccessible to us. And if anything, the mountain grew, and it literally went up. You know what I'm saying? So it's still on earth.
I would say the prophets say that there will come a time when his throne will be in Jerusalem and he will dwell among mankind. And you have verses, of course, also of the New Jerusalem coming down out of heaven from God to the earth. And of course, you have Isaiah, and you have Micah, and several prophets speaking of the Zion being firmly established upon the highest hills and highest mountains, and all nations flow into it. But before all that happens, you have to have people in a place called Jerusalem, and nations have to come against it to fight against this place and to pollute this place, even as it's being polluted today. And so that would be found in Ezekiel chapter 39, and that would be the war of Armageddon, as referred to in Revelation 16 and Revelation 19. So those people will be there, and the nations will come against it. And when we talk about, the North Pole, there's not really people there. And when we talk about the heart of the earth, Messiah spent how many days in the heart of the earth, which is considered the belly or the center? The heart or the belly being the actual center of the earth, or referred to as such. So there's many things to factor in. I have entertained in the past, the North Pole, and one river that breaks off into four heads. being, most people speak of the four rivers. They don't speak of the one river that they all come forth from. But yeah, I'm not in total agreement with you if you consider, Ezekiel, Isaiah, Micah,
Yeah,
Zechariah, Revelation. There's a lot of scripture to consider, a lot of things.
yeah, bro. I know that you weren't gonna agree because I've heard you before, and I still love you as my brother in Christ, bro. It's no biggie. But yeah, like David, clearly David was in Jerusalem. King David was reigning from Jerusalem right after the enter the promised land, and even he said in his psalms that the city of the great king, the city that lies northward, lofty in elevation, right? The heavenly Mount Zion. That's not anywhere near Israel, bro. It's northward, and he's talking about the heavenly Mount Zion, not Mount Zion, Israel today, but Mount Zion that's located at the North Pole, which is the dwelling of Yah, according to the book of Jubilees and the book of Enoch. And David corroborates the geographical location being north of Israel when he was alive in Psalms 48.
Yeah, when you speak of the Mount Zion during the millennial reign, um, there are different aspects as to what people call Mount Zion now, currently today. And the biggest differences there are the prophetic things that's going on in that place at that time. You have the 144,000 standing with the Lamb upon Mount Zion. You have the law going forth from Mount Zion. You have all the nations flowing to Mount Zion to learn the law, learn his ways, and walk in his paths, to beat their swords and things into plowshares. But yeah, there's when you talk about the valley of decision, or you speak of the valley of Hamongog or Hamona. If you go to Ezekiel 39, you'll see what happens there. When we speak of the marriage supper of the Lamb in Revelation and Armageddon, and that valley that he's speaking of, I think there's two valleys there, Jezreel and I forgot what the other one was called. But what you have is the birds, the fowl of the air. Of course, they come and they feast on the mighty men and the armies and such, and so they eat all their flesh and all of their fat, and that's at the point where the beast and the false prophet are thrown into the lake of fire. But the bones of those men that are left over in that valley, the valley which we call Hamongog, according to Ezekiel 39, they'll be burying those bones there, and they'll be visited after many days. But there's so many things to consider when you're speaking about where this battle is going to be, um, and who's going to be in that place when the other people come against it. There has to be people there. So if we're going to say the North Pole, we're going to have to say people are actually there. And if it's going to be the Valley of Decision where they're gathering all the nations against that place, it's not just against, Yah and his anointed. It's against his people and his land to pollute it. And so we can find that among the prophets also. So being that those people are there, why aren't all these people who are following Torah in the North Pole? And if they are, man, that would be kind of wild, right? If you are right, that would be kind of weird. I don't know if anyone's talking, but if anyone's privy to what's going on in Israel right now, I know some people are observing Feast of Tabernacles, this being their 8th day, where they hold like a solemn assembly. But I don't know if you're privy to what's going on over there. If someone is, if you want to speak on it, go ahead. I'm just gonna put myself on mute for a while.
No, I'll respond. I got my son with me who keeps bugging me. But Psalms 48, I just posted it. Now there's different translations to this, describing it a little bit different. But like the ESV says, "Great is the Lord and greatly to be praised in the city of our Elohim, his holy mountain, beautiful in elevation, is the joy of the whole earth. Mount Zion in the far north, the city of the great king, within our citadels." I think that's how you say that. Elohim has made himself known as a fortress. And there, this is not just private to the Hebrews. This was something that was corroborated by many different cultures, that there's like this great mountain at the north, bro, and that there seems to be something divine that's going on there. And this place is not accessible to us. It's inaccessible, whether because of our flesh, we're limited. We can't. Not only is it extremely cold in these regions, but like I think that there might be even some magnetic thing that's prevent you. I think that even if you were able to get close to the north or the navel of the earth, I don't think that we'd be able to. I think that supernaturally we are being prevented from getting there, bro. I'm curious to see if anybody could actually reach the North Pole successfully and come back with a true report. Apparently Admiral Byrd was able to. Some of that stuff's kind of not too credible. Like there's a journal that was released that apparently was Admiral Byrd wrote it, but I don't know.
Well, one of the first things I had said when I come into flat Earth was we were speaking about the North Pole, and I was speaking of the Garden of Eden and the one river that springs into Four Heads or comes to Four Heads. And I was speaking of the angel that had the sword spinning so they couldn't enter back in to Eden, and we were speaking of the northern lights and if there was any relation there. So I have entertained those types of things. I've never said that Eden had went away from the earth, and I'm no part of that kind of teaching. I'm more like you in the fact that if that place is on the earth, you're now going in there. I mean, is the angel still there? Of course he would be. Why would he not be?
Yeah, exactly. So this place it's funny because we want to blame the governments of the world, but I think there's a supernatural reason why we can't go beyond the 90th parallel. And it has nothing to do. I don't think the government has that power to prevent all human beings from not entering this area. I think there's like a supernatural we're isolated, we're quarantined to this area, and that's just the way it is. That's his divine will that we don't go over there. And it's so cold that it would take so much effort and machines, and I don't think you could get there, bro. I just don't think it's possible.
Now, as far as if the Garden of Eden is where the throne is and where Mount Zion is, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't relate those two things. I'd have to have a lot of scripture to back that up and a lot of prophets. But I would say that the Garden of Eden would still be, on the earth, and you could not have access to it for good reason. But yeah, it's just over.
Yeah, so the only reason I believe that Zion is there is because, David says it's there, and Zion does seem to be the mountain where Yah resides. And it's this, both Enoch and Jubilees, which is authored by Moshe, describe it at the center of the earth. So that's why I believe that. But I know that Enoch also describes that the tree of life will be transplanted, bro. From where it is now. And where is it going to be transplanted? In Jerusalem. the one that in Israel today. But that doesn't happen, in my understanding, that doesn't happen till after Judgment Day, bro. So after the Valley of Decision is when he takes the Mount Zion, or he transplants the kingdom after the millennial reign to where Israel is today. But I could be wrong. I mean, I changed my mind a lot, so I could be wrong about that, bro. Some say it happens at his coming, right? But when I believe at his coming, a lot of people assume that at his coming, the kingdom will descend right over where Israel is today. But I'm not so sure that that's what's going to happen. I know that he will melt that whole area. That whole area will be destroyed at his coming. But I think that at his coming, it's the mountain coming down, because it went up. The mountain literally grew. It went up, and then it's going to be coming down, and everybody's going to witness it, because somehow it's right now it's being obscured from us ethereally, because like we should be able to see it regardless of optical perspective. In the limits of optical perspective, we should be able to see this mountain. I mean, it's the biggest mountain in our realm. Why can't we see it today? Right? Because I think that it's being obscured as a veil, and it's right now it's ethereally being obscured.
It's got optical ghost in the shell camouflage.
You even have things like, the land being lifted up and spread out. So it's south of Jerusalem, and that's for a purpose also. You'd find that in Zechariah 14:9-11. But the landscape is going to change drastically. I mean, the high places will be brought low, the low places high, crooked places straight, and the rough places plain. And some parts of the earth, I mean, he's speaking about lifting them up and spreading them out as a great plain for a purpose, for to build something upon it. But yeah, again, there's so many verses we can talk for hours about it, man.
Yeah, I know, it's all good, bro. I love, that's, if we didn't disagree, we wouldn't have, like, if it was just an echo chamber, bro, it'd be boring. We don't all have to agree on everything.
And I would say again that when you speak of the heart of the earth or the center of the earth, remember that Messiah was in the heart of the earth. That's what was said about him and prophesied about him also. And so, Jerusalem would be considered like the navel, even today where it is. And yeah, I'll shut up for a while.
Yeah, I know we disagree on that too, about the navel of the earth. In the Gospels, it does describe the heart of the earth, and a lot of people assume that is Jerusalem, and that's fine. I do believe that the heart of the earth being described in the Gospels is not talking about Jerusalem. It's literally talking about the hollow earth, the inner earth, Sheol. I know we differ in the resurrection. It's all good, man. I don't really want to fight about that or argue about that. But the navel of the earth described in both Enoch and Jubilees, aside from the heart of the earth, the navel of the earth does seem to be at the North Pole, not where Jerusalem is today. But like Jubilees 8 says that, and he talked regarding Moshe, and he knew that or I don't know if it's talking about Moshe, but he says he knew that the Garden of Eden is the Holy of Holies and the dwelling of Yahweh. It says it straight up. And Mount Sinai, the center of the desert, and Mount Zion, the center of the navel of the earth. That's where I get my theology from. And then you got Jubilees 4 that states that that Eden is on earth. I'm trying to find it. Well, Jubilees 8 also says that it's on earth.
Yeah, I believe Eden is on earth, and I believe, a tree could be transplanted from Eden to current day Jerusalem. I believe those things. However, I do believe that the current Jerusalem today is where the nations will be gathered together against it, and that's where they'll fall upon the mountains of Israel. And so, the mountains are mentioned there, and people can go and they can say, these are hills, these are not mountains, but they're mountains. And, you've had many weather conditions, you've had many things happen in that land, I would say, but um, there's a lot of things to consider when you consider the battle that's going to happen, why it's happening, who's going to be there. And if the North Pole is Eden, if it's the Garden of Eden, there's no one there. There's no one there to go fight against. And so Yah tells his people to go and flee, so that when he says, flee to the valley of my mountains in Zechariah 14, and then he goes and he fights against those nations that came to fight against Jerusalem. And there are some of those people who survive, and most of them don't. But those people he tells to flee are his people, and of course, they come with him to that great battle at the very end. So those would be the things I would agree with. And if you want to say maybe Mount Zion is in the Garden of Eden, I'd have to have scripture for that. I'm sure you said some things about Enoch, but as far as the throne being there, I think he sits above the earth. He's not on the earth, but he will come and dwell with man and tabernacle with man, and his throne will be in Jerusalem at that time.
Yeah. So it's interesting because Enoch describes the scene of Mount Zion, at the base of Mount Zion, and there's a valley, an accursed valley, that Joel talks about this accursed valley. Isaiah talks about this. Many prophets talk about this accursed valley, which is also referred to as the Valley of Decision, which is next to the Mountain of Assembly. It's also referred to as the Valley of Yehoshaphat, the Valley of Yahuwah's Judgment, which Revelation describes in great detail. But in Revelation, we don't get a geographical location. Enoch does give you geographic location of this gathering, where the gathering of souls. Joel describes the gathering of souls at this accursed valley, and this accursed valley is the Valley of Yehoshaphat, the Valley of Yahuwah's Judgment, which is located next to a mountain called the Mountain of Assembly, the Mountain of Appointment, which seems to have a throne that's not being occupied. When Enoch sees the throne, it's vacant. There's nobody sitting in it, because that throne was predetermined, right? It was preordained to be used on Judgment Day, and Messiah himself, I believe, either the Messiah or the Father will sit on that throne, but he's not sitting on it right now. It's empty. There's multiple thrones.
Well, I would say there's references to no one sitting on David's throne until he who comes, who is like the rightful one to sit on it. But I would also say go to Ezekiel 39 if you want like some geographical location. Just go to Ezekiel 39. You'll see the valley will be called the Valley of Hamongog. And also the name of the city should be called Hamona. But you'll see the geographic location and the lands that are drawn together against Israel. And there are people there, and it's a specific place. And that's where the valley is. And there are many things said in Ezekiel 39 about that time, and about the beasts and the birds eating those flesh of the kings in that valley. So there's a lot of information there about geographic location and people who are coming, from what lands they're coming from.
Yeah, I'm still conflicted whether, in Isaiah, it's chapter 66, it talks about like the pilgrimage feast, right? And that people will be required to pilgrimage to Jerusalem to observe these feasts. I'm still conflicted of whether they're going to be traveling to the North Pole or to where Israel is today. I don't know, but it's 50-50 for me. Until more evidence arises to lead me one way or the other, I'll say I don't know. But both places are good candidates, bro. I don't know. But yeah, anyways, I mean, that's cool. Anybody want to say anything? Yo, Tor, what do you think? Or Dice Low? Or Snacks? I know Snacks got more of a Hindu stance. I guess next topic then. I mean, that's it. Yeah, so if what North is true, we're saying is true. What Killian posted, this Valley of Armageddon that's located in Israel today cannot be where Mount Armageddon is located, or Har Megiddo, which is the mountain of assembly. Because this is a little hill, bro. You know what I'm saying? But I'll give the Christians the benefit of the doubt. Because a lot of Christians believe that this is the Valley of Judgment Day. That the terrain could change drastically. Cataclysmic events might change the terrain where like the land is gonna rise to a level that would fit the true Har Megiddo. But that place right there in that scripture, I mean that picture that Killian posted, that's not it, man. That's not it. But yeah, about that war, bro. Israel declaring war on Hamas. I also heard that I seen a video of a Benjamin Netanyahu. He said that they're gonna start constructing a highway from Israel to Europe, and it's gonna go through Afghanistan, right over the Euphrates River, which seems to be prophetic. But I don't know. Like it might be reaching. But you think that's the verse being fulfilled regarding the highway? That's gonna be built, that the kings of the east will take advantage of. What do you think, North?
Yeah, there's so many things going on right now, man, with, water springing up in the desert, roads being made, pathways and bridges and all these things in prophetic places. A lot of times I think it's just men trying to make something come to pass before it's actually time for it to come to pass. And sometimes we just need to take a careful look at it. And yeah, I'm still looking at all those things, man. But there are specific things that have to happen in a specific order, and sometimes the order can overlap. So it takes a lot of study, a lot of time, a lot of prayer.